Brianna waited impatiently in the cinema parking lot. Her date was 40 minutes late. Just as she was about to leave, the car door pulled open without warning.
Whoa, gotcha! Are you a clumsy dummy, or did you plan this to fall into my arms?
How would I plan? Never mind. We've probably missed half the movie, Elijah.
I booked a hall just for us. The movie starts when I say it starts, babe.
Once the lights went off, Brianna turned pale. The Ring? I told you, I hate horror movies.
But you don't know what you're missing. You're gonna love it, sweet cheeks. Trust me.
Brianna cringed as she watched with eyes half closed, and at one point, she screamed and jumped off her seat. That's it. I'm leaving.
You call yourself an actress, but you can't appreciate this masterpiece? You're such a baby.
And you're such a jerk. I don't know why I agreed to this.
Want me to call you an ambulance, baby Brianna?
Brianna dumped her popcorn on his head before storming out, and then she walked straight into somebody carrying sodas and fell on her butt.
Brianna, are you okay?
Jeez, can this night get any worse?
Yeah, there are infinite possibilities. You could get struck by lightning, or get robbed, or be kidnapped, or get hit by a bus. Then there are serial killers.
It wasn't really a question, dude. I'm sorry. I wasn't looking. I'll pay for the drinks.
I can take care of this.
Thanks. What's your name?
Wow, you don't even know my name?
Why would I?
I know your name.
Yeah, because I'm, famous. What's your excuse?
I'm in your biology class. I joined your school 3 weeks ago.
Brianna was embarrassed. The teacher did introduce some new scholarship kid, but I've hardly noticed him since.
It's okay. I'm not offended. It's what I'd expect from someone like you. I'm Charlie. I'll see you around.
He smiled and walked away, and Brianna felt kind of bothered. What did he mean, someone like me? Charlie knew Brianna wasn't kidding about being famous. He had seen some of her TV show on Stargirl. At school, she was surrounded by girls just like her, and guys who changed sports cars faster than clothes.
Of course she hasn't noticed someone like me.
The three most popular girls in school chilling at a pool party was a sight to behold. Their leader, Madison, was a rich socialite and model, and her childhood bestie Amber was an Instagram influencer who started the weirdest fashion trends. But the most popular right now was Brianna, who'd joined them in 8th grade and shot to fame with her teen TV series. People called them the Barbie Angels because they screamed perfection, but they weren't feeling great lately.
Things are starting to get boring. It's not a challenge to get any of these guys around us, and it's even harder to lose them. I made out with a red-haired model last week, and later my boyfriend found a red hair on my sweater. I said I'd hugged a sad clown on my way home, and he actually believed me. I dumped his stupid butt.
Seriously. I went on a horrible date with Elijah, and he texted me to say he was going to Korea, and we'd go out again once he returned. What made him think that would happen?
Crazy, right? Ugh, even blind guys are drooling over me.
I feel you, girl. Remember my blind stalker who tried to climb my bedroom window, but he fell down and was taken to the hospital? Ugh, so clumsy.
Yeah, what a dummy. Girls, we need to spice things up. I want to find someone really different. Make him fall in love with me, mess around with him, and then dump him. Wouldn't that be fun for us?
OMG, yes. I haven't felt this excited since the 11th Harry Potter book came out.
Just then, something caught Brianna's eye, and she left.
I wasn't even done talking. Amber, do you feel sometimes that she isn't as nice as before and her fame's gone to her head?
Her head does look a bit smaller than usual. Anyway, who cares, Maddie? You've got me. I'm your favorite girl, right?
You know you are, babe.
Brianna had spotted the DJ at the party, and it was Charlie, looking much cuter. Wow, you're full of surprises, DJ Charlie.
What?
I said, you're full of surprises, DJ Charlie.
Brianna, I heard you the first time.
Then why did you say what?
I just meant, what's the surprise?
Oh, well, you're a scholarship student, so I thought you'd be a nerd. Didn't imagine you as a DJ.
Guess you have a limited imagination then.
My imagination's just fine, thanks. In case you didn't know, I co-wrote the series I acted in, the one that's really famous.
That reality show with a bunch of rich girls doing rich things? Yeah, my coworker made me watch a few episodes. I'll have to get your autograph for her sometime. She's a huge fan.
And with that, Charlie switched up the music louder. Every time I speak to him, why do I end up feeling insulted? So annoying. I have just the guy for Project Plaything, Maddie. See the DJ?
His tacky t-shirt. But he's kinda cute. Why him?
He's nothing like the guys we date. He's a scholarship student in my bio class, and he seems unimpressed by everyone at our school. school, including us.
Well, that's new. I love a good challenge.
The question is, will he buy it? The most popular girl in school suddenly notices him? He might think it's a prank.
We'll just have to make it believable then. Plus, no guy is immune to my charms, Brie Brie. He'll be eating out of my hands in no time.
Like a baby shark.
I don't think it'll be so easy, but I'm looking forward to it. The girl's first move was to get Madison on Charlie's radar and paint her as an angel. So 2 days later, Charlie found Madison walking into the cinema, who he instantly recognized as Brianna's friend, and she had a line of kids behind her.
Hi, could I please have 30 tickets for the new Minion movie and whatever snacks the kids want?
Are these kids from an orphanage?
Yeah, I volunteer there, and I thought I'd treat them. It's not often that they get to go out, so I want them to have a really good time.
Wow, she doesn't even have a PR team taking pictures.
Charlie led the excited kids into the theater, and as he was leaving, Madison touched his arm.
Wait, you were the DJ at a pool party recently, right?
Right. I also go to your school.
How did I not know that?
Oh, don't beat yourself up. I'm super easy to miss. I'm like a pigeon in a school of peacocks, but I prefer my own company anyway. It's the best.
I'm sure it is. Well, thanks for your help today.
Madison kissed him on the cheek, and Charlie smiled awkwardly before running off.
Was the most popular girl in school just flirting with me? Nah, she probably flirts with everybody.
Later, Maddie called the others to update them. Do you think he bought your act?
Of course. I'm beginning to think I'm a better actress than you are, and this is going to be a lot easier than I thought.
The next day, when Madison walked into the cafeteria, she spotted Charlie in a corner, and his eyes were already on her. She helped a kid with crutches get his lunch and tipped a janitor generously before making her way to Charlie's table.
Hi, do you mind if I sit here?
Of course not. Yes, please sit.
I am sitting.
Oh, righto. You want half my sandwich? My grandma made it. The filling is probably this week's leftovers mixed together, and the bread is a bit stale, but it's not bad. I think the gravy she put inside is making it, what's the word I'm looking for? Moist. Yeah, it's moist.
Tempting, but I haven't had bread in years.
Just then, Charlie noticed that half the cafeteria was staring at them.
They're thinking what I'm thinking. What is a beautiful, rich model doing with me? This is clearly a prank. You know, I just remembered. The librarian asked me to feed her fish, and they'll die if I don't do it right now.
Really? Well, I can come with you.
No, I'd rather you didn't, okay? They like their privacy. The fish. They're private people.
She stared at him, and he felt more flustered as he reached for his bag and ended up stepping hard on her toe. He turned to apologize and knocked his sandwich on her clothes.
I am so sorry. So sorry. Gotta run.
And later in the bathroom, as Maddie cleaned up, Brianna and Amber howled.
Will you two stop laughing?
He had to feed the librarian's fish? Girl, that is the lamest thing I have ever heard. He couldn't get away fast enough.
Oh, that was so funny too. My grandma made me this gravy sandwich. Yeah, right. His grandma came back from the dead to make him a sandwich.
Maybe his grandma is just alive?
But both my grandmas are dead. Aren't everyone's grandmas dead?
Oh my God, focus. He seemed smitten with me when I took those gross kids to the movies. Why is he running away from me now? Maybe I just make him really nervous.
Or maybe he isn't stupid and he's not buying your sudden interest in him.
Well, you're in the same class with him. Do something.
I'll get the teacher to make me his lab partner tomorrow. Let's see what I can pull off. Charlie just wanted some peace, but the universe literally said no when he got paired up in the lab with Brianna. Are we really gonna open up that frog? There's no way I'm touching that thing. Charlie ignored her and started doing it himself. Oh my God, look at those intestines. Ew, I'm gonna throw up.
Why don't you just stop looking at the frog? It's not like you're helping me.
Yeah, that sounds good. Anyway, I have to talk to you about something. I think Madison's really into you. Don't ask me why. The heart wants what it wants. So, I was wondering, what do you think about her?
Brianna, I don't know what you girls are up to, but I don't have time for this. I'm just here to study hard so I can get into a good college, and Madison can literally have any guy. What do girls like you want with a poor nobody like me?
Wow, you just made us sound so arrogant and judgmental, but you've basically written us off without even knowing us.
Look, I didn't mean...
Yeah, you did. You think girls like us wouldn't like a poor guy since we're shallow, right? And yeah, Maddie could have any guy, but maybe she saw something different in you. Trust me, if it was fancy things we wanted, we don't need a guy for that. Charlie felt unsure.
Maddie is beautiful, and she seemed sweet. Maybe I misjudged her.
So, how'd it go?
Brilliantly. I think I've convinced him a bit that you're genuinely into him. We've got to keep the ball rolling. Let's find out more about Charlie's personal life. Madison hired a private investigator and found out that Charlie lived with his grandma. She also found out that he worked in a small club as a DJ on weekends.
We know where we're going tonight.
Oh, please say Tokyo. I've been craving sushi for weeks.
Thanks. No, to this nightclub, silly. But I'll take you for sushi anywhere after the success of Project Plaything.
Later, when the Barbie angels walked into the small club, all eyes turned to them, and Charlie was just as surprised. This really wasn't their kind of place.
Once he sees my heart-stopping dance moves, he'll be following me around like a lovesick puppy.
The girls moved to the dance floor and had everyone's attention. As the song ended, Madison walked over to Charlie.
The music here is amazing. You're really talented.
Gee, thanks. Listen, Madison, I've been avoiding you, but I want to say I'm sorry. For that day in the cafeteria, I was such an idiot.
I'll forgive you if you dance with me.
Oh no, there's a reason why I'm in charge of the music. Those who can't do, teach. Those who can't dance, DJ.
Come on. It can't be that bad. Just put a song on and join me.
No, really.
Just then, Maddie lost her balance a little and her drink fell all over the music dashboard. 2 seconds later, it stopped working.
Oh my God, what did you do?
It was an accident.
The system's fried. The club owner's gonna fire me. You came in here just for your fun and games, but this is serious business for me, Madison. Thanks for nothing.
Charlie instantly felt awful as he realized everybody was staring at them, and Madison stood frozen in her spot. Then she burst into tears and ran out. Amber and Brianna ran after Madison to her car, where she lost it.
Who the heck does he think he is?
You're not crying?
Of course not. And it took all my willpower to not claw his eyes out. How dare he humiliate me like that? Oh, once he falls in love with me, I'm gonna squish him like a bug.
That was brilliant. Now he's gonna feel terrible because you didn't even lash out at him. And he'll think you're the sweetest angel on earth. Oh, I underestimated you, Maddie. You're the worst.
I am the worst. And when I'm done with him, he's gonna wish he was dead.
Charlie just couldn't face Madison in school the next day. And after a lot of begging, he finally managed to get her number from Brianna. Little did he know, the girls had decided that Brianna would be the one to talk to him, pretending to be Maddie, because she was the smoothest talker. Charlie felt super nervous as he called her that night. Hello? Hello?
Hi, hello, hi. Madison? It's me. Charlie.
What do you want?
Listen, before you hang up, please don't hang up. I'm really, really sorry. I just lost it and you didn't deserve that. And you didn't even scream at me or hit me, which you should have. You still can.
Charlie, I get it. You freaked out. I hope you didn't get fired.
I did. But it's okay. I'll find another gig.
I'm sorry.
Are you for real? Don't say sorry to me. Do you think we could just start over?
Yeah, I'd like that.
Hi, I'm Charlie. Nerd by day, DJ by night, and I get free popcorn once a month at the cinema. You go.
I'm Madison, and I'm a famous model. Also, I've been on a diet since forever, so I don't remember what popcorn tastes like anymore.
That's the saddest thing I've ever heard.
The two ended up talking and laughing for hours, and she kept surprising him. She was funny, well-read, and had great taste in music. It was 4 a.m. when they finally said goodnight. I can't remember the last time I had such a good conversation with someone. The next day, Brianna updated Maddie on everything they'd talked about, but she didn't see Charlie in her biology class. The girls hadn't seen him at recess either. So Brianna sent him a text as Maddie, and he replied, Grandma broke her hip this morning. I'm at the hospital. If you really want to seal the deal with Charlie, you should go see his grandma.
Ew, I hate old people with their wrinkly skins and their weird smell.
Come on, they're cute. Just be nice to her. Charlie will love it.
Should I really interact with her? I don't think I could be nice to an old woman.
Brianna then thought of a better idea. After 3 days, Charlie's grandma was discharged, but he had one problem, the hospital bill. He decided to talk to the hospital staff about paying in installments, but then they told him that someone had already settled it.
What? Who?
The person had chosen to be anonymous, but Charlie insisted so much that the staff revealed the sender's identity. Madison.
Why did you do it, Madison?
What do you mean?
You paid my grandmom's hospital bill and tried to hide it. Why?
Because I knew you wouldn't accept money if I offered it to you, and I made you lose your gig. It's the least I could do. I care about you, Charlie.
You can have any guy you want, Maddie. Why me?
Well, I've dated enough guys from my circle to know they're not very nice people. They're mostly after my money or fame or my parents' influence, and you don't care about any of that. You're like a breath of fresh air. But if you don't feel the same way, I won't hold it against you. Charlie was about to reply when his grandma called called him, but he couldn't stop thinking about Maddie.
What she did for me is amazing, but I feel scared about falling for someone like her.
Charlie hadn't come back to school for a week, but he and Brianna had been exchanging texts, as Maddie, of course. She was laughing at a meme he'd just sent when she found Elijah by her locker. Ugh, why is he back?
Just read something funny? Tell me, babe. I love a good joke.
Excuse me?
You were just laughing at your phone? I hope it's a joke and not a boy whose butt I have to kick.
What are you, my dad? Because you're definitely not my boyfriend. Stay out of my business and don't call me babe again.
I've forgiven you for the last tantrum, Bree. Now tell me where you'd like to have our next date.
How do I spell this out for you? There won't be a next...
Brianna, is this guy bothering you?
Charlie, you're back. No. We're done here.
Who's this loser? Did you wander here by mistake from some homeless shelter?
Just leave him alone, Elijah.
Charlie turned around to see Maddie, and his heart skipped a beat.
What happened while I was gone? Since when did you girls start mingling with nobodies like him?
Suddenly, Charlie walked over to Maddie, and he pulled her close.
There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. I've missed you.
And then he kissed her on the lips, and Brianna was even more surprised than Maddie at Charlie's move. Elijah gritted his teeth and walked away.
Wow. What was that about?
I've been wanting to say it the whole week, but not on the phone. I do feel the same way. I care about you too, Maddie, a lot.
Madison hugged him and smirked at Brianna. Once everyone knew that Maddie and Charlie were dating, his life in school took a 360-degree turn. People stopped to smile at him, say hello, crack jokes.
Why does it feel like even the teachers are nicer to me?
The other two Barbie angels welcomed him into their gang, and being with Madison was a dream. They went on long walks, watched sunset, ate ice cream, and kissed on top of a Ferris wheel. But later that night, Brianna and Amber cringed hearing Maddie throw up.
Is Charlie trying to kill me? That gross ice cream at the amusement park made me sick, and my feet hurt from the long walks. And what is so fascinating about freaking sunsets?
I think it's sweet.
Yeah, 'cause you're not the one suffering. But there is one thing about Charlie. He sure can kiss. Makes you feel like you're the only girl in the world.
Ugh, please, spare us the makeout details.
Okay. Listen, Brianna, try giving him a hint about planning fancier dates for me. I know he's poor, but come on, he's dating me.
The next day, while Charlie was watching football practice, the ball suddenly came in his direction, and he gave it a strong kick back.
Hey, kid, you play football?
I used to, but I don't have time now.
Come on, grab some shoes and join for a game.
Just then, Charlie caught Elijah looking at him like he was a buck, and that motivated him. Elijah was coming at him aggressively, but Charlie dodged him and kicked the ball straight into the goalpost.
Charlie, you're a natural. You have to join the team.
Sir, I really don't think I can commit to practice.
Kid, just try it out for a month and see if it works, okay? Elijah, you better watch out. He's going to give you a run for your money.
Charlie ran off to the locker room to put back the cleat, but when he walked out, someone had pushed him to the ground.
What the heck, dude?
I just don't understand why a low-class idiot like you is in this school.
I'm here on scholarship, which means I earned my spot here.
But that doesn't mean you belong here.
Well, Maddie doesn't think so, and the coach.
Don't let the coach's stupid words get to your head. And as for Maddie, gosh, you're a moron. Do you really think?
Just then, someone pushed Elijah away hard. Dude, seriously, what is wrong with you?
Why are you jumping to his defense?
Because he's my friend. And what, are you threatened by a little competition on the field?
Oh, please. This loser just had beginner's luck today. I'll crush him next time, and he won't have mommy out there to defend him.
Elijah and his friends went out laughing as Charlie picked up his bag and fished out a broken snow globe.
Great, this was for Maddie. She's so excited about her Vogue photo shoot coming out, and I wanted to give her something thoughtful.
What was this supposed to be?
It was a guy, but instead of arms, he had wings, like a fan. And it said, "I'm your #1 fan." Oh God, I'm glad it's broken. It's so lame.
No, it's cute. Yeah, maybe you could do something a little extra. Rent a car, get some flowers, go out for a nice dinner. Girls like being pampered.
Wow, yeah, that sounds nice. Thanks, Brianna. Also for saving my butt. Also for calling me your friend.
You're welcome.
This is the place you were raving about? And why don't you have a reservation?
It's walk-ins only, but it's so worth the wait.
After 30 minutes, when they finally got a table, the place was dirty and loud.
Isn't the energy of this place something else?
Yeah, it's something. Oh my God, I just felt something on my foot.
Maybe it was my foot.
But just then, a mouse jumped onto Maddie's lap. She screamed and started jumping around like a maniac. Then she tripped on her dress and went crashing straight into another table.
Oh my God. Madison, I am so sorry.
Why would you bring me to this horrible place? And did you see all those people who were making videos of me? This is gonna be all over the internet.
I get why you're upset, but today's video is tomorrow's old news. No one remembers these things.
Excuse me? Are you gonna explain to me how fame works? People don't forget anything. Once something's on the internet, it stays there forever. People can pull it out anytime they want. Ugh, this is officially the worst day of my life.
With that, Madison stormed out of the car. Brianna couldn't stop laughing as she watched Madison's video posted online, but now she had to do some damage control. So she called him as Maddie. I've had some time to cool down, and I'm sorry for going off on you like that.
And I'm sorry about the mouse and the video. You're right. I don't know what it's like to be famous.
It's the best and the worst. It's great to have people look up to you, but sometimes they talk about you like you're not even a real person. And imagine having your failures or embarrassing moments splashed across the news as entertainment.
It sounds brutal. I'm almost glad I'm a poor nobody.
As they were talking, Charlie ended up telling Brianna all about his amazing grandma and how she'd made him apply to the school.
I just want to get myself into a good university so I can make something of myself and spoil my grandma rotten. She deserves the whole world.
Well, you're definitely the guy who'd get it for her, Charlie. Over the next few weeks, Charlie found himself bewitched and confused by Madison. He felt closer than ever over their late-night talk, but in person, she was totally unpredictable. One moment, she'd be all over him, and the next, she was snapping his head off.
Charlie, do you think I'm fat?
No.
Why did you pause before answering?
What? No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You said, no. You even looked at me before replying.
I shouldn't have looked?
Why would you look? Don't you just know?
Maddie, you're being irrational.
Now I'm crazy, am I? Well, I'm not fat. I'm PMSing, so I'm bloated.
I hadn't noticed. Really?
Ugh, you're so insensitive. You have no idea what it's like to go through this every month. Right now, I feel like killing someone. And I also really want that Thai red curry ice cream.
I'll get it for you, babe. Whatever helps you feel better.
You getting out of my face would make me feel better. And yes, the ice cream. Now.
You got it.
Amber and Maddie started laughing hard as soon as Charlie was gone.
I really hope he gets a few tubs of that ice cream. Sounds delicious.
I'm pretty sure there's no Thai red curry ice cream, but let's see what he does. Anyway, for Christmas, my parents and I are going to our ski resort as usual, and I'm inviting you girls with your parents. Should I invite Charlie?
You have to, right? He's your boyfriend.
Yeah. And at least 3 of my exes will be there. And I'd rather not show up single. But I'm gonna have to give Charlie a makeover before I take him.
On his first day at the resort, Charlie slipped out of his room at 5 in the morning and found Brianna waiting in the kitchen.
Oh, you're here. I almost thought you wouldn't come.
I almost thought that too. I don't know why I agreed to the early morning skiing lesson.
'Cause you're a good person and you like me?
I'm just saving Maddie some embarrassment, because you'll definitely make a fool of yourself without my help.
Couldn't agree more.
They headed out to one of the smaller slopes, and she explained skiing techniques to him. I think you're ready. Well, as ready as you'll ever be.
If I die, please break the news gently to Grandma.
You play football against Elijah. You'll survive this too. Now don't be a wuss. Time to go! Brianna whizzed down the slope, and the cold wind in her face made her feel alive. She turned around to look at Charlie, who looked like a baby goat learning to walk. Charlie, just loosen up. Come on, I'm racing you down to the end. Charlie took deep breath and relaxed. He was gaining momentum and actually starting to enjoy it. Brianna was flying ahead effortlessly, but he was catching up. But then suddenly, he was going too fast. He tried to slow down, but he just couldn't. And moments later, he felt himself crashing straight into Brianna, and they went tumbling into the snow.
Oh my God, Brianna, are you alive? Is your neck broken? Please don't die. Say something.
Oh, can you shut up for just 1 second?
Yes, of course. Oh, I thought I'd killed you.
Charlie pulled her into a bear hug.
You're really okay?
Yeah, I just got the wind knocked out of me.
Imagine the headlines if something had happened to you. Stupid, worthless nobody injures beautiful teen goddess.
You think I'm beautiful?
Well, duh. It's not even opinion. It's just a scientific fact. The sun rises in the east. Water boils at 100 degrees. Brianna's beautiful. You got some snow on your face.
As they started making their way back, Brianna felt her heart racing. Oh, shake it off, Brianna. You cannot be attracted to your best friend's fake boyfriend. After an exhausting day of skiing, Charlie wanted to crash, but he had to to dress up for a fancy dinner instead. The seats next to Maddie were taken, so he quickly took one next to Brianna.
Please tell me, why are there 6 forks in front of me, and which one can I use to stab myself in the eye?
Oh, definitely the meat fork for a quick death. Madison watched the two laughing, and she didn't like it.
I don't want her getting more attention than me, even if it's from stupid Charlie. Hey, Charlie, could you sit next to Amber, please? Her parents couldn't come, and she, broke up with her boyfriend. She could use some cheering up.
Charlie nodded reluctantly and took the seat next to Amber.
So, Amber, you want to talk about your breakup?
Okay, sure. Why not? It happened 3 years ago, and his name was Leo.
And that's what you're sad about today?
That's a bit offensive. I'm not sad. Do I look sad to you?
Charlie was relieved as they were served their first fish course, but Amber was staring down at her plate in tears.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
What are you talking about?
You will be missed, Nemo. Right, Charlie? Tell him he'll be missed.
Yeah, you will be missed, Nemo.
Just then, Brianna's mom, who was sitting opposite him, spoke.
So, Charlie, where were you studying before?
Well, I was in public school in another town. I got a scholarship here, so I moved with my grandma, who raised me.
And what does your grandma do?
She's an amazing healer. She cures people with herbal medicines and different techniques.
So she's not a real doctor?
No, not in the typical sense.
And this healer thing, it makes her enough money?
Mom, stop!
It's okay. Yeah, she earns enough. And I work at the cinema. And I also DJ on the weekends. We manage to take care of each other.
There was an uncomfortable silence, and Charlie felt his face turning hot. Then, Maddie's mom spoke with her country accent. That's sweet, honey. You seem like a brat kid, and I'm sure you'll go places one day. It's funny how life turns around. I mean, look at me. I was raising little Maddie as a single teenage mom in a trailer park with nothing. And then, boom, one day I won the frickin' lottery, and we were rich. Soon after, I met my husband, and life's amazing now. Let's raise a toast. Our blessings. Brianna looked over at Madison, who looked like she was gonna crush her glass. She always felt ashamed of her past and that she wasn't born rich like everyone else. Just then, Amber said she wasn't feeling well, and as she was leaving, she tripped over the carpet and fell down.
Amber, are you okay? Did you hit your head?
No, didn't. But it hurts so bad lately. And even my eyes. Like, sometimes I wake up and it takes me like 2 seconds to see the light. And I swear the lights are on. You know, I'm a scared cute mouse, right? I don't sleep in the dark.
Okay, I'm gonna take her to her room to rest.
When Madison returned later to the main hall, she suddenly overheard Brianna's mom and another woman talking.
That woman sure loves to tell her trailer park story. She's been rich for years now, but she still sounds so trashy.
Money can't buy class. And now look at Madison's choice of boyfriend. I mean, he's sweet, but no amount of designer clothes can hide where you really come from.
Madison's ear burned as she stormed off and ran straight into Charlie in the hallway.
Hey, I was looking for you. How's Amber?
Why did you say all that nonsense at dinner?
What?
Oh, I'm on scholarship, and I work at the cinema, and my granny does voodoo.
It's not voodoo. And why would I hide all that? It doesn't embarrass me. And even your mom was poor, and she's not ashamed of it.
Well, she should be. I don't know why she keeps telling that story so proudly. No one respects her for it, and I don't want to be reminded of the cheap start of my life. She said all that stuff because of you.
I've been trying to please you all day, Maddie, but I'm really tired now. I hate skiing, these clothes are pretentious, and I don't like talking about my grandma like that.
Charlie stormed off to his room, packed his thing, and called a cab. Charlie didn't speak to Maddie for a few days, but he gave in after all her apologies.
I'm really sorry, okay? I just wanted my stepdad to like you, and he is a bit difficult. But I shouldn't have asked you to act differently. I like you, just as you are.
Well, if you really want to make it up, you'll have to spend more time with my family now.
Of course.
I volunteer at the community center for old people and take Grandma there every Saturday. You should come.
Can't wait.
Madison had begged Brianna and Amber to accompany her.
Eek. Oh, this place smells like disease and something rotten.
Shut up, Maddie, and just act normal. After they'd all met, Charlie asked Maddie to help him set up a game of musical chairs while Brianna joined his grandma.
I'm so glad to meet you, girl. Charlie was certain he wouldn't make any friends at his new school.
You've raised a pretty nice guy.
Oh, trust me, I didn't do much. That kid was born with a heart of gold. Once when he was 8,
He came home saying he'd lost his bicycle somewhere, and I was so mad. Well, a week later, I found him 3 streets down, teaching a little girl how to ride the bicycle. He told me that she'd lost her brother recently, and the cycle made her happy. She needed it more than he did. That's what he said. Hey, he's always been special.
Later that night, Brianna's heart felt heavy when she got Charlie's text.
Thanks for today, Maddie. It meant the world to me, and I love you.
I love you too, Charlie. The next day, when Brianna showed Maddie the text, she was ecstatic.
Finally, the 3 golden words. It's time for phase 3 of Project Plaything. Dump his sorry butt.
Yay! Then sushi in Tokyo.
But Maddie, he really cares about you, and dumping him out of the blue feels cruel. Can't we think of an easier way to let him down?
But this was always the plan. Are we supposed to care about his feelings now?
Well, yeah, we've gotten to know him, and I just think he would take this really hard.
You know what? You're right. He is a bit oversensitive. Maybe I can be really difficult the next few weeks, and then he'll just get sick of me and be happy to break up.
That sounds better. Thanks. After Brianna walked away, Madison turned to Amber.
Who does she suddenly think she is, Mother Teresa? I'm tired of Charlie, and I want to pay him back for the times he was rude to me. I have the perfect plan to dump that loser. But don't say anything to Brianna, okay?
Oh, I love it when we have secrets. Just the 2 of us.
3 days later, it was Madison's birthday, and she was having a big party in a dance club with Charlie as DJ. Then suddenly, she climbed onto a table with a mic.
May I have everyone's attention, please? I have something to say to our resident DJ.
Everyone fell silent, and Brianna suddenly had a horrible feeling.
As you all know, I've turned 17 today, and I just want to start this year fresh. So Charlie, I'll start with you, 'cause I just can't fake things anymore. You are just a game to me, okay? To us. I got bored, so my girls and I decided to make you fall in love with me as a challenge. Actually, Brianna was the one who brought you to my attention. It's been fun messing around with you, but it's just made me realize that dating below my league isn't for me. I don't relate to you and your third world problems, dude. But thanks for a few fun weeks. And I'm sure you'll find a nice average girl soon. Ciao.
Charlie just stared at her, frozen in his place.
Joke, right? This doesn't make any sense.
He suddenly looked over at Brianna, who looked pale. His head started spinning.
Need to get out of here.
He threw his headphones aside and started running, but then he tripped and crashed to the floor. Suddenly, Brianna was by his side, helping him up, but he pushed her away. Madison and Amber were laughing like hyenas, and then someone put on a song, and they all started dancing again. Brianna marched over Madison and pulled her aside. How could you do this, Maddie? You said you'd let him down easy.
No, Bree. I said I'd crush him like a bug once he fell for me. And you thought I was brilliant then. What changed?
What changed is that we found out he's a really nice guy. He didn't deserve that.
Not my problem. I wasn't gonna keep dating him just because you suddenly decided to become a humanitarian. Now, please don't create a scene at my party.
Tears stung Brianna's eyes. She remembered Charlie's heartbroken faith, and she left immediately. Brianna didn't know how she was going to face Charlie in school the next day, but he didn't show up. He wouldn't reply to any text or call, and he didn't come the entire week.
Yes! I checked, and my private plane is free this weekend. They're going to Tokyo, ladies.
What? Why?
Well, Project Plaything is successfully over, and I promised Anne I'd take her for sushi. Remember?
Right. Well, consider me out of this plan. Brianna walked off, and a smirk spread across Madison's face.
You thinking what I'm thinking, Amber?
If you're thinking about what being by a butterfly feels like, then yeah.
No, I mean about Brianna. Why do you think she isn't in any mood to celebrate with us?
Maybe she's racist and doesn't like sushi.
Or maybe she's in love with that trashy Charlie.
Ew. Who likes trash?
Looks like our Bree does. Imagine crushing on someone with that social status.
You know, maybe you're right. When we were at the resort, I saw those 2 sneaking out at 5 morning. I had a headache and I went down to lift some gummy bears. They always make me feel better. Maybe Charlie loves her too.
Of course he doesn't. He fell for me, not her. She's pathetic for wanting him.
That evening, Brianna went to the cinema, and she was relieved to find Charlie counter. She walked in, her heart pounding. Hey, Charlie. He looked up at her coldly. Can we talk? Do you comment? He walked out from behind the counter and went outside, and Brianna followed.
How dare you show up at my workplace and force me to talk to you?
I just need a chance to explain and apologize. Please. I know how you must feel.
How could you possibly know that when you're heartless? How evil are you, and how empty are your lives that you decided to hurt someone just for fun?
Charlie, you're right. It was cruel.
Not only did the girl that I thought I loved completely humiliated me, I also find out that the person who acted like my friend is a snake.
Don't say that, please. I thought you'd listen.
Why? Because I'm a nice guy, so you thought I'd feel better after treating me like dirt? And why are you here apologizing now?
I know I was a part of the whole thing, but then I got to know you, and I didn't want to do it anymore, especially after all those late-night calls.
That was you? So I never talked to Madison on the phone?
No, that was all me. And you and I, we have some connection.
What are you talking about? I don't even know you. Just leave me alone. I can't take this anymore.
Charlie down against the wall with his head buried in his arms. Just then, his colleague came running out.
He's been having a very hard time. Please, don't make it worse. Just go.
Rihanna turned and ran away, her heart about to burst. On Monday, Rihanna was sitting on the bleachers during football practice when she saw Charlie walk onto the field.
Oh, thank God he's back.
Hey, kid, where have you been all week?
I had a family emergency, and I'm quitting the team, sir.
No, Charlie! You're so talented!
I'm sorry, but I have a scholarship to maintain, and it's all I can film right now. Thank you for giving me an opportunity, though.
I was expecting to run off like a scatty little cat soon enough.
No trash talk, Elijah. All right, let's take a break, everyone.
Just then, Madison and Amber came and sat on the bleachers, and Charlie made eye contact with Maddie for a few seconds, then walked off.
Wow, he really looks heartbroken over me. And to me, or does Charlie look kinda hot with that broody cold face? He was just too nice before, like a puppy.
Looked like a loser before, looks like a loser now. I just knew you couldn't be dating him for real.
He's twice the guy you'll ever be.
You said something, Brianna?
Yeah, I said he's twice the guy you'll ever be.
Oh, really? How'd you reach the conclusion?
Well, firstly, he's clearly better than you at football. Secondly, he's definitely smarter than you. Thirdly, he's a pretty cool DA. And fourth, and most importantly, he's not some arrogant, self-absorbed jerk like you who makes me cringe every time I look at him. There was a stunned silence as everyone stared at Brianna. Elijah forced to grin.
Feisty. I like that. So how about we go on third date and you can continue talking about there?
Not even in your dreams. As Brianna started walking off, Elijah blocked her way to tease her, but she suddenly pushed him with unexpected force. He fell down a couple of steps and his knee hit the ground hard.
What is wrong with you?
Brianna looked just as shocked by what she'd done. At the dinner table, Brianna's dad was cheerfully trying to make conversation, but Brianna seemed lost. Just then, her mom walked in, looking mad.
Brianna, do you just enjoy making my life difficult?
Look, if this is about Elijah,
You pushed him down the bleachers?
he was pestering me, so I just pushed him away. I didn't mean for him to fall.
He's hurt his knee seriously, and he's on bed rest for 2 months. His mother, my new business partner, is furious. If she pulls out her investment,
She said it was an accident. Surely his mom would understand.
well, it's not like Brianna hasn't rejected Elijah or been rude to him before. I don't expect his mom to understand anything.
I don't care what his mom thinks.
Because you don't care about me. I've built everything for you. But no, you'd rather be an actress. And now you're bent upon ruining.
Oh, God, I can't have this conversation again. Just because I don't want your company doesn't mean I don't care about you. And stop trying to make me feel bad. If it's any consolation, I feel terrible already. Brianna stormed off with her mom staring after her.
She's always been difficult. But something extra's been going on with her lately. I never thought she'd be violent.
That's an exaggeration. And you never try to actually talk to her.
She doesn't talk to me. I'm going to ask her friends what's up with her.
Charlie had returned to school, but he just kept his head down, talked to no one, and pretended Brianna didn't exist. She kept her distance from him, but she also found excuses to stay away from Amber and Maddie. One day, she was reading in the empty gym during recess when Madison snatched her book.
Come on, Bree. This is getting ridiculous. It's time for an intervention.
What?
We know you're going through something. Even your mom is so worried. I told her you've been avoiding us too. And well, I think I know what the problem is.
You lied to me about your breakup with Charlie, and I'm mad.
But it's not just that, right? I think you have feelings for him.
Yes, I have feelings, 'cause I'm not a robot. And
I'm also mad at myself for being a part of this horrible plan. It's making me think about the kind of people we are.
Kind who like to have fun.
We have everything, Maddie, and we decided to pick on the poor orphan who's working hard to support his grandma for fun?
Who the heck cares?
I care. I don't want to be this person, and I don't want to have friends like that either.
So, are you saying you don't want to be a Barbie angel anymore?
Yeah, I don't. And for the record, that's a really stupid name.
Wow, you're so ungrateful. When you came to school as a nobody, I made you one of the most popular girls. And in case you've forgotten, I got you your first audition.
How could I forget? You never let me. Yes, you got me the audition, but I got the role because of my talent, and it's not a good enough reason for me to follow you and do whatever you say anymore. We're done.
Oh, if you think.
Just then, Amber fell to the floor with a thud.
Amber, get up. That's not funny.
But Amber was unresponsive. She'd actually fainted. They immediately rushed her to the hospital, where she regained consciousness, and the doctors ordered some tests.
Oh, my head. It feels like there are 1,000 cactuses inside.
You're gonna be okay. Just go, Brianna. It's not like you care. You made her faint by stressing her out.
You were the one shouting at me.
Please, both of you, shut up.
All of Amber's tests turned out clear. Her parents even sent her reports to the best doctors around the world, but no one could figure out her problem. Meanwhile, her headaches and fainting spells continued. But one day, Brianna's mom brought up something unexpected while visiting Amber.
Someone at work had a back problem, and she swears this healer fixed her after the doctors gave up. I know it sounds a bit ridiculous, but maybe you could try it?
At this point, we'll try anything. Who's this healer?
Well, these girls know her grandson. It's Charlie's grandma. Amber's parents went over to Charlie's house, and they were told she can't see them.
What did you expect? She hates us, of course.
Why is she making this personal? Why won't she help someone if she can?
Look, maybe if we go in there and convince her how sorry we are, she might listen.
Fine.
The three girls went over to Charlie's place one evening, and to their dismay, Charlie opened the door.
What are you doing here?
Don't flatter yourself. We're not here for you. We want to talk to your grandma.
She doesn't have time for people like you. I made that clear before.
Charlie, please, I need your grandma to take a look at me. Something's really wrong with my head.
You got that right.
We're not messing around, really. Amber is suffering, and the doctors can't figure out what's wrong.
Not my problem. You people are rich enough to find someone else. Just leave me and my grandma alone.
Wait, I'll see her.
No, you don't have to do that, Grandma.
Step aside, Charlie.
Charlie stormed off angrily, while Grandma led the girls to her healing room. After Amber described all her symptoms, Grandma made her lie down and prepared her healing herbs, then started a strange ritual on her as the others watched. Once she was done, Grandma made Amber drink some tea.
How do you feel, dear?
I feel good. My head feels lighter, like there was a whale sitting on it before and now it's jumped off. I haven't felt like this in weeks. Thank you. Thank you.
Grandma told her to come for 2 more sessions, and the girls got ready to leave.
I need to apologize to you for what we did. Maybe you think I'm lying, but I really am sorry. I wish I could take it back.
I don't think you're lying, Brianna. I'll see you girls soon.
After they left, Grandma found Charlie sulking in his room.
You turned away Amber before, too. I wasn't expecting this from you, Charlie.
Why does everyone keep expecting me to be an angel? You know what they did. They're awful.
But it's my duty to heal people, whether they're awful or not. And what they did was wrong. But you have to let go of the anger and move on.
I'm trying, Grandma. I really am. I just feel so stupid. How could I let someone treat me so badly and humiliate me?
It's because you see the good in people.
Yeah, it's called being an idiot.
Don't lose that heart of gold, kid. You'll find the right person one day who will really love you for it.
Charlie decided not to let the spoiled brats get to him anymore. He worked really hard for the midterms, and when the results came, he was at the top of his class.
What are you grinning about, Charlie? Found a golden ticket in a chocolate bar?
Wow, I'm surprised you actually read a book. And I'm just happy about my grades, which have improved since we stopped hanging out together. Maybe your dumbass was rubbing off on me before.
You can't talk to me like that. Just because your grandma helped Amber doesn't mean you're anything special. You're still a nobody.
I'd rather not talk to you at all, Madison. And thanks for making it so easy to move on from you. I can't even remember what I liked in the first place.
You go, Charlie. As Charlie walked away, Brianna impulsively called out, "Hey, Charlie, wait."
What is it?
I just wanted to say thank you to your grandma for helping Amber.
I'm sure you already thanked her.
Yeah, but I was hoping, Charlie, is there no way we could be friends again? We used to get along so well.
But that wasn't real, right? And now I'd never be able to trust a word you say. So yeah, not gonna happen. But really, that was an Oscar-worthy performance. I'm sure you'll have an amazing career as an actress.
After Amber's last session, Brianna wanted to thank Charlie's grandma, so she dropped by his place with some gifts when she knew he'd be working. She was surprised to find the front door already open. And then she gasped when she saw Grandma on the kitchen floor. Oh my God, are you okay?
Brianna, what are you doing here?
What happened?
Shh, not so loud. You have to leave.
What?
Someone broke into the house, and he's upstairs right now. Please, I don't want to put you in danger.
I'm not leaving you. Brianna heard the thief coming down the stairs and quickly locked the kitchen door and called 911. He kept kicking the door, but minutes later, when he heard the police siren, he ran out and escaped.
From your description, he seems like a crazy homeless guy who's been bothering other people too. We'll get him. Did he hurt you, ma'am?
No, I just fell when he pushed me aside, but I'm fine.
We should still get a checkup. I should call Charlie.
Sweetie, he's out of town for a day. Please don't tell him right now.
Well, you can't be here alone for the night.
I'll be just fine.
But Brianna was so persistent that Grandma had to give in. Brianna took her home and made her comfortable in one of the guest rooms.
You should have asked me before inviting your guest. Maybe I would have liked to say no.
Mom, she cured Amber. Letting her stay for one night is a pretty small thing to do. Charlie hurried over to Brianna's house as soon as he was back.
Hey, is Grandma okay? She wasn't hurt, right?
She's completely fine, but she's asleep right now. You can come in and wait.
I'm fine right here.
Charlie sat down on the porch seat, and Brianna turned to go back in.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just want to thank you. Grandma told me on the phone how brave you were, and you didn't leave her, and then you brought her here, and you didn't have to, but I'm so grateful. What? Why are you smiling at me like that?
You sound like the old Charlie today, the one who talks too much. I missed him.
Brianna, this doesn't fix everything. I appreciate what you did, but I'm wondering even now why you helped Grandma. Why do you want to be friends with me? Why are you trying all the time to make up for what you did?
Brianna gulped and walked closer to him. There's something I need to get off my chest, so just hear me out, okay? Somehow, getting to know you has changed me, Charlie. You're the sweetest, kindest guy I've ever met, and nothing has ever hurt me more than hurting you. But you know what? It started feeling really bad even when you were still dating Maddie, because I realized that I was falling for you. I know I don't have the right to say that, but I just had to, or I'd explode. And I know you don't feel the same way, and it's okay, but I'm in love with you. That's all. Brianna turned to leave, but suddenly, Charlie took her hand, and then, to her shock, he kissed her. Brianna's mom spotted the two kissing on the porch and stormed off angrily.
I knew these beggars were going to be a nuisance.
Everyone in school was shocked to see Brianna and Charlie walking into the hallway holding hands, and all anyone could talk about at recess was the brand new couple, and Madison and Elijah were pissed.
I always knew Brianna wasn't really one of us, and she's proved how low class she is.
To think that she had a chance with someone like me, and she chose that gutter rat.
Trash likes garbage.
But later in the hallway, Amber caught up with Charlie and Brianna and gave them a hug.
You guys are so cute together, and I'm so happy for you.
Really? I'm pretty sure I heard you call us trash and garbage.
That's just an act from Maddie. You know how she gets? But I always knew you'd end up together. I have an eighth sense about these things, like an octopus.
Just then, Elijah and Maddie walked into the hallway, and Amber jumped back.
Ew, it hurts my face to look at you two. When I become president one day, I will ban scholarships for poor people in rich schools.
She winked at them as she walked off, and Charlie and Brianna couldn't help laughing. A few days later, Brianna and Charlie were hanging out in their favorite park, and Charlie could see Brianna seemed distracted.
Brianna, don't freak out, but but there's a giant tarantula next to your head.
Yeah, sounds cool. Wait, what did you say?
I was kidding. Where are you lost today?
It's nothing. Well, it's not nothing. Ugh. Here, read this critic's review on the latest Stargirl episodes. It's awful.
You can't be taking this seriously. You don't sound like you have a half a brain, and your acting isn't underwhelming. Come on, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yes, he does. And I know the show isn't the best, but I had to start somewhere, right?
Of course. And people love it.
Except that the show's ratings are tanking, and the next season might be canceled. Maybe Mom was right all along, and I'm just kidding myself with this acting business.
No, you're brave to pursue your dream, and you're lucky you get to do that without worrying about money. Don't give up on it.
Well, there is something I've been thinking about to boost ratings. Don't judge me, okay? I have this doctor who I could pay to make fake medical records and say I have a serious disease. People would feel a lot of sympathy for a young, suffering actress, and it would jump up the views.
It's a reality show, so you'd act like you're sick?
Yeah, just to spice things up. All reality shows do stuff like that.
How much would this cost?
Like $200,000?
Wow, okay, so you'd really just spend so much money on that?
You're judging me, aren't you?
I didn't say anything.
He lay back down and fell quiet, and Brianna looked over at him.
If you had $200,000 right now, what would you do with it?
You know, when I was away some weeks ago, I went back to my hometown to meet an old friend. Well, we've been working on an app together. I think we have a really good idea, so yeah, I'd invest in that.
Then that's what I'll be doing with my $200,000.
What? No, I wasn't asking for money, Brianna. I don't want charity.
It's a loan. You said the app is promising. I'm sure you'll be able to pay me back.
Do you really mean that?
Please, you're saving me from spending it on something stupid. I really mean it. Charlie stared at her, then let out an excited whoop and hugged her as she laughed. A few days later, Charlie walked into the boys' locker room to find the coach and Elijah sitting on a bench looking pale.
Coach, you called me?
Charlie, I know this is a lot to ask, but we have the season's biggest game next week, and Elijah still can't play. He's hurt himself in practice, and we need a captain. It'd be a huge favor to the team. Otherwise, we're out.
Elijah was seething with rage, but Charlie just couldn't turn down the coach.
Of course, sir. I'll see you at practice.
On the day of the match, Charlie played his heart out as team captain, and when he scored the winning goal against the school's biggest rivals, the whole crowd erupted into cheers. He ran over to Brianna in the stands and kissed her in front of everybody. Then his teammates carried him away on their shoulders while he waved the trophy happily. After celebrating with the team, Charlie headed out of school. He was just a couple of blocks away when someone pushed him into an alley. He looked up to see a couple of thugs, and behind them was Elijah.
What are you doing?
No, Charlie, what are you doing? You've really picked the wrong guy to mess with, haven't you?
I'm not messing with you, man. I helped your team because you couldn't play. Now you want to beat me up for that?
I couldn't play because your girlfriend caused my injury, and you're to blame. She rejected me and insulted me because of you.
She rejected you before she even met me, because you're a jerk.
You little weasel. You might be flying high right now, but I've been trying to warn you, you don't belong here. What makes you think Brianna is so different suddenly? How can you be sure she isn't making a fool of you again?
I'm sure. Now back off. I'm the school's hero right now. I don't think you want to mess with me.
Elijah looked ready to punch him, but some kids passed by the alley just then, and he stepped away.
This isn't over.
2 days later, the school was holding its annual spring dance, and Brianna walked into the gym looking for Charlie, who had said he'd meet her there. She saw Maddie, Amber, and Elijah glaring at her from a corner, then turned away to spot Charlie talking to someone.
Hey, there you are. You look good.
She leaned in to kiss him, but he gently pushed her away.
We need to talk. I can't delay it any longer.
Okay, you sound serious. What is it?
Brianna, I'm breaking up with you.
What? Haha, very funny.
Do I look like I'm joking?
Charlie, come on, what are you doing?
I said I'm breaking up with you.
I don't understand. Can we please?
Are you really as dumb as everyone says? I thought you were the smartest of the Barbie angels. Did you really think I was in love with you? No, Brianna, I was just playing your game. When you told me how you were desperately in love with me, I saw it as the perfect chance to take revenge. I decided to make you believe I loved you too, and then dump you publicly just like you girls did.
Brianna stared at him speechlessly as everyone stared at them. Then Charlie walked closer and leaned in.
How does that feel? Being fooled and humiliated. I thought you should experience it. Oh, also one more thing. I won't be returning the $200,000 I borrowed from you. I've spent it already, treating myself to some nice things. I figured it's fair compensation for everything you've put me through.
With that, Charlie left while Brianna stood frozen in her spot. Suddenly, she found Amber by her side.
Come on, let's get out of here.
As they walked out into the hallway, they heard Madison cackling loudly behind them.
Wow, that was epic! I've never respected Charlie more in my life. He really played a number on you, Bree. And Amber, get away from her. She's not your friend anymore.
Brianna didn't respond and continued walking away.
We really broke him, didn't we, Brianna? Turned a perfectly nice guy into a heartless jerk. Now that's a high school project I'll always remember.
Suddenly, Brianna turned around and lunged at her. Madison screamed as she tried to fight Brianna off. A few kids, including Amber, finally managed to pull them apart.
God knows I've been wanting to hit you since the day I met you, and that's a memory I will cherish for years.
Brianna turned away and ran out, breaking out into sobs. Brianna refused to go to school and just stayed in bed for days, feeling completely miserable. One morning, a maid brought her a letter. It was from Charlie. She anxiously ripped it open, and the check she'd given him for $200,000 fell out.
He didn't even use it. He was just teasing me. I really don't get this jerk. He's completely messed me up.
She buried her head in her arms and started to cry, but then she stopped and picked up the check.
I don't care what Charlie thinks of me. I'm going to use this to save my show.
She jumped out of bed, stuffed the check in her bag, and put on her coat. A few days later, Charlie and Grandma were watching the local news on TV when suddenly Brianna's face appeared on the screen with the headline saying, "Young TV star diagnosed with Crohn's disease." Charlie stared in shock, then his face darkened.
Poor girl. That's terrible news. Charlie, I don't know what happened between you two, but I think we should go see her.
She's lying.
What do you mean?
She's not sick, Grandma. This is all an act to get ratings and views for her show.
What? No, she wouldn't do that. Why do you have to assume the worst about people lately?
Because they are the worst. She told me of her plan to do this herself.
Well, she must have some reason. Brianna isn't like that.
Yes, she is. Why do you need to see the good in everyone, Grandma? Least of all these people. They're awful and shallow, and they think people like us are more worthless than the gum stuck to their shoes.
I made a huge mistake convincing you to attend this school. I thought nothing could ever change you, but I was wrong. I hardly recognize you these days, Charlie.
Grandma walked out before Charlie could say another word. A few days later, Brianna was told someone had come to see her downstairs. She made sure she looked pale and walked weakly into the lounge to find Elijah sitting next to her mom.
What are you doing here? Mom, I told you I feel too sick to have visitors.
Brianna, please sit down. This is important.
Brianna, we both know you haven't been very nice to me, but I've always cared about you. It just crushed me the way that poor scumbag humiliated you.
What do you want, Elijah?
Oh, I don't want anything, but I brought you something that will really teach Charlie the lesson he deserves. That day at the spring dance, one of the kids standing close to you made a video.
Elijah handed her his phone, and Brianna stared at it in shock to see Charlie caught on camera saying,
"How does that feel? Being fooled and humiliated. I thought you should experience it. Oh, also one more thing. I won't be returning the $200,000 I borrowed from you. I've spent it already, treating myself to some nice things. I figured it's fair compensation for everything you've put me through."
Brianna, when were you going to tell me about this? If Elijah hadn't shown me this video, I would never have checked your account and known that $200,000 have been withdrawn. How dare he threaten to not return your money?
Oh God, how can I tell Mom that Charlie returned the money? If she asked me where I spent it, I can't tell her I used it to bribe the doctor.
Brianna, answer me. Has he been making any other threats?
No, Mom, he hasn't. Please, I'm just too sick to deal with all this. He'll give it back.
Oh, you bet he will. When I sue him, I'll have my lawyer send him a notice today.
No, I don't want to do that.
Honey, I'm not asking you to be a part of this. You just need to rest. I'll take care of everything. There is no way I'm going to let some good-for-nothing beggar rob us blind.
He's treated you very poorly, Brianna. Don't worry, we'll make him pay.
Brianna got up and left the room, feeling panicked.
When Mom accuses Charlie, he'll rat me out. What if the news gets out and everyone discovers that I faked my illness? My reputation will be ruined for good. Oh God, what have I done?
The next night, Charlie found a courier at his door, handing him over a legal notice to appear in court the next morning. It was served by Brianna's mother, accusing him of stealing $200,000. He crumpled the paper and threw it aside, holding his head in his hands. Moments later, he got up and looked at himself in the mirror.
I gave her back the money, and she used that to bribe the doctor. But of course she didn't tell her mom, and now she's too scared to tell the truth. So her mom thinks I still have the money and I'm some thief. If I said the truth, Brianna's reputation would be ruined. I won't stand a chance against people like them in court. Why should I suffer anymore because of Brianna? I shouldn't even go. But I will, because I'm in love with her.
The next morning in court, Brianna nervously stole glances at Charlie as she sat next to her mom and Elijah. Charlie just sat there blankly, not turning to her once.
Would the plaintiff's lawyer please read out the charges made against the defendant?
The defendant, Mr. Charlie, is accused of the theft of $200,000 from Miss Brianna. We have submitted video evidence where he admits himself that he has no intention to return money given to him as a loan. The defendant is also accused of bullying and harassing Miss Brianna, causing severe emotional and psychological damage. We have submitted documents of Miss Brianna's recent illness triggered by extreme distress.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there any medical evidence to prove that?
Your Honor, I know it's not my place to speak, but as a mother, I simply cannot stay silent. My only child has fallen extremely sick after being harassed by him. Her school, her work, her health, everything has been affected by his actions. Her doctors will vouch for it. And people like Charlie are predators who prey on the feelings of rich young women to get money out of them. He must be made to pay for it.
Brianna's mom burst into tears as she took her place, while Brianna stared at her in shock. She's a better actress than I am.
Would the defendant like to say something in response to that?
Charlie rose from his seat, slowly.
No, Your Honor.
Did you intend to return the $200,000?
No, Your Honor.
And do you believe your actions have caused Miss Brianna psychological and emotional damage?
Yes, Your Honor.
Young man, do you understand that the charges against you are very serious? If you are unable to return the loaned money as well as damages, you could land for 2 years in prison.
Charlie looked up and hung his head.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. Since you have pleaded guilty on all counts, the court gives you a day to arrange $500,000 or face prison.
No, this is enough.
Brianna, what are you doing?
What I should have done before. Your Honor, I want to immediately withdraw this case. There is no case against Charlie. He returned the money, and I spent it on bribing a doctor to say that I'm sick. I did it to increase ratings and views for my stupid show.
Everyone stared at Brianna in shock.
How could you lie to me like this?
Because you've made me feel like I'm a failure as an actress, and I just wanted to fix things on my own. I was feeling down, and I wasn't thinking clearly. It was desperate and stupid, and I would have never told you, but this has gone too far.
Young lady, you will be fined for wasting the court's time.
I understand, Your Honor, and I will pay it, and I am so sorry.
Case dismissed.
The judge walked out of the courtroom, and Brianna held up a hand to her mom.
We'll talk, but not now. Please, just leave me alone, Mom.
Just go. Brianna's mom and Elijah stormed off, and soon it was just Charlie and Brianna in the room, and suddenly Brianna pushed him really hard.
Oh my God, what is your problem?
You! I swear, Charlie, I don't understand you one bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect someone like you to.
If you hate me so much, why were you about to go to freaking jail for me instead of telling the truth?
You answered your question yourself, but I'll give you a few minutes to figure it out. I know you're slow.
What are you saying? You don't hate me?
Charlie just looked at her, and she started to cry.
If you don't hate me, Charlie, then why did you break my heart?
Because I became a monster, Brianna. I just couldn't get over how you girls used me for entertainment. I was just so consumed by anger and revenge. But after I broke up with you, I realized that hurting someone you love is the worst feeling in the world. I just couldn't expose your secrets and make you look bad, and I'm really sorry for how I've treated you.
So am I. I hate the things we've done to each other.
Listen, do you think there's any chance that we can start over? No drama, no games, no lies. Because I really love you, Brianna. I know you're way out of my league. I always knew that. And you could find someone else 10 times richer and handsomer, like you deserve to be with some movie star. But I swear I'll try to be cooler and I won't ever hurt you again. And if you let me out...
How do I get you to stop talking?
I'll even work on that. It's a nervous tic. I'll go to a therapist and...
I have a better idea.
And with that, Brianna leaned in and kissed him. Lots of little kids say they want to be an astronaut when they grow up, but I was one of the only ones who actually did it. Hi everyone, I'm Marisol from Dallas. Please like and subscribe. Okay, so I wasn't technically an astronaut yet, but I was getting close. I've gone to space camp every summer since I was little. While the other kids were doing basic algebra, I was solving complex calculus equations just like the engineers at NASA. My heroes were Valentina Tereshkova and Sally Ride, two of the first women to go to space.
I wanted to follow in her footsteps and inspire other girls one day. My parents thought I was strange for only eating freeze-dried space food, but I didn't care. Maybe I wasn't an astronaut yet, but no one could say I wasn't living the lifestyle. I had to hide the food, though, because my little brother was always chasing our cat around the house and squirting her with space ketchup. Rodrigo, that only works when there's no gravity. My dad didn't approve of my dream to go to space. He wanted me to aim for somewhere more practical, like a courthouse or a hospital. But being a lawyer or a doctor just wasn't my dream. One day at school, I saw some students gathering around the bulletin board. I pushed through to see what they were looking at. It was a flyer for Space Cadet Tryouts? My heart leapt into my throat. This was exactly the opportunity I'd been searching for. The tryouts were this weekend at the Space Center in Houston. Now I just had to convince my dad to let me go.
Absolutely not. It's out of the question.
But Dad, an opportunity like this might only come along once in a lifetime.
You need to focus on your studies.
I have straight A's.
You have chores to do.
So if I get all my chores done before the weekend, you'll let me go? I could tell my dad was trying to think of another reason to say no, but I didn't give him a chance. Thanks, Dad. I mowed the lawn, trimmed the hedges, and vacuumed and scrubbed the floors faster than I ever had before. The house was spotless. But every time I told Dad I was finished, he just gave me a longer list of chores. Oh, so annoying. If he thought I was going to let a little housework stand in my way, he was sorely mistaken. Finally, I'd finished everything. My dad looked up from his newspaper and handed me another piece of paper. Dad, come on. I've done everything you've asked. This is getting ridiculous.
Look at what you're holding.
It was a bus ticket to Houston.
This doesn't mean I approve, but a deal's a deal.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. That Saturday, as the bus approached the Space Center, I watched the launch pad come into view on the horizon. It was incredible. A piece of history right in front of my eyes. And there was Mission Control. Once we got inside, I got into my uniform and glanced around at the other cadets. There were about 100 of us. Most of them were boys. They looked tough, disciplined, almost like soldiers. But I was tough too, in my own way. I made my way towards one of the girls. Hey, is it okay if I sit here? Go for it. I'm Marisol, Jessa. This place is so cool. I can't believe I'm really here. No offense, but I'm not here to make friends. Sorry, I won't bug you anymore. Just then, an intimidating-looking officer approached, and a hushed silence fell on the cadets.
My name is Commander McLean. I'll be your training officer. Out of everyone in this room, only 10 will make the cut for Phase 2 of training. If you fail, you'll be leaving at noon.
That made me a little nervous. It would be so embarrassing if I came all this way just to leave before lunchtime.
Of the 10 who make the cut, only 1 will be chosen for the mission. Here at NASA, we only take the best of the best.
And before I knew it, we were completing an obstacle course. A lot of the cadets had an advantage over me because they were taller and stronger, but I was smarter. I noticed on the climbing wall that the ropes were frayed. Most of the cadets grabbed the ropes to scale the wall, but I used the handholds instead. While I climbed, I glanced back to see the ropes break, and a bunch of cadets crashed to the mat below. A boy was climbing right beside me, and he winked at me. Who did he think he was? If he thought that was going to distract me, he was wrong. I hit the ground running. The other cadets were coming up fast. Whoa, Jessa was way ahead of the rest of us. I pushed myself as hard as I could, and I finished right behind her.
Congratulations. You just made it to Phase 2.
I stopped myself from jumping and cheering loudly, but on the inside, I was throwing a party. I glanced around to check out who else made it to Phase 2. Some really tall and athletic cadets were still here, which wasn't surprising, and the boy who had winked at me. I was so excited and really wanted to chat with Jessa, or someone anyway. Here I was, in a room with 9 other people who shared my passion for space exploration. But maybe Jessa was right. They were my competitors, and I needed to be serious if I was going to be the top performer. Forget about everyone else and just focus on training Marisol. After lunch, the same boy winked at me again. I could feel myself blushing, but I was annoyed. I'm not here to make friends.
Okay.
Our next training exercises made the obstacle course look like a piece of cake. We had to master all kinds of skills, like working the life support systems, orbital mechanics, and space medicine. Thankfully, all my time practicing calculus equations gave me a huge leg up here. The next exercise was the one I'd been most excited to try: zero gravity training. We floated around the chamber like it was a sea without water. It was amazing.
Be aware, your bodies are not yet used to the effects of zero-G. Most of you will get space motion sickness.
Sure enough, when I looked over at the boy who'd winked at me, his face turned green and he threw up. I didn't mean to, but it made me laugh. I caught the boy's eye and he grinned at me. Jessa was floating around like this was just another walk in the park to her. She was the only one who didn't get sick. During our next break, I decided to explore the Starship Gallery. There were a bunch of spacecraft and even a real moon rock on display. I thought I was alone, but then I noticed the boy checking out the lunar module.
It's incredible, isn't it? I'm Nick.
It really is. I'm Marisol.
It's so wild to actually be here. I've been dreaming of this since I was 2. My bedroom is covered in planets and stars and model rockets. I'm embarrassing myself, aren't I?
Your room sounds a lot like mine. I've been obsessed with space ever since my dad brought me my first telescope when I was little. I think he regrets it because all he talks about now is me becoming a lawyer or a doctor.
He probably worries about you. This is a dangerous job.
It's not that. He doesn't believe it's a realistic dream.
Not for most people, maybe. But he didn't see how impressive you were in training earlier.
It's nice to talk to someone who cares about space like I do. I felt Nick's fingertips touch mine. It gave me butterflies. Surrounded by all the spacecraft, in the dark with the little starlights on the wall, it was almost like we were really in space. Nick leaned in to kiss me, but at the last second I turned my head. I'm sorry. I really do want to, but I can't. This is my dream. I can't afford to get distracted.
No, I totally get it.
I was glad he took it so well. He really did seem like a great guy. Under different circumstances, I would have kissed him in a heartbeat. But this wasn't the time or place.
You know this means I'm gonna do my best to beat you, right?
I'd expect nothing less. Our break was over. Now it was time for something super cool. The space flight simulator. It was awesome at first. It was so realistic that it was easy to forget we were on the ground. But then an emergency alarm started to beep. Mission Control, we have a problem.
There was an explosion in the service module. It ruptured oxygen tank number 2.
I redirected power to our primary oxygen tank, but then a second alarm started beeping. Red lights were flashing everywhere.
There's a line ruptured in your primary oxygen tank. You're losing oxygen fast.
I did my best not to panic. My hands were shaking. Wow, this was intense. All the cadets were scrambling to figure out how to solve the problem.
Remember, only one of you will be chosen for the mission, but this is a group exercise. If you can't work together as a team, you won't survive.
Jessa and I locked eyes. Marisol, can you calculate how much oxygen we have left? On it. Nick, I need you to shut down all non-critical systems to conserve energy.
Copy that.
At our current rate, we'll run out of oxygen in 10 hours. That's not enough time to complete our mission. I'm going to try and bring us in for an emergency landing. All of us got to work, nervous and sweating, but we were in sync. It's too rocky. There's no safe place to land. You got this, Jessa. We believe in you. Even though it was just a simulator, I had to admit it was scary. What if this happened on a real mission? That's what you're preparing for, Marisol. So if it does, you'll be ready. Suddenly, the emergency signals were silent. We all looked around at each other, breathless.
Congratulations, cadets. You've just successfully executed an emergency landing.
All of us cheered. I even gave Nick a hug. We really pulled together and overcame the odds. It made me stop seeing the other cadets as my competition. They were good people who wanted the same thing I did. And when one of us succeeded, we all did. Later, I was hanging out in the observation area overlooking the launch pad. The sun was setting outside, and it cast a beautiful glow on the shuttle. Mind if I join you? Of course not. I'm sorry if I was rude earlier. The truth is, I was afraid if I opened up, it would make me vulnerable. And it's already hard enough, especially for girls. I know what you mean. You really had my back in the simulator. We're a team. When one of us succeeds, we all do.
Friends?
Friends. You know, I think you have a really good chance of being chosen.
Really? But you're like the best pilot here. I can't do math like you can.
Let's make a pact. No matter which of us wins, or if neither of us do, we'll still support each other. Deal. The next morning, it was time for the announcement. We gathered around and waited for Commander McLean. I think everyone was too nervous to chat. Finally, the commander approached.
All of you did good work here. I want everyone to walk out those doors with their heads held high. But as I said, there can only be one.
I tried so hard to keep it together, but I was dying to know who was chosen.
Cadet Jessa, congratulations. You're our top performer, and you'll be joining our crew for our next mission.
I felt all the wind go out of my sails. Don't get me wrong, I was happy for Jessa, but I'd wanted this all my life. I'd gotten so close, and now it was out of reach. Still, I told Jessa I'd support her, and I meant it. I gave her a big hug, and we promised to keep in touch. Nick and I exchanged numbers too. When I got home, I looked around my room. Maybe it was time to grow up. I took down my space stuff and put it in a box. Then I decided to take one last look through my telescope. Orion and the Big Dipper were shimmering in the sky. It was so hard to say goodbye.
What are you doing?
You were right. I should find something more realistic. Please, don't say I told you so.
Oh, Marisol, I wasn't right. You were.
What?
Maybe being an astronaut isn't the most realistic goal, but that doesn't mean it's not achievable. This world needs dreamers. If anyone can make it happen, it's you.
From that moment on, I never doubted my path again. I was going to give it my all, no matter what the odds were. And maybe, just maybe, one day I would inspire a little kid, just like my heroes inspired me. Hi, I'm Alvita from Jamaica. Please like and subscribe. My parents were the most successful members of their family. Dad was a lawyer and Mom was a doctor, and they always worked really hard and bought their dream mansion in a posh neighborhood. And then they were blessed with me. Whenever their family and friends met me, they were dazzled by my shiny dark hair and big green eyes.
Wow, you guys are so lucky to be blessed with this beauty. Alvita will definitely be a model one day.
As I got older, modeling never interested me much, but I did love talking. Whenever my cousin Maya came over to visit, we loved playing newscasters.
In today's news, it looks like there's going to be a heavy thunderstorm. Don't forget to take your umbrellas, people. And thank you for watching Maya and Alvita News Time.
Maya was the same age as me, and we were pretty close. But in the 4th grade, my parents hired a casting agent for me. And soon, I got a presenter's role for a kids' TV show. Things changed in my life after that, and I didn't have much time for Maya when she came by.
You want to go roller skating today?
Oh, Maya, I have to go through my script for tomorrow's show, plus homework.
I know, you're very busy.
Soon after, I became more famous and her family grew richer, which was great. But I couldn't help noticing that people around us started acting so fake. Once in 8th grade, Maya's mom threw her a party, and when I got there, she made a huge fuss over me.
Oh, Alvita, darling, thank you for coming. I know how busy you celebrities are. By the way, you looked gorgeous in this week's show.
Thank you, Auntie. This is for Maya.
Oh, you brought a present. You didn't have to. Your presence is a gift for us. Maya, Alvita got you a present. Come thank her.
Oh, Alvita, thank you so much. Whenever Maya hugged me now, I always had this feeling like she was rolling her eyes. Aunt insisted that Maya open my present right away, and they both looked disappointed at the watch inside. It's very nice. Thanks.
I don't know why I was expecting a gold bracelet. You know, like the one your mother gave you on your birthday. But the watch is nice, too. Could I have the receipt, darling, in case I need to exchange it?
Why would you need to do that?
Oh, just in case it doesn't fit Maya.
We went to the same school and we were in the same class. Once in 9th grade, we had a fun fair in school and we bought raffle tickets. And I won a prize. It was a huge package with really fancy chocolates from Switzerland. How come you're always so lucky, Alvy? I don't know. It just happens. We'll share the chocolate at recess, okay? But at recess, the entire class crowded around me. Apparently, Maya had told everyone that I was sharing the chocolates with the whole class. And now I had no choice. Maya, why did you do that?
Oh, come on. It's not like you don't have the money to buy dozens of these packages.
Yeah, but this was my prize, and I get to choose who I share it with, no? But Maya tried every way to sponge off of me and make other kids do it too. Sometimes I wished we weren't related so I could just ignore her. I felt more comfortable when I was in the studio with people like me. I loved performing and I loved Chris, my boyfriend. He took care of all the sound and background music for the show. Every day after shooting, we'd hang out together and he always found a way to make my day with some thoughtful gift. He was the sweetest. Then one day in 11th grade, the show decided to add another presenter to join me on the show. It was a guy named Mason, and he was gorgeous. I had to show him how everything worked around here, which was a bit difficult because Chris kept popping up. So normally when we face the camera, we stand like this.
Hey, I brought you some coffee.
Oh, I just had some a minute ago. Sorry, babe.
It's okay. You know what? I can help you mark the floor so Mason knows where to stand. It's easier this way.
Chris pushed us apart and started marking the floor with chalk. But Chris, this position will be very difficult for the cameraman. He's too far away from me.
Don't worry about that. They'll manage. I'm Mason. And you are? Oh, I'm Chris. I work here too. I'm Alvida's boyfriend. We love each other a lot.
Chris just turned into an insecure maniac after Mason joined us, even though Mason showed no signs of liking me. But we had to spend a lot of time rehearsing lines together, which seemed to really bother Chris. One time we were about to go on air when suddenly Chris walked onto the set wearing a ridiculous heart costume and playing the violin. He then bent down on one knee and proposed.
Marry me, Alvida.
Chris, I'm still a teenager. You can't be serious.
Yes, I am. You just have to say yes now. We can get married later.
No, can you please stop this? You're really embarrassing me. Chris stormed off and he didn't speak to me for 2 days. But soon after, I decided to talk to him. And when I went to his office, he was trying on a blonde wig. Chris, what are you doing?
Just checking if blonde hair will suit me.
Is it because Mason is blonde?
No, not everything is about him.
Chris, I love you because you're sweet and kind, and I won't stop loving you just because there's a new guy on the block. You have to trust me, okay? After our talk, Chris felt a little better, and he started relaxing. When I got home that day, Maya was there, looking like an ostrich egg about to pop. Oh, Alvida, I've been waiting for you.
Why? Is something wrong?
Yes, I'm in trouble, girl. I watched your show, and I immediately fell in love with your co-host. Please introduce me, please, please, please. I can't do that. It's against studio policy for me to introduce desperate fans to our cast. But I'm your cousin, not some weirdo stalker. Come on, Alvida, please. Can't you do this little thing for me? Alvida wouldn't stop begging, so the next day after school, I took her to the studio. And she was so embarrassing. She was flirting with everyone, even the director. Everyone in school says I'm so beautiful and that I belong in front of a camera. What do you think? Maya, can I speak to you, please? Not now, Alvida. But I grabbed her arm and pulled her aside. Can you please behave? The people here are very busy and you're just making a fool out of yourself. Your director was about to give me a role in the show, but I guess you just want all the fame to yourself. She walked off and sat down on the director's chair, and during the live show, she screamed, "Cut!" Everyone in the room panicked, and bodyguards took Maya out. I managed to improvise so the audience wouldn't notice anything was wrong. After the show, Mason caught up with me.
Your cousin played a real number on us today.
Yeah, I'm so sorry about that.
Don't be. You did really well to cover up. You're actually quite good.
As we walked outside together, Maya suddenly came running towards us. Seriously? Your bosses are jerks, Alvida. I've been freezing outside. Hi, Mason. I'm Maya. I'm Alvida's cousin, but everyone says we look like twins. Maya couldn't stop talking, and just then Chris came out.
What are you guys up to?
Oh, Chris. Mason just asked me out on a date.
Wait, I did? Really? That's amazing. Why don't we all get dinner now? We can make it a double date.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Why, babe?
Come on, it'll be so much fun. I felt bad for Mason, who was too polite to turn down Maya. We went to a nearby pizza joint I visited all the time, and Maya excused herself for the bathroom. But she came back just in time for our food, and moments after I took my first bite, I started choking.
Alvida, what's wrong?
Something in the pizza. My face was blowing up like a balloon, and Chris quickly called the ambulance. There was red pepper in the pizza, and everyone in that pizza joint knew I was allergic to it. My parents threatened to sue the chefs, but they insisted that they hadn't used any pepper. Meanwhile, the doctor advised me to take 2 weeks off from work while my swelling went down. So Mason took care of the show on his own. I felt really upset, and when Maya came to see me, I lashed out at her. You know what, Maya? Just drop the act already. I'm tired of you pretending to care about me when you actually hate me. What are you talking about? Why did you take so long in the bathroom during dinner? How do I know you didn't leave the table to put pepper on the pizza? You really think I'd do something like that? Yes, you've been jealous of me ever since I got the presenter role. But I would never hurt you. Maya left my room crying, but I was too mad to care. I was convinced she'd tried to harm me. While I was at home recovering, Chris visited me every day. This one time he came with candles and Chinese food and set up the table, and it was so romantic. Aw, Chris, you didn't have to do all this.
You mean the world to me, and I would do anything for you.
He turned on the music, and as we slow danced, Maya came barging in. Elvita, I have to tell you something. I don't want to see you or talk to you ever again, Maya. Please, hear me out.
Hey, we're having a romantic moment here, so please, get out.
But Maya glared at Chris and just switched off the music. Elvita, you have to see this. There aren't any security cameras in the kitchen, but there is one in the restaurant's back alley. I tracked this video down from the city police's office. The video on Maya's phone showed a customer entering the kitchen from the back. Chris, why does this person have the same jacket as you?
I don't know. And what are you saying? I was with you the whole time.
Yeah, but I also remember you had a phone call and you went outside. Chris's expression changed, and suddenly he knocked over our table and the candles, and food landed on the floor. A rug caught on fire, and Maya rushed to throw a blanket over it. Chris, it was you! Oh my gosh!
You were getting so close to Mason, so I had to do something. Aren't things so much better between us since you've been away from the show? You just needed to see how much I love you, Elvita.
No! You made me so sick you could have killed me. That's not love.
Well, if I can't have you, then no one can.
But before Chris could do more damage, we heard police sirens. Too late. I already called the police. Chris tried to run out, but the police caught him and he was taken away. Maya, I owe you an apology. Maybe you were right, Elvita. Sometimes I have been jealous of you, but I swear I'd never hurt you. I know, and you have every reason to hate me. I don't hate you, but do you really have something going on with Mason? No, and there never will be. I know you like him. A few days after, I went back to school and my job, but a lot of things had changed in such a short period. Mason was now showing me what to do.
The director really likes all my ideas. We've decided that now you only need to come in to introduce the next program.
But that's just 10 seconds on the screen.
Yeah, but that's what the show wants.
I was so disappointed, but I went with the flow. One day after the show, I was leaving when Mason caught up with me and took my hand. Mason, what are you doing?
I see the way you look at me, and I think I like you too.
What? Are you... Elvita, what are you doing? I turned around to see Maya behind us, and Mason was still holding my hand. Maya, this is not what you think. But Maya ran off angrily, and I stomped hard on Mason's foot and went after her. Maya, there's nothing going on between us. Yeah, right. So you were just holding his hand because it's part of the show? No, he took my hand and just save it, Elvita. She refused to talk to me for days and ignored me in school too. And I just hated being on the show with Mason. So one day at the studio, I made a big live announcement. Hey guys, today is my last day on the show, but you'll definitely see me on screen again. Maybe with my talented cousin Maya, who was my first co-host. See you around, folks. The director was furious with me, but I didn't care. If he wanted Mason to run the show, he was welcome to have him. I was out. Later that evening, Maya came by. Hey, you want to play newscaster? We're too old to play it now, but we'll be doing it for real. Did you really mean that? I just got a call from my producer who wants to help me with my own show. She says my ratings are much higher than Mason's. And yeah, you'll be my partner. It'll be the Maya and Elvita show. Wow, this is a dream come true. Thank you, Elvita. And I'm sorry I jumped to conclusions about you and Mason. It's okay. I forgive you. I did the same thing too once before. And if you really want to see Mason, you can ask him out. Although, I think he's a jerk. I think I trust you on that one. I learned that you must never let jealousy and misunderstandings get in the way of your most important relationships. It's better to get the whole story before jumping to conclusions. Hi guys, I'm Lucy. Like and subscribe to hear my crazy story. Growing up, I had a happy life, and I basically had it all. Only one thing was missing: siblings. And since my parents were always busy, I felt lonely. So I came up with new ideas every time. Once when I was 4, I asked my driver to push my life-sized doll in a stroller to my dad's office.
Oh no, she pooped. Dad, can you please change my baby sister's diaper?
Oh, honey, I can't do.
Remember when you cleaned my bum in the middle of the forest? with a leaf?
My dad looked horrified.
You've got this.
You can imagine my dad's embarrassment in the middle of the meeting. When I turned 8, I'd grab the neighbor's kids and beg my parents to bring them home, but they weren't convinced. So I did everything to let them stay with me as long as I could. Until, stop trying to kidnap my kid. Put down that Prada bag filled with jelly beans and get your butt home now. As they left, I started bawling, and my parents had enough embarrassment. So the next month, they adopted 6-year-old Harrison from foster care. I was ecstatic.
Welcome to your new house.
Whoa, it's so big. Is it an orphanage?
He was so cute, but he didn't play with the toys our parents bought for him. Instead, he picked up the cans from the bin and played with those. He also kept wearing the same clothes until they got worn out. My heart just swelled. So I stepped up and decided everything for him since then. But outside the house, his innocence quickly made him a target for bullies. Like in primary school, this one kid, Finn, kept picking on him. Once, when he made Harrison wipe up his shoes dipped in dog poop, hey, gross! I went full demon mode on this kid and sent him packing. But the teacher caught me giving him a black eye.
Lucy Godot Raffaelli, my office now.
I was in deep trouble, and I got detention for 3 weeks, and Mom had me doing chores for twice as long. But it was all worth it. Finn never messed with Harrison again. But when Harrison turned 12, he bought ponies for all the pretty girls to get their attention.
This one's for you. Her name is Chestnut, and she loves carrot-flavored ice cream.
Gosh, oh my gosh, thank you! As a responsible sister, I'd have to go around to all those girls' houses later to fix the damage. Chestnut's coming back with me. Hey, is that scarf cashmere? Give that to me. Stay away from Harrison, understood? I was genuinely worried that if a girl bats her eyelids at him, he'd buy her Prada bags and skirts from Miu Miu. In high school, the stakes got higher. There were more bullies who'd trick him, but the biggest threat was the hotties trying to charm him. Thankfully, my boyfriend Justin was 100% genuine. He was handsome and the best basketball player. Harrison is totally gonna get his butt whooped.
And you're going to follow him around with the baseball bat beating up anyone who tries?
I wish, but I have my own stuff going on too. But maybe if you could...
Nuh-uh, no way. You can hire someone like Nathan. It's not like you don't have the cash for it. I was kidding, Lucy.
I sprinted off looking for Nathan. Oh, meet Nathan, the editor of our school paper. He's your typical dork, but don't underestimate him. This guy knows his work best. I remember in middle school, someone was smearing boogers on all the walls, and it turned out it was our cruelest teacher, Mr. Wobblebottom, and Nathan caught him in the act.
Say cheese!
So that meant if I wanted the inside scoop on any girls digging their claws into Harrison, he was the guy to ask. But when I went to the school newspaper office to find him, I didn't see him. I saw this muscled blonde guy with a nose piercing. Then I realized that it was Nathan. Wow, talk about a glow up. Puberty did him wonders.
If it isn't the queen bee, what are you doing here?
I wanted you to keep me updated on any girls getting close to Harrison, and I'm willing to pay anything. I slid an envelope bursting with cash across the table. But Nathan just laughed.
An info for an info. Tell me more about Justin.
Justin? Why?
Guys want to be him, girls want to be with him, so you feed me the info on his lifestyle, and I'll help spy on your little brother. Deal?
Ugh, I wanted to smack Nathan so bad, but now I'm stuck. Spilling the tea about Justin isn't a big deal, and it might even get him more fans. For the next month, I got the inside track on any girls who had their eyes on Harrison and shut him down early. And all I had to do was listen to Justin a bit more when he started gushing about his new protein powder or whatever. But things got messy when the first article on Justin came out.
Gains come my ways.
He stopped me at my locker and shoved his phone in my face.
Do you know anything about this?
Your special no-carb meal plan?
In the school paper. How'd they find out about that? I eat my lunch in the gym storeroom just to keep it a secret. Only 2 people know about it. My trainer and you.
Don't get so worked up. It's just a diet.
Meal plan. This is what determines if you're Olympic level or a local league scrub. You just don't get it. You never did.
He stormed off, and before I could say anything, out of nowhere, Nathan peeked from behind.
Don't worry about it. I heard something else that's going to blow your mind.
He told me that Harrison and this girl, Natalie, have been secretly meeting up after school.
And just today, she got a new iPhone.
Okay, what's the big deal? Nathan said Natalie was on a scholarship, and there was no way she could afford the latest iPhone. That leech!
This would be a huge scoop if we can prove that she's using Harrison
for his money. Oh, she definitely is.
And since you're Harrison's sister, I thought you could get in close and help me expose Natalie.
Deal. The first step was was to figure out just what Natalie had been scamming my brother out of. Nathan got Natalie's locker code, so I snuck into the locker room during my free period and took a look inside. Books, gym clothes, stationery, nothing I could pin on her. On the back of the locker door was a picture of her and Harrison with a big love heart drawn around it. Blech! And then, what really stood out was a folder called Operation Moolah. Bang! Just then, the door slammed shut in my face. It was Natalie. Find anything you like, thief? Funny you say that, when you're the one who's been eyeing up my brother's wallet. Oh yeah? And what did I take from him? And then, as I looked at her hand on the locker door, I saw Natalie was wearing a glittering diamond ring. Ah! Get off me! How'd you get this then? Dumpster diving? The crowd started murmuring, and I waited to see Natalie crumble, but she didn't. She looked more confident than ever. Harrison did give it to me as a promise ring. He gave this to me because he wants to go steady from now on. And before I could react, a couple of girls squealed, running out of the crowd to cheer for Natalie. Ugh. I went back to Nathan to tell him what happened.
Not gonna lie, this is still great stuff for me.
Not helping, Nathan. I need a new way to expose Natalie. Just then, he pulled out a drawer filled with cables, microphones, and cameras. How do you have all these?
My friends lent it to me in exchange for information.
So this was how he got his info for the gossip column. Over the next week, we tried to follow Natalie wherever possible, but she wouldn't let us get close at all. Until one day, we saw her and her friends go to a primary school's playground. We brought a long-distance microphone with us. He helped me with setting it up. Huh, I can really hear them.
Wow, what's that?
I threw the headphones off before my eardrums burst. Some snotty kid was yelling right into the microphone. Go away from here. It's not cotton candy. I immediately realized my mistake. The kid started bawling his eyes out. Natalie and her friends whipped around at the voice, and they started walking towards us. Oh God, what should I do? They kept walking closer to us, so I pulled Nathan close and kissed him. I can't have her thinking I'm following her, can I?
Ugh, get a room.
I pulled away from Nathan, startled. Just then, Natalie and her friends turned around and walked away.
Wow, that was great.
Not another word. I was bewildered as I was still with Justin. So when I got home, I texted and called Justin, but he didn't respond or return any of my calls.
But it's not like I wanted it. I just did it to show Natalie that we have better things to do than stalk her.
I hesitantly shoved the feelings away and moved on to the next plan. Harrison was taking Natalie on a date to a street festival. Nathan had an interview with some of the staff there and scored us a mascot costume. Unfortunately, they only had one spare, a Chinese dragon made for 2 people. I called dibs on the front because, let's be real, I didn't want to be stuck staring at his butt all the time. We followed them around for 2 hours, but the most he bought her was some cotton candy and a hot dog. What a waste of time. This is pointless. She's not going to scam him with so many people around.
Come on, another hour. She's about to crack. Look, they're sneaking behind the fire breather stage.
We sidled up next to the stage, and I peered my giant dragon head slowly around the corner. Oh my God, no!
What? What's happening?
I think they're going to...
Well, duh. They are dating.
Ew, I won't watch.
You have to. She'll give him a big smooch, then ask him to buy her something. I'm sure.
I looked again, but Harrison and Natalie were staring at each other with stars in their eyes. I thought I might throw up. Harrison put his hands on Natalie's waist and pulled her in closer. It was too much. I jumped back suddenly, tripping over Nathan.
Watch it.
And just then, we crashed into the fire breather's tent pole, knocking down his backdrop. The whole thing came down just as he spit out a huge plume of flame.
Get up. We need to get out of here.
Ah, get it off! I threw the costume off and realized things weren't quite as crazy as I thought. There was a small stage fire, but it was quickly put out with nearby fire extinguishers. The only people panicking were us, and everyone had noticed.
Lucy, what are you doing here?
See? I told you. They've been following me around everywhere. No, we were just here enjoying the festival.
You and that gossipy writer Nathan from the paper?
I have other friends too.
I hope you're not counting me as one of them.
What?
I'm your brother, but I don't think I can be your friend anymore. You don't even trust me.
Trust? You shouldn't have trusted her. Ask her about Operation Moolah.
OMG! That was about those rich kids I used to tutor. I told Harrison about this already.
Harrison looked so betrayed. He stormed off, taking Natalie with him, and she dared to shoot a smug smile my way. She'd won.
Don't worry about it, Lucy. Once Harrison sees the evidence, he'll understand why.
Stop it. It's over. I felt terrible. I ran away and found myself in the corner shop at school where Harrison and I used to go as kids. His face would light up when I bought him gummy worms, like they were the most precious thing in the world. I couldn't help it. I started crying.
I've never seen you break a sweat before.
Justin was towering over me in his basketball clothes. Just when I thought this day couldn't get any worse.
What's going on?
Harrison hates me. He thinks I'm overprotective.
I mean, You are, though?
Not see, I'm upset.
I meant it in a nice way. You'd do anything for your brother. Even sell out my secret meal plan.
You knew?
I figured it out later, and that's when I realized you haven't got room in your heart for another guy at the moment. Not while you're still looking out for Harrison.
I thought you'd be angrier. I'm so sorry. I'm a terrible person.
Not at all. I knew you had to have a good reason. You're a good person. But it's not possible for us to move ahead.
Justin pulled his bag over his shoulder and started to walk away.
You know, if you had more faith in Natalie too, you'd probably find something worth looking for.
And with that, he was gone. But he'd given me an idea. I headed across town to the one place I'd find out who Natalie really was. Her house. Natalie's mom opened the door and invited me in. The place was falling apart. We got to chatting about Natalie's home life. And then I realized how wrong I was about Natalie. I left calling Nathan. Hello? Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry. I need you to do something for me. Consider it a payment for staring at my butt all day. I'll text you through the deets later. Gotta go. I rushed home and started planning the event. It took a couple of weeks to get everything together, and Harrison was giving me the cold shoulder and was dead silent at family dinners during that time. It'll all be worth it. I gathered everyone in the front yard of Natalie's house, including Natalie's mom and Nathan. And when I saw Natalie and Harrison coming around, hit the cannons! Confetti drifted through the air as hundreds of people started cheering and waving. What's all this? When I visited the other week, your mom told me everything about your dirtbag dad walking out on you and taking everything you had and then leaving you in this place. No offense, but it's held together with crazy glue. So I wanted to do something for you, and I put together a fundraiser, with your mom's permission, of course. I don't understand. They're buying us a new house. Natalie was speechless. The first time I had ever seen her without the smug, all-knowing smile on her face.
Who are all these people? I put the word out on my network about Natalie's situation. Everyone was more than happy to pitch in. I didn't even have to blackmail anyone this time.
I elbowed Nathan in the gut. Not a time. So, Natalie, I want to apologize. Natalie's eyes started to well up, and she ran around the back of the house. Harrison followed right after her, and I couldn't help but see if everything was okay. I found them sitting on the rusty swing set, Harrison comforting Natalie. Hey, I'm sorry if I stuck my nose where it wasn't wanted. No, not at all. I really appreciate it. It's just, I don't deserve it. The truth is, when I first started seeing Harrison, I knew you were rich, like mega rich, and I thought if I got close to you, maybe I'd get some of the things I knew Mom could never afford for me, like that phone. And the ring? No, Harrison just got that for me, and I wanted to wear it and feel rich for once, to not be looked down on because I don't have as much money as everyone else. Actually, that's something Harrison and I bonded over. He got picked on for having so much money, and me for not having enough.
I thought we had something deeper than that.
We do. Once I saw how amazing you were, I felt guilty, and I couldn't possibly think of asking for money, gifts, or anything. I just wanted you, your big, innocent eyes and your charming smile. Harrison and Natalie locked eyes, and maybe I should have seen it sooner, but they really did like each other. Harrison, I'm sorry I didn't trust you.
You just need to let me make my own mistakes sometimes and meet new people. You don't have to worry. I only have one sister, and that's special, no matter what.
Harrison gave me a big hug. I didn't want to let him go again.
Not so tight from now on, okay?
I'll try. I let go.
Room for one more?
Not now, Nathan.
Aw, come on. I got all these people here.
Oh gosh, I need to go thank everyone. Natalie and Harrison ran off, leaving Nathan and I on the swing set together.
You know, this fluff piece stuff never sells nearly as well as juicy gossip. How do you plan to make it up to me?
Well, maybe we can make some juicy gossip of our own. I put my hand on Nathan's, and he blushed. For once, his cool guy attitude had cracked, and I thought, maybe I have another innocent guy to look after from now on. Hi there, I'm Ellie, and I've got a story that'll make you laugh, cry, maybe even question your own sanity. But hey, don't we all need that from time to time? So like and subscribe and strap in, because this roller coaster is about to take off. You see, I was born with a slight anger problem, the kind that made me want to karate chop a stuffed animal when I was just 5. Yep, I had anger issues. On a sunny day at the park, 5-year-old me just wanted to have fun on the swings and slides, but things took a different turn.
I'm gonna slide like a penguin. Move it. I'm going first. Hey, no cutting. That's not nice.
Do I look like I care? The bully pushed past me, smirking. Feeling furious, I climbed the ladder fast with my juice box in hand.
You'll be sorry, mister.
I squeezed the box hard, squirting juice straight into the bully's eyes. Then I slapped him and pushed him down the slide, and his nose started bleeding. He started crying like a baby, and his dad came running over.
What is wrong with you? Behaving like a monster? You should be ashamed of yourself.
I picked up a pebble and threw it at him, but it missed him by an inch.
Don't tell me how to feel. You should be thanking me for teaching your awful kid a lesson.
I threw another pebble at him and then ran away. Mom and Dad yelled at me all the way back home. I cried and said sorry. Then I jumped onto my parents and smothered them with kisses till they forgave me. Yeah, I think I'm a kind person in general. I mean, as long as I'm not angry. Fast forward to first grade, and there I was, little Ellie, eager to make friends at school. One day during recess, I spotted a group of girls playing hopscotch, and I approached them.
Hey you, I think we should be friends. No thanks, I already have friends.
Well, that didn't go as planned. But I wasn't giving up so easily.
Oh yeah? Well, you haven't met a friend like me.
I started shouting and spinning with my arms spread out like a wild little windmill. I even threw my sandwich on the ground.
I'm fun, I'm cool, and I'll bring snacks to share. So why wouldn't you want to be my friend? Say yes, or you'll regret it. Say it.
The girl hesitated, then let out a sigh.
Okay, fine, I'll be your friend. Please, just stop yelling at me.
And just like that, I made a new friend. Her name was Lucy, and she was the best. 2 years later in third grade, my family told me one day that we had to move for Dad's job. Scared of losing Lucy, I got really angry.
I won't leave Lucy. She's my best friend, and I'm not going anywhere.
I protested by staying in our backyard treehouse, and I refused to come down till my parents changed their mind. We know you're upset, but we have to think about what's good for the family. But when I didn't budge, my parents caved after a few days. I was so happy, I finally climbed down from the treehouse. And I learned that standing up for what matters can make a difference, and that my anger was the best thing I had. It gave me whatever I wanted. What I didn't realize back then, though, was that Lucy eventually figured she could take advantage of my anger issues to get her way, too. If she wanted something from someone, she'd come up with a sneaky plan to get me all riled up against that person. Yeah, it always made me the bad guy fighting and bullying people, while Lucy looked like she was the nice, calm friend of a monster. But no one got seriously harmed. As we entered middle school, though, Lucy started doing it more frequently and for bigger things, and I began getting into serious trouble. Like one day, Lucy came to me saying that Mrs. Thompson had called her into her office and said she was giving her a C- on her project.
You know what else she said? She told me that I should get myself a better friend because you're distracting me with all your fights and affecting my grades while you get good grades yourself. She even said that you hang out with me just so you can feel better than me. Can you imagine?
What? That's not true.
Of course I know that. Listen, in today's lesson, I'm gonna confront her about this psychological manipulation. And if she sneezes a lot, it means she's nervous that I've told you everything she said. You know all the teachers fear you,
but Mrs. Thompson is always sneezing because of her allergies.
Yes, but sneezing a lot means she's nervous and she's hiding something. She told us that once, but I guess you forgot.
Lucky you have me to remind you. When it was Mrs. Thompson's class, Lucy gifted her a red nose, and seconds later when she confronted her about the manipulation, Mrs. Thompson started sneezing like crazy, and I felt furious.
How could you? I thought you were a nice teacher, but you're just like the rest.
And with that, I pushed her hard. She fell down and screamed in pain. While everyone's attention was focused on me, Lucy sneaked into Mrs. Thompson's laptop and changed her own grade on the project. Mrs. Thompson broke her arm, and I got suspended for 3 weeks. My parents were furious with me and insisted that I tell them exactly what happened. When I did, Mom said that Lucy was the manipulative witch here. I yelled at her and didn't talk to her for days. How could she say that about my BFF? Days later, I visited Lucy, and her mom opened the door and looked at me like I was some cockroach. Ugh, you again. What do you want? I heard what happened with Mrs. Thompson. Why can't you be a normal human being? Poor Lucy, she almost failed her project because of you. What? Yeah, you're crazy and you're affecting my child. She'll end up failing all her classes because of you.
Why does everyone keep saying that?
Because it's true.
Hey, listen, you silly woman.
I was about to scream at her when Lucy showed up and pulled me inside her bedroom.
Please, Ellie, you can't talk to Mom like that no matter what she says. But I'm a good friend and I forgive you. Now calm down, girl, and take the Snickers bar. I know it's your favorite candy.
Lucy had clearly been spreading lies about me, but I was too blind to see it back then. And when I returned to school, things were a bit different. A new girl, Isabella, had joined our class. She was rich, pretty, and quickly became popular. Lucy seemed annoyed by her existence, but she seems like a cool girl to me. Till one day, Lucy and I saw Isabella walking out of the bathroom, and I noticed a marker in her hand. Lucy went in to use the bathroom as I waited in the hallway, but moments later, she came out, dragging me back into the bathroom with her.
OMG, you gotta see this. You won't believe what Isabella wrote about you on the door. It's totally her handwriting. I'm so done with this annoying psycho Ellie. She's always bullying everyone. I want a peaceful, calm school that I can brag about to my rich friends. I offer $1,000 to anyone who can get rid of her. DM me on this Instagram account if you're interested. What a stupid, ugly witch. Furious, I stormed over to Isabella. How dare you write that about me on the bathroom door? I saw you with that marker, so don't you dare lie to me. Ellie, seriously? I had a marker, but I was working on an art project. I didn't write anything about you. Oh, yeah? Well, Lucy seems to think it's in your handwriting, and Lucy said that? Okay, you should stop listening to that friend of yours. She's just using you like a puppet. Can't you see it? For some reason, Isabella's words struck a chord with me, like she just said something out loud that I kinda already knew. But I quickly brushed my thoughts away. You don't know anything. Just leave me alone. But Isabella didn't leave me alone. She'd always make an effort to talk to me and waved at me with a smile. I started warming up to her, and we got closer. But that drove Lucy crazy. One day during lunch, I was sitting with Isabella, laughing and chatting, when Lucy stomped over angrily. Ellie, how could you ditch me for Isabella? After all we've been through together? Just calm down, will you? I'm not ditching you, just spending time with Isabella. We can all be friends, you know. Are you for real? How dare you replace me? And with that, she pounced on me. I didn't want to fight her, so I just pushed her away, but she grabbed my hair again. Luckily, someone called a teacher, and Lucy got detention for 2 weeks. And I swear, those were the best 2 weeks of my life. Things were calm and peaceful, and I didn't have a single fight with anyone. Isabella even convinced me to start getting therapy for my anger issues, and I felt really good about it. Then one day, Isabella told me something. Hey, Ellie, yesterday when I got back from school, I was shocked to find Lucy in my house. I asked her what she was doing there, but before she could reply, her mom showed up. She's our maid. I swear I had no idea. She said she'd brought Lucy over to help her clean the kitchen before Christmas. Oh, yeah, I know that her mom works as a maid for you, but we never talk about it, because I don't want to embarrass her or anything. But I don't have a good feeling about her suddenly being in your house. She might be up to something fishy. So we decided to keep an eye on Lucy that afternoon, and we watched from a safe distance as Lucy's mom gave her instructions to clean. But just a few moments later, after her mom left, we heard a loud crash, followed by Lucy's scream. We rushed to find Lucy lying on the floor with a broken shelf and scattered kitchenware around her. We tried to help her up, but she screamed in pain and couldn't move. Just then, Lucy's mom and Isabella's parents came running too.
Oh my God, what happened?
Oh, Mom, I was just reaching for something on the shelf, but it was unstable. It just all came crashing down on me.
Lucy's mom turned to Isabella's parents furiously.
This is all your fault. You knew this shelf was broken and you never bothered to fix it. I told you so many times. Now my daughter is injured because of your negligence. I'm gonna sue you for this. You'll pay for the harm you've caused my daughter.
Isabella's parents tried apologizing repeatedly, but Lucy's mom didn't listen to a word and called an ambulance to take Lucy away. I couldn't help feeling sorry for Lucy, although I was almost sure she'd hurt herself on purpose to cause trouble for Isabella and her parents. She probably hadn't expected it to be this bad. And sure enough, the injury was very bad, and Lucy couldn't walk for a few months. A few days later, the teacher planned a visit to Lucy's house for the class to cheer her up. But the moment we entered Lucy's room, she went ballistic, calling me a horrible friend who'd betrayed her, and calling Isabella bad names too. I was feeling angrier by the second, but I tried staying calm. Just then, Lucy's mom walked in, and she started calling me a bad friend too.
Are you here to hurt my Lucy even more, Ellie? You've made it obvious whose friend you really are. But be aware, Isabella, I'm certain she only chose you because you're rich. Ellie has always been a bad, rotten egg.
Suddenly, I just snapped. I jumped at Lucy's mom and she fell back and hit her head on the floor. Everyone looked shocked, and I knew I'd messed up big time. I ran out crying. When Mom found out about it, she was so mad.
Ellie, I can't believe you attacked Lucy's mom. She called me, threatening to contact Child Services and telling them that you need to be put in some rehab center because you're a danger for other people.
I honestly felt terrified hearing that, and my first instinct was to lash out and scream in my defense. But instead, I took a deep breath and thought of my friendship with Isabella, and it helped calm me down. Mom,
I know it was wrong, and I'm really sorry. I'm working on controlling my anger. I'll be better, I promise. Mom looked really surprised and then nodded, but she still took my phone away and grounded me for a month, and I didn't protest. I knew I deserved that. Back at school, Isabella told me Lucy's mom was going ahead with the lawsuit, and I really wished there was something I could do to help. Lucy or her mom wouldn't listen to a word I'd say. But then one day, I was in the school's bathroom when someone knocked on the stall door. It was Lucy's mom.
Ellie, I need to talk to you. I've been reading Lucy's diary, and I've discovered the truth about her actions. She's been using your anger issues to her advantage. I sometimes had a feeling that something was off with Lucy's behavior, but I never knew for sure.
Are you still gonna sue Isabella's parents or report me to child services?
No, I just wanted to apologize to you, and I won't be causing you or Isabella's parents any more trouble. I'll also get Lucy the help she needs. We might even move to another town and live with my sister if it means Lucy can get better therapy. I'm so sorry for everything, Ellie, and I want to thank you for being a good friend to Lucy, despite everything.
With that, she gave me a quick hug and left. I felt tears pricking my eyes. I was kind of sad I wouldn't get to see Lucy again, but I also felt lighter and free. Moments later, Isabella walked in. Ellie, everything's gonna be okay. Isabella hugged me tight, and for the first time in a long while, I felt like everything would be okay.
You've heard of a rags to riches story, but how about a riches to rags one? Like and subscribe to hear my reverse Cinderella story. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is Patricia, but since we're friends, you can call me Trisha, but not Patty. I hate Patty. Growing up, I was extremely rich, like next level rich, like Oprah meets Rihanna meets King Charles rich. It was all thanks to my mom, who the world knew as Cheryl. She was the most impressive person I knew. She and her best friend, whose name I won't mention for reasons that will soon become clear, were business tycoons who got a ton of investors and created a huge mega corporation right out of college. Ever heard of Amazon? Their business was kind of like that. Let's call it BFF Enterprises. It employed thousands of people all across the country, and Mom and her friend reaped the rewards of their extraordinary efforts. I aspired to have a BFF like Mom's. As a VIP daughter of a VIP, I was enrolled in etiquette classes immediately. By the time I was 5, I was practically Julie Andrews. You know, the queen from the Princess Diaries, only smaller. I was treated like a princess, with people attending my every need. When I showed an interest in art, I was gifted all of the finest art supplies, and was even able to practice by creating portraits of some of the coolest celebrities. I can neither confirm nor deny that those were the celebrities who I painted. Yeah, my life was pretty much perfect, until someone ruined everything. One day, there was a huge commotion next door at Mom's best friend's house. All of a sudden, the door swung open, and I was shocked to see Mom's bestie in handcuffs. It turned out she who must not be named, that's what I called her, had been stealing a ton of money from their company. Because of that, their business went under, and thousands of people lost their jobs. To make matters worse, an angry former employee was convinced that Mom must be to blame too. He put together a whole manifesto and brought Mom to court. Fortunately, Mom was declared innocent. I knew she always would be, of course. She who must not be named was proven guilty and sent to jail. The employee who had lodged a case against Mom ended up behind bars for defamation too. Mom's name was cleared, and she and I lived happily ever after. That's the end of my story. Thanks for tuning in. Just kidding. It got a whole lot worse from there. Even though she was innocent, the public knew Mom as the face of the company, and they were mad. Mom and I weren't exactly well-equipped to fight off an angry mob, so the government intervened for our safety, and we were forced to join the Witness Protection Program and completely change our identities. We were given cover stories and everything. So, remember before when I said my name was Patricia? Well, that was sort of the half-truth. I had a different name before all of this mess. A gorgeous name. But that and everything else were taken from me when she who must not be named ruined my life. I was pulled from my life of glamour and ease and relocated to here. Yeah, the house was a serious downgrade from what I was used to. See what I mean about an opposite Cinderella story? I know this is different from what we're used to. At least we still have each other. One day, we'll live in a big mansion again.
I hoped she was right. In the meantime, Mom set up security cameras everywhere. She was afraid someone would somehow find out who we were and try to break in and steal whatever valuables we had left. That fall, I started up at my new school. I thought it would be a breeze. I'd never had any problems making friends before in my fancy school, back when I had money. But here, everyone was staring at me as I walked in. I felt like a total fish out of water. What, are you like from Gossip Girl or something? It got worse in the classroom. May I use the washroom?
Mayhaps the princess would like a peasant to escort her.
And even worse than that in the cafeteria. Look, Gossip Girl thinks she's at a royal banquet. Here, have some slop like the rest of us, princess. I was about ready to blow my cover and demand Mom let us move back to her old life when... Hey, leave her alone. Your mama sure would be mad if I told her that this is how you minded your manners. Wow, thank you for that. Don't mention it. Someone has to show you some proper small-town hospitality. I'm Sally. Patricia. Where are you from, Patricia? I grew up in the big city with a ton of money. My paternal grandparents invented trail mix, but my dad walked out on me and my mom and took all of our riches with him. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry to hear that. We used to have more money too, but, well, it's complicated. It's hard, what with being one of 6 kids. Hey, if you'll let me, I would love to help you learn the ropes of a small-town life on a budget. Under Sally's wing, I started to really get the hang of my new life. She taught me all the tips and tricks to finding the best deals while thrift shopping. $5, final offer. The art of sandwich making. The more cold cuts, the better. Even how to use a lawnmower. She was a hoot. While all the other neighborhood kids were riding bikes, Sally would show up places driving her dad's lawnmower. And you don't need a license for this? Nope. Weirdly, though, I never actually saw Sally's dad, but more on that later. Sally encouraged my painting, even if it meant using unconventional canvases. She was the most thoughtful friend I ever had. In turn, I taught Sally all about how to host a proper high tea, and even how to ballroom dance. Sally was a total girly girl at heart, and I could tell she appreciated feeling like a princess for once. Over time, Sally and I became inseparable, and we especially loved taking her lawnmower out for joyrides. Hey, instead of zooming around town, why don't you put that machine to good use and mow my lawn? I'll throw you $20. $30, final offer. The haggling skills Sally taught me were really coming in handy, and that's how Sally and I started earning some extra cash. In the beginning, we had a handful of customers, mostly our friends' parents, who paid us to mow their lawns and rake their leaves. But then, Sally had a fabulous idea. Trisha, you're such an excellent artist. We should offer painting services too. You can even do customized designs. Oh my gosh, Sally, you're a genius. We showed up to the hardware store, excited to get all the materials we'd need to expand our business, but were shocked when we saw the prices. We were in over our heads. I went home, defeated, but then I thought of someone who just might have some good advice. Janessa, the apple certainly doesn't fall far from the tree. I'd be happy to jumpstart this business for you too. We'll finally have a new way to make money. But first, I want to see your business plan. With Mom's guidance and funding, S&T's Landscaping was born, and with her savvy advertising, our client base expanded quickly. Plus, I was having a blast customizing people's houses with my art. With Sally by my side, I was starting to finally feel at home in this small town. There was just one weird thing. Sally never invited me to her house. She always made excuses why we should meet at my place instead. Oh shoot, I totally forgot. My crazy Uncle Louie's at my house this week. He always brings all 17 of his pet chickens. We should probably just hang out at your house. I fell for it when she told me about Aunt Linda and her 6 boa constrictors, but 17 pet chickens? Yeah, right. One day, curiosity got the better of me. When Sally told me she was heading home after school, I pretended I was going to my place, but I followed her instead. What could she possibly be hiding? I followed Sally to the outskirts of town, the bad neighborhood. Whoa, Sally lives here? The trailer barely looked big enough to hold a twin bed. How could Sally and her 5 siblings and her parents even fit in there? Just then, I lost my balance and fell to the ground with a huge thud. Trisha? Sally, I can explain. I thought Sally was gonna start screaming at me, but instead, she started crying. I'm sorry I never showed you my home. It's just, well, I was embarrassed of this ugly trailer. My dad used to have an excellent job, and we had a big house and a big yard, but Dad lost his job a few years ago and ended up in jail. Ugh, If it wasn't for BFF Enterprises, we would never be in this mess. He was just trying to stand up to their evil owners, and instead Cheryl hired her cronies to make it look like Dad was lying and put him away. It felt like my stomach had dropped out of my butt. Sally's dad was the angry former employee who'd made a case against Mom. Thank goodness Sally had no idea who Mom and I actually were, thanks to our aliases and dye jobs. But why was she blaming Mom when it was really her dad who put us in this mess? I knew I shouldn't say anything or risk Sally getting suspicious, so I ran home before I put my foot in my mouth. Trisha, wait! Was it something I said? I avoided Sally the rest of the week, which wasn't easy. I felt so conflicted. Sally was my best friend, but she hated my mom and blamed her for her dad being in jail. So, I decided to get Mom's advice. I need to talk to you. Sally's dad is your angry former employee who ended up in jail.
Oh, come on now, Trisha. What a strange joke.
Why was Mom calling me Trisha? At home, she always called me by my real name. Mom, this is serious. Sally has no idea who I really am, or that you're actually the co-founder of BFF Enterprises. Just then, Sally popped up from behind the couch, and suddenly, Mom's behavior made sense. Sally, it's not... I can't believe this. I thought we were best friends, and all along, your family is why my family is suffering? Sally, please, leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you ever again. I've heard of surprise birthday parties gone wrong, but never this badly. I probably lost my BFF forever. But Mom was more preoccupied that Sally would out us both.
What are you doing? Follow her. Make sure she doesn't talk. Do whatever it takes.
I hadn't seen Mom this stressed out since the trial. I tried texting, calling, even showing up at Sally's window, but she wouldn't even look at me. I returned home completely hopeless.
Did it work? Will she keep quiet?
She won't even talk to me. Just then, Mom turned into a fire-breathing dragon. Well, not literally, but I'd never seen her this angry.
Then we need to move again, now.
But this is her home. Sally is my friend.
Some friend. As soon as she talks, I'm going to jail.
Mom, what are you talking about? Why would you go to jail? The judge said you were innocent.
Of course he did. I bribed him. My business partner and I were both stealing funds from the investors because we deserved more. But unlike me, she was dumb enough to get caught and unwilling to do whatever it took to stay out of jail. And Sally's dad figured it all out and tried to get me behind bars too. But I showed him I am not to be messed with.
I couldn't believe it. I was so blinded by all of her generosity over the years. I'd never even once suspected that she could have done anything criminal. And I felt so awful for Sally and her family. They didn't deserve this. But then again, how could I choose between my mom and my best friend? What Mom said next, though, made everything totally clear.
You got us into this mess. Now you have to get us out.
Me? I'm just a kid. You're the one who was so greedy that you stole money and ruined your company and all of your employees' lives. You even let your own best friend take the fall. You cared so much about money, you forgot about what really matters, friendship.
Trisha, come back here.
My name isn't Trisha, Mom. It's Janissa. So, let me reintroduce myself. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is actually Janissa. Pretty, right? Okay, back to the action. I grabbed the security cameras on my way out and headed straight to the police station. It had our conversation and Mom's confession recorded. The police took my mom away, and because I had just turned 18 recently, they let me take care of myself. And that night, the story was all over the news. I knew I'd done the right thing, but I'd never felt lonelier. The next morning, I woke up to a knock at the door. Sally, you have to believe me. I didn't know about my mom. She told me everything for the first time yesterday. I can't believe you did that for me, Patricia. Well, I had to. It was the right thing. I mean, sure, I probably could have bounced from town to town with Mom for years, pretending to be someone I'm not, but I don't want to be like Mom, throwing my friends under the bus and not caring about hurting other people. I would choose friendship over luxury 1,000,000 times. And by the way, my real name is Janissa. It took months, but after campaigning tirelessly, we finally got Sally's dad out of jail and back home where he belonged. With Mom behind bars, I was finally free to come out of hiding. Even though I was totally free to move back to the city, I decided to stay put in this small town. After all, this had become my home. I even asked Sally's family to move in with me. Plus, Sally's dad was able to take over the landscaping business. With him in charge, business is booming. Everyone is just so thrilled that he's back home where he belongs. We did have a company name change, though. I'm just so happy to have my best friend by my side. Some superheroes strut around in capes, while others rock pixie boots and a trendy poncho. Because, yes, you are looking at a real superhero. Hi, I'm Annie, and I'm from New Jersey. Don't be fooled by my cute pink locks and dazzling big blue eyes, because as it turns out, I'm also a bit of a crazy, jealous maniac. You know, every superhero has a weakness. Mine was my dad. My dad was the center of my world. Mom left when I was 3, so it was always me and him. We'd hang out all day, and he'd do whatever I wanted.
Let's jump on your bed and then go fishing for sharks in the park.
I've just made the bed and it's raining outside, but whatever makes you happy, my angel.
My dad was the best. He was my superhero. We did everything together and made a big effort to share each other's interests. For example, he learned the names of all the dogs from Paw Patrol.
You're such a sky.
In return, I learned to play chess, which was Dad's favorite game.
Kapow! That's a chick and a mate.
One time, when I had a high fever, I asked him not to leave my side for 1 minute.
I promise, Annie, I never will.
And I totally believed him. He even made a pulley system to get the Uber food delivery to my bedroom window without leaving my room. But then, the worst thing happened. A couple of days later, instead of making me breakfast, he grabbed his car keys and let a babysitter in.
I must go to work today, Angel Annie. Teresa will look after you.
No, Daddy, I'll go with you.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I have to go alone. It's for the best.
Why?
Because we need the money to live.
Fine. If you want to leave, you'll have to step over me, and everyone knows that's bad luck.
And to my surprise, he actually stepped over me to leave. I hated babysitters and caused as many problems as I could to get my dad to come back. He used to be late for work pretty much every day and had to sneak out during lunch and leave early to take care of me. So you can imagine what happened next.
I got fired.
Yay! Daddy's at home forever! Yeah!
I was ecstatic, thinking things would go back to normal when I got the biggest shock of my life, kindergarten. I cried all the way and threw a total hissy fit at the front gates.
Why?
To learn and get a good job when you're older.
Jobs suck!
You'll make lots of friends.
Friends suck!
I hated it and let everybody know that I did.
I hate it! Stop!
Dad got more calls from the kindergarten than the principal's secretary. I know what you're thinking. I was a little monster. And yes, I was. I just couldn't help it. I wanted to be with my dad so bad. Soon, kindergarten turned to school, but things didn't improve. I felt so alone and sad without my dad, and I was always getting into trouble. But then one day, I got the best news ever.
I know how unhappy you are at school, so I talked with the principal and I'll take a job at your school as a janitor. This way, we can spend all the time you want together, and I can have a job. God knows we need the money. I know it's not glamorous, but would it be too embarrassing for you?
What? Just you and me again? This is the best job ever!
But there is one condition. You must behave, because if not, I'll get fired. You promise?
Oh, I promise. Pinky promise!
And for some years, things were amazing. We drove to school and worked together, sat together at lunch, and whenever he'd go past my classroom mopping the floor, he'd give me a goofy wave. For the first time, I focused on my schoolwork because I didn't want to mess up our arrangement. Other kids were even inviting me to parties.
You should go. Make some friends.
Maybe you could come with me?
Annie, you must learn to do things without me. Rely on other people.
Really? Maybe you're right. I guess I can go for like half an hour. Nah, let's just hang out here and watch TV. But then it all changed. I was supposed to be meeting some peeps at the movies, but then remembered Dad's favorite TV show was on. So I decided to go back home and watch it with him. But when I opened the door, I found that Dad was having dinner with a woman with candles and flowers on the table.
Annie, Angel, I wasn't expecting you. This is Fern, my new friend.
Hello, Annie. I've heard so much about you. It's great to meet you at last. Funny, I've heard absolutely nothing about you.
I was hoping we'd spend some time with Fern, Annie.
Three's a crowd. Suddenly, I felt so jealous. Why would he want to spend time with her and not me? Soon, Fern became a permanent fixture at our place. Despite my grumpy face when she was around, she was always super nice to me. Wanna hit the shops? I have the biggest discount card. Maybe you can use it to buy another book on winning over skeptical teenagers. And at school, Dad was always calling her. She even joined us for lunch some days. I tried to do everything to get his attention when they were together. Like the time in the canteen, she'd made us all sandwiches and I pretended to choke.
poison.
But they were too busy staring into each other's eyes to notice. Soon, Fern moved into the house. And even though I kept moving her things around, she was always calm and supportive. You can always talk to me about anything, you know. I'm fine. You and your dad have such a special relationship. I wouldn't want to come between you two. Well, cheers for that. You can rely on me too. I'll always have your best interests at heart. Yikes, is that the time? Gotta run. It felt like Dad was slipping away from me. But at the same time, I was also starting to become independent. During that time, I joined the chess club and quickly showed talent. No doubt thanks to all those games with my dad. I even won the school tournament and got invited to represent the school in an international tournament in Belgium. I knew it was a life-changing trip, but I also knew that my dad's job as a janitor didn't pay much. He would not be able to afford the expenses of such a trip, so I had to decline the offer. I was pretty sad about it, and soon things got even worse. That same afternoon, I got to class, and one of the more popular girls was sitting in my seat, slurping on a milkshake and making fun of me.
Look at me. I'm Annie, and I'm so lame because my dad's my BFF.
Great, that's really mature. Now move your butt from my seat.
Oh, no. You better call your personal janitor to clean up this mess.
What mess? I shouldn't have asked, as she threw her milkshake on the floor on purpose.
This mess. What are you waiting for? You better call Daddy.
I jumped on her and tipped the rest of the milkshake over her, and that's when the teacher intervened. I got after-school detention. I was really scared that Dad would find out, but thankfully, he went home after finishing his shift. I was super relieved. But then, on my way out from detention, I heard a weird rustling noise from one of the classrooms. That's odd. Everybody went home already. I thought it was best to get out of there. But suddenly, a man in a ski mask rushed out of a classroom, holding a bag full of the school laptops. Oh no, a thief! I froze in my spot as he spotted me and stopped for a few seconds, then started running down the hallway. As he ran past me, he accidentally hit me with the bag of laptops, and I yelled in pain as I stumbled to the floor.
Oh my god, are you okay?
I looked up in shock as I recognized that voice. Dad? Suddenly, he dropped the bag and ran down the hallway and out of the school. I tried to follow him, but he was too fast. So I sprinted home, and there he was, Dad, completely out of breath and with the ski mask in his hand. The first thing he told me was to keep my voice down so Fern wouldn't hear. Dad, seriously? Stealing from the school? Are you crazy?
Annie, you've got it all wrong.
Oh, really? Ski mask? Swag bag? Come on!
Keep it down, will you? We can't let Fern hear this.
Start talking.
I did it for you, Annie. Professor Parker told me about the chess tournament and the trip to Belgium. He told me that you turned him down without even telling me. I want the best for you. I don't want you to lose out on something like this because of me. But the moment I saw you, I knew I couldn't go through with it. Now, we can't let the police know. They'll lock me up. If you think about it, no harm was done. Nothing was stolen, so everything's great.
Of course, everything wasn't great. While his intentions were sweet, he made a huge mess in school. The principal had reported the attempted robbery to the authorities, and I had to testify in front of the police as the only witness. I couldn't turn in Dad, so I had to lie. I told them that the thief was super short and had green hair. I hoped to keep a low profile about the whole thing, but the next day at school, I was treated like a hero. The girl who saved the school. My hair would have just frizzed out in fear. You're like a real superhero now. Yep, I guess that's me. Want to hang out with us and tell us all about it? And oh, let's snap a selfie. I need to boost my feed with some genuine hero vibes. But the worst thing was, since I caught Dad red-handed, he'd become increasingly clingy and hardly left my side. I guess he was scared I'd confess the truth, but it was really annoying. Like when this really cute boy Warren, who I liked but I didn't think had ever noticed me, talked to me.
Hey, Annie, I'd love to take you out for a burger. Sorry, she's busy.
Dad?
Come on, hun. It's lunchtime. The first one to our seat wins the pudding.
Sorry, Warren. I'll just have to go now. A burger soon, though.
Sure.
But soon, I started hanging out with Warren and his new friends all the time, while Dad's excuses to drop by became increasingly awkward and downright embarrassing.
I came by to check if you seen my lost, mop. Thought I might have wandered into your classroom.
And he'd always pick the worst times to barge in.
I think I'm falling for you in a big way. I think we need to clear the air here.
Dad! I'd had enough, and on the way home, I thought of ways to let him down gently. But I ended up screaming the truth at him in the driveway. Dad, it's time for a reality check. You can't shadow me forever. How about picking up a hobby that doesn't involve stalking me? You're suffocating me. Then he looked down and rolled his puppy dog eyes. I began to feel very guilty. But then big news news popped up on my phone. A very short man with green hair had been arrested for the school robbery. And it was all because of me.
Annie, we must go on the run.
No, Dad. You need to confess. Confess to what? And suddenly, we both turned around, and Fern was standing there with the groceries.
To not cleaning the bathroom properly.
You have never cleaned it properly, Annie. Oh, I think my sock drawer needs some reorganizing. Annie, you can tell me anything. I'll always take your side. You can trust me. I didn't tell Fern. I thought she wouldn't understand. I tried to forget the whole thing, but I felt so guilty. That innocent guy was in jail because of me and my dad, and we needed to set the record straight. But I just couldn't turn my father over to the police. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I was so angry at my dad that the next morning, I skipped breakfast and took the bus to school. But when I got there, I saw him getting into a cop car. Dad! Loads of people were standing around, watching and filming, and I was mortified. I tried to make my way through, but when I reached the police car, it drove away from the school. Then the principal came over and pointed at me. Warren and my friends were shocked.
It seems Annie isn't a superhero after all. She was an accomplice to her dad.
I've never felt such deep shame. If I had superpowers, I'd have vanished right there or zapped myself to the North Pole. I covered my face, crying, and was ready to run away from there, but a cop caught my arm. Time to face the music and confess. But when I finally told the truth, I felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. They let me off with just a warning since I was a minor, and my dad took full responsibility. Fern came to pick me up, and I was enraged with her. I knew she couldn't be trusted. How could you betray us like that? I must confess that I heard you guys whispering around. I quickly understood what was happening, and I knew I had to step in. You didn't deserve to live with that huge secret and with the guilt. I knew it was the right thing to call the police, and I was about to do it, but then I just couldn't. Not to save your dad, but because I know how close you guys are and how devastating it would be for you. I just didn't want to hurt you. I started crying. Thank you, Fern, for everything, and I'm sorry for being a brat with you. Fern hugged me firmly, and I hugged her back. During those hard times, we became really close. She took me home and stood firmly by my side through it all. But if you didn't turn him in, then who did? Some weeks later, they allowed me to visit Dad.
I confess everything myself. It was unfair that someone else was arrested, and it felt even worse that you lied for me. I was afraid you'd start hating me for dragging you into my mess, so I gave myself up. I'm so sorry for being such a terrible dad.
Dad started crying, and I soon joined in. No, Dad, you've been the best. I'm sorry I've been so difficult, and you don't need to feel like I'm missing out on anything. Promise, you won't ever do anything like this again.
Pinky promise.
And now, a few months later, Dad has been released, and we're moving with Fern to a new city for a fresh start, and I'm looking forward to making new friends. Hi, my name is Ashley, and I live next to the worst family on earth. They're the biggest snobs ever. They drive around in the fanciest cars and clothes and look down on everyone else. And they have a son named Jack, who's an absolute troll. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. If you do, you might see a shooting star tonight. When I was 6, I was playing with my favorite doll, and Jack ran up to me, snatched it out of my hands, and threw it into the street. A car ran over it and smashed it into pieces. Another day at school, Jack stole a bunch of cookies out of the cookie jar and blamed it on me. Ashley took the cookies. No, I didn't. She hid them in her desk. The teacher opened my desk and found a cookie inside. I got in huge trouble, and after school, I saw Jack on the playground stuffing his face with the stolen cookies. When Jack wasn't terrorizing me, his parents were trying to get my family kicked out of the neighborhood. Our house was the smallest on the block, and even I had to admit, it was a really ugly green. And my parents were a little weird sometimes. My dad loved to sunbathe on the front lawn, and every morning, my mom made this strange sound to call all the stray cats in the neighborhood to feed them. She'd also sing to the birds and make birdhouses all day. Our house looked like a zoo, and the neighbors hated it.
Their yard is unacceptable. It looks like an overgrown swamp.
Their house gives me a migraine every time I look at it. Mommy, my eyes hurt.
You have to do something, officer. And can someone please tell that man to put a shirt on?
Jack's parents threw fancy parties every week, but me and my family were never invited. We only lived in the neighborhood because we inherited the house from my grandfather, who used to be a famous investigative reporter. I wanted to grow up and be just like my grandfather. When I was 12, I joined the school newspaper, and when my teacher's cat, Mr. Whiskers, went missing, it took me less than 2 days to find him on the roof of the school auditorium. Though I suspected Jack had something to do with it. In high school, Jack was the richest and most popular kid. I, on the other hand, only had one friend, my cousin Bethany. Bethany moved into town a week before we started 10th grade. But Bethany was obsessed with being popular and would do anything to get Jack and his rich friends to like her. Jack's friend Sadie was the ringleader of the rich kids, and she made Jack look like a saint. Bethany adored Sadie. She'd carry Sadie and her minions' books, do their homework, and follow them around. She'd even let them copy her answers during tests. They'd smile in Bethany's face and laugh at her behind her back. Why do you let them treat you like that? They're just joking around. Those girls aren't your friends, Bethany. They're jerks. Bethany never listened. She wanted to be popular so bad she couldn't see the truth. One day, my mother dragged me out of bed at 5 a.m. on a Saturday morning to volunteer at a soup kitchen. It's important to give back to those less fortunate. But do we have to do it so early? As I was serving food, I looked up to see a familiar face. Jack?
Ashley? What are you doing here?
Jack's face turned white, and he just ran out of the soup kitchen. The next day, I saw Jack at school in science class. The teacher partnered us up for a big project, and we met in the library after school. Why were you getting soup at the soup kitchen?
Did you fall on your head or something? Why would I ever go to a place like that?
You don't have to lie to me.
I'm not lying.
I'm just trying to help.
No one asked you for help.
The next day, Bethany and I were walking to class, and we ran into Jack in the hallway, and Jack gave me the meanest, coldest stare ever. What's up with you and Jack? I saw you two whispering in the library. Are you guys dating? Is it a secret romance? Oh, Jack's so cute and so rich. I'm so mad you didn't tell me. Jack and I aren't dating. Then what's going on? Can you keep a secret? Of course. I told Bethany about how I saw Jack at the soup kitchen and his weird behavior afterwards. But all Bethany cared about was that I had the attention of such a rich, popular boy. But I had an itch to investigate. So later that afternoon, I stopped by Jack's house to check things out. But I heard Jack's parents yelling inside. I heard someone coming, so I hid in the bushes. Then the door swung open and Jack rushed out. He darted down the street before I could say a word. Jack missed our study session the next day. Then he started missing all his classes. I started to worry, so I called and texted him, but he didn't answer. A few weeks later, I went by his house again, but when I knocked on the door, a strange woman answered. There was another family living in Jack's house. The wheels in my head started spinning. I started asking around to see if anyone knew what happened to Jack. Sadie said Jack and his family were vacationing in the south of France? Or was it the Hamptons or Tahiti? It was probably all three. Jack is so lucky. I wish I was rich. There was even talk about why he'd moved. Jack's dad bought a new mansion that's twice the size of the old one.
Twice the size? He's richer than I thought.
The explanation seemed reasonable, so I let it go. During summer break, I was heading home one day after running some errands when I saw a boy in an oversized hoodie playing guitar on the sidewalk. He played a sad song that was so beautiful, it made my heart sink. When the song ended, some people dropped money in the can beside him. I walked over to put in some money too, when a suspicious-looking guy crept up and snatched the boy's can. Then the thief ran toward me. Without thinking, I stuck my foot out and tripped him. Give that back, or I'll turn your face into scrambled eggs. I took a martial arts stance that I saw in a movie once. It worked, because the thief dropped the money and ran. I picked it up and turned to the boy whose hood had come off. It was Jack. Jack? Are you okay? Jack shook his head and broke down into tears. He told me that his parents broke up, then his dad sold their house, stole his mom's money, and fled the country. Now Jack and his mom were broke and living in a shelter. I felt so bad for Jack. No one deserved that, not even a rich jerk like him. So I invited Jack and his mother to my parents' house.
Ashley, why is this woman in our house?
They're in trouble, Mom. They need our help. Jack's mom apologized for the way she treated my parents. My parents forgave her and invited them to stay in our guest room for as long as they needed. Luckily, Bethany was away all summer with her family, so I could keep the secret. Jack and his mom were so grateful that they helped out as much as they could around the house. Jack even tried to help my dad fix a leaky faucet. That didn't turn out well, but the gesture was sweet. I tutored Jack to help him catch up on the work he'd missed at school. It was odd having Jack in my house at first, especially when I saw him walk out of the shower with a towel around his waist. A few weeks later, Jack's mom got a job and they moved out. I hated to admit it, but I missed having him around. On the last day of summer, Jack sent me a text asking me to meet him. What's all this?
I wanted to thank you. It's not much, but it's the best I could do.
Jack opened the basket and pulled out my favorite foods, chili dogs and Brussels sprouts.
You and your family are the strangest people I've ever met.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's a good thing. No one's ever been so kind to me, and I love how you and your parents live your lives without caring what others think. It's inspiring. How do you do it?
I don't know. It's just how I was raised.
I wish I was as strong as you.
I looked at the biceps bulging out of his shirt. I think you might have me beat.
School's gonna be so tough. I'm supposed to be the rich kid with the fancy car and the millionaire parents and...
You're not that guy anymore. And to be honest, you were a real jerk before. I like the new you way better.
Since we're being honest, I have to admit something.
What?
I think I have a crush on you.
Really?
And I'm pretty sure you have a crush on me too.
Then Jack pulled me close and kissed me. We talked for hours that night, and he even played me some songs. I saw Bethany at school the next morning after summer break. Jack passed us in the hall and he winked at me, and I couldn't stop smiling. What was that? I don't know. Jack's always been weird. Then why are you blushing? I didn't tell Bethany about me and Jack. We were taking things slow. One day, Jack and I were walking home from school when Sadie and her rich friends pulled up in a fancy car. Hey, Jack, where's your ride?
I don't...
You're trading it in for a new one, huh? Always trying to one-up me, Jack. We all get it. You're the richest, but I'm a close second.
Yeah, my new car is gonna be great. It's twice as expensive as the last one.
Jack, what are you doing? Ditch that loser and hang out with us. Plus, we have to decide what color we're gonna wear to the winter dance.
I'm not going to the winter dance with you.
Then who are you going with? Tell me you're not gonna take that freak instead of me.
If you're referring to this amazing girl standing beside me, then yeah, I am.
Sadie was pissed and drove off. I appreciate the compliment, but you can't keep lying.
About what?
Your father's not buying you a new car.
I know that.
Then why lie about it?
Why not? It's not hurting anyone.
The truth always comes out, no matter how hard you try to hide it.
Let's talk about something else. What time should I pick you up for the dance?
I think I'll pass. I'm allergic to liars. Jack and I didn't talk after that. I'd see him at school bragging to his friends about the money he didn't have, lying about the huge fancy house he just moved into, and making fun of the poor kids. He was a rich, self-centered jerk again. I couldn't believe I fell for this guy. Jack called and texted me after school, but I ignored him and binge-watched MSA videos.
What's with the frown? It'll give you wrinkles.
I don't get why Jack has to lie about being rich.
Some people will do anything to keep up appearances. Lie, cheat, sometimes even steal.
But it's not right.
Of course it's not right. Doing the right thing isn't always easy.
I decided to go to the dance alone. Bethany and I were supposed to go together, but she wasn't returning my calls. When I arrived at the dance, I saw Bethany hanging out with Sadie and her crew, following them around, holding their drinks. Hey, Bethany, I've been trying to reach you. Sorry, I gotta go. Bethany was acting strange. She could barely look me in the eye. Then Jack walked up to me, and before he could say a word, everyone's cell phone started going off. I looked at my phone and saw a video of Jack's mom working as a maid. You're not rich, Jack. You're a poor loser. Then all of Jack's rich friends laughed at him. And don't try to deny it. Bethany told us everything. She even made this video. It's true. Ashley told me that she saw Jack begging for food at the soup kitchen. Shut up, Bethany. No one asked you to speak. Be a good little puppy and stand over there. I felt furious at Bethany. I'm so sorry, Jack. I never meant...
It's okay. It's not your fault. I should have stopped pretending a long time ago. Sadie, you're right. I'm poor.
But I don't care what you or anyone else thinks of me. You've never been my real friends anyway. All you've ever cared about is my money. Well, now it's gone and it sucks. But I found something way more valuable. Then Jack took my hand. Oh, geez. If you say you've fallen in love with that freak, I'm gonna throw up. I'd had enough. I walked over to her and accidentally spilled my drink all over her dress. Oh, sorry about that. But you know, the punch does bring out your eyes. You want to get out of here? Yes, please. As Jack and I walked out the door, Bethany ran up to us. Ashley, it wasn't personal. We're still friends, right? Maybe I can fix things with you and Sadie. If you did her homework for a week, then you're pathetic, Bethany. And you deserve someone like Sadie. Jack and I left the party and went to the beach. We ate chili dogs and Brussels sprouts and danced the night away. This is nice. You know what the best part is? What? It doesn't cost a thing. Then Jack gave me the most romantic kiss ever. Hi, I'm Carly. This is my crazy story. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was born to a single mom who worked very hard to raise me and my twin sister Blake. Blake was born with a rare condition that impacted her kidneys and she was always sick. Since Mom was busy juggling things at home and work, it was my duty to look after Blake.
You can't eat milk with your hands. Drink it. Blake, don't chew on your gross shoes.
Even Mom was extra paranoid about Blake, and she hardly paid attention to me. Like this one time when I was 6, Mom had to leave for some urgent overnight office trip, and she dropped us off at the neighbor's place. These are Blake's medicines. You know she drinks chocolate milk before sleeping, and I've also packed her favorite pink night clothes.
Wait, where's my stuff?
The bag's too small to carry both your things, but hey, I packed your toothbrush. You'll be okay, right? I wanted to say no, but Mom already looked tense, so I nodded and she left. Everything was going great, but right before bedtime, I went to get milk for Blake, and I heard a huge thud. I rushed to see Blake crying on the floor with a bleeding nose. Apparently, Blake was jumping on the bed with the neighbor's son, and he thought it would be fun to push her off of it. Thankfully, the injury wasn't big, but when Mom found out, she went ballistic on me. Carly, I trusted you to look after her.
And I did. I was just getting her milk, like you asked me to. And she's okay, Mom. Everyone falls sometimes.
Your sister isn't like everyone else. After that day, Mom banned both me and Blake from participating in any extracurriculars at school or playing in the park afterwards like other kids. I was always stuck at home with Blake, so I never really got a chance to make new friends. And those at school joined clubs and got busier. I missed having a normal life, but Blake needed me more. Mom got more paranoid with time and took special care preparing food for Blake. I knew how tired she was, so I'd get by with frozen meals. And over time, I started taking comfort in junk food, eating candy bars from the hospital vending machines while I sat in waiting rooms for hours. By 13, I was much bigger than most girls my age. One time, our aunt was visiting us and she hadn't seen me and Blake in a while. Look, I bought you girls matching outfits. Go on, try it. I'll just wear it later. What are you saying? Come here. Aunt pulled me to her and tried her best to fit me into the dress, but it barely got past my neck. I was so embarrassed. I went to my room and didn't come out till Aunt left.
Don't be so sad now. So what if you're a little bigger?
Easy for you to say. You don't have to wear clothes 3 times your age.
You're thinking too much.
Here, I got you these. Blake's health improved as we got older, and by 16, she was much better and put on medication to manage her condition. Soon after, Mom got married, and a year later, she delivered my twin brothers, Jake and Jonah. I was happy for Mom, but I could tell Blake wasn't adjusting so well. Oh, I want to pluck out my ears. They cry so much. I know for a fact Jonah hates me. He farted and gave me the stink eye. That one's a devil. I knew Blake didn't mean that. She just missed Mom since she was busier than ever. And I tried my best to make Blake comfortable, but she was constantly throwing tantrums and hardly ever helped me take care of the boys. Oh, Jonah pooped his pants again. Quick, hand me a nappy. Right. What's that? Forget it. Can you just warm up the milk? Actually, I don't feel so well. I'm getting a headache in my stomach. A stomach in my headache. Ugh, you get the point, right? And when I asked Mom to hire a babysitter, she just gave me a lecture on money and expenses. My grades were getting affected too, and I was an overall mess. I knew it had something to do with my eating habits, so I started taking care of my health. I went for runs, ate better, and over time, I could see the results. One day I was jogging when I saw someone taking my picture, hiding in a bush. I caught him by the collar and dragged him out. What do you think you're doing?
I just thought you were pretty. I'm good at taking pictures. Here, have a look.
Wow, that's me? Yeah, whatever. But you should be asking me first rather than acting like a creep.
I get it. I'm sorry. Can I make it up to you with some coffee?
Fine, but I want a copy. Deal. Eli and I went to a coffee place close by and hit it off instantly, and soon we became good friends. He was into filmmaking and would always have his camera around his neck. Watching him, I got interested and tried my hand at handling a camera too, and it was love at first sight.
Okay, so that's how you focus. Now look at that sunset. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, you know so much about the camera. It's really fascinating.
I've always wanted to make movies, and I love the ocean too. I'll tell you a secret. I'm part mermaid.
Oh yeah? Prove it. Eli got up from the rock he was sitting on and started doing an awkward dance, flapping his arms like fins. Okay, I believe you.
Well, good, because I was afraid I'd have to splash you with my tail.
Really? That was on your mind?
Well, that and something else.
With that, Eli jumped down and pulled me in for the most magical kiss. Eli and I started dating soon after, and I decided to make him finally meet Blake. So the next time he invited me out, Blake tagged along. But the moment she saw him, she burst out laughing. Oh my God! Where did you get that shirt from? Your grandpa's closet?
Actually, yeah. He has a really good shirt collection. Do you like it? I can get you one.
Ew, no thank you. I'd rather wear a tent than slip into something so cringe. Come on, Blake, that's not very nice. What? I'm kidding. I'm sure Ebola can handle a few harmless jokes.
Eli.
Blake made it painfully obvious that she didn't want Eli around, and even though Eli kept his cool, I knew she made him uncomfortable. Then one time, Eli invited me and Blake to the launch of his dad's new restaurant. I appreciated the effort he was making with her, and I hoped she would too. But I was so wrong, because minutes into the event, Blake threw a massive tantrum over pickles. What do you mean you're out of pickles? Pluck them from a tree or something. Could you please keep it down, Blake? Everyone is staring. So, you care about all these fancy people, but not your sister? No one understands me. I just had a very big lobster, and I feel like throwing up. You know pickles calm me down. This is such bad customer service. Hey, you have pickles, and you, and you. And then she started taking pickles off of everyone's plate till Eli intervened and dragged us outside.
What's the matter with you, Blake?
What? It's not my fault your party sucks. At least I brought some entertainment to it. Blake, let me handle this. Eli, I'm really sorry for the mess, but
what? Your sister's not normal.
And you are? You're so boring. If someone stole your identity, they'd give it up because it sucks.
You really need to watch your tongue.
And you need to watch your hands around my sister. Guys, please. Before I could say another word, Blake started hyperventilating and fainted. We immediately took her to the hospital, where the doctors told me that she passed out from anxiety and high blood pressure. Thankfully, she was out of danger.
I'm really sorry about Blake, but that girl's out of control. You've got to draw a line somewhere.
You saw what happened, Eli. You can't just scream at her like that. She's my sister.
I can't be around her, Carly. This is going to be a problem.
I wanted to stop Eli, but there was nothing more I could say. Blake was my sister, and she came first. I didn't meet Eli for a few days, and a week later, he told me that one of his movies that I'd helped him with had gotten selected for a local film festival. He wanted me to come, but Blake was still recovering, and I couldn't leave her alone. But when he came back, he told me something shocking.
Everyone loved the movie, Carly. One of the biggest film schools in New York wants to take us both in on full scholarship. How amazing is that?
I don't know what to say, but I don't think Mom would let me go to New York, Eli.
You're a great filmmaker, Carly, and you should give it a fair shot. And think about it. You could finally live your life on your terms. God knows you need it.
I was numb for a second, and then I felt like someone gave me new wings. It did sound like an amazing opportunity. All I had to do was convince Mom, but when I told her, she looked at me like I'd asked her for her kidneys. Have you gone crazy? You can't move to New York. Your life is here with me and Blake. I applied to this marine biology course on behalf of both of you, and you guys got in on scholarship. This was always the plan, and it's the right one. But that's not what I want to do. I want to make movies. I'm really good at this. Everyone says that. Everyone or Eli? Who's Eli? Just this dumb boy she's dating. I'm sure he's the one who's filled your head with this sawdust. How can you even think about leaving me? I just want to do what I want for once. Can't you give me a few years from my own life? Oh, stop being so dramatic. And not another word about this movie business, Carly. You'll stay here with us. Is that clear? Mom left, and I turned to Blake angrily. You couldn't take my side for once? What did I do? Oh, you mean telling Mom about Eli? I don't think she even noticed. I left the room angrily and didn't speak to Mom or Blake for the next few days. I thought I could confide in Eli, but suddenly he was acting really cold. Every time I tried to talk to him, he would turn the other way, till one day I finally cornered him after class. Am I imagining things, or are you ignoring me? Neither. I'm just busy. So, I told my mom I want to make movies, and she went bonkers, but look, Carly, you and your family have issues, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Do whatever they say. But you told me to live my life. You said... Yeah, I did. And now I'm saying I don't care. You'd choose your clown sister over everything. I've seen that. So good luck, but I don't think I can be with you anymore. Eli, wait. Tell your sister she won. I felt frozen in my place as Eli walked away, and a week later, he left for New York. I couldn't believe he'd just dumped me like that. I felt so bummed out that I didn't come out of my room for days, and Blake was the biggest pain in the butt. Come on, we need to go shopping. It's painful to watch you in those pajamas. I'm not in the mood, but I am. Also, we'll have a nice lunch, watch a movie, just like old times. I said I'm not in the mood. Back off. Jeez, why are you so snappy? Because of that stupid boy? He wasn't stupid. I loved him, Blake, and now he's gone. Because I chose you over him, like always. And you don't care about my feelings, like always. Carly, just leave me alone. Blake left with a small face, and I felt kind of bad, but I was too mad to go after her. The next day, I calmed down a bit and was about to call Blake when her phone started buzzing like crazy. I picked it up, and I was shocked to see it was Eli. Before I could answer, the call got disconnected, and a text message appeared. I did what you wanted. Leave me alone. My mind went blank, and I opened the call logs on Blake's phone to see multiple calls to Eli. Suddenly, it all started making sense. Of course Blake must have driven Eli away. No one hated him more than her. What's this? You don't understand. Oh, I understand everything perfectly. You asked Eli to dump me so you and Mom could use me as your servant all my life, right? Before Blake could even say more, I pushed her out and slammed the door in her face. I started packing my bags and stormed downstairs, only to run into Mom. What's wrong? Is Blake okay? Yes, she's fine, but I'm not, and I haven't been fine for a while now. But you don't care, do you? Of course I do, sweetie. Why would you say that? Because you never have. Not since we were kids. Carly, I knew you could take care of yourself, and you were the healthy one, and Blake... No, Mom, I was eating my feelings, and you didn't even see that. I got back to being healthy on my own, and you've stunted both my growth and Blake's. Hers by over-coddling her, and mine by always holding me back to be her guardian. And now I'm done. I will go to New York because I want to get away from you and Blake, and you can't stop me. I left home and booked a flight to New York. On my way, I called Eli and explained everything to him. He told me that he was proud of me for taking a stand for myself and welcomed me with open arms. We moved in together, and I was doing really well in my classes. Mom and Blake tried getting in touch with me multiple times, and even though I missed them, I needed my space. Eventually, they stopped calling. After graduation, Eli proposed to me, and I said yes. Life was going great, till one day I heard a knock on the door and opened it to see Blake and Mom. What are you guys doing here? Eli called us and told us about the engagement. Carly, I have a confession. It was me who convinced Eli to break up with you, not Blake. Wait, what? Eli never told me that it was Mom behind everything. I didn't want to stress you out more. I could see you missed your family, and this would have made you sad. But I saw the call logs and the messages on Blake's phone. I'd actually been calling him to apologize, but I guess he thought both me and Mom wanted him to dump you. And I don't blame him. I was always awful to Eli. I guess I was just terrified of being on my own without you, but I drove you further away. I'm sorry too, my baby. I'd just become used to having you around, always taking care of everything. And the thought of you going away for college crushed me. I was selfish and always burdened you with too much. I hope you can find a way to forgive me. Thank you for finally acknowledging that. It might take me a while to really forgive you, but I'll get there. I won't lie. I have missed you guys. Then let's start with a hug. Hi everyone, my name is Hazel and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born to two genius parents who were masters of their craft. My mom was a big corporate lawyer and her work mostly kept her away from home. But I didn't miss her at all because I had the best dad in the world to keep me company. He was a genius scientist and I was like a mini version of him. I loved science too and hung around his workspace all the time.
Look, Dad, I found these.
Oh no, honey. Get away from that.
I was really notorious and would cause trouble around the lab all the time.
Where did all the lab rats go? Hazel!
As a result, Dad and his best friends, Mr. Jones, would shut me out of the lab during all their cool experiments, and I'd just hate it. I was 6 and a science genius in my class. I wasn't going to give up so easily, so I went to the kitchen to eat something and fuel my brain. But there I saw a really chubby kid munching on some donuts Dad had bought for me.
Hey, you thief! How did you get in here?
The kid immediately dropped everything and crawled under the dining table.
Tell me who you are right now, or I'm gonna call the cops.
He came out shivering and told me his name was Andy. And surprisingly, he was Mr. Jones's son. As we began talking, he told me that he mostly stayed at home with his nanny and didn't really have any friends.
And why's that?
They all pick on me for looking different, and 'cause I don't have a mom. Suddenly, his eyes went teary, and it kind of melted my heart.
Don't worry, I'll be your friend, and if anyone tries to bully you, I'll kick their butts.
Before I could finish, he hugged me tight, and in no time, we became the bestest of friends. We even built our own lab and spent all our time playing together. One evening, I was baking a cake to surprise Andy on his 9th birthday when I heard Dad and Mr. Jones arguing. Just then, Mom grabbed Mr. Jones's hand and stormed out of there. What was going on? I went in and Dad burst into tears and hugged me. What happened, Dad? Are you okay?
Oh, sweetie, I think I'm gonna lose it all. All the hard work I put into this one project of my life. Jones is gonna take it away from me, along with your mom.
What? Mr. Jones was stealing Dad's work? And Mom was siding with him? How could she? But before I could ask her, Mom declared that night that she was going to divorce Dad and take me along with her. And I just couldn't keep my cool. No, Mom, I'm not going anywhere with you. Dad was the one who raised me while you were never here. And now that he needs us, you want to leave? You're awful, and I hate you. I stormed back to my room while Mom tried to talk to me. I wasn't going to listen to her. A few days later, Mom moved out, and I never got to see her, Mr. Jones, or Andy after that, and it kind of broke my heart. But Dad was more miserable than me. He lost all his money, and we had to move to a much smaller house. After that, Dad spent most of his time in his room, so I tried to come up with ways to cheer him up. Look, Dad, I made you pancakes. Look, Dad, I invented this super cool machine. But nothing worked, and Dad's situation got worse day by day. Then a few days later, I saw Mr. Jones on TV, and he was being awarded as the Scientist of the Year for Dad's research. It angered me so much that I decided I was going to get Dad's revenge on him somehow. So I pulled up my socks and started studying harder. And luckily, I got into the same high school that was owned by Mr. Jones. On my very first day, I was on my way to the principal's office to submit some documents when some girl tripped me in the hallway, and I fell onto a guy ripping his t-shirt wide open, and the girl who tripped me started yelling at me. How dare you humiliate my friend in front of everyone? Get up and apologize to him now. What? You made me fall. If anything, you should be the one saying sorry. How dare you talk back to me like that? The guy suddenly stepped in.
That's enough, Rita. Let her go.
What? Why? He came forward and handed me all my documents and took that girl away with him.
Later, I discovered that his name was Andrew and he was the football captain and that mean witch was his friend Rita. And both of them were in the same class as me. Perfect. I went ahead and took a seat, but Andrew came and sat right next to me. Hey there, I'm sorry about how my friend spoke to you earlier. She can be a bit intense. Is that why she's shooting lasers at us right now? Ignore her. Do you maybe want to hang out with us later? I think I'll pass. I've got so much to catch up on. But for some reason, that guy wouldn't leave me alone. At the cafeteria, in the library, and even after school. Hi. What was his deal? Look, I don't know what you're up to, but I'd appreciate it if you... I want to take you out on a date. A what? Are you kidding me? You want to take this witch out on a date? Rita, watch it. Really? You want to side with this ugly duckling, Andrew? Fine, so be it. Gosh, this girl was crazy. But the kids at school were even crazier. The rumors of me dating the school's heartthrob were going viral. And as I entered the hallways, an egg came flying straight onto my face. Yikes! I rushed to the washroom to clean it, but Rita came suddenly from behind and pulled my hair. How can you even dream of dating Andrew when you know he's mine? I pushed her away, and before we knew it, we broke into an ugly catfight and ended up in bruises. I had to tell Andrew to get rid of those rumors now. So I went ahead to look for him on the playground. But then what I saw next shocked me. Mr. Jones was hugging Andrew after he won the football match, and that's when I realized Andrew was Andy, Mr. Jones's son, and my childhood friend. Holy freaks! For a moment, I felt so happy about Andrew, but then seeing Mr. Jones burned me on the inside. And Andrew's offer to date me was a perfect opportunity to get closer to Mr. Jones and ruin things for him just like he did for my dad. So I went ahead and pulled Andrew for a kiss in front of everyone. Whoa, that was... Awesome, I know. That's what you wanted, right? And that's what you get, boyfriend. After that day, Andrew and I started dating officially. We'd spend most of our time together and he'd make me laugh tons. It was a complete surprise to see him transform into this really cool and outgoing person, so different from how he was when we were kids. But of course, Rita fumed with anger seeing us together, and I couldn't help teasing her more. One time, I was working in the library after school when Andrew came and pulled me out of there. Hey, what are you doing? Shh, it's a surprise. We then rode to a hilltop outside the city, and everything looked so beautiful from up there. Just then, Andrew ran back to his car and brought a big cake lit with candles, and it made me teary-eyed seeing how much this guy cared for me. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, never better. I didn't even remember it was my birthday. It was then I realized I was really falling for him, but the thought of using him to get to his dad was kind of crushing my heart. I have been wanting to tell you something, Hazel. Before he could finish, my phone started ringing, and I was shocked to discover Dad was admitted to the hospital. Andrew asked his driver to immediately take us to the hospital, but I didn't want him discovering who I really was, so I asked him to stay back. Later, the doctors told me that Dad was quite ill and needed a lot of care to get well soon. I rushed to the nurse to inquire about the treatment and the expenses, but she told me everything was already taken care of, and it didn't take me long to figure out who'd do that. I left the hospital and saw Andrew waiting outside for me. Why'd you do that? Why won't I? It's your dad, Hazel, and if you were in my place, you would have done the same. No, I wouldn't. His dad was the reason my dad was so sick in the first place, and there was no way I was forgiving that man, even after what Andrew did for my dad. A few weeks later, Dad was much better and was sent back home. Andrew called me up later the same day and invited me for a party at his place. And that was perfect. Mr. Jones was apparently working on another big research project, and if I could get into their house and get my hands on it, it would be the perfect revenge. So I happily agreed. But when I got there, I was shocked to see Mom laughing and celebrating with Mr. Jones. I couldn't help hating her even more. After a while, when Andrew went away to get me a drink, I sneaked further into the house and found Mr. Jones's study. Bingo! I was going through some papers and documents there when suddenly the door flew open and I was shocked to see Mom standing there. Hazel, it's you, right? Oh, my daughter, what are you doing here? She ran to me and hugged me tight, but I pushed her away. Don't you touch me. You're not my mom. What are you saying? Then she looked at the mess I had created as I was going through all the papers, and the look on her face changed. What are you doing here, Hazel? I'm here to do the same thing that your lover, Mr. Jones, did to Dad. He stole Dad's research and took all the credit and money for it. With your help, Mom. What? Who told you that? That's a lie. Jones is my friend, not my lover, and he didn't steal anything. It was your dad who got greedy and tried to steal Jones's research and sell it. What? You're lying. No, I'm not. Clearly, your dad has been feeding you lies. This couldn't be true. I rushed out of that room, but Andrew was standing right outside the door, and judging by his face, I could tell that he heard everything. But I felt too ashamed to face him now, so I just stormed out of there, and Mom followed me all the way home, too. When we got there, I went straight to Dad and confronted him about everything. Tell your daughter the truth. And suddenly, Dad just broke into tears. Oh, Hazel, forgive me, my daughter. I can't believe it, Dad. All those years, you lied to me about everything, about Mom. How could you? 'Cause I love you, honey. When I realized I was gonna lose everything, I didn't want to lose you too, So you decided to lie and ruin my life? All this time, I hated two innocent people and made it my life's mission to get revenge on them for ruining our happiness. I even hurt someone I really care about, all because of your lies, Dad. I can never forgive you, ever. I ran to my room crying, but Mom came there and comforted me. I always knew you loved your dad more than me, sweetie, and I just couldn't force you to come with me when you weren't ready to listen. But I shouldn't have given up on our relationship so easy. I'm so sorry. Oh, Mom, I'm sorry for hating you too without giving you a chance. I moved out with Mom and we shifted to a different city. She got me enrolled into a really good school and I reconnected with her all over again. A few months later at Christmas, I was decorating the house with my mom when I heard a knock on the door. I was shocked to see Andrew standing right in front of my eyes. What? What are you doing here? Your mom invited me. I still couldn't bring myself to look at him, so I turned around. But Andrew took my hand. Listen to me, Hazel. It wasn't your fault. Your mom told me everything. How does it change anything, Andrew? I hid the truth from you and dated you to hurt your dad. So you're supposed to hate me. I can't, because I love you. I've always loved you, Hazel, ever since we were kids. And you weren't the only one hiding things. That day at school, when you fell and you dropped your documents, I saw your personal information, and I knew in an instant it was you. That's why I couldn't keep away from you. You knew? Then why didn't you say anything? Because I didn't want to scare you away after what happened to our dads. I wanted you to realize I actually loved you, and I know you do too. So please, stop running away from it. I looked into his eyes, and I couldn't help but see the love for me in them. I love you too, Andrew. Hi, I'm Leah from Indiana. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. Since I was a baby, I was meant to be a dancer. I could dance before I could even walk. I would do the cha-cha while cleaning my room and bust a move while brushing my teeth. And of course, I was shaking it all the way to and from school. People smiled and laughed when they saw me, but I never cared. When I was 10, I would watch my friends head off to dance class after school. It would tear me up inside to see them living my dream. I came home one day as my mom was finishing her makeup. Mom, can I please go to dance class? All my friends are going. You're not going. You have no idea how much that class costs. There was no other parent to ask at that time. Just me and Mom and whoever she was dating that week. But Mommy, please. I swear, I'll do your laundry and chores, and when I make money from ballet, you'll get makeup from Sephora. I'll take you shopping, whatever you want. Pretty please. This means everything in the world to me. We'll see if that ever happens. Right now, I don't have time for this. I'm going to be late. The answer is no, and that's final. She left me alone in the cold house while she sped off in Ted or Fred's Ferrari to some fancy dinner. For me, another night of instant noodles. I felt devastated with how my life was going, just dreaming about my dream of dancing. But then I turned 12. I was alone, like always, and before I could blow out my candle on my plain cupcake, it flickered out. Oh no, there's still so much to wish for. I was about to leave for school when Mom barged in. Hold on, Leah. You have mail. My mom handed me a card with my name and address on it. Who's it from, Mommy? To Leah from Aunt Lucy. Who's Aunt Lucy? I haven't spoken to her in years. I don't talk to that side of the family. She gave me a ticket. Mom snatched it immediately from my hand. That's not a ticket. It's a check for $10 million. My mom went crazy. It was like she stepped into a Louis Vuitton fever dream. I didn't even know she was that loaded. I could do so much with this. I could buy a Gucci dress, an MK bag, and a diamond set. And I can't wait to see the look on Mary's face. She'll be fuming. And oh, that Tony who dumped me, he'll come crawling back like a puppy, begging me to take him back. I didn't remember the last time my mom looked so happy. She showered me with hugs and kisses, even making me twirl around like a ballerina. I had so much to ask Aunt Lucy, but Mom said she didn't have her number or anything. And when I turned 14, Mom decided to move. So we packed up everything and headed to New York City. That's right, the Big Apple, the city that never sleeps. We were ready to start a new life. I finally signed up for dance lessons at an art school. Me, the girl who used to have holes in her shoes, had ballet slippers. I practiced every day until my legs cramped, but I was ecstatic. My mom also had new friends, like Tiffany, Chanel, and Fendi. I had always wanted to be close to Mom, so I joined her shopping sprees, and it worked out great. I guess that's what I was always missing. We would spend our time stalking the malls for the best clothes, handbags, and of course, shoes. Oh, Leah, we have to get these too. I was covered with shopping bags and balancing shoe boxes while scooting through the aisles. I could barely see in front of me through Mom's haul. Hurry up! We don't want to miss the first drop of Balenciaga's new collection. I'm right behind you. But honestly, when we were in these very posh stores, I felt like a princess. I was offered fancy drinks, tried on expensive dresses, and best of all, I felt so close to my mom. I walked out of the dressing room in a sparkling dress. Now spin around. Oh, beautiful, so beautiful. We'll take it. I looked at myself in the mirror. I could barely recognize myself, but maybe this is who I was supposed to be. I carefully teetered in the heels my mom had picked out for me, but crashed into the mirror. Do you think we could look at some flats? While I spent so much time with my mom, I might have been distracted from my dancing. My dance teacher seemed to be losing patience with me. Okay, Leah, you're up next. Saute. I smiled nervously at my dance teacher, attempting to jump, but fumbled the landing. The other students giggled at me. Have you been practicing? Yes, of course. I lied. What time did I have to practice? School was out at 3. I told my mom I would be at Bloomingdale's by 4. I mean, it was so unreasonable. Besides, I never looked more like a ballerina. The clothes, the hair, the shoes, the makeup. I was the definition of what a ballerina looked like. It wasn't my problem if my teachers couldn't see it. By the time I was 16, me and my mom had our routine down. Shopping, dining, and dining. Mom had friends she'd visit while I was in school, and we'd chat about them over dinner. And you wouldn't believe her hair. It's turned this terrible orange color. And her roots? Oh, her roots could be seen from outer space. Honestly, Leah, I'm beginning to think you're my only real friend. She loved me. My mom loved me. Just then, 2 men walked into the restaurant and surrounded us with serious faces.
Jeannie Roberts?
Yes? What is your problem? They flashed their badges at us. It was the police.
You have to come with us.
Excuse me? I am not done with my dinner. I want to speak to your manager.
Jeannie Roberts, we need to talk to you about your tax evasion.
This is ridiculous. You don't have the right person. They're gonna ruin my blouse. Mom, what's going on? Leah, I will call you as soon as I can. Can you let up a little? This is silk. The police dragged my mom out of the restaurant. I didn't know what else to do, so I ran back to our apartment. I paced and cried, staring at my phone. My mom was arrested. What on earth could I do? Finally, at midnight, the doorbell rang, and it was Mom. Mom, what's going on? Listen, I have to be quick. You need to get help. Otherwise, they'll put me away for good. would. They said tax evasion, but you haven't done anything. We have the money. Tell the police we have millions of dollars. We don't, Leah. It's gone. My stomach dropped. I need you to get me out of this trouble. I need you to go see Aunt Lucy and ask for the money. They have people watching me. They'll pounce on me if I try to leave the city. But you said you didn't know anything about her. Yeah, I just remembered her address. Go to her and get the money so I can get out of here. I had no other choice. It was just me alone, and I had to save my mom. I hopped on the first train I could find. There were 1 million people on the subway, and I squeezed my way through the crowd. The train car jerked, and the guy's soda splashed all over my face. He glared at me.
Hey, watch it.
But he splashed me. Finally, I arrived at my aunt's house and knocked on the door. Her house towered over me with dozens of closed shutters and fading awnings. I'm not interested in buying anything. I'm not selling anything. I'm Leah. Are you Lucy? I'm looking for my great Aunt Lucy. Leah? I ran to her and opened my arms for a much-needed hug, but I was taken aback when Aunt Lucy sidestepped me like she was avoiding a bug. Do you know you look very sticky? I know. I took the subway here. My mom asked for your help. You helped us before, and we appreciate it, so I didn't help you. Well, with the money you graciously gave us, you helped us a ton. That was your father's last investment. I was instructed to cash it out and send it to his next of kin. That's you. My dad? I can only recall bits and pieces of him. I know. You're not missing out. So, Jeannie's in trouble. You want something from me? Why should I bother? We're family, aren't we? I always disliked your mother. Spoiled, selfish, and vain. Does the apple fall far from the tree? You look just like her. But I didn't look like myself. She wanted me to leave, but I couldn't. She was my only hope. I kept pestering and pleading with her for days, buzzing around her like a pesky fly. Finally, after what felt like forever, she talked to me. This used to be a hotel, you know. I took care of everything, and I was great at it. But it's hard for a person my age to manage everything around here. There's too much space and too many stairs. I have a few guests coming over, but I don't have much staff. I would like to see how useful you can be. Whatever you need, I can do it. I needed to win her over to save my mom, so I got to work by cleaning out the fireplace. Large chunks of ash rained down on me, covering the floor in a thick blanket of gray. Oh my God, what a mess. Leave this and go wash your face. And when I scrubbed the windows, one of the panes cracked and a large piece of glass fell. I caught the glass right before it hit the floor. Oh no. I heard some guests coming, so I quickly shoved the glass under the bedspread. A large older man entered the room and plopped down on the bed. The glass made a large crunching noise and the man screamed. New sheets. You must need new bed sheets. I scampered out of the room and caught Aunt Lucy giving me the death stare. On the way to get new bed sheets, I bumped into a flower vase and knocked water everywhere. I sprinted off into the hall and grabbed the mop to clean, and then thud! The rest of the guests slipped and fell. Oops, I think I forgot the wet floor sign. Ugh, it's gonna be one of those days. I totally screwed up, and I knew there was no way she'd forgive me. So I hid from her, and when she finally found me, I started bawling like a baby. She couldn't be mad at a sobbing girl, right? I could see her face soften, and I figured I had a chance to get on her good side. I tried to make up for all the mistakes I had made. I gave my aunt a foot massage, made her fresh juices and warm soup, and in my final efforts, I polished her dresser and found a music box. Don't break it. Oh, I wouldn't. I love it. I'm a ballerina too. Well, maybe. I used to be. You're a little young for used to be anything. For me, this ballet feels like Aunt Lucy and I were finally talking, and it felt like the ice was melting. She told me how she used to be a dancer. When I was a baby, my dad would tell her all about how much I loved dancing. I finally got through to my aunt, but I still needed her help. I brought up how desperate I was to save my mom. I was wrong. You're not like your mother at all. Okay, enough of all this. Let's go. We took a car downtown and met my mom. What on earth happened, Jeannie? You are still as disappointing as ever. Ugh, here we go. Why did you even bother to come here? You could have sent the money with Leah, but I guess belittling an innocent woman is more your speed. Aunt Lucy asked Mom for her tax forms, but all she got was silence. Mom, just give her the paperwork. She'll help us. What's wrong with you? Okay, fine. I'll just leave. And then Mom spilled the beans. She had conned us. The cops were fake. The tax problem was fake. All a scheme to get money from Aunt Lucy. I can't believe this, Mom. How could you do this? I had to. The bank was going to take the apartment, so I had no choice. I was in debt, and knew only you could convince your aunt. I'm sorry. I know I spent a little, but I spent on you too, and it was for us, right, Leah? It made you happy, right? You were happy, and that's what made me happy. But I'm behind on all of my classes. We're out of money, and we don't even have the apartment. And now you're definitely not happy anymore, so I'm not happy. And I don't see how I could ever become a dancer.
Enough. Leah, you need to go to school and work on your studies. You want to be a ballerina?
Yes, of course.
Then you are coming with me. And Jeannie, you need to pay all of this off. You'll need a source of income to dig your way out of this.
This is an impossible situation. I know I made a mistake, but I want to change, and I can't live without you, Leah. I had doubts, and I was furious too. I even stepped outside with my aunt to leave, but then I realized I couldn't abandon my mom, not even after all the things she did. Okay, Mom, I think we should try to be a family, all of us together. I believed that this time it was going to work out. The three of us went back to the hotel and were ready to start our new lives together. But the next morning, Mom, I ran around the hotel but couldn't find my mom. Her clothes and purse were gone. I searched up and down until I got to the front desk. The cashier's box was completely empty. She left and took my Aunt Lucy's money. I was devastated. I brought her here, and it all happened because of me. What should I do? I had brought on enough trouble, and I had to earn and return every penny back to my aunt.
Leah, are you leaving too?
I'm so sorry, Aunt Lucy. I just wanted us to be a family. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. I thought it would be better if I just left. I'm so sorry about my mom. I wanted to believe that she would be different, but she wasn't. Just the same horrible, selfish woman.
Leah, you don't have to go. It's not your fault. We're family. Sometimes the family you're given isn't the family you end up with, and that is okay.
Really?
Really. I love you. And I do have some good news. I made a few phone calls, and you have an audition next week.
Oh, thank you. I love you too, Aunt Lucy. At the audition, I danced my heart out, and for the first time ever, I was supported and loved by my Aunt Lucy, and that sounds like the perfect kind of family to me. I felt a firm push on my back, and before I knew it, I was being dragged into the back of a waiting van. Let me go, please! I pleaded as tears streamed down my face, but my cries fell on deaf ears, and the van roared to life, carrying me away to a fate unknown. Little did I know, social media would save my life. Hey, my name is Carly, and I live in Washington. Don't forget to like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up with a politician as a dad was like living in a reality TV show on steroids. We jetted off to fancy places like nobody's business. Forget Disneyland. Our family vacations were on a whole different level. It was so glamorous. Red carpets? Check. Paparazzi? Double check. Speaking of paparazzi, I remembered the day when a photographer jumped out at me after school and asked me how much I loved my parents.
I love them both, but when Mommy comes in for a kiss, it's like I'm being attacked by an octopus.
It was a joke, but I was only 4 years old. Little did I know that innocent quip would turn Mom into a hilarious meme overnight.
Wow. Mom, you look cute.
But when Mom saw them, she felt terrible, and I suddenly realized that this must not be good.
I'm so sorry, Mom. I didn't mean for this to happen.
I know you didn't, sweetie, but sometimes people can be cruel, especially on social media. It's better to just avoid it overall.
Growing up, I realized the challenges that came with my family's position. People were green with envy and jealous as heck. Like, when I noticed an old woman afraid of crossing the street, I rushed to help her. But I ended up getting a lot more than I bargained for. As soon as I handed her purse back to her, someone recorded it and posted it, but they twisted it and made it look like I was stealing her purse. What a bummer. And just then, my dad's political enemies used the video, and all hell broke loose. Suddenly, Dad started losing his supporters faster than a contestant on The Voice. I was chill until I saw Dad walking like a ticking clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I felt terrible, so I stayed away from social media. But as I entered high school, Twitter, Instagram, and WhatsApp became big parts of everyone's lives. Even my best friend Sarah was always on her phone, chatting with guys on social media. Who are you talking to? Oh, wow. Our soccer champ just sent me a friend request. I'm so cool. Should I accept or make him wait? I couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. I started thinking of using it. Should I? Shouldn't I? Okay. You won. And I was stuck with my boring SIM card for texting, and soon all my friends ghosted me. It was so annoying. But at least I had Sarah, who never got bored of me and always knew how to cheer me up. We made silly videos of ourselves doing fun things. Like that time I was singing my song, Money in the Bank, I got it. Living like a rock star, party like a pop star. You can call me queen, I'm popping like a cork star. And Sarah posted the video on her Instagram without my permission, which made me really upset. Relax, no one will see it. You don't know that. Yes, I do. You're no Beyonce, and no one's losing their minds over your silly skills. Yeah, she was right. It only got a few comments, but it was still fun and addictive to read them. I was done playing the good angel role. It was time to explore. So I caved in and created my own social media account with a different identity just to see the comments. It was fun. Sarah and I continued to make silly videos, and we always played silly characters. But soon enough, Savannah, the TikTok girl of our school, was furious when she heard her friends gushing over my videos. She was so mad that she could have TikTok danced her way to Siberia.
You think you're so cool with your little videos, don't you?
Huh? What do you mean?
Just stick to your own lane. Who made you queen telling Carly what to do? Just because you got no talent doesn't mean you gotta bring others down. Bye, Felicia. Get off your throne.
We both laughed, and Savannah just rolled her eyes and walked away, like she was Kim Kardashian and I was just an extra in the Kardashian reality show. But then I quickly put an end to our Instagram or TikTok war when Matthew joined our school. He was Justin Bieber's son. I mean, he looked like him. Actually, he was the son of my dad's faraway friend. And the second he stepped through the door, he had everyone's attention. He was smart, handsome, and had a charm that Savannah was all too eager to bask in. She was practically throwing herself at him.
Hey, Matthew, you're looking good today. Mind if I take a quick selfie with you?
Actually, I'd prefer if you didn't.
Come on, don't be so uptight. It's just a harmless picture.
I'm sorry, Savannah. I'm just not interested.
I was wondering why Matthew didn't. I mean, everyone has social media, right? So I did what any self-respecting Gen Z would do. I stalked him online. To my surprise, I found absolutely nothing, leaving me to conclude that Matthew must be part of the 1% of people who don't have a presence on the internet. Hashtag, where are you, Matthew? Hashtag, no social life.
Is this seat taken?
Yes, by me. Just kidding. It's all yours, thanks. Hey, I noticed you haven't been very active on Insta lately, or, oops, why am I always in a rush?
Someone's stalking me? Well, I like my privacy. I can't stand social media. What about you?
Ugh, I hate it too. I recently deleted my account. I turned red. Why did I just lie?
Same. I mean, what's the point of having thousands of followers if you don't even know them in real life?
Yeah, totally. I'm sure all my followers were robots anyway. As we chatted, I felt myself opening up to Matthew like a book. Pretty soon, I realized that I was falling for him faster than a ton of bricks.
Why are we waiting? Let's go for a class.
I'm just waiting for the montage of us running through a meadow hand in hand.
You're different from all those other girls. You don't need to seek validation from others.
Matthew seemed to feel the same way, and we started spending more time together. And next, I was expecting a romantic dinner, but instead, I got a hiking invitation. At first, I felt let down a little, but it turned out amazing as we spent the entire day there. And when we were making our way down, my foot slipped, and that's when I got my chance. So I pretended to be in real trouble. I stretched out my arms and closed my eyes, expecting Matthew to scoop me up like in the movies. But instead, he ruined the moment by calling the rescue team to help me out. Talk about a buzzkill. And for the next few days, I was tossing and turning until one morning when I finally mustered up the courage to tell him how I felt. As we sat on a hilltop watching the sunset, I looked into his perfect eyes. I need to tell you something.
Me too.
Okay, you first. He smiled and pulled me close to whisper in my ear.
You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. I think I've fallen in love with you.
I felt my heart skip a beat. I think Cupid just shot me too. We shared our first kiss as the sun dipped below the horizon, and I knew that our love was something special. Everything was perfect, and even our parents began to talk about us moving in together after graduation and getting married one day. But Savannah, who was still jealous of our relationship, had other plans. The next day at school, I was more anxious than a squirrel on a highway, as I couldn't find Matthew, and he didn't reply to me the entire day. Have you seen Matthew? I think he's avoiding me. Sorry, what? I was too busy stalking my ex's new girlfriend on Instagram. You know, I always knew you were too basic for Matthew. He needs someone who doesn't embarrass herself on social media all the time. And just like that, my worst fear was confirmed. She had shown him my silly videos. The bell rang, and Savannah and I had a face-off. I was ready to go all Jersey Shore on her if I had to, but thankfully Sarah stepped in before I had to break out my hair-pulling skills. After my fight with Savannah, I stormed out of the school, and there he was, standing outside, waiting for me. As we got into his car, Matthew turned to me, and his expression was colder than an iceberg in Antarctica.
Why didn't you tell me?
I was scared to lose you by telling you the truth.
I can't believe you lied to me.
I'm sorry.
My parents are really upset. They saw the dance video and all the others. My dad is a politician, and I can't have a girlfriend who's a social media sensation.
But I only have like 20 followers. I felt a lump in my throat as I realized what was happening. You're breaking up with me because of this?
I'm sorry. I don't know if I can go past that lie. And this whole social media thing is not my cup of tea.
But we love each other. Can't we work through this together?
I need to do what's best for my family.
Please, Matthew, don't do this. I'll delete my account.
I'm sorry, Carly. I need some time to think about things, but we can still be friends.
I got out of the car and watched him drive away. Friends? As I walked home, I noticed a van following me. At first, I didn't think much of it, but then 2 men got out and dragged me into the van. I was terrified and confused, wondering what was happening. As we drove to a secret location, I kept thinking it was a prank. Savannah must have paid these guys to play a joke on me. Is this some kind of punked episode? Do I get to meet Ashton Kutcher now? Seriously, if this is Savannah's idea of a joke, tell her it's not funny. As the van stopped in the middle of nowhere, I realized this was no prank. It was real, and I was in trouble. Look, I don't know what you guys want, but all I have is some gum and a half-eaten granola bar in my backpack. There was silence from the guys in the front of the van, and I started to feel a little uneasy. Suddenly, the kidnappers hopped out, and I heard a dial tone.
Hey, we got her. No, we didn't hurt her. Sure, we're ready, as agreed, asking for a ransom.
A ransom? Who do they think I am? A Kardashian? After what felt like an eternity, I heard the sounds of footsteps approach the back of the van. I knew this was my chance to escape. I braced myself for what was to come. But then, I heard a familiar voice. Carly, are you in there? I couldn't believe it. It was Sarah. She found me. Or was she one of them? The back door opened, and I saw Sarah and Matthew standing in front of me with a group of police officers behind them.
Are you okay? I'm so sorry for what I said earlier. I can't ever lose you.
I nodded, too overwhelmed to speak. Matthew lovingly scooped me up like a pizza from the van. Come on, guys, it's a serious situation. Stop giggling. What is happening here? How did you find me? Social media. Savannah was acting really weird in school, like wearing sunglasses inside and being afraid of her own shadow. I got suspicious that she was hiding something. I checked her social media and saw that she had posted a vlog of herself walking.
And that's when we saw you in the background of her video getting shoved into a van. We got the license plate and gave the information to the police.
You saved my life.
Carly!
My parents arrived by helicopter like their own personal Mission Impossible, and it was hard to tell who was more relieved, me or them. Oh, my dear, we were worried sick about you. I can't even imagine what you've been through.
Your safety is our top priority, Carly. We were ready to do anything to bring you back.
I thought I was never gonna see you guys again, but thanks to Sarah and Matthew, I'm here, and social media. It's funny how something that almost ruined my life ended up saving it. Social media caused so much drama in my life and almost cost me everything, including Matthew. But without it, who knows how long it would have taken to find me. Just then, the police took the kidnappers into custody.
You'll pay for this!
Something just doesn't feel right. The police stripped the bad guys of their belongings and shook hands with my dad. I quickly dialed the last number and saw my dad pull out his phone and drop the call. It was him. I was horrified. My own father orchestrated my kidnapping? That night, Dad admitted to it and asked for my forgiveness.
I know it seems extreme, but it was the only way to win back my voters. If I lost the election, my opponent would have won and ruined everything that I've worked for. I don't care about losing, but people would have suffered. There would have been no social security, no free education, and no health insurance. I couldn't let that happen.
But you put your political things ahead of your own daughter's safety? And if it was for good, why didn't you involve me in your plan? I could have helped you, or at least have been prepared for what was going to happen.
I wish I could have involved you, but the plan involved highly confidential information. Even family members can accidentally leak information, and I couldn't take that risk. I truly believed that what I was doing was for the greater good. I instructed the fake kidnappers not to hurt you, and they didn't. And now that you're home safe, I hope you can understand why I did this.
As news of my kidnapping spread, the public's empathy for my father grew. I knew his intentions were good, but his actions were wrong. Still, I forgave him. He was reelected and made sure that everyone got what they deserve. better wages. I learned the value of honesty and communication. I realized that sometimes people make mistakes, but forgiveness and understanding can bring healing and peace. As for Matthew and I, we were able to continue our relationship, and our love only grew stronger. He even willingly participated in a video for Sarah's TikTok. Hi everyone, my name is Summer. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I come from a poor family where my single mom used to work in fields for rich people. And since I was the eldest daughter, I always tried to help her out. Except I was kinda slow and really clumsy. Honey, can you go pick up those baskets for me? Sure thing, Mom. Oh, ouch! I'd destroy more things than I'd fix. You're sick, Mom. You should rest. I'll feed the cattle for you today. Oh no, wait, Summer. No, shh. You can thank me later. But as soon as I went near the animals, I stepped on a cow's tail and sent them all running around in panic. Just then, my BFF Jackson showed up, laughing like crazy.
I guess that adds to another of your achievements this week, Summer.
Shut up and help me. Jackson's family had lived next to us for years, and we'd grown up really close. And since he was a freaking genius, he'd help me study while I just tried to sleep my way out of it. At school, all the girls drooled over him and came to me to put in a good word for them. Can you give these chocolates to Jackson and ask him to come to our party?
Nah, I got a test. You can eat them all.
Really? The girls would hate me for being his favorite. And likewise, I adored him too. He was really hardworking and had part-time jobs to support his mom, who was sick most of the time. One day, I went over to check on his mom, and he was surprised when he came home.
Summer, what are you doing here?
I knew you'd be working late shifts, so I thought I'd help out.
I am so lucky to have you in my life. I love you.
Suddenly, my eyes went all wide.
What, you don't like me?
Oh, no! I mean, yes, I like you a lot. But I thought you were too perfect and wouldn't like someone like me.
You're the most beautiful person, both inside and out. Summer, I don't just like you, dummy. I love you.
After that, Jackson and I started dating, and it was really fun. But over time, things started to get tough. Jackson's mom got sicker, and he became super stressed and started working more part-time jobs. He'd be so busy that I'd barely get to see him. So one day, I decided to stop by at the ranch where he worked. But when I got there, I saw Jackson's clothes were all muddy, and a bunch of kids our age were messing with him. How dare you touch me, you filthy rat?
I didn't touch you on purpose. I was just trying to save you from falling.
But suddenly, the girl slapped Jackson hard across his face, and I just couldn't watch him being humiliated like that. You jerks! Leave him alone! I jumped over the fence to save him, but I ended up landing in a puddle. Ugh! The other kids started laughing, and Jackson pulled me away quickly. But the next day, Jackson came to my place with the most extraordinary request.
Summer, if I asked you, would you date the guy I work for?
What? You want me to be someone else's girlfriend?
No, I just want you to pretend.
Why would you ask me to do that? And do you mean one of those jerks who was bullying you?
Just hear me out. He asked me if I could get him a fake girlfriend in exchange for a lot of money.
Summer, you know I'd never even think of such a thing if I didn't really need it. Mom needs that surgery soon. So, you'll put me up for sale?
No, don't say it like that. It's just like any job. It doesn't mean anything more. Please, help me.
I knew his need was genuine, but this was insane, and I refused. The next few days, Jackson kept texting me to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to him. Until one day I came home, and Mom told me that Jackson's mom had been admitted to the hospital. I went there as fast as I could, and it broke my heart to see how defeated Jackson looked. And I decided to go along with the fake dating plan. I was going to get him that money, and maybe even teach those jerk kids a lesson. When I told him I'd do it, Jackson was shocked.
Are you sure, Summer?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't thank you enough. You're the best.
The next day, I went to see that guy Aiden at his ranch.
Interesting. Aren't you Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy?
What? No, Jackson and I are just friends.
Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then?
Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like, gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck.
Oh, really? How are you going to be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then?
'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you?
None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired.
He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't going to make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was going to be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him.
God, who is that clown with you, Aiden?
What is she even wearing? Ew, she smells like cattle. But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg.
It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg.
But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me.
Look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around. People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part.
I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't going to stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food.
Seriously? What's wrong with you?
A girl's got to eat, man. I have a healthy appetite. I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment.
You want money? Here you go.
And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him.
What the heck? Aiden, control this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle.
Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off, fuming. But then Aiden pulled me away angrily. Ah, stop! What are you doing?
What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends.
They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty. And I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and—
Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick, and the treatment is super expensive. It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you.
Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly, the door flew open, and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch!
Are you okay?
Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me?
I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends, and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry.
What?
It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work.
What do you mean?
My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you.
I could tell that he was having a really hard time, and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me.
What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend.
Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me.
You could have just walked.
What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so—
Okay. Don't get mad at me, please.
It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay? It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly. That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch. That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him. And we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome. Whoa, you look so pretty. You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy. It's a shame we aren't dating for real. Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster and I just ran out of there. But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately? I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared. Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today? Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. And you should go and be with Aiden. Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me. Are you okay? I'm sorry about what happened back there. No, don't be. It wasn't your fault. So, what now? Are your parents going to be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you? Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that. He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there. And so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other. Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night. So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich? That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me. Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not going to end well for you.
Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're going to be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well.
I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble. So I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me. I'm really sorry, Summer, but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend. Jackson, I think the plan is already over. Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now. But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste. I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway. Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night? What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me? Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money. Not me. You. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done. Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right? Jackson, just stop. No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not. He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage. Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, 'cause this time, I want it to be real too.
I promise.
Okay, if you hate everything and my car so much, why don't you just get out?
This isn't funny. It's freezing, and it's dark out. Is this a joke?
Does it look like a joke? Call an Uber.
My jaw dropped as he sped off. I was waiting for the driver when I suddenly heard glass shattering and a loud alarm. I looked behind me and saw a man in a dark hood running out of a jewelry store. We both froze. Hi, I'm Layla from New York. Before I tell you the rest, don't forget to like and subscribe. I had a perfect family. I grew up in one of the most expensive penthouses in all of New York City. We had a personal chef, designer clothes, everything. My dad was the president of a huge company, and he loved my mom and I more than anything in the world. We had it all. But when I was 5, my life turned upside down when my mom left, and my dad started spending all his time at work, and a few years later, he married Gwendolyn, who was some random supermodel, and they started jetting off to exotic cities for her work every weekend. At first, I hated how they left all the time. I even tried going with them once.
All packed up for the trip, Daddy.
Oh, Layla, you didn't really think you were coming with us, did you?
Tomorrow's my 7th birthday.
Right. The housekeepers will make you the biggest cake you've ever seen.
Toodaloo.
But as I got older, I got used to them being gone for weeks, and eventually, I totally loved it. Who needed actual parents when you had their credit card? An empty house meant having epic karaoke parties, movie marathons, and makeover parties whenever I wanted. My parents didn't care as long as no one broke anything that cost more than $10,000. Having the best party house in an elite private school was like being royalty among royalty.
Oh my God, Layla, your party this weekend was incredible. When's the next one?
Don't think I didn't see you break my stepmom's favorite vase. For you, there won't be a next one. Like any queen bee, I had to keep my hive in line. And most importantly, I had to have a super hot king by my side. So I had a boyfriend, Jackson, who was the heir to a massive family fortune.
Hey, babe, want to take my dad's helicopter to the Bahamas this weekend?
Ooh, the Bahamas. Should we ask our parents?
Good one.
We even won prom king and queen 2 years in a row. I mean, it's not like it was a surprise. Life was totally perfect. But when I was 17, everything changed. Jackson was driving me home from dinner one night, and we got into the dumbest argument. He was always throwing tantrums.
Okay, if you hate everything and my car so much, why don't you just get out?
This isn't funny. It's freezing, and it's dark out. Is this a joke?
Does it look like a joke? Call an Uber.
My jaw dropped as he sped off. I was waiting for the driver when I suddenly heard glass shattering and a loud alarm. I looked behind me and saw a man in a dark hood running out of a jewelry store. We both froze. He was turning to run when a huge gust of wind blew his hood off. I immediately noticed this huge scar on his forehead. Luckily, the alarm must have called the police. The flashing lights and sirens sent him running. I told the officers everything. They dropped me off at home. Jackson didn't take my call, and I had to sleep with all the lights on. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of someone banging on my door. It must be Jackson, begging for forgiveness. Surprise, surprise. You better have a whole bouquet of flowers for me. You're not Jackson. 2 giant men in dark suits with gold badges were standing at my door.
FBI, Layla, you need to come with us now.
Is this about last night? I told told the police everything.
The man you saw is some psycho who's connected to robberies all over the city, and he's extremely dangerous. We've already contacted your parents. With your family's high profile, we're putting you in witness protection.
Witness protection? Doesn't that only happen in movies?
You'll be living with a new family in a discreet location until he's captured.
He barely saw me. My dad will never allow this. Dad? Wait, what? Can't you just come home to protect me? Apparently, Gwendolyn signed all the paperwork and sent it to the FBI that morning without even asking me first. You can't do this to me. I wasn't even allowed to say goodbye to my friends or take my phone. And I dozed off in the car until we pulled up to a small house in the desert. A woman and a little girl stood at the door waving and holding up a handmade sign. Eunice? Who is Eunice?
Welcome home. Miss Celia will tell you everything you need to know from here. Good luck.
Walking into the house felt like the beginning of a nightmare. Everything was so old. Even the floorboards were creaking under my feet. I know this is probably a lot for you, Eunice, but we're here to make you feel like home. Okay, but where's the rest of your house?
I can't believe I have a pretty big sister.
Don't mind Amy. She's only 5 and she is excited to meet you. I'm sure you're exhausted, but I was instructed to change your hair tonight. You need to be unrecognizable, Eunice. Are you kidding? I just got highlights. And please stop calling me Eunice. My name is Layla. Sorry, sweetheart. But according to your new identity, your name is Eunice. You're my niece who just moved here from a farm, and you have short green hair.
Cool. I love green hair.
I'm gonna be sick. Hopefully not too sick. You have to start school tomorrow. After hours of sobbing, I had no choice but to let Celia destroy my hair. Before school the next morning, Celia printed out a schedule and told me about my new identity. Whoa. AP Trigonometry Chess Club? You'll do great. Oh, and I packed you a sandwich for lunch. It's probably nothing as fancy as you're used to, but I think I make a mean PB&J.
The best sandwich.
Oh, and here's your phone. Don't try to sneak any texting to friends. It's only programmed to call me.
A flip phone?
Have a great first day. As if that wasn't enough, the students all looked so weird. Not a single person was wearing designer clothes. I guess I wasn't either. I shut the locker and jumped when I saw a tall guy with glasses and a plaid sweater standing right in front of me. Who are you?
Hi, I'm Edward. Eunice, right?
Yeah, I am. How did you know?
I'm the chess team captain. I heard we were getting a new student today, and you're the only person here I don't recognize. Small town.
I don't need a greeting committee. I won't be staying long.
Whoa, sorry. I thought I'd help the new girl, but if you've got it all figured out, I'll see you later.
Great start, Eunice. If the nerds already hated me, I wouldn't dare try my luck with the popular girls. I ate lunch in the bathroom, alone. This is all Jackson's fault. I was so furious that I spent the rest of the day in a daze, thinking about getting out and seeking my revenge. The final school bell snapped me out of it. Time for the worst part.
We have a new member. Everyone, this is Eunice. She'll be my partner today. Earth Eunice, you go first.
Oh, right. Okay. I bumped a random piece up on the board.
I don't know what chess was like where you're from, but you can't do that.
My aunt made me join. I really don't care about this.
Well, we care, and I don't have time for someone who doesn't want to be here.
Fine, whatever. I stormed out and looked for a phone booth since I couldn't use my own phone. There had to be a way to get out of here. I thought about calling Jackson or my dad until I realized they're the ones who got me here in the first place. Jackson abandoned me on the sidewalk, and Dad just straight up abandoned me. I gave up and went back home.
I had the best day at school. We got to play outside, and I saw a rock that was bigger than my head.
Okay, what about you? Did you make any new friends? Nope, but maybe a couple of enemies. I told Celia that I didn't want to go to chess anymore. Although, seeing them all play did remind me how fun it was to play with my dad. Did I just call chess fun? One day, I was walking to the bathroom for another sad PB&J, but someone was blocking the door. Edward, you know this is the girls' bathroom, right?
I just wanted to make sure you knew that it wasn't the cafeteria, since you eat lunch here every day. Small school, people talk.
Well, that was humiliating. What do you want? Surprisingly, he apologized for being so harsh on the first day. He even offered me to join him for lunch, where they play chess as well. I never thought I'd say it, but it was way better than eating alone in a bathroom. Edward even walked me home after school, and I saw Celia spying at us through the window before he dropped me off. Someone's making friends.
Does he want to have a play date with me?
I'll ask him. Edward and I started spending more time together, and it was fun. And I started to look forward to school, and I had to admit, it was nice not having friends who only looked for status and where I had to dress up like I was going to a fashion show every day. And once, as I prepared to leave for school, I saw Celia braiding Amy's hair, and it reminded me of my mom. I gathered myself and took my bag to leave.
Okay, bye, Mom.
Bye, Mom. Before I knew it, Celia was hugging me. I'm sorry. My tears are getting your shirt wet. It's just that that my real mom was the last person to actually take care of me. We don't have the nicest things, but we have a lot of love to give, and we love you.
Yeah, you're my sister.
I pulled Amy in with us. I could have stayed there all day. I was so happy. Even in school, after weeks of practicing with Edward, we were finally ready to have a real match. I asked Celia if he could come over to play at the house after school. The FBI agent said as long as I kept my cover up, it was fine.
Hi, Edward. We heard a lot about you.
I cleared off the table for you guys to play. Edward, are you staying for dinner? I don't know why that made me nervous, or why my mind suddenly flashed to Jackson. Please, does Jackson deserve loyalty after what he did? Yeah, he will stay for dinner. Edward beat me, of course, but the real fun was watching him with Amy during dinner.
Rock, paper, scissors.
I win.
Was he always this cute? After dinner, Celia let us walk to get ice cream so Edward could show me around more. He wanted me to see the fountain he made wishes in as a kid, but right as we were about to throw coins in, something stopped me. Wait, do you hear that? There's a rustling sound. Edward stepped in front of me, and that's when I saw a dark figure, and my heart raced with anticipation of the man with the scar to come out and... Jackson? What are you doing here?
Layla, I felt terrible for what I did, so I came to rescue you. You're not safe here. You know this guy? Wait, why is he calling you Layla?
Well, I'm not really allowed to tell you. Is this real? My ex-boyfriend and I don't even know what.
Quick, read this. Someone dropped it at my door a few days ago, and I've been looking for you ever since.
Tell Layla I found out her new identity. I know all about the mom and the little girl, and I will find her. He found me, the psycho with the scar.
I hired an investigator to find you. The FBI said we could fly to one of my dad's islands until it was safe. The helicopter is waiting.
I'm never one to run from a fight. But what about Celia and Amy and Edward? As long as I was here, they were in danger too. I'm sorry, Edward. I have to go. Jackson grabbed my hand and we ran. I couldn't bring myself to look back. Before I knew it, we landed in front of one of Jackson's beautiful island mansions.
Ah, look at you. You need a proper makeover, and these green hairs look like snot. You belong to me. Yeah, I mean here, not in some middle of nowhere loser town.
I think I need to lie down. Jackson got me new clothes, fixed my hair, and even brought his personal chef to cook us 5-star meals. Wasn't this what I had been missing? So why did I keep thinking about Celia and those silly peanut butter sandwiches?
You could at least say thank you. I'm basically your hero.
I didn't really mind living there, you know.
Very funny.
Our dinner was interrupted by someone pounding on the door. Jackson jumped out of his chair to look out the window.
Oh no.
FBI, open the door.
FBI? What did you do? He tried to block me, but I pushed past him to open the door.
Good, you're safe. Celia thought something terrible happened to you. We've been looking for you for days, along with your dad. We asked him to wait for you at home.
But Jackson said I showed them the letter.
Miss, the man you identified has been on trial for a few days. We were waiting until he was in prison to tell you it was safe to return. There's no way he could have written that letter without us knowing.
I can explain.
Jackson, you ruined everything again. I had a family who cared about me, friends who wanted me for more than just parties. Why do you even care? You got me into this mess.
Because no one walks away from me. Only I can decide that. I am Jackson St. Germain. I always get what I want, and I still want you.
Walked away? I was in witness protection. I didn't even have a phone. You're insane! The agents had to put Jackson in handcuffs to put an end to one of his famous tantrums. Get him out of here. The FBI told everyone I was safe and took me back to my penthouse in New York. Walking through the empty rooms, I thought about Celia and Amy, and I suddenly understood the difference between a house and a home.
My baby Layla, I'm so sorry for not being here with you all this time. I can't go back to the time that has passed. I know I was so focused on work because I was trying not to miss your mom, and I didn't realize how much you had grown up. You look just like your beautiful mom, and when I got to know that you were in the witness protection program, I used all my connections to find the scumbag bandit as soon as possible. And when I found out you'd gone missing, I realized what a terrible father I am.
Oh, Dad, you'll always be my dad, but I really want to go back to finish high school with Celia. My dad accepted as long as I had a bodyguard for protection. There was just one thing I had to do before going home. Driver, can you please make a stop at the local jail?
You better tell them to let me out. Tell them it's a mistake.
I cut him off with a well-deserved slap across the face. Clearly, he hadn't learned any lessons yet, but he was super rich. I knew he'd be bailed out in no time, but not by me. Bye, Jackson. It was time to reveal my big plan. Layla. Layla, it's beautiful. I took Celia and Amy's blindfolds off and revealed a brand new house by the fountain in the park. My dad wanted to make up for his absence, so he paid to build a big house with everything the three of us could need. And yeah, I did ask for a walk-in closet. A girl can only change so much.
Do I have a playroom?
You have two.
Wow!
I still can't believe your name is actually Layla, and you did all this just for some chess-playing nerds in a small town.
Don't flatter yourself too much. It was for all you nerds in this beautiful small town. Let's head inside. I'm kind of craving a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
The student stares at a blank white screen while an artist paints the things unseen. The scholar's lamp burns through the night. The athlete runs toward the morning light. A teacher sighs, hoping the spark they lit survives. Finding the light when the halls get dark. Oh, welcome to the life at MSU, where the story's changing and the leader's you. Yeah, the story's changing and the leader's you. Welcome to the life at MSU.
My heart jumped all the way to my toes when I finally reached the huge MSU gate. For a hopeless romantic introvert like me, the first day of high school was both super scary and a little exciting. New year, new school, a whole new vibe. Would I make any friends here? Or maybe find love? Wait, what was I thinking? I worked so hard to get a scholarship to be here. I should focus on my studies, not boys. I quickly spotted my fellow freshmen gathered near the gate, all waiting for the tour to start. All right, Candy, this is it. We walked through the school hallway, and I was amazed by the surroundings. Everything was clean and neat, and I could even smell the natural scent of bamboo and flowers. The ambiance was peaceful. Despite the usual school noise, I could still hear the leaves rustling and the soft stream of water from the river. It would help a lot with studying. Suddenly, something caught my attention. Was that a squirrel wearing a freaking hoodie? Where did it even find those tiny clothes? I got distracted for 2 seconds, and when I blinked again, my tour group was gone. Oh my God, where did they go? I was about to break down in the middle of the way when a smooth voice sounded behind me.
Need some help? You look a little lost.
I spun around, and time completely froze when I found myself face to face with the most gorgeous guy I'd ever seen. He looked like he'd stepped out of a dream. Perfect hair, perfect smile, practically glowing like an angel. I swear, I felt like I was floating. Which I actually was, because I was this close to passing out. Before I hit the ground, his arm shot out, grabbing me by the waist, steadying me. And for a second, I felt like my heart stopped beating.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry about that. I was with the tour group with the new students, and we were on our way to the auditorium to, some orientation thing, and I lost them because I lost them. Brain, work with me here, please. He gave a small smile, and I swear the sun came out just to make him look even better.
Well, you're not far off. The auditorium's this way. I can walk you there if you'd like.
Oh my God, oh my God, you really don't have to. I don't want to waste your time and...
I insist.
But...
Please.
Okay. He started walking, and I followed him like a lost and completely mesmerized kitten, sneaking glances at him every few steps. Is this really happening? A cute guy is helping me? How did I get this lucky on my first day? Is this fate? Are we gonna date later on? Is he gonna be my first love? My first boyfriend? My future husband?
Here you go.
Huh?
We're here, the auditorium. And I think the freshman orientation is about to start.
Oh, right. Thank you so much.
No problem. I'm happy to help. Anytime.
He then reached into his pocket and pulled out something small.
Here. A little good luck for your first day.
A candy? I stared at it like he'd just handed me a diamond. I swear I will never eat this. This candy is sacred now. I'm keeping it forever. Maybe I'll even build a shrine for it. Oh, thank you for this. This looks sweet. I mean, this is a candy, right?
Good luck.
I just stood there, frozen, clutching my new good luck charm. By the time I snapped out of it, he was already gone. Panicking, I took a few steps forward, scanning the crowd. Where did he go? I should have at least gotten his name. Soon enough, the ceremony wrapped up, and I followed my fellow freshmen toward our building, my eyes darting around like I was on a secret mission to spot my crush. When we finally got to our homeroom class, I headed straight to the back. I then glanced at my seatmate, only to find her glaring at me. She's really pretty, but she looks like a meanie. What was her problem? Do I know her? Did I accidentally steal her seat or something? She kept up the death glares all through our next classes without saying a single word, and it was driving my paranoid butt crazy. By lunchtime, I was on edge, so I slipped into the cafeteria, found a quiet corner, and started eating, hoping she'd forget I existed. Just then, someone slammed a tray down right across from me. I looked up to see none other than her.
Mind if I sit here?
She sat down right next to me, staring at me like I was her next meal. Yeah, sure. I mean, it wasn't like she gave me much of a choice.
Oh, so you do talk. Thought you were mute or something. I'm Trixie, by the way.
You're not mad at me?
What do you mean?
You kept glaring at me all day.
Oh, sorry about that. That's just my resting witch face. But hey, maybe I do want to eat you alive. You look like a cute little candy.
Funny you say that. My name is actually Candy.
Wait, let me guess. Your last name is Crush?
I laughed, and just like that, all the awkwardness melted away. I usually have a hard time making friends because I was always scared to make the first move. But Trixie and I clicked instantly. It felt like I'd won the friends lottery on my first day. I guessed my lucky charm was already working. And as an introvert, one solid friend was all I needed. Soon enough, we were already talking about our crushes and dark secrets.
So, have any cute guys caught your eye yet?
Trixie, it's only been a week.
So what? The lower campus is filled with hot nerds and athletes. You could collect at least 5 crushes in an hour.
I assume you already have one?
Oh, please. I'm already eyeing one. Just testing the waters to see if he's just a crush of the day material or, crush to marry potential. Like I told you, I easily lose interest if they crush me back. It just gets boring after that. I'll spill the details once I'm sure about him. How about you?
Well, there's this one guy. I continued to tell her about my encounter with Mr. Nice Guy, complete with all the details, and she started screaming.
Girl, we need to hunt him down.
Hey, let's take it easy, okay? It's just a harmless little crush, and who knows, he might be taken already. Just please, don't do anything stupid.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got you.
But telling Trixie about him was a huge mistake. She immediately spilled it to Cass, the ridiculously gorgeous, effortlessly classy girl sitting on her other side in class. Yes, that one that looked like a princess.
Hey, Cass, guess what? Our girl Candy here is crushing on some cute guy on our first day of school, but she hasn't seen him since. Want to help us hunt him down? We need more woman power.
That's adorable. So what's he like? Did you at least get his name?
To my surprise, Cass didn't laugh, roll her eyes, Or get up and leave to call her driver or something.
Unfortunately, no. Candy here is a total amateur. Like, she's already planned their wedding, but she forgot step 1, basic introductions. That's why she needs our help.
I'm in.
Ugh, this is so embarrassing. Thankfully, Cass was busy babysitting her little sister over at the grade school campus in between our classes, so she wasn't all up in this drama. Meanwhile, Trixie was out here trying like her life depended on it. Every day, she'd literally drag me around campus, turning every walk into a full-on stakeout. We'd scan buildings, gardens, and parks, peeking around corners like wannabe detectives trying to find a freaking serial killer. Then one day, we finally spotted him. He was tall, standing by the fountain with the same blue hoodie I'd mentioned he'd wore the first day.
Oh, that's him. Go say something.
Before I could even think, she suddenly shoved me towards the guy, catching him completely off guard. My heart was racing as he slowly turned around, only to reveal a face that was the exact opposite of what I remembered.
Whoa, back off, baby girl. You're not my type.
The audacity of you to say that with a face like that, you ugly, delusional lobster cracker.
Trixie, calm down. Maybe he's just going through something. Sorry about that. We just mistook you for someone else.
What a lame excuse just to get my attention.
Trixie was ready to go full berserk. But before she could pounce at him, I yanked her away. After we escaped the crime scene, a depressing thought hit me like a truck. What if he's actually from the upper campus? Just thinking he might be someone super rich makes my heart sink. If that's true, then he's way out of my league.
Nah, I think he's from here. I can literally sense it.
Trixie was so determined to find him without even knowing his name or what he looked like. One time, she even collected cute guys and made them line up in front of me. Jesus, Trixie, what are you doing?
Is this him?
No.
Okay, move. How about this cutie?
No, please, stop this. I don't think he's here.
Are you sure?
Yes, jeez, you're embarrassing me.
All right, boys, bounce away.
Later that day, during history class, she was still onto it.
I swear, if I have to keep staring at Mr. Olden's prehistoric dentures, I'm gonna pass out.
Shh, behave. Remember, he could see and hear everything.
Whatever. Why don't you sketch your crush for me? At least I would have a clearer picture of who we're looking for.
She was actually serious about ditching class just to hunt Mr. Nice Guy down. And knowing her, at this point, she'd really do it. Eventually, I found myself giving in. But unfortunately, art isn't my thing. I showed her my sketch, and she suddenly snorted in laughter. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over us. We both looked up to see Mr. Olden glaring down with his infamous squinty-eyed stare, one hand gripping his ancient cane. He looked older than time itself, but somehow built like a tank. He leaned forward, close enough that I could count the wrinkles on his forehead.
So, you two think my class is a comedy show, eh? You know, I've been teaching since the dinosaurs roamed the earth, seen your kind come and go, and none of them made it out unscathed after disrupting my class.
I felt like pooping from the nervousness. The whole class had gone dead silent as he suddenly straightened up with a loud crack of his spine, then effortlessly hoisted the nearest desk into the air with one hand.
Next time, I might just lift you two for a little history lesson on manners.
Sorry, Mr. Olden. Candy here was just showing me ancient drawings for historical purposes.
Oh.
Thankfully, he eventually calmed down and continued his lesson. Days have passed, and still, I haven't bumped into Mr. Nice Guy again. Maybe he was just some random outsider. Or maybe he was indeed from the upper campus. I started hanging out at the big central library where both campuses mix, hoping for a chance encounter. And just as I pulled out a book from a shelf, my world suddenly stopped when a familiar face suddenly appeared from the other side. It's him, my Mr. Nice Guy. I just stood there, totally frozen, staring at him with my heart pounding like crazy. But as his eyes lifted, I panicked and dropped down, hiding behind a book like it had the power to turn me invisible. After finally calming down, I slowly stood up and peeked around the other side of the shelf, but he was already gone. And it was both relieving and disappointing at the same time. The next morning, as I walked through the school gate, a familiar little flutter filled my chest. I glanced back, and there he was again, just a few steps behind me. Oh my freaking God! My heart practically backflipped out of my chest. I could feel each of his steps getting closer, and soon we ended up side by side. I could barely breathe, trying to act normal, only to end up walking like a limping dog. From the corner of my eye, I could feel just how tall and handsome he was. Every step was pure torture, in the best way possible. I finally managed to breathe normally again when he changed direction and headed into the sophomore building. So, he's a sophomore, huh? Later, I told Trixie all about it, and of course, she was immediately scheming.
Let's go check out the sophomore building. Come on, he could still be around.
We lurked into the lobby, trying to look casual. A few minutes later, Trixie went to the restroom, and I was left yawning next to my all-nighter study session. Coffee was calling my name, and thank heavens, a cute little vending machine was right there waiting for me. Just as I shuffled over, an unexpected thing happened again. There he was, right next to me. Holy goodness, why does he keep popping up out of nowhere? He could at least give a poor innocent girl some warning. With a trembling hand, I reached for the button, but he beat me to it.
You go first.
No, it's fine. You go ahead.
Please, I insist.
My mind was racing. I could ask his name, maybe mention that I still had the candy he'd given me. But my courage totally bailed on me. Come on, Candy, you've got this. I took a deep breath, preparing to say something, anything. But he'd already disappeared down the hall. But what about his coffee? Just in time, Trixie returned, her eyes lighting up.
OMG, guess what? I had the cutest moment with my crush in the hallway.
Is this the same crush you told me about last time? I wish I'd seen it.
I'll point him out to you next time I see him.
Okay. Anyway, while you were off having your rom-com moment, I kinda had a cute encounter with my own crush at the vending machine.
While I was away? How rude. How did I miss that? Did you at least take a picture of him?
No. It's not exactly nice to take photos without permission, you know?
Okay, but what if you, took a selfie and just accidentally got him in the background?
Trixie's idea came in handy later in the cafeteria during lunch, because the moment she got up to grab more food, I saw Mr. Nice Guy pass by again. I quickly lifted my phone, pretending to take a selfie, and managed to catch him in the background. Trixie, look! I finally caught him! Her eyes went wide, excitement all over her face. But then, strangely, her expression shifted.
Oh, good for you.
That was weird. For the next few hours, Trixie seemed distant until finally she excused herself to leave early. I watched her go, wondering what exactly ruined her mood. I spent the rest of the evening obsessing over the picture I took. He's so handsome and cute. I was grinning like an idiot, replaying every fantasy in my head while playing with the candy, and eventually falling asleep with my phone clutched in my hand. His face, the last thing I saw before drifting off to dreamland. The next day, Trixie didn't go to school. She'd mentioned she was sick, but her replies to my messages were short. I kept thinking how weird her replies were, and the realization hit me like a freight train. What if we actually have the same crush? They both were in the sophomore lobby that day. The thought made my stomach twist. Trixie still hadn't come to school for a few more days, and I was really worried now. Cass told me she saw her at MSH hospital. It turned out she was sick enough to be admitted. I decided to skip our last class to check on her. I hopped on the school bus and told the driver to drop me off at the hospital. After showing my visitation card to the information desk, they gave me Trixie's hospital room number. As I made my way to the door, a nurse came out of the room, and I caught a glimpse of a sight that shattered my world to pieces. Mr. Nice Guy was sitting by her bedside, taking care of her. So, we were indeed sharing the same crush all this time. Hurt and confused, I turned around and ran back to the elevator. Alone inside, I fought the tears from spilling out of my eyes. When the elevator slid open, I hurried out and accidentally bumped into some guy. Sorry, I needed to be anywhere but there. The next day was the weekend, and I spent it sulking, replaying that scene in my head over and over. I ignored Trixie's texts, especially the one asking why I'd left so quickly when I'd come to visit her. I didn't know what to say, or how to explain the pain in my chest that I didn't even fully understand. Monday came, and I went to school early just to clear my head and nurse my broken heart a little bit more before facing Trixie.
Hello, Candy to Earth.
I blinked my eyes and looked up to see her. Trixie. Sorry, I was just daydreaming. How are you feeling?
All better now. I tend to get sick easily. I know it doesn't match with my strong attitude and demoness face. Anyways, Candy, I have something to confess. Please don't be mad, okay?
I already know, Trixie. Your crush, he visited you at the hospital.
Wait, how did you know he visited me?
Look, I get it. If he likes you, I understand. You're prettier and more charming than I'll ever be, so it only makes sense. As I rambled on, her expression shifted. She suddenly grabbed her phone and dialed a number.
Get over here now. I don't care what you're doing.
Not even a few minutes later, the most unexpected person suddenly showed up, looking a bit confused and slightly out of breath.
Hey, why are you crying?
Why does he look so worried about me?
Okay, confession time. This guy's name is Drew, and newsflash, he's my brother.
Huh?
This guy, your crush, Mr. Nice Guy, is my brother, and his name is Drew. Drew, Mr. Nice Guy, your crush, my brother. Is that clear enough for you now?
Wait, what? You never mentioned to me that you have a brother? We've been friends for months.
I've literally told you like 23 times by now, but you were always too busy studying or, obsessing over your crush who just happens to be him too.
I froze, trying to process what she just said.
The reason I didn't say anything earlier was because as your protective and very pretty best friend, I wanted to make sure that he was serious about whoever he was crushing on at school. He mentioned he had a crush, but didn't give me details. Then last weekend, I caught him scrolling through your Instagram. He already knew we were best friends, but was too shy to tell you.
He knew? All this time? Trixie smirked and gave her brother a little shove toward me.
He just got a little too shy, but trust me, I've been pushing him to confess since he's the guy here.
Wait, so who was your crush that visited you?
That's a story for another time. Right now, you better do this right, bro.
With that, she walked off, leaving me alone with Drew. I fiddled with my fingers, sneaking glances at him, waiting for him to make the first move. Please, say something. Soon enough, he finally cleared his throat.
Sorry about my sister. She can be kinda intense sometimes.
Intense? Right. You're right. She's indeed intense. Another stretch of silence fell over us, and I found myself awkwardly staring at the river. After a bit of shuffling, he sat down beside me, but there was a good 2 inches between us, like he was trying not to get too close. I glanced over, catching him looking at me, and he quickly looked away. He took a deep breath, staring down at his hands.
I'm sorry. I don't really know how to do this.
Do what, exactly?
This romance thing.
Me too. This is my first time.
I actually like you. Since the first time I saw you.
You liked me? Like, since the beginning?
Every time I saw you on campus, I didn't know what to say. I tried to act cool, but I just felt like melting because you're just too cute.
Me? Cute? He then inched closer, and eventually our hands brushed. The little spark that shot through me made me dizzy.
Is it okay if I hold your hand?
I nodded, hardly able to breathe as he gently took my hand in his.
You've got soft hands. And cute nails.
Oh, God help me. I felt like an ice cream cone fresh out of the freezer right now, melting fast and hard. I still have that candy you gave me. I took it from my wallet and showed it to him.
You kept it?
I kinda thought of it as my lucky charm. The way he smiled at me as I said that sent another army of butterflies in my tummy.
Wait, how about...
He was looking at my lips. Is he gonna kiss me? Oh my God. After holding hands, kissing is usually the next step, right? The anticipation is killing me. My heart was racing so fast, I thought it might just stop. I wanted to scream. But instead, when a gentle squeeze on my hand snapped me out of it.
Candy? Are you okay?
Huh?
Here, you can have the other half.
Oh! Thank you! Wow, this is so good. So, you like sweet stuff, huh?
Yeah, I like sweets. I know this cafe in town. I mean, I'd like to get to know more about you. Well, would you like to go on a date with me this weekend?
Of course. First step to romance, first date. We both laughed, and suddenly, everything didn't feel so tense anymore. I felt his fingers intertwining mine. And I felt the sweetness, sweeter than the candy melting in my heart. I couldn't wait for our first date of thousands more to come. My name is Lily, and from the outside, my life looks super exciting. I've lived all over the world. India, Singapore, Alaska, even civil war-ridden Myanmar, where I was kidnapped for a week by a military coup. Pretty cool, right? But the craziest adventure I'd ever gone on was in a boring suburban home in Boston. But first, let me tell you more about myself. My parents were investigative journalists, and they went wherever the story was. Corrupt government, church cult, mysterious disease outbreak, serial dog napper. Sure, they were living a life full of intrigue, and my younger brother Jacob totally idolized them. But for me, it was constant whiplash. I craved normalcy, stability, and safety. And my parents' homeschooling techniques were questionable at best. So I spent most of my time teaching myself science and biology. The plan was to become a doctor one day. You know, something stable. Then one day, my mom delivered life-changing news.
We're moving to Boston to cover a story on the mayor's disappearance. We figure it'll take at least 2 years to crack. So, we're sending you to high school.
I screamed with excitement. The most we'd ever stayed put was 6 months. Of course, the transition to normalcy was tricky. But then one day, when I was performing surgery on a mouse in biology class, I did the unthinkable. I made a friend.
Girl, you're such a natural. I'm impressed.
Thanks. I want to start my own doctoring practice one day. Hole up in one place, find some loyal patients, and really be there for them, you know?
That's beautiful. Oh, can you take a look at this mysterious fungus on my foot? Just kidding. But hey, you want to hit up the mall after this?
Suze was the best. Funny, smart, loyal. We got super close in no time. And then,
exciting news. We solved the mayor's disappearance. Turned out, he faked his own death. So we're moving to Hawaii to cover the illegal capturing of the Hawaiian monk seal.
What? No, I love it here. I finally feel like I have a life. You said 2 years.
Sorry, honey, but we're just too darn good at our jobs.
Well, I'm not going. I've spent 16 years being carted around like a chihuahua in your purse. I'm not just an accessory to take with you whenever you want to pick up and leave.
So many kids would die to be in your position, getting to see the world, experiencing new things.
If only you could be grateful like Jacob. Well, I'm not Jacob, and I'm not leaving. Ugh, I can't stand being your daughter. That's it. Now you're really not leaving. You're grounded. I was done listening to my parents. I ran out of the house and hopped on my bike, pedaling as fast as I could to Suze's house. I was in such a frantic state, I didn't even see the truck turn into my lane. And smack! I went flying off my bike, launched into the middle of the road when my head slammed against the cement. And then everything went dark. When I woke up, my head was throbbing and my bike was destroyed. But otherwise, I felt weirdly fine. I could have died, and it was all my parents' fault. I'll admit, I was a little disoriented. I didn't know if a day had passed or a week. And when I finally got home, I was shocked to see that my parents' cars weren't in the driveway. Were they out looking for me? When I walked inside, I thought my eyes must be deceiving me. The entire house was empty. No family photos, no TV, no furniture, no family. A sinking feeling overcame me. Hello? Is anyone here? Hello? I checked every room, but not only was no one home, none of their stuff was here. And without the furniture, the place felt really eerie. When I got to my room, I was afraid to open the door. But to my surprise, it was exactly as I'd left it. I grabbed my phone to call my mom, but it went straight to voicemail. What the heck? Did my parents seriously move without me and were now blocking my calls? I looked around for a note, but there was nothing. This was insane. But then it occurred to me, maybe this was my parents' way of letting me have my way. So I decided to stay put. I'd live my life, graduate in a year, and go to college. I'm sure my parents would call me back tomorrow, and I'd deliver the news. But that night, as I was falling asleep, I heard footsteps. I ran downstairs to see who it was. Hello? Mom? Dad? Jacob? Guys? I tried to turn the lights on, but they didn't work. Then something brushed past my foot. Ah! It was just a mouse. Okay. I was just freaking myself out. Everything would be fine. And then a strange, cold breeze swept over me and disappeared. Maybe I'd sleep at Suze's house, just for the night. I grabbed a backpack and opened the front door, but it was jammed or something. I pulled and pulled, but it was stuck. I tried the back door, but it wouldn't budge. What was happening? Something felt off. I decided to sneak out through the window, but when I went to lift it, it slammed shut, right on my hand. Ow! I frantically tried calling Suze, but it also went to voicemail. What was happening? Okay, I had to calm myself down. I bandaged my wound and tried calling my dad. As the phone rang, there was a pit in my stomach. It went to voicemail. Dad, it's me. I just got home and no one's here. And for some reason, I can't leave. Where are you guys? I got into an accident. Sorry I didn't come home sooner. I'm okay. Just call me back, please. I spent the night shivering in bed. It took me hours to fall asleep, and I had the craziest dreams. As I was sliding on an iceberg in the middle of Antarctica, surrounded by killer orca whales, the sound of the doorknob turning jolted me awake. Oh my gosh, I was so relieved. My parents had finally come home. And then I heard something strange, a voice I didn't recognize, of a teenage girl laughing. I peeked over the staircase, and the door was cracked, but no one was there. Hello? I ran down the stairs, desperate to escape the house. But as soon as I arrived at the front door, it slammed shut. I pulled frantically on the knob, but it was like someone was holding it from the other side or something. Let me out! Help! Suddenly, the sound of the teenager giggling was met with another voice.
Yara, honey, put your phone down and help me unpack.
I followed the chatter down the long, dark hallway, all the way to the kitchen.
You said you wouldn't tell me what to do if I didn't complain about moving to this creepy house.
I poked my head into the kitchen, shocked to see a mother and her daughter, maybe a year or two younger than me, unpacking boxes? The mom looked totally normal, and the girl was a hardcore emo goth, so also pretty normal. I tried not to startle them, scared they might be dangerous. Hello? Excuse me, what are you doing? How long have you been here? I've been calling for help. I'm stuck in this house. But they just kept unpacking boxes. They didn't even look at me. Hello? What is happening? I tapped the woman on the shoulder, but I couldn't feel her shoulder. Just air. Suddenly, I saw my hand move through her shoulder like a hologram. Like she wasn't real. Like she was a ghost. I screamed. I screamed! The woman and her daughter cocked their heads like chickens, looking right at me. They seemed terrified. For a moment, I thought they'd seen me. But then the daughter said,
Mom, what was that?
I had to get them out of here. These spirits were clearly trapping me in my own home for some mysterious, nefarious reason. I got on my phone and called the first medium Google could find, Cassandra. According to her website, she could commune with any spirit, any age, any gender, anywhere. But of course, her number went straight to voicemail.
Unfortunately, I'm performing an urgent exorcism. So if you have any phantom menaces, if you will, please leave a message with as many details.
Yeah. Hi, Cassandra? My name is Lily. There's a mother about 47 years old. I don't know, it's hard to tell. She looks like she's had a lot of work done. She could be 40. Okay, I was fear rambling. Just one of my many defense mechanisms. Sorry, so yeah, her and her, grumpy 15-year-old daughter, they won't let me leave the house. And I mean, let's be honest, I don't know how ghosts work, but I think they're blocking calls to my family too. And I've already missed 2 days of school, so it's kinda urgent. My address is 4332 Pine Grove Alleyway Road. Come quick, please. I didn't know what to do, so I barricaded myself inside my bedroom. I fell asleep and woke up the next morning to the smell of bacon? I went downstairs and peeked into the kitchen. The mother had a full breakfast buffet going. Bacon, eggs, waffles. It smelled delicious. I should have been starving, but I was way too traumatized to be hungry.
Mom, what is the largest organ in the human body?
Then I saw the daughter was doing biology homework at the kitchen table. Was this normal ghost behavior?
Mom, what's the answer?
I don't know. I'm a future bed and breakfast owner, not a scientist. The lungs? Yeah, that's right.
Wrong. It's the skin, obviously. I saw the girl filling it in on her paper, and for some reason screamed, "It's the skin!" But she couldn't hear me. So I wrote it on a Post-it in big red ink and slid it in front of her. She slid back in her chair, almost toppling over. Did she see the note?
Who are you? Why are you in our house?
Honey, stop with the hysteria.
Mom, you're not supposed to call women hysterical, especially your own daughter. There's an evil being here. I can feel it, and I'm not going to be around when it enacts its vengeance.
Whoa. Who was she calling an evil being? She had it totally twisted. She ran towards the door, making a run for it.
Hey, don't you leave this house.
But was met instead with a super tall, slender woman wearing a robe, carrying a Dan's Donuts tote bag with a bunch of supplies. This was...
Hi, name's Cassandra. Someone called in for a phantom cleanse.
Oh, thank God. What the heck? How could we both hear Cassandra? Cassandra looked at the three of us. It was unclear who she was looking at since she was wearing sunglasses.
Give me a second. I need to talk to the spirit. It's reaching out. Desperately.
Thank you. Cassandra approached me, standing inches away from my face. She took her sunglasses off, and her eyes shot open, like she was activated.
What is your purpose here?
I called you. I have ghosts. You probably can't see them, but they're standing right behind you.
Oh, darling. Oh, sweet dear. No, you are the ghost.
What? Then how are you talking to me?
Because I'm a medium, and you are in between.
Wait, are you sure? How do I know you're not a ghost pretending to be a medium? And you answered my call. Only a human would be able to call you?
She called.
Cassandra pointed to the 15-year-old girl cowering behind her mom, watching this strange lady seemingly speak to me, a ghost. No. There's no way. I was fine after the accident. I can't be.
In a coma. You're in a coma.
Cassandra showed me the news article on her phone. Apparently, the bicycle accident left me in a coma. And my body is just hanging out in a hospital bed in Hawaii. So, is this like a figment of my coma dream, or?
No, this is real, sweetie. Your presence is haunting these lovely ladies.
The daughter was just standing behind Cassandra, mouth hanging open in disbelief, while her mother was squeezing her daughter's shoulder like it was a stress ball.
You okay, Mom? I told you.
Yep.
Okay, don't blame me. Jeez, the news is bad enough.
Honey, in a way, you are to blame. Because you're clinging to a space you won't let go of. Think of this place like emotional limbo. You're not dead, but you're not living either. And until you let go, you'll be trapped here.
She turned to the terrified, lovely ladies and presented her credit card swiper. And for a second, I could have sworn she was holding a paper that said, "Like and subscribe to MSA." Nope, made that up. She didn't have that. Seriously? Please, like and subscribe to MSA.
Time to pay.
So, is she gonna leave?
I want to. Tell me how. But Cassandra was already out the door. Luckily, she left it propped open. I tried running outside, but the door slammed right in my face.
Oh my God, was that the ghost?
Mom, maybe it's a sign. You're scared. I'm not happy. It would be the perfect time to bail on your bed and breakfast dreams and move back to where Dad is and where my old life used to be. Just saying.
Honey, no. We're not gonna let one ghost ruin our dreams.
I've got bigger fish to fry. Believe me.
Mom, stop calling your dreams ours.
Woof. I didn't want any of this mother-daughter drama. I just wanted to leave and be back in my body. I screamed it, hoping it would come true. I want to get out of here. I want to get out of here. I'm letting go. I reached for the door, but it wouldn't budge. I tried kicking and pushing, but my limbs just swooshed right through the wood. 4 hours later, after I calmed down, I figured being a sort of ghost, or whatever I was, came with special abilities that I didn't know about yet, like flickering light switches, floating, blowing cold air at people. Maybe that stuff would be helpful? But what was I capable of? I tried hovering a chair, just to see if I could. It lifted, wobbled, and then launched through the kitchen window and smacked the gardener in the back. Michelle ran outside screaming apologies and ended up giving him a free night stay and a $40 please don't sue me bribe. Then I tried levitating a spoon. It spiraled into Michelle's coffee and smacked her right in the eye. She didn't even scream, just sighed, of course, and started Googling real estate agents. After a lot of trial and error, I learned that my super abilities sucked. All I could do was levitate pencils and move furniture around for some reason, all while having to watch Michelle turn my old house into a bed and breakfast. And she was working fast. And to make things worse, I could hear Yara on the phone complaining about me.
I feel like the ghost is eavesdropping. She's so noisy. She doesn't even do anything cool. I mean, the least she could do is make this boring place more interesting. Ugh, I just want to be with you, Harry. You ghostly freak, stop eavesdropping. Get a life. Or afterlife. Whatever.
Fine. I was eavesdropping. Sue me. Coma Purgatory was super boring too. Soon, I learned that Yara had a boyfriend back home that she was obsessed with. And her dad divorced her mom a year ago and married another woman. So
So I didn't take her hostility too personally. A few days later, on the opening day of the bed and breakfast, I found all my bedroom furniture was gone, vanished, and everything I ever owned. Photos, clothes, all of it. My room had been turned into a guest room. I was being erased. Hey, I'm still here. I was so scared that leaving my room would be the end of me that I stayed. I put up with an endless stream of disgusting, smelly, nose-picking, farting guests. Just when I thought things couldn't get more uncomfortable, they did. Yara invited her boyfriend over, Harry, the one she'd been sobbing about into her hoodie since day one. Apparently, he needed a break from his toxic stepmom, and for some reason, Michelle said yes. From the second he walked in, the house started smelling like Axe body spray and microwave bacon. He flopped right onto my bed, kicked off his sneakers, and yelled,
"Yo, babe, this Airbnb is fire! You guys got snacks or what?"
Then he opened a soda, chugged half of it, and let out a fart so long it had segments. I wish I was exaggerating. Michelle passed by the door with this forced, hostage-level smile and said,
"Let me know if you need anything."
"Yeah, a TV in here would be clutch."
I swear, she blinked twice like it was Morse code for help me. Later, I tried to spook him out. Just a gentle ghost nudge. I floated a cereal box off the counter and dropped it right into his lap. He didn't flinch, just went,
"Yo, Yara, your ghost is hella chill. Wanna help me make a TikTok?"
And she actually giggled.
You're so dumb.
They released the video with the caption, "Me vibin' with the ghost girl." It got 3,000 likes. I've never felt more personally attacked in the afterlife. That night, after he clogged the downstairs toilet for the second time, Michelle snapped. She stood at the bottom of the stairs and called up,
"Yara, this is not a frat house. If Harry isn't gone by tomorrow, I'm calling his stepmother myself."
Don't you dare! He's the only thing that feels normal in this stupid place. I swear, Mom, you better not do it.
2 days later, with Harry still around, the air in the house was tense. Neither Yara and Michelle would talk to each other, or if they did, they would end up screaming and slamming doors. I was ready to full-on poltergeist this boy out of the house. Then one afternoon, I was lurking under the dining table when Harry left his phone on it and wandered off to microwave bacon. Again, the phone buzzed and a text lit up the screen. "Kelsey, still thinking about our kiss last week? Miss your lips, babe? Excuse me?" I stared at the phone like it had personally insulted me. Yara had to know what a fart bag Harry was. Okay, she already knew that. But if farting wasn't a deal breaker, maybe the cheating would be. Just then, I saw Yara walk into the room, and I rattled the table leg hard. The phone slid to the edge. One more rattle, and yes! It hit the floor, screen side up. Yara looked startled, then bent down to pick it up, and as soon as she saw the screen, she froze.
Our kiss? Last week?
Just then, Harry returned with his plate of bacon.
"Yo, babe, you seen the hot sauce?"
Who is Kelsey?
"Wait, what?"
Miss your lips, babe?
"It's not what it looks like."
Oh, really? Because it looks like you were swapping spit with someone named Kelsey while I was crying into my hoodie in this cursed house.
I didn't think we were, like, exclusive since you moved.
As the two argued, I took the opportunity to rush upstairs and kick Harry's crusty backpack down the stairs and into the dining room, where Michelle was now standing too.
All of this is your fault, Mom.
Are you seriously saying it's my fault that your good-for-nothing boyfriend is a two-timer?
Yeah! If you hadn't made us leave, he wouldn't be sneaking around kissing other people behind my back.
She's not wrong, you know.
Get out!
As Harry picked up his backpack and left, Yara started to run out too. But Michelle threw her body against the front door, blocking Yara from leaving. Everyone in the bed and breakfast had gathered at the noise and were staring.
I know you're upset, but you deserve so much better than that useless, toilet-clogging piece of garbage. You're a beautiful, brave, and resilient girl. You could have...
Ugh! Just stop! This is so embarrassing! Just leave me alone!
Yara shoved past her mom and darted toward the bathroom, locking herself inside. The guest seemed super confused. Suddenly, I was reminded of the fight with my mom. But instead of running after me or stopping me from leaving, my mom just let me go. And then wasted no time before moving to Hawaii. She didn't care about me at all. I had to fight for myself and find my way out of here. And then, the next day, some super old guy left his laptop open in my room. I had an idea. I focused on levitating a pencil over the keyboard, typing my name into the search bar, key by key. Maybe I could at least find out what the status of my body was. But just as I was pressing the last button with my mind, I heard a shriek.
There's something here! My keyboard! It's moving!
I jolted, startled, and fell out of the swivel chair, launching it to the other side of the room.
The chair just tried to attack me! There's a ghost!
All of the guests ran over to see the commotion. I tried tiptoeing away, but tripped and knocked into the lamp, toppling it over, the light bulb shattering. Suddenly, all the guests were screaming and running. It was like a scene out of a horror movie, but I was the horror. Wait, don't go! I wasn't trying to be spooky, I swear! But then I saw an out. I leapt onto the old man's back, trying to hitch a ride out the door. He must have felt my presence or something.
The spirit is clinging to me! Get her off! Get her off!
As soon as he was out the door, I was blown back by an imaginary gust of wind, thrust into the living room, toppling into the coffee table. Yara poked her head out of the bathroom.
Oh, wow. Finally some action here.
Yara, stay in the bathroom. Okay, Spirit, come at me. What do you want?
I just wanted to leave, but how could I tell her? I picked up a pencil and began writing on the wall.
Oh my God.
Whoa. Cool.
I wrote, I'm sorry. I mean no harm. I'm just stuck. I dropped the pencil and then started pushing the furniture back to where it belonged. Michelle and Yara watched me, stunned.
I think she's been trying to leave, Mom. Help her.
Suddenly, Michelle collapsed to her knees. She started breaking down, crying.
I don't know how. And now the business is ruined. Yara, I'm sorry I moved us here. It's just the divorce was hard on you, I know, but it was devastating for me too. I was with Dad for 20 years. I was heartbroken. I was so focused on running to something new, something that would make me happy. I didn't consider you. Maybe the ghost is a sign that I haven't been seeing you. If you want to move back, we can move back.
Yara came out of the bathroom and grabbed her mom's hand.
Mom, no. Believe it or not, I like seeing you happy. I don't want to take that away from you. Plus, things are finally getting interesting. Mom, it's okay to be heartbroken.
But I'm the parent.
Exactly. And that means I know where I got my strength from.
Michelle gave her daughter a huge hug. Somehow, my presence had brought them together. And watching them hug made me feel so alone. I went back to my room and laid on the bed crying. Yep, apparently ghosts can cry. The next morning, I noticed something on the computer. The search result from earlier. I levitated a pencil and sneakily clicked on one of the links. It was an article about me, about how my parents had poured all their resources and energy into doing a story on brain activity during comas. Apparently, there was a procedure that could save me, but it was only because of the greed of the healthcare industry that it wasn't public knowledge. My parents even sold the house to fund the investigation. I walked down the stairs to see the front door was propped open. I saw Yara and her mom laughing as they added the word haunted in front of the bed and breakfast. Then it occurred to me, if Yara could forgive her mom, maybe I could forgive mine. Beep, beep, beep. She's awake! Honey, come here! I was so disoriented, but I could see my mom in front of me, tears streaming down her face, clutching my hand in hers. Mom, is this real? Her teardrops landed on my hand. It definitely felt real. Oh my goodness, Lily. I am so sorry we put ourselves before you. You and Jacob are everything. It's my fault for driving you away. I'll never forgive myself. Mom, it's not your fault. You're great at what you do. And if you weren't, I'd never have woken up. But we didn't even do the operation. You just woke up all on your own. Maybe Cassandra was onto something. It wasn't the house I had to leave behind. It was my anger. Mom, Dad, you were just chasing your own happiness. You deserve that too. I'd rather have parents with a passion for life, especially after witnessing just how easily it can be taken away. I love you guys. Your forgiveness means everything. And I promise you'll like Hawaii. We can stay as long as you want. Actually, I have another idea. My parents agreed to pay for me to stay at the bed and breakfast until I graduated high school. Suze was over the moon to have me back. And when I confessed to Yara that I was the spirit, we became fast friends. I told her she could probably take down the haunted sign now. But she said,
"No way! Business is booming because of it. Turns out a lot of people are obsessed with ghosts."
Turns out I didn't need to leave the house to finally be seen. I just had to stop running from it. And yeah, my craziest adventure? Not Myanmar, not the monk seal. It was becoming the ghost in my own house and finding my way back to life.
Your mom, she isn't okay.
There will still be other hospital expenses, and you girls will have to figure out something soon. Do you have any relatives?
Of course. I'd do anything for you, Claire.
Can you tell me where the trial patient files are? When we visited Mom next at the hospital, I was able to slip away and retrieve Mom's file and another patient's who was receiving the drug. That night, Meredith and I used every Photoshop skill we had to make duplicate copies, complete with the hospital seal and everyone's signatures to ensure that Mom was the patient chosen for the treatment. And the next day, I slipped the files back in. I knew what I'd done was wrong, and I'd broken at least 5 different laws. But as I walked away, I didn't feel like a criminal at all. I was walking down the hospital corridor with Freddie when Meredith came running towards us.
Where have you been? Mom's awake. She's finally awake.
Huh? Oh my God, seriously? This better not be a joke, Meredith.
I swear on my beautiful face, it's the truth. The doctors are just checking her vitals.
Can you girls stop making so much noise? It's a hospital.
Oh, shut it, nurse. We're in the coma ward. Who are we disturbing here? Don't you want these people to wake up?
How dare you talk to me like that? This is preposterous.
That's not even a real word. Remind me to buy you a dictionary. How did you become a nurse? Jeez.
We ran down to Mom's room to find her fighting off the doctors. She jumped onto her bed like an animal and started screaming at them.
Where am I? Are you doing science experiments on me? You will not touch the daughter of Vladimir. I learned how to catch fish with my bare hands when I was 3 and tackled a bear when I was 5. You think you are any match for me?
Ma'am, we mean no harm. We're your doctors.
How are you old enough to be a doctor? You have pimples like a teenager.
I'm fully qualified.
Shut up, little boy. Tell me where I am before I take your eyeballs out and play bubbles with them.
Mom? Mom turned and stared at me with wild eyes.
Let's get out of here before she attacks us.
For once, I agree with Meredith.
Who are you? And what did you just call me?
Hey guys, the last time you saw me, I was walking down a hospital corridor after switching the clinical trial files. That was 2 years ago, so let me get you up to speed on everything that's happened since then. Mom entered the clinical trial, and her tests started showing signs of progress, but she didn't come out of her coma anytime soon. Freddie tried to help us, but Meredith and I had to learn to manage on our own. And it turns out there's a lot you can steal from a hospital. We never had to buy toilet paper or cleaning supplies again. And we always had endless cups of pudding and Jell-O. Meredith, is that diaper cream you're putting on your face?
A girl's gotta moisturize. It's very hydrating. My face is as soft as a baby's butt. What did you score today?
More useful things like new bed sheets, pads, towels, and batteries for our TV remote.
Time for our show and more Jell-O. Woohoo!
But we still needed money, and after high school, we went back to our conning ways. I always pushed away the guilt and justified it to myself with things like, we needed the money, we had no other choice. But I have to admit, I also felt a thrill every time we outwitted someone and got away with it. It started out small, like hitting venues of concerts and games in different cities and selling fake tickets to desperate fans, hoping to get in at the last minute for twice the regular price. By the time they figured the tickets were bogus, we were gone. Or going to the American Idol audition venues and convincing hopeful contestants that we were part of the TV show crew, and we'd get them through to the next round if they paid us a little money. Then, we set up an Instagram matchmaking business account with tons of fake success stories. We were getting booked for our services by loads of women. We'd always meet at the client's house in disguise.
What is this exquisite dessert? It's like a cloud melting in my mouth.
It's a Japanese cheesecake, delivered fresh every day from Japan.
You are just the kind of people I like. Ow!
Let's get down to business, shall we?
Wow, I mean, this cake. Yes, business. This is your daughter? Oof.
We know she's a bit plain.
And she's 6 feet tall? With that face?
Is her case hopeless?
Oh no, we've dealt with a lot of uggos before. Believe me. Ow!
What my partner means is there's someone for everyone out there, and we're experts at making those two people meet. We'll need a small advance, and we'll bring you a portfolio of suitable bachelors in a week.
You'll be the mother of the bride soon, watching your little giraffe walk down the aisle. Sounds good, right? Make that check to cash, please. Can you also pack the rest of this cake?
We'd take the advance, keep in touch for a few weeks saying we were gathering options, and then disappear. Of course, people soon started commenting on our page, calling us frauds and reporting our account, but we made a good amount while it lasted. We tried out a wedding planner service next.
That's a gorgeous cake, but it's so expensive.
But it goes so perfectly with your pink and white theme.
Also, we're planning to order 2,000 pink and white roses.
And an ice sculpture for the reception area.
How much will all this cost?
You can't put a price tag on happiness.
Daddy will have a heart attack.
He's gonna have one anyway. I just saw him eating a block of cheese. Why should that stop you from having the wedding of your dreams?
Really, you deserve the best on your big day.
Okay, I'm sold. Let me write you a check.
When that went bust, we became travel bloggers and influencers. With our huge number of fake followers, we managed to get into the best hotels for free as long as we wrote a review. When I'm rich, I will buy a hotel and live there. They have the best beds.
Room service? Yes, we'll have 2 lobsters, 4 sushi platters, 2 beef burgers with fries, the prawn tempura, the fish tempura. Okay, anything with the word tempura. And why don't you bring up the entire dessert menu? Thanks.
Of course, none of these businesses lasted too long, and we were always on our toes, traveling from place to place, changing disguises, trying not to get caught. The only person who had any idea of our activities was Freddie. But whenever we went back home, he was always happy to see us and never asked questions. 2 years had gone by like this, and Mom was finally awake, except she didn't remember being our mom. Now, we had no chance to ask her about the fake IDs and laptop we'd found, because all she seemed to remember was her childhood in frickin' Russia. We showed her pictures of us together, and the doctors explained that she'd lost most of her memory, and they were unsure if she'd regain it.
Oh, my girls. I am so sorry I don't remember anything about you, but I feel a connection to you, as strong as the frost on my toes, walking barefoot in snow, and as sweet as the smell of my grandmother's honey cakes, and as deep as the violet skies of Siberia, and—
Yeah, we get it, Mom. We love you too.
As the 3 of us sat in a cafe later, I was still trying to process everything when I saw Meredith had a faraway look on her face. I know that face, Em. What are you planning?
Oh, nothing. Just thinking how excited Arthur will be when he finds out Mom is awake.
You're talking about our neighbor, Arthur?
Yeah, he's been visiting Mom every week for 2 years. He's always been in love with her. He'll be happy, but she won't even remember him.
That actually works in his favor. Mom always found him irritating.
What are you saying exactly?
What if we convinced Mom that she was deeply in love with Arthur before she went into a coma? I'm sure he won't have any problem playing along. Maybe we even say that they were engaged before she got sick. If we set them up, Mom will be taken care of for life. Arthur is rich with a capital $sign.
Wow, Meredith, you're a frickin' genius.
Jeez, why are you girls always scheming?
Because our parents are not neurosurgeons.
You can't use that excuse forever.
Watch me.
Like we expected, Arthur immediately agreed, and we got to work. We photoshopped tons of pictures of Mom and him, and soon he even turned up with a giant emerald ring.
You chose this Russian emerald ring from an antique shop where I proposed to you.
Oh, it is so beautiful. I wish I remembered all of these moments. But I do feel a connection to you, as strong as the smell of lavender on a Russian summer breeze, and as warm as Papa's fur coat, and as comforting as a bowl of kidney pickle soup, and
kiss her, now!
As Arthur and Mom kissed, Meredith and I walked out of the room and burst out laughing. We laughed till we almost peed our pants. Oh God, my tummy hurts. Are we doing the right thing? Fooling Mom?
She's no fool. She asked me how rich Arthur is yesterday. Now she feels very connected to him.
And within a month, Mom was walking down the aisle in a grand wedding in Arthur's garden. Of course, Meredith and I had made all the arrangements and totally overcharged Arthur.
I promise to cherish and to love you forever, and follow you to the ends of the earth.
we will go to Russia and start our new life there in the lovely house you have bought me as a wedding gift. And yes, I will cherish and love you and whatever, etc., etc.
Now you may exchange rings.
Did you just hear what I just heard?
Are they moving to Russia?
That can't happen. Is it too late to object to this wedding?
Shh! You guys are ruining the ceremony. What's wrong with you?
Are you a moron? You know she can't go to Russia?
Why not? She's Russian. Isn't she? Oh, yeah, she shouldn't go to Russia.
Hold it, everyone. Sorry, Mom, but you can't go to Russia.
Oh, sweetie, I will take you girls with me, don't worry.
We're taking them with us?
No one's going to Russia.
Can we, discuss this later? You're ruining the moment.
Arthur, shh. Listen, Mom, we need to talk. As I got up to talk to Mom, I tripped on my dress and crashed into this big cage holding 100 pigeons, and they all started flying off.
This was supposed to be for after the ceremony!
But suddenly, those pigeons turned vicious and came back to attack everyone. They clawed at people's hair, poked them with their beaks, and pooped everywhere. As the guests ran around in chaos, someone slammed straight into the wedding cake. Meredith and I grabbed Mom's arms and dragged her home.
What is wrong with you two?
There's something you need to know, Mom.
Meredith and I ended up showing her all her fake passports, IDs, and the laptop, and she was stunned.
My name is Alexei, and none of these IDs have that name.
Mom, we don't know who you really are or why you left Russia. What if you were a spy or some sort of criminal? What if you're wanted in Russia? If you go back there, you might get arrested or worse. Apparently, many years ago, some bad people were looking for you, and we don't know why. You have to stay here and keep a low profile.
But I want to find my parents and see my home. It's all I remember.
You can't risk it. Not till you get your memory back. Or we get someone to tell us what's on that laptop and figure out who you are. We're sorry.
We hugged Mom as she cried, then fixed her makeup and returned to the wedding. The pigeons had left, and the guests were leaving too.
Stop, everyone. The wedding isn't over yet. And Arthur, Mom wants to move to Hawaii instead. From the top, people!
Arthur was very confused, but they finally got married. Later, as everyone moved towards the dance floor, Freddie asked me to join him.
So, now your mom is well and you have a rich stepfather. What are your plans?
I like traveling around with Meredith. Maybe I'll do that for some time. There isn't any reason to stay here anyway.
Ouch. Why don't you just hit me with an axe?
Of course, there's you. I can always come visit.
That's not good enough, Claire. Look, I have to say this now. I've been in love with you since forever, and let's not pretend you don't know that. Don't you think you can give us a chance? We're best friends, and I'd do anything for you.
I know, Freddie, but I just can't. I love you, but not like you want me to.
You can try dating me. Maybe you'll feel differently.
I don't think I will.
And I can give you a good life.
You don't need to live like a freaking criminal anymore.
Some people might call me an artist.
Con artist, yeah. Still a criminal.
Maybe I enjoy being one. It's kind of thrilling.
I don't really believe that.
You don't want to believe that. We're too different, Freddie. You're going to be a neurosurgeon like your parents, and you'll find a nice girlfriend and then marry her and live in a nice neighborhood, and you'll be content. I'm not sure that's the life I want. It sounds boring. I wish I'd said something else when I saw Freddie's hurt face, but there was no easy way to let him down. He kissed me gently on the cheek and walked away, and I felt a lump in my throat. Mom moved to Hawaii with Arthur, and Meredith and I went down a crazy path over the next few years. There wasn't a scam, fraud, or con we didn't attempt. We never stuck to the same thing for too long, in case the police picked up a pattern, but word got around in underground circles about 2 female con artists, and we actually started getting hired for our services. People were always less likely to suspect 2 pretty, innocent-looking girls than someone who looks like a thug. And working with these thugs, we learned how to forge signatures, create counterfeit money, make fake checks, and steal credit card information. I'd always been bad with computers, but Meredith even showed a great knack for hacking. We made good money, partied with rich people, traveled first class, and stayed in amazing hotels. But for me, the glitz and glamour gradually started to fade. I was getting tired living out of suitcases, always wearing disguises and looking over my shoulder. I had no real friends, and even if I met someone I thought I could like, I knew I couldn't be in a real relationship. I was almost thinking of talking to Meredith about quitting the con artist life when one day she burst into our New York hotel room looking beyond excited.
You won't believe the job we just got. It's gonna pay us $250,000.
Who would pay that kind of money? And for what? Turns out, the kind of people who take you to their headquarters blindfolded. As Meredith and I walked into an underground room, a large chair swiveled around to reveal I can see the clouds of danger swirling around her. She has a curse, and to protect her, you must follow these rules. She must never open a closed door, and always eat in the eastern room of the house. She must wear mismatched shoes, and never address a stranger first. But fear not, I also predict happiness for her. On her 16th birthday, the first boy she sees will be her one true love. Hey guys, it's T from Oregon. A little weird, yeah, but it's all thanks to this fortune teller who said I should have a name starting with T. I mean, why not Tina, Tyler, or Talia? Anyway, don't forget to like and subscribe if you want to know my crazy story and ramblings. You guessed it right. My parents were believers in superstitions and horoscopes, and that's the short of it. But Mom was the worst. Like once I asked her to buy me a toy, and it said on her horoscope that she shouldn't invest that day. No toys. It's a sign. I didn't understand it at the time, but when I was 5 years old and I was at my aunt's house playing with her cat, I opened the back door, and suddenly an enormous box full of dishes and glasses came crashing down in front of me. It slightly hurt the cat, and an icy chill ran down my spine. My mom was totally right. She knows best. My parents immediately took me to the fortune teller for more advice, but they couldn't find her anywhere. She was gone. So they removed all the doors in our house and told me to stay inside.
But Mom, what fun am I gonna have inside?
Oh, honey, I'll play with you. My parents did their best to make me happy. We would play The Floor is Lava and build blanket forts, play hide and seek, and play makeup games. But growing up, when I tried to ask anything about the prophecy, Mom reminded me about my safety. A part of me also believed it, especially when I dreamed about my one true love and all the trips we would take together. I had a map full of pins with my ideal destinations, and I knew all the capitals of the world by heart. He will open all the doors for me and greet every stranger first.
Only 2,017 days left.
The summer I turned 13, many good things happened at once. I got a new phone for my birthday, and a new next-door neighbor moved in. I spied on him from my window, and he was super dreamy. Long legs, sparkly eyes, and that smile. Calm down. Maybe he's just cute from a distance. Since his room was just across from mine, I used to zoom in with the camera of my phone, but all I could see was the spider crawling down the wall and a poster for a video game he liked. Bingo! I downloaded the game on my phone, and only 2 players in my area, That must be him. Yeah, we girls make the best detectives, right? I went from fighting imaginary potatoes to defeating trolls and orcs online, and it was so much fun, and he noticed me. Hey, you're pretty great at this. Want to team up? Sure, you're pretty good too. Thank you. I saw from your profile that you're local. There's a gathering of players this weekend. Want to come? All those new people? What if I slipped and talked to someone by mistake? Sorry, I can't. You see, Can I tell him the truth? What if he thinks I'm a weirdo or a liar? But I was a weirdo. I asked him for his number and started texting him. Shh, I hit up his Insta and Facebook, but we all do that, right? And soon, I poured my heart out and told him everything. Wow, that must be tough. Are you sure the fortune teller was right? I never met her, but my parents are absolutely convinced she was, and I want to trust that they know what's best for me. I don't know if there's a fate worse than staying locked in all the time. When I went to bed that night, Sebastian's words kept ringing in my ears. I dreamed that I was going to school and traveling everywhere. So when I woke up, the disappointment was too much. I think you're right, but now I need to convince my parents too. And so, my campaign for free tea began. I stuck my forehead closer to the radiator to fake a high fever, but I just got a red forehead for my trouble. Then, I turned on the water tap in the kitchen to flood the floors and send my parents outside. But my mom just got out the mop, and I ended up having to help her clean. I wrote letters pretending to be a long-lost cousin needing help, and even snuck out at night. But I was caught by the traps my dad had set up. Nothing worked. Oh dear, she's gotten to the rebellious age, right? Nothing I do seems to work. And just then, there was a tap-tap sound. Someone was knocking at my window? Could it be burglars? Should I scream now? I got my hair straightener and my perfume spray. Hi, it's Sebastian. Hi. I'm T. Yeah, I know. My teammate and my friend. I can hear you cheering from my room. You talk to yourself a lot, you know. How embarrassing. Was I that obvious? And I'm about to slip. I opened the window and he climbed in. I was too nervous. I had a boy in my room, and he smelled so good. I thought boys were all smelly, but he smelled like rainbow cake with sprinkles. My brain short-circuited, and I could only look at him like a fish. I apologize for scaring you. I've tried to visit you before, but your parents always sent me away. RT is very frail. She can't have visitors. I'm here to help you. Is there something your parents believe in more than a curse? No, they're obsessed with it. And just to make extra sure, my mom checks the horoscopes too. The horoscope! That was the answer. Sebastian printed a free daily horoscope and put it every morning under our front door. Then we set out to make its predictions true. On the first day, I had him hide out of the window with the water hose. Look, this horoscope says it'll rain with a clear sky. And look outside. It's raining, but the sun is also shining. The next day, he put a super smelly fish under the hood of our car. And the day after, he threw a ball at our window, which landed in my mom's soup. All of it was predicted by the horoscope. This went on for a few months, and Sebastian even asked some of his friends to set up predictions for my mom. She believed in it so much, she wouldn't leave the house without checking it. It's time to make our move. Look, Mom, it says that girls named after a drink will have good fortune all year. I'm sure this counteracts the fortune teller's warning. This horoscope is never wrong. I really want to go to school. I'm not sure. But T's all grown up now. She knows she must not open any doors, right? Yes, of course, Dad. I finally enrolled in school. The evening before my first day, I was super nervous. Am I doing the right thing? What if the fortune teller was right? What if something terrible happens? I tried a million outfits, and Sebastian stood at his window giving the outfits votes with a pedal like in a fashion competition. It doesn't count if you give me all 10s. My first day was fantastic. I asked Sebastian not to tell anyone about my curse because I knew no one would believe me. He agreed and didn't laugh when I opened my backpack, and instead of books, all of the good luck charms my mom had stashed in it fell out. Here, you can read mine. I still had to eat alone in the supply closet because it was the room to the east, and I became a pro at never opening doors. If one was about to close, I'd just throw my books at it to stop it. At once, I couldn't get out of the bathroom because no one was there to open the door for me. And fortunately, Sebastian came to my rescue. Oh, thank you. I was about to climb into the cubicle. You can't really believe this rule about the door, T. There's no such thing as a curse. What if there is? I'm not so sure I can risk it. Or, I don't want to put anyone else at risk. As my 16th birthday approached, I eagerly anticipated meeting my one true love. But I like Sebastian. He's kind and funny, and he wants to travel too. I just needed to make sure I gave fate a little help. Again. So the morning of my birthday, I stared at Sebastian's window, waiting for him to appear, but the blinds never came up. Maybe they're broken. I waited outside his house for him to step out.
Come on, T. You'll be late for school.
I hoped that he just got out super early and I had missed him, but when I got to school, the first person I saw was the janitor. No, the fortune teller said boy, and he's a man. I still have a chance. So I kept my eyes closed and started inching toward my class.
Hey, watch out.
OMG, it's Francis. He was the hottest guy in school. He was tall, had the best hair, and was in a band. All the girls in school wanted to date him, but he'd never gone out with anyone.
Aren't you the girl who always eats alone in the supply room?
Yeah, I know it's weird, but...
No, I dig it. Make your own rules, you know? What's your name?
T?
Wow, that's a cool name. Unique. See you around.
He smiled at me, and suddenly, everything was really warm. Oh no, maybe I'm sick. Wait, no, that's what happens when you blush. Does it mean he is my one true love? What about Sebastian? I called Sebastian. Why aren't you at school?
I got food poisoning, and I'm sick at home. Sorry, I didn't get to wish you a happy birthday in person.
I was super disappointed, but the fortune teller was very clear. The first boy I saw on my 16th birthday was Francis, not Sebastian. It's not like he ever confessed. Maybe he doesn't even like me. Suddenly, Francis was everywhere.
Wow, you decorated this supply closet like a restaurant. I'm participating in a door opening competition. Let me help you. Oh, this is your house? Wow, what a coincidence.
I was cursed, but I wasn't stupid. Are you following me?
I guess I kinda am. Sorry, but you're different, and I like that. Would you like to go out with me?
Crash! I turned around and saw Sebastian looking at me from his garden. He seemed super angry, but before I could say anything, he stormed back inside. Remember, T, he's not your one true love. You don't have to feel bad. He's my friend, and he'll understand. I started going out with Francis, and I became super popular. Everyone wanted to be like me, and the supply closet became so crowded that there was a line outside to eat. The only one who avoided me was Sebastian. He even stopped playing our video game. Now he was always angry, and one day he snapped at the teacher and he was told to sit in her office. This is my chance. If I also get detention, we'll be sitting together and he'll have to talk to me. So I stepped on my desk and danced as if I was at a party. Why aren't you talking to me? I thought we were friends.
I thought we were more than friends. Can you imagine how crushing it felt to see you going out with Francis? Can't you see he's using you to make himself look better? Like he's a lion tamer at a zoo and you're a weird animal.
Wow, you're calling me a weird animal?
I'm saying he treats you like one. I think you're great and cute, but I can't stand that you've let the word of a stranger rule your life.
But the fortune teller,
she's a fraud. Here, look.
He showed me his phone and there was a video of a woman in prison.
It's not my fault if people are so gullible. I told parents their child was cursed, and to get rid of the curse, I gave them two options. Either follow some impossible made-up rule, or buy one of my magic charms. And yeah, most parents went for the charm. But there was this one couple who decided to do both. They named their kid something like soda or latte or cappuccino. I mean, come on, guys, you're just asking for trouble with a name like that.
I was so shocked, I almost dropped the phone, but Sebastian had left the room and closed the door behind him. I was trapped.
Open the door. Nothing will happen. Trust me.
This was the hardest thing I'd ever done in my life, but Sebastian is on the other side, and I trust him more than I trust anyone else. I closed my eyes, pushed, and I fell on the other side, right into Sebastian's arms. You caught me.
I will always catch you.
Everything was good so far, and I looked into Sebastian's eyes, but Francis appeared, ruining the moment.
Hey, I made a My Girlfriend is Cursed t-shirt. Wait, what's going on here? What are you doing with him?
I finally see reason. I'm not cursed.
What? So you're like normal now?
As normal and boring as it gets. Let's break up, okay?
Not even a teeny tiny curse?
Bye, Francis. I had done the right thing with Francis, but I still had to talk with my parents. I ran straight home and showed them the video, but they wouldn't believe it was her, especially my mom. I love you guys, and you can believe what you want, but I can no longer follow your rules. I want to be free, and I don't want to believe in some silly superstition. I tried to convince them, but I knew it wasn't easy for them to change. But at least they understood that they wouldn't control me anymore. I went to school, I ate in the cafeteria, and I opened every closed door there was. Now, I have 18 ways to open doors. And yes, my parents get mad when I do it with my foot. And of course, I took Sebastian's face and kissed him in front of everyone. Because you should always follow what your heart tells you. The heart is always right.
Hi, I'm Nova, and my life sucks. I used to think I was just unlucky, but thank God I later discovered it was a full-blown family curse. No, seriously. I grew up with a twin brother, Dorian, who was 2 steps ahead in everything. For starters, everyone thought he was the much better-looking twin. He'd play video games all the time and ace his tests, while I'd stay up all night studying, and my grades were still average. He was good at sports, I was just clumsy. Even our parents favored Dorian, especially Dad, who dreamt of making him a football legend. In 8th grade, I tried out for this small school talent showcase, just a silly cheer routine I made up on my own. I asked everyone to come, but that same day, Dorian had his big football practice match, and guess where everyone went? Yep, including my parents. What's going on?
Your brother scored the winning goal at his big match, so we called all his friends over to celebrate.
So you missed my talent show for a dumb match?
You participated in a talent show? Why? You're so uncoordinated. Just last week you tripped over a sock and hurt your head.
Thanks, but I don't need your judgment.
I'm just saying, maybe next time choose something you're good at. Oh wait, you can't. You're bad at everything.
Shut up or I'll kick your face. Ugh, so annoying. I ran upstairs fighting tears when I heard a soft voice calling from a bedroom down the hall.
Nova, is that you?
That's Ella. She's my younger sister, and she's been sick since forever. Doctors didn't even have a proper diagnosis, just a fancy name that meant they were still trying to figure out what was wrong with her. And since our parents were too busy making Dorian a star, it was usually left to me to look after Ella, which I didn't mind at all.
Hey, how was your talent show? What did Mom and Dad say?
They never came because Mighty Dorian had a match.
So what? Did you have fun?
I almost did a backflip and only tripped twice, so yeah, it was fun.
Then that's all that matters.
Talking to Ella always made me feel better, but I could never tell her how I really felt. My problems just seemed so pathetic compared to everything she was going through. Even at school, I mostly kept to myself while Dorian hogged the spotlight. The only time people spoke to me was to ask for Dorian's number, so I barely had friends. Until I met Maya in high school. She was new and asked me if I could show her around, and we hit it off right away. We liked the same music, same shows, and I finally had someone I could pour my heart out to. She was the only person I felt free and happy with, but that changed on her 18th birthday. Maya decided to throw a costume party. I was gonna be French fries, and she was gonna be ketchup. It was gonna be epic. But when I got to her place, I was the only one in a costume. I checked my phone wondering if I'd missed a text from Maya, but nothing. And worse, I found her standing near the pool talking to Dorian.
Oh, wow. Looks like someone didn't get the memo.
What is he doing here? And wasn't this supposed to be a costume party?
Oh, shoot. I thought I texted you. I wanted to have a costume party, but Dorian thought it was stupid for an 18th birthday.
And since when did you start taking advice from Dorian?
Since we started dating.
What?
He asked me out last week, and I said yes.
Why? Of all the men on the planet, why him? And you couldn't stand that there was finally someone who liked me more than you, could you?
Would you stop overreacting? You look like angry McDonald's French fries, and I can't take you seriously. Also, my feelings for Maya are totally genuine.
Genuine my butt. Everyone at school knows you change girlfriends faster than you change underwear. Maya, listen to me. Whatever garbage this guy's been feeding you, it's not worth it.
But I love him.
No, you're infatuated. Like every normal girl your age is with some butthead like him. Come back to your senses. Fine, I can see this is a total waste of time. So before I embarrass myself any further, I'm leaving, and we're done. I stormed off dramatically, only to walk straight into the birthday banner. I tried to fight it, but stumbled and knocked over an entire balloon arch. Maya ran to help me, but I spun around mid-fight and accidentally slapped her in the face.
Did you just hit my girlfriend?
I grabbed a paper cup and hurled it at Dorian's head.
Ow. Wow, that really hurt me, Nova. How will I ever recover from this concussion?
Everyone laughed as I ripped the last streamer off my leg and stormed out, and went straight to Ella. She was the only person who'd understand me.
Oh, wow. You look tasty.
I don't know about tasty, but I am definitely tragic.
Mom never let me have fries. Said they're too oily.
Here, take a bite. It might cheer you up.
You're weird.
And you're stuck with me. And I put my head down, and we dozed off. The next morning, I woke up to a bunch of missed calls from Maya, but I ignored them. So she sent me a bouquet with my favorite ice cream scoops, flew drones past my window with "I'm sorry" banners. At one point, she actually climbed up to my window to talk to me, but I just drew the curtains and ran into the attic so she wouldn't find me. I was looking for some boxes to hide behind when I accidentally knocked one over and a diary fell out. It had my grandmother's name on it, with a photograph of her standing next to someone who looked exactly like her. And there was a note. Lumiere se dara kinsol veher dul ambrax? What? That's what it said, written in this bizarre language I've never seen before. Luckily, someone had scribbled a translation underneath. To break the curse, balance must be found. One light shall rise, one shadow bound. I read more and found out that my grandma had been overshadowed by her own twin, too. So she teamed with a psychic named Margot and crafted spells to break the twin curse, a generational cycle where one twin always thrived while the other faded into the background. I knew it sounded ridiculous, but this just couldn't be a coincidence. I was constantly lagging behind Dorian, not because there was something wrong with me, but because I was cursed. The note also said that to unlock the curse, like and subscribe to this video and leave a comment. Gotcha. She didn't write that. But seriously, like and subscribe. Things are about to get weird. I had to find out more, so the next day I skipped school and tracked down the psychic Margot. It wasn't too difficult since Grandma had her address in the diary, and by afternoon I was already knocking at the door of a rundown apartment. I waited for some old witchy lady to open the door, but instead it was a girl not much older than me. Sorry, I think I must have gotten the wrong address.
No, you're in the right place. We've been expecting you. Like me and the spirits. They told me you were coming. You're Nova, right? Hilda's granddaughter.
You know me?
I know a lot of things. Like it's gonna rain in about 5 seconds and you should come in.
And right on cue, it actually started raining. Freaky. Anyway, I walked in and the girl told me she was Margot's granddaughter and her name was Coco Lin.
My dad's Chinese and my mom's American. They couldn't decide whether to give me a Chinese name or an English one, so they mashed them together. Kinda has a ring to it if you say it on repeat. Coco Lin, Coco Lin, Coco Lin. Cool, right? I think it's very cool. Like, it's also pretty cool that I'm my grandma's reincarnation. I've retained some of her memories and her power to see the future, talk to ghosts, and read your star chart, yada yada. In fact, before I was my grandma, I was this super rich woman who went on a ship, met this cute artist. He was poor. I was loaded. We fell in love, but then the ship crashed and he died.
Like the movie Titanic?
What?
Never mind. Can we just get to work, please? I gave her the diary, and she invited me into this small room. As I settled into a beanbag, Coco Lin took the diary in her hands. Then suddenly, she threw her head back dramatically. Before I could ask if she was okay, she snapped her head forward like a possessed owl, then started spinning in slow circles. Then she dropped to her knees, flapped forward, and after a full minute of silence, popped back up.
All done. The curse is now reversed. Whatever once belonged to your brother is now yours.
Wait, what do you mean by reversed? I wanted you to end the curse.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for that, you'd have to find the original witch who cast the curse on your family. And she's probably dead. So unless you have a shovel and a time machine, this is the best I could do. Now remember, every spell has its repercussions, so just be aware of potential side effects.
What kind of side effects?
Mild nausea, headaches, nosebleeds, and in rare cases, hallucinations. It depends.
On what?
On how badly cursed you are. Just kidding. I fixed the curse, remember? You'll be fine. Would you like some tea?
But I just thanked her, paid her fee, and got out of there as fast as I could. The whole way home, I kept thinking if what I'd done was wrong. But was it really that bad if Dorian suffered a little? Also, Coco Lin was kind of a weirdo, so I wasn't too sure if her chaotic head Roomba fixed anything. But boy, was I wrong. I looked around and I froze. This wasn't my room. It was bigger, with velvet curtains, a chandelier, and a full-length mirror. I jumped out of my bed and pulled the curtains, only to see a massive, perfectly manicured garden with fountains and a freaking swan. Why am I in this place? How did I get here? I checked my phone. It showed the same date as yesterday. Okay, this is clearly a dream. Ow! Ow! I pinched myself hard, and seconds later, Mom burst into the room.
Oh my God, Nova! Why did you scream like that? I thought some stalker tried to jump into your room again.
Again? When was the first time it happened?
Oh, my poor baby. You've been so traumatized lately, you've probably blocked out everything. It's fine. We can talk about it later. For now, drink your kale. You're already late for gym, and Coach gets cranky when you're not warmed up before cheer practice.
Mom, I don't do cheer practice. I barely passed PE. This isn't real. I rushed outside to find Ella's room. She might have answers. But the house was so huge, I had no idea which room was hers and accidentally entered Dorian's.
What are you doing in my room?
Shut up and tell me what's happening. Are you trying to pull some elaborate joke on me? Who even owns this house? One of your weird rich friends?
What are you rambling on about? I'm just living my perfectly miserable life in silence, and you won't let me have that?
If your life is miserable, I might as well be an earthworm.
You know, I saw this documentary about teen celebrities and how they all went bonkers at age 18. You should watch it. I think you'll fit right in.
You think this is funny? God, just tell me where Ella is and I'll leave.
Same place she's always been. Why? Suddenly remembered you have a sick sister who needs your attention?
I've always cared about Ella.
You don't care about anyone else but yourself, Nova. Now get out and go sign some stupid autographs.
I was shocked. The way Dorian was talking and everything Mom said could only mean one of two things. Either everyone in my family had lost their minds, or the spell actually worked and transported me to my new reality where I was the golden child. I ran back to my room and opened my closet to find shoes and clothes that I could never afford. Downstairs, Mom was smiling like I was the best thing that ever happened to her, while Dorian sat quietly on the side scowling. Then I went to school, and the moment I got out of the car, people flocked around me.
Hi, Nova. Love your outfit. Can we get a selfie?
Are you coming to my birthday next week? You can cut the cake if you want to. It was like stepping into a dream where I finally mattered and wasn't invisible next to Dorian. I was still processing everything when Stacy walked over and linked her arm through mine.
There you are, bestie. I've been trying to call you.
Really? I didn't get any calls.
I said I was trying, but then I got busy with these new cheer uniforms. Everyone's obsessed with pink, but what do you think?
I actually kind of like blue. But clearly everyone else wants pink, so let's go with pink.
Oh, I knew you'd say that. We're so in sync. If you were a boy, I'd totally date you. I mean, you'd have competition, obviously, but I'd cheat on my boyfriend with you.
Okay, wow. I was best friends with Stacy? This girl who once insulted me in front of the whole school was now asking for my opinions? And over the next few days, it only got better. I had a personal stylist, a manager, and spa appointments booked every other morning. My closet had its own air conditioning, and Dorian had to ask my permission to even borrow a charger. My parents transformed into my biggest fans overnight, hovering at every photo shoot, attending even the smallest events, and proudly displaying an entire wall of my trophies and awards. At school, I never stood in line. I had my own table in the cafeteria stocked with fresh smoothies and sushi rolls. Teachers gave me extra credit just for showing up. And one afternoon, I got a letter from a college I hadn't even applied to offering me a full scholarship because they liked my vibe. My life was perfect, and it was everything I ever wanted. Until it wasn't. Because Stacy was as obnoxious as ever and was getting on my nerves.
Oh my God. Who died and left you that hideous skirt? And why are you carrying a Prada purse when I don't have one? You need to pay fashion tax.
What?
You know, do my homework, pack my lunch, clean my sneakers, that kind of thing. Now hurry up, I'm hungry.
The girl ran off in tears, and I turned to Stacy. Was that necessary?
No, but it's fun. And why are you being all judgy today? Did you forget the time you bullied that new girl, Maya? She was so terrified of you, she literally transferred schools.
I bullied her?
Every day. You made fun of how she dressed, the way she spoke, and then when your loser brother started dating her, you totally snapped. My God, I'll never forget the tantrum Dorian threw when she left. I even have a video.
Stacy shoved her phone in my face and I watched in shock. Dorian was having a full-on meltdown while I stood there laughing like a maniac. Seriously? What? And that wasn't even the worst part. The girls on my cheer team laughed and joked until I walked in. Everyone on my modeling team walked on eggshells around me. I even overheard this girl say that I should get an exorcism because I had a devil living inside of me. This one time during a shoot, my makeup artist accidentally dropped a brush. I reached down to pick it up and she recoiled like I was gonna hit her.
I'm so sorry. I'll get a new one immediately.
Hey, it's just a brush. Don't worry about it.
You're not mad?
Why would I be mad about an accident? While the photographer was adjusting his camera, I overheard two assistants whispering.
She seems different today. Last week she threw hot coffee at me because I got her the wrong brand.
Remember when she made Tina cry because she accidentally walked into her photos? Poor girl's still in therapy.
It felt like I jumped from living under Dorian's shadow to being the most hated person on earth, and it was heartbreaking. But what truly got to me was that at home, Dorian barely looked my way, and Ella never came out of her room. And every time I tried to meet her, Mom would freak out.
Her disease is contagious, sweetie. You know that. I can't lose another daughter to that stupid illness.
I really wanted to see her and share what I was feeling, but I was too swamped with photo shoots, press events, and parties to process it.
Has anyone ever tried snail mucus coffee? Apparently, it's very good for your skin.
I'm already having my vitamin C, D, E, G, H, Y, Z, Q to keep my nails shiny and healthy.
You know what, guys? If you hang upside down for at least an hour and a half, you will get the reddest cheeks ever.
Or you could get a brain hemorrhage and die.
Excuse me?
I'll just be right back. Jeez, how lame were these conversations? If these people were the cream of society, I'd rather be skimmed milk. The rest of the night was just as bad. The music was too loud, the people were fake, the food looked fancy but tasted like chalk. Then my date asked me to dance, and I accidentally stepped on his foot so hard he started limping. I rushed to grab him a first aid kit and came back to find him making out with a waitress. Ew. I just wanted to leave. I was walking to my car when I spotted someone across the road. Maya was standing at a stall selling t-shirts. I dropped everything and sprinted toward her. Maya! Oh my God, how are you?
Leave or I swear I will call the police.
Look, I know you're really angry at me and I deserve it, but I swear I didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to ruin my life? Come on, Noah. You and I both know you bullied me because you're evil. But honestly, you did me a favor. That school wasn't for me anyway. The only good thing that happened there was meeting Dorian, and I'll always be grateful for that. But you, I never ever want to see again.
Please, Maya, I said I'm sorry. I'll do anything to make up to you. I'll buy all your t-shirts.
I don't need your charity, Nova. But if you really want to help me, then help me sell these. You're a professional model, right?
She pulled out a pile of tees with the most chaotic slogans I'd ever seen. This too shall pass, like a kidney stone. The only X I want is extra money. Nice. Who came up with these?
Of course I did. I've always been really creative.
That's true. By the end of the night, Maya and I had sold every single t-shirt in her stall. We even clicked a bunch of pictures, and when I shared them on my Instagram, Maya's business exploded overnight. She called me the next morning telling me how people were begging for restocks. Someone even asked if she shipped internationally. I'd finally used my popularity for something good, and I was happy. But that changed the moment I entered school the next day.
Why were you hanging out with peasant Maya yesterday? It's all over your Instagram feed.
I was just trying to help her sell her stuff and apologized for being completely moronic.
You did not. It's against every rule book ever written for mean girls. Once you bully someone, you never apologize to them, especially not if they're as ugly as peasant Maya.
Stop calling her that. She's a brilliant and hardworking girl, and she's 10 times the person you'd ever be.
10 times fatter, sure. She's a real inspiration for stretchy t-shirts.
Say one more word about her and I swear.
Or what? You'll cry into your organic kale smoothie?
I have a better idea. And I launched myself at Stacy, but she didn't even budge. Instead, she smiled and punched me. Then she jumped on me, pulled my hair, elbowed me in the stomach, and I almost threw up. I thought I was gonna die when a bunch of girls rescued me. Later, while I sat outside the nurse's office with an ice pack on my face, I overheard a group of girls whispering nearby.
Wow, Nova really thought she could take down Stacy? That girl's made of iron.
I heard her mom's Russian. She came here illegally, then married some rich guy, and that's how Stacy got all her money.
My maid's cousin works at their house. She says Stacy lives like a trash gremlin. Her room smells like stale yogurt and wet socks.
Ugh, gross. Imagine strutting around like a queen bee while your closet is a health hazard. If I were Nova, I'd wash my hands with bleach just to get the smell off.
They kept going, but I tuned out. Not because I was offended. Honestly, it all made sense. Stacy didn't rule the school out of confidence. She did it to distract people from the disaster she actually was. Anyway, I was feeling better, so I decided to take the day off and go home, when suddenly Dorian came running down the hallway.
Nova, it's Ella. They're moving her to a hospital. Her condition's getting worse.
The world blurred for a second, and I pushed Stacy out of the way and ran through the gates. We reached the hospital and saw Mom and Dad were sitting in the waiting room. Where is she? What happened?
She took a turn for the worse. The doctors are doing everything they can.
I sat down slowly. Ella, my baby sister, my sunshine. She was the only person who ever believed in me, and she was suffering. I buried my face in my hands. And that's when Dorian snapped.
Is this all your fault?
Dorian, please.
No, Mom, she needs to know. I've been trying for months to act normal, but no more.
What are you talking about?
You were supposed to babysit Ella, but instead, you chose to sneak out and go to your dumb party with her in the back seat. You'd barely gotten the car out of the driveway when you crashed into another car. You blacked out and Ella took the hit. She's been in a coma ever since.
But Mom told me her condition was contagious. That's why I couldn't see her.
Well, she lied. Because you hurt your head too and forgot all about the accident. And Mom didn't tell you so you could live your perfect little life like the golden child you are. I swear, if something happens to her, I will never forgive you.
And he stormed away, leaving me totally shaken. I bullied my best friend. My brother couldn't even look at me. And my little sister was in a coma because of me. This wasn't the life I wanted. I stood up quietly while everyone was still talking to the doctor, slipped out of the hospital, and ran straight home. I stormed into the attic, flung open every box until I finally found the diary. The next morning, before going to the psychic's house, I went to the hospital. I just had to make sure Ella was okay. And thankfully, when I got there, she was sitting on her bed smiling. I stopped a doctor walking by. Is she okay?
Yeah, she had a seizure, but it shocked her system so hard, it jump-started her like an old car battery. Guess sometimes being on your deathbed has its perks.
I took one look at Ella's face and walked in. As soon as she saw me, her face lit up. I ran over and hugged her tight. Hey there, you slept for a really long time.
Yeah, well, I needed my beauty sleep. Why do you look so old and wrinkly?
Probably because I'm sad and sorry for everything. I messed up your life.
It wasn't entirely your fault. I was jumping around like a monkey in the back seat, remember? You couldn't even see the car behind us. I basically launched us into it. So I guess I'm sorry too.
Well, I'm sorry too, Nova. I shouldn't have snapped like that yesterday. I haven't always been the best brother because I've often let jealousy get in the way.
I wasn't exactly the best sister either. What I did with Maya and how I treated people around me was horrible.
Yeah, but you're changing. I saw what you did for Maya. That's growth.
I nodded slowly. I'd spent so long being angry about everything I wasn't. I forgot to appreciate what I had. My adorably flawed family. And all I really wanted to do was to go back and mend things now.
Namaste, fellow seeker. What brings you here today?
Oh, it's you. Welcome back.
You recognize me?
Why do you always ask the same question? Of course I do. I can see through dimensions too. Like, in one of my parallel lives, I was this really hot girl who lived on the streets doing odd jobs, until one day this handsome rich guy asked me to be his date. He bought me clothes, took me to parties, and eventually fell in love with me.
Like Pretty Woman?
Yes, I was a very pretty woman. But enough about me. Tell me what you need.
I told her I wanted to reverse the curse, and Coco Lynn stared at me blankly.
Are you sure? Once I reverse the curse again, the spell will seal itself. No more rewinds. So make up your mind. You can't keep jumping between realities.
I already have. I want to go home. And this time I won't hide behind Dorian's shadow or bad grades. I spent so much time being angry and dejected that I never really focused on myself. And that's why I never got anywhere in life. I can't control how people treat me, but I can control how I take their opinions. So now I'll live for me, with kindness and purpose.
Spoken like someone who's truly ready.
She stood, cracked her knuckles, and started chanting. The candles flickered, the walls shimmered, and then everything went blank. I woke up to the smell of burnt toast and the sound of birds. I sat up slowly and looked around. My old room, my old posters, my old creaky fan spinning above me. I rushed to Ella's room and found her sleeping peacefully. Then I went downstairs and saw Dorian kicking the ball like a dork. I ran and tackled him in a giant hug. Oh my God, I missed you.
Get off me. You broke my streak. Now I have to start all over again.
Well, so do I. That morning, I got dressed and walked into school. And for the first time, people noticed. Not because I was a model or because I had 1 million followers, but because I held the door open. Because I helped a kid who dropped books. Because I smiled at people. For real. And that's when I realized that life isn't about being the favorite. It's about being someone you can be proud of, even when no one's clapping.
Hi, I'm Hope from Honolulu. Please like and subscribe to 4Eve. My parents always said I was born beautiful. I received so many compliments and modeling offers for baby products that they launched my modeling career when I was just 3. But I never really knew my parents. When I was 6, they started a clothing line named after me and got really busy with it. So they mostly left my older sister Leilani in charge, and she hated me.
You promised we'd play with the dolls.
You can't always be the center of the universe. I have to take this call. Fashion Kids magazine wants you again.
She'd always lie and say we'd do one thing, but we'd do another thing instead, and I'd suffer.
You said after my fashion show, we'd go home. I'm tired.
Just sign a few more autographs and don't be so ungrateful.
Sometimes I wondered if she was so mean to me because she was jealous of my fame. Once when I was 12, I was at a signing event and I escaped from the crowd. I stumbled into an alley where a girl my age was looking through the trash with her mom. I offered them some snacks from my bag, and their reaction was so wonderful. Just then, Leilani found me and dragged me away. And later, when we were on a video call with our parents, she told them what had happened. Hope, it's not okay to sneak off like that. And that poor family could have robbed you.
Or taken a lock of your hair to sell on eBay.
No, they were nice, and I liked helping them.
Nonsense. You're too busy and famous to be doing anything else. Anyway, we heard your sister booked you on a morning show for the launch of your new toy line.
Little Hope dolls. They're gonna sell like hotcakes. Sometimes it felt like my parents just used me for money. In fact, I felt people were friends with me for the same selfish reasons. But I never gave up on the idea of using my wealth for good. When I turned 14, I held my first fundraising event for homeless people, and it was a big success. But my second fundraiser turned into a complete nightmare, because the day after it, my face was all over the news with the words, "Teen Thief." Hope, they're saying you kept all the funds for your business. What? Why would they think I took all that money? The news is saying they got an anonymous tip. This can't be good for your career.
It's all over social media. They're calling it the biggest scandal of the year.
You need to stop all this charity nonsense. We need to work on saving your reputation so you won't lose out on any modeling contracts.
I didn't care if I never modeled again. I didn't understand how anyone could think I'd steal charity money. I was too embarrassed to even leave the mansion. Soon after, I was about to join a new high school, and I went to Leilani with an odd request. Help me make a disguise for high school. You're my makeup artist. If anyone can do it, it's you. Look, it's hard for me to trust people. They'll probably use me for my money and fame or spread more lies. I'd rather just go as a regular kid so I can be active in the school's charity clubs.
You don't think you could just go as yourself?
Doubtful. I always become the center of attention without meaning to. And because of that scandal, the charity clubs might not trust me. I just want to fade into the background and do the things I care about. Please. To my shock, she agreed to the makeover. She gave me cute short hair as part of my disguise. I decided to keep my disguise a secret from my parents. They were not happy about my short hair, but my agent had advised me to take a break from modeling and stay out of the public eye anyway till the scandal died down. At home, I was Hope, the supermodel on a break. But at school, I was Minnie, the humanitarian. I joined the charity club, and the volunteer work I was doing felt amazing. And I was making friends pretty easily. But one day at school, I was lifting a heavy box of canned food donations when I suddenly threw out my back.
Whoa, are you okay?
I suddenly noticed there were two really cute guys watching me struggle to stand up straight. Guess I'm an old lady who's not used to heavy lifting. Ouch.
Let's take you to the school nurse, Granny. I'm Kai.
And I'm Crane. Here, let me take your bag. What was in that box?
Canned stuff for a food drive. Crane immediately dropped my bag to the floor.
You're part of a food drive? Not gonna help you.
What? Come on, Nan. Let's just take her to the nurse. She's hurt.
Whatever. Not my problem.
And then he just left. What was that about?
Are you seriously doing a stupid food drive, Granny?
My name is Minnie, and what's wrong with food drives?
Minnie?
Minnie.
Everything about them is wrong, Minnie. If the poor just got off their butts and worked, they wouldn't be poor. Why should we treat them like babies and take money from people who do work?
Wow. Sometimes it's hard for people to find work or earn enough, and they need help.
Maybe lame losers do. Well, Minnie, here you are.
Kai winked at me as he left. What a jerk. But I wasn't going to let his arrogant opinion stop me. I organized a school dance to raise funds for the food drive, and it was a hit. But just as I was dancing with some friends, Kai and Crane busted through the gym doors with crowns on their heads.
To the rich, stand with the rich.
What are you doing, Kai?
We're here to tell everyone the poor are pathetic and charities are scams. Don't be fooled.
Just then, Crane started kicking down the display of food donations like a maniac. Luckily, the teachers there kicked both out before they could do more damage. What planet were these jerks from? But I forgot all about them when I got home that afternoon and saw Dad running out to me.
Didn't you check your phone, Hope?
I think the battery died. What's wrong?
Your mom and sister got into a car accident, but the doctor said they'll be okay. They both had some broken bones and will need bed rest.
I started to cry, and Dad hugged me. I couldn't remember the last time he'd done that, and I decided I'd stay home for the next few weeks to take care of Mom and Leilani. The next evening, my bodyguard drove me down to the food bank to drop off the school's donations. To my shock, I saw Kai step out of his car in front of us, and he was dropping off bags of donations. What the hot fudge? I snapped a picture of him, and I confronted Kai in the school hallway the next day. Saw you at the shelter last night.
What are you talking about?
This?
How did you... Okay, please, listen. Crane is against charity work, not me. He convinced me to think that way a long time ago, but I don't agree with him anymore. Years ago, Crane's family fell into a big scam by some fake charity, and they lost a huge fortune.
Oh no.
Yeah, his dad had to work so hard just to get them back on their feet. Now, he talks trash about all charities, and he doesn't trust the poor. He actually enjoys shutting charity work down in public. He bullied me into crashing that dance. And well, I'm sorry I did, really.
He looked really sincere. If that's the truth, I understand. But you gotta stand up to Crane sometime. You can't keep pretending to be someone you're not. Kai offered to walk me to class, but I explained I was just there to collect my books as I was homeschooling for a while. He asked for my number, and I kinda left with butterflies in my stomach. Kai and I texted every day for weeks, and he even started coming over. I kept saying it was best to give my mom and sister space to recover, so we'd always hang out in my backyard. Keeping Minnie away from my parents and Hope away from Kai was getting exhausting. I was also developing the biggest crush on the real Kai. He was nothing like the jerk I'd first met. Once I found him waiting for me in my backyard with the most amazing picnic laid out. Hey, what's all this?
Just a little surprise for your big day. Happy birthday, Minnie.
Kai, my birthday isn't for another 5 months.
What? Really? I looked for you over social media, but I couldn't find you because you're apparently the world's most private person. Then I went to go check the school records, and I guess I got the wrong Minnie.
I guess so. But thanks anyway. It's the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. Just as I sat down, Kai opened a bottle of soda, and the cork went flying straight into my eye.
Oh my god. I am so sorry, Minnie. Wait, stop rubbing your eye and let me see.
He lifted my chin gently as he looked deep into my eyes.
Your eyes. They're...
Yes? They're what?
They're not the same color.
What? Suddenly I realized that my contact lens had fallen out. Oh, my lens must have popped out when I rubbed my eye. I wear them for my eyesight because I'm as blind as a bat.
I see. But why would you wear those green lenses and hide your lovely blue eyes?
His face was so close, and I didn't have an answer to his question, so I just kissed him. He looked really surprised, but then he kissed me back, and it felt wonderful. Soon after, Kai and I hosted a fundraising car wash for a soup kitchen, but suddenly a car honked at us angrily.
Well, what do we have here?
Crane, listen, buddy. I know how you feel about this stuff, but I'm asking you to back off. I want to do this.
What? Support lying, dirty thieves? Did you forget what happened to my family?
Of course not. But that was one bad experience. Not all charities are scams.
It's this witch. Winnie's brainwashed you.
It's Minnie? And Kai is free to do whatever he wants, but you need to leave. Just then, Crane went red. He threw a punch at Kai, but Kai blocked it brilliantly and stepped back. Crane, walk away right now.
You better watch yourself, Winnie, or you'll end up like that stupid teen thief model who raised funds for her business. She got what she deserved. She's a forgotten fraud now, a nobody.
Suddenly, I froze in my spot. Was it possible that Crane had started that rumor? He was crazy enough to do it. And what if Kai had been involved back then too? Crane drove off angrily, and Kai turned to me.
This may be the end of my friendship with Crane, but I feel relieved.
I'm proud of how you stood up to him. Kai smiled at me warmly, but now I felt guarded. Did I fall for someone who might have framed me? Later that evening, as he drove me home, Kai suddenly took my hand.
Minnie, I love who you are and who you've helped me become. Will you be my girlfriend?
Kai, no, I can't.
What? Why? I thought you felt the same way. You kissed me.
And maybe that was a mistake. I'm sorry, but I can't be with you. Not only did I feel paranoid about trusting him, he had no idea I was Hope. I hated lies, and now I hated lying. Things were a mess. Kai begged to see me and kept messaging me, but I just ignored him until he gave up. One afternoon, I was fluffing Leilani's pillows when she asked me something unexpected.
Hope, how are you?
Not bad. Why?
Nothing. I just noticed that you looked a bit sad these days.
I kinda lost someone I cared about. Wait, Leilani, why are you crying?
Oh, Hope, I just need to tell you something. I can't keep it in any longer, especially after you've taken such good care of me. And to my shock,
she confessed how she was the one who had started the rumor that I'd stolen the charity funds.
I know it was really wrong, and I'm sorry, but I just got so resentful. I was left in charge of you, and you always came first. And you were always in the limelight, while I never even got thanks for anything I did. I got carried away.
Leilani, how could you?
I really regret it. That's why I agreed to your makeover request, because I didn't want to stand in your way again. I know how good-hearted you really are.
Do you know what you've done? I immediately thought of Kai, this great guy, and how I'd shut him out. I wanted to slap Leilani, but I just stormed off angrily. I told Mom what Leilani had done and said I couldn't stand to be around her right now. To my shock, Mom agreed that I should take a break from her. We arranged for me to stay at my bodyguard's house, and I found out that he lived close to Kai. On my first night there, I walked over to Kai's place. I needed to fix things between us, but his butler informed me that he'd gone to Tokyo for 2 weeks or longer. My heart sank. For 3 days, I texted and called Kai, but he never answered. I knew he was avoiding me, and I deserved it, but I wasn't giving up. I called Mom and explained everything about Kai to her, and she actually listened. Tokyo might be a nicer break for you. OMG, Mom, you'd let me go? Yes, sweetheart. Ever since the accident, your dad and I have been thinking how hard we've pushed you and your sister. We just wanted you girls to know success early on, but we've realized there are more important things than success and money, like happiness and family. You've been amazing during our recovery, honey, and you really deserve to go. Thanks, Mom. I love you. And the next day, I was on a flight to Tokyo with my bodyguard and checked into the same hotel as Kai. Just as I stepped onto the elevator, I was shocked to see Kai inside. He looked awkwardly at me.
Hi, can I help you with something?
I suddenly realized he couldn't recognize me without my disguise. Kai, you're the reason I'm here. I came to tell you the truth. I'm Minnie.
Minnie? Minnie from Honolulu?
Yes, except my real name is Hope.
What?
I told him everything. My trust issues and my disguise and what my sister did, how awful I felt for abandoning him, and how I tried calling him.
I'm using a different phone here, and I understand why you wanted to hide yourself, Hope.
I've missed you. Do you think we could give us another chance?
You flew all the way here to make things right? I'd be a jerk if I say no. but could you do just one thing? Give your sister another chance. Come on, charity starts at home.
I will. I promise. Hi, I'm Zoe, and I grew up in a small town in Iowa where nothing interesting ever happened. Till one day, someone moved in next door and my life turned upside down. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Dad was a farmer, and as a kid, I always saw him struggling for money. So when I joined high school, I started working part-time to earn extra cash. That's also how I got my first guitar. At the end of the day, I would sit back playing songs from my favorite band, the Starboys. I wanna hold you in my arms and never let you go. You're the sunshine that I want, that makes my life flow. These guys were like California's BTS, only more popular, especially their songwriter and lead singer, Nico. He was so mysterious though. He didn't even have a social media account and hardly came to interviews. But my favorite was Dylan, the other singer in the band. I had his posters everywhere in my room, and I prayed every night I could meet him just once. I must have prayed extra hard because a week after my 19th birthday, a huge truck pulled up at the house across the street and 4 familiar boys jumped out of it. Now that's what nature and isolation smells like. The only thing I can smell is cow dung. You couldn't find a better place to lay low, Nico? The heat here is making my butt sweat. We need some time away to concentrate on our music, and this place is perfect. Now get in before someone spots us. All 4 boys hurried inside while I just stood there dumbfounded. What the freaking fruitcake? The Starboys were gonna be my neighbors? I could scream my lungs out. The next morning, I got up extra early to bake some cookies and hurried next door to welcome the new neighbors. Okay, stay cool. It's just Dylan. Dylan, the love of your life. And no, Dylan. Just Dylan. I tried to stay calm, but then Dylan opened up and I jumped on him. Oh my god, it's you. It's really you. Are you for real? Can I touch you?
Who are you?
Oops, sorry. We haven't met. I mean, I've met you in my dreams lots of times, but you obviously don't know me. Before I could finish, someone pulled me inside and pinned me to the wall. Nico!
Who sent you? Which newspapers? Spill or I'll call the police on you for trespassing.
Zoe, neighbor, cookies, baked, love Dylan, huge fan. I can't breathe.
So you're not the paparazzi?
No. Now, can you move away? Your cologne is too strong. It's giving me a headache.
You might not be the paparazzi, but you can still go around telling people we're here. We can't risk it, Dylan. Let's pack our bags and go.
No, please. I won't tell a soul. Just let me hang out with you guys. I'm your #1 fan. I can do anything. Cook, clean, play guitar. You name it. I'll be your Snow White, but not as white. I can even entertain you with my very professional magic tricks. Now watch this carefully. I'm gonna pull this tablecloth and everything will stay just as it is. You have to be quiet. Let me concentrate. Abracadabra! I pulled the tablecloth, feeling confident. But I guess I pulled it too hard and everything came crashing down. It doesn't always work. But, yeah, not a magician. Snow White, remember?
That's enough. Look, we don't need anyone. Just shut up and leave.
I wanted to argue more, but Nico looked really mad, so I ran off. Over the next few days, I tried everything, from posing as the pizza delivery guy to prank calls, but nothing seemed to get past Nico. Then one evening, I was pretending to jog outside their backyard, trying to get a glimpse of Dylan, when I heard someone arguing.
You really have no business telling me what to do when you're not half as talented as I am. We're here because of my talent, Dylan. I'm the one who writes all the songs. If people knew how fake you are, you wouldn't be standing here.
What? I wanted to hear more when suddenly I heard someone unlatch the door. I turned around too fast, got a head rush, and landed flat on my face. I tried to sneak away, but Nico caught up with me.
How long have you been standing here?
I wasn't standing. I was just getting a feel of this grass. It's so nice and dewy at this time of night. Snow White likes nature and...
Stop lying. I know you heard something.
Oh, you mean how Dylan's fake? Yeah, okay. I heard everything. So he's not the singer everyone thinks he is? Does he use auto-tune? OMG, that's big.
Dylan, yeah. That's it. You caught us. He's totally fake. But listen, Zoe, no one can know. It'll destroy the band. Do you want that?
No, I don't. Okay, fine. I can stay quiet, but you'll have to buy my silence. Help me date Dylan. Even if he's fake and all, he's still cute and I want him.
That's impossible. You're not his type at all.
Cool, then maybe the press is his type. I'm sure he'd love to have a little date with them.
Wait. Okay, I'll think of something. But you have to
promise to me to keep your big mouth shut. Shake on it. And just like that, I was in. Nico welcomed me into his home as the new housekeeper, and everyone, including Dylan, was so confused. But Nico explained how I was really good at cooking and cleaning, so everyone got on board. In the house, I kept a close watch on Dylan. I noted the time he ate, slept, pooped, everything. I tried to get close to him, but Nico ruined the moment every time. Hey, Dylan, want me to help you with that? I'm really good at applying sunscreen.
You are? Great. Too bad Dylan has to leave. We have to discuss the new song. Chop chop.
Dylan, oh, you're working out. Let me help you with those crunches. Go 1, 2, 3. Give me one more. Yes.
That's very inspiring, but I'm starving. Make me an apple pie and some pumpkin spice latte because I'm craving Starbucks. Do it right now or you're fired.
Ugh, so annoying. I pulled Nico aside the next time I saw him. What's wrong with you? You're supposed to help me date Dylan, but you keep pulling me away from him.
Relax. You need to play hard to get. Boys like that. Have patience and stop drooling all over him.
But I was anything but patient. Then one evening, I was leaving for home when I saw Dylan swimming. And holy cow, he looked so hot. I was just admiring his perfect body when suddenly I saw a strange guy in a hoodie tiptoeing his way around the pool. He was definitely some intruder, so before he could harm Dylan, I sprang into action, but he dashed inside the house. I was running after him when I slipped and landed into the pool instead, right on top of Dylan. I tried to get out using Dylan's shoulders as a makeshift ladder, without realizing that I was pushing him into the water.
What do you think you're doing? Stop drowning me.
There's an intruder. He just went inside the house. Help me get out. Put your hand under my butt and lift me out, now!
What? You're crazy.
Dylan got out of the pool and stormed inside, and I followed.
Fire this stupid girl or I will. What's wrong?
I saw an intruder run in just now. I'm sure he's hiding here somewhere. We need a game plan. You two go that way. Nico, you go to the right, and Dylan and I can search the bedrooms.
Zoe, we've been here the whole evening, and if there was an intruder, we would have seen him.
But I just saw him come in.
You're hallucinating, weirdo. You've ruined a perfect evening, so thank you and go away.
As Dylan left angrily, Nico turned to me with a towel. I swear I saw someone go in, Nico. Or, I don't know, maybe I was imagining things. I mean, sometimes I see little pixies flying here and there at night. And we all know pixies aren't real, right? Oh God, I messed up everything. Dylan hates me. The Snow White plot isn't working.
He doesn't hate you. He's always been a little short-tempered.
How am I supposed to win him over when he doesn't even look at me? And you're not helping at all like you promised.
I told you to be patient, but I guess that was clearly a mistake. Hold on, give me your phone. Ew, Zoe, what is this?
Oh, I always keep a banana with me. What if the world runs out of food? What if I'm stuck in a hurricane with no food? Girls gotta be strong, and bananas are a great source of potassium. You want some?
No thank you. Just go online and see some of the girls Dylan's dated in the past. The more you look like them, the more he'll notice you.
I spent the night studying each girl carefully, and the next morning I dressed exactly like them. But Nico took one look at me and burst out laughing.
What is wrong with your face? You look like you were in a bar fight.
It's called makeup, and you're the one who asked me to dress like those bimbos in the pictures.
You've clearly done a fab job. Come with me.
We went to the mall with Nico in sunglasses and a baseball cap, and he started picking out clothes like crazy. I was trying them on when he got a phone call and left. When he came back, he looked really tense.
We need to leave now. Thanks. We'll take them all.
What? These clothes are worth both my kidneys and a good chunk of my liver. And why are we leaving?
Don't ask questions. Just do what I say.
Nico threw some cash on the counter and we left in a cab. I tried asking him what happened, but he didn't respond. Instead, he got off somewhere in the middle of the road before asking the driver to drop me back home. What was that all about? The next morning, I was still thinking about what happened with Nico, but then Dylan walked up to me and I lost track of everything.
Hey Zoe, you look nice today. What are we having for breakfast?
A few eggs and some bread.
Sounds great, babe.
Dylan winked at me and I felt my knees go weak. He called me babe. I wanted to update Nico on the progress, but he was nowhere to be seen. Then later that evening, I was leaving when finally Nico came home. Where were you? I've been waiting for you all day.
Why?
Relax, Snappy. Just wanted to tell you that Dylan noticed me today. Finally, like Snow White's prince and all. And why are you so tense all the time? You know you can tell me all your secrets, Nico. I'm a very good secret keeper.
Okay then, here's one. I think you're very annoying.
That's not a secret. You make that pretty obvious. Give me more.
I'm busy, Zoe. We'll talk later.
Nico didn't talk to me for a couple of days, and I was getting really distracted and impatient. I guess Nico noticed because a few days later, he told me that the boys wanted to go for a hike, and he'd convinced Dylan to take me with them for directions, so they won't get lost.
Here's your chance to get on Dylan's good side. And for that, we need to work on your conversation skills. They're horrible.
What are you saying? I'm a very interesting person.
Yeah, if interesting and crazy mean the same thing.
That's not very informative.
Look, all you have to do is act shy around him. Say something romantic.
Like this? Nico, your eyes remind me of my dead grandmother, calm and pretty.
Dead grandmother? Really? Try this. Your voice is like a warm hug on a chilly day, and your laugh is like a symphony of joy that fills my life. I'm addicted to the sound. And can you try not to have feathers and leaves stuck in your head?
Nico tucked a strand of hair behind my ears and then walked away, and I felt something strange in my tummy, but it was probably that expired tuna I'd eaten the night before. On the day of the hike, I did everything Nico asked me to. Acted shy, kept quiet, and even tried to flirt a little. I guess it worked because by the end of the hike, Dylan asked me out on a real date to a club. I spent hours getting ready. I chose a black dress and was almost done with my makeup when Nico showed up at my door.
Heard Dylan finally asked you out on a date. Wait, you're wearing that?
Yeah, what do you think?
You look good. I mean, good for Dylan, but you don't look like yourself. It looks like you're trying too hard.
Seriously? First, you asked me to dress how Dylan likes, and now there's still something wrong with me?
I didn't say wrong. Never mind. It's not my place. Good luck on your date or whatever.
With that, Nico left. What was his problem? I was still a bit annoyed when Dylan showed up, but we actually ended up having a great time together. He even asked me out on a second date, and I was thrilled. After the date, Dylan excused himself to the washroom while I waited for him outside when someone tapped on my shoulder. Nico.
So how was it?
Wait, why should I tell you? You didn't even say sorry.
I'm sorry, okay?
You don't mean it. Hold on. Have you been waiting here all this time?
I had to make sure you didn't end up making a fool of yourself, and it looks like you didn't. One sec.
Nico came closer and opened my hair, setting them loose, and I felt something turn in my belly. I really needed to stop eating tuna. Just as he left, Dylan walked up to me and we left, but I couldn't shake Nico off my mind. It was so difficult to figure him out, and I was failing miserably at it. Dylan and I started dating officially. The first few days were great, but as time went by, I realized that we had nothing in common. He was totally self-obsessed and didn't give a hoot about anyone else.
What do you think about my hair? How about my shirt? This is vintage Prada, by the way. I'm pretty sure you've never seen a shirt like this before, right? Well, you will now, because you're my girl. Have you seen my shoes?
By the third date, I was practically yawning on Dylan's face, and I thought he felt the same, except at the end of the night, he kissed me. Before I could react, a bunch of photographers jumped out of nowhere and started taking our pictures. I thought Dylan would tell them off, but instead he started posing. I panicked and hid behind a tree. Who is that?
The paparazzi, obviously. They've tracked me down. Look, just come out. You can't hide like this. They'll make a joke out of me.
Dylan pulled me out and introduced me as his girlfriend. At one time, this would have been my dream, dating Dylan, but now I just wanted to run away. Soon, Dylan and I were the hot topic, and everyone wanted to know about the poor girl he was dating. We were constantly getting interviewed, and it was exhausting.
Does Dylan snore while sleeping?
Do I look like his mother? How am I supposed to know?
Are you dating him because he's rich or because he's very rich?
Are you talking like this because you're dumb or because you're really dumb?
Calm down, babe. We fell in love. Although I must say, Nico tried his best to sway her. She's so pretty, I wouldn't blame him. And he always wants what I have. Obviously, I'm better, and that's why we're together.
That's not true. Nico...
Oh, look at the time. I'm late for practice.
Before I could say more, Dylan rushed us out of the interview. Why did you lie about Nico and me? He'd be so upset.
You think I care? And you're supposed to be my girlfriend, so you should be on my side.
I didn't know we were choosing sides. I thought you guys were a team.
Team? Nico's anything but a team player. He's nothing like what he seems.
You aren't either. With that, I slammed the car door and left. I was furious at the way Dylan was behaving, and I knew in my heart that I didn't want to be with him. I wanted to talk to Nico about it, but for the next few days, every time I tried, he'd make up excuses about being busy with his songwriting and just walk away. Then one day, I was coming out of the grocery store when I noticed Nico sitting in the coffee shop across the street. I was on my way to him when suddenly, a black van screeched out of nowhere and two men in dark suits grabbed him, pushed him inside, and left. Nico was getting kidnapped. I stood there horrified for a few seconds, and then my brain sprang into action. Hey, can I borrow this bicycle? No? Never mind. I'm taking it anyway. Stop crying. It's important. Okay, so it was a really small bicycle, but it did the job. I pedaled with all my might and didn't stop till I finally saw the van. Get out now and release Nico, or I'll kick your butt to whatever prison you came from.
Step away from the car, you freak. You've damaged it.
And I'll do a lot more than that if you don't let Nico go, you kidnapper. Mommy, who's this crazy lady? Wait, this wasn't the right van? Dang it. I apologized and ran home immediately to inform the rest of the boys that Nico had been kidnapped. But as soon as I got there, everyone was gone. Like all their stuff was gone too. I tried calling Dylan, but he didn't answer, and neither did anyone else from the band. Had something happened to all of them? I decided to wait another hour before informing the police. But I guess I dozed off because when I woke up, it was morning already. I rushed downstairs to Dad watching the TV, and what I saw next was the most shocking news of my life. The news report said that Nico had faked his voice and had hired someone else to sing in his place. In fact, he never sang at all. He was just a songwriter. That was not true. Dylan was the one with the fake voice. I needed answers, and since no one was giving them to me, I decided to take things in my own hands. I knew it from the news that the Star Boys were holed up in a hotel in California, so that's where I was going. Hey, Dad, can you feed the chickens and make sure the pig doesn't run away again? I need to be somewhere. It's important. Okay, thanks, bye. I reached the hotel, but the place was bustling with media. Somehow, I made my way to the reception. Luckily, the staff recognized me as Dylan's girlfriend from all the useless interviews I gave with him and led me to their room.
What are you doing here?
First, I'm here to dump your sorry butt. And second, how dare you frame Nico and spread false news about him? It's you who's fake. You hired someone to sing in your place. You're the liar here.
Calm down, you walking carnival. The only liar here is your beloved Nico, and you're about to find out why.
I turned around to see Nico on TV with the same intruder guy I'd spotted in the boys' house.
The news you've all been hearing is true. Everyone knows my dad's a big music producer who gave us our first break, and I wanted to take the top spot as the lead singer for myself. But I can't sing a note, so I hired this guy to do it for me. I'm ashamed of lying to my audience and my fans for so long, and I have no excuse except saying that I was young, naive, and stupid. I ask you all to forgive me, and also, I'm quitting the band.
He's quitting the band? He can't. He writes all our songs. Aw, you're scared you'll have to actually prove you're better than Nico now? Dylan glared at me angrily, but I ignored him and left. But I was still reeling with shock at the truth. All of social media exploded with Nico's news. People were calling him a liar and a cheat. Even his dad was facing backlash. It was a huge mess. I was still shaken as I left for home that evening. When I got there, I saw Nico waiting on the porch for me. Nico, what are you doing here? And how are you?
What do you think? I messed up big time.
At least you're okay. First, I thought you were kidnapped. Then I thought Dylan had framed you. Then I found out you're a big fat liar. It's been a lot to process, man.
About that day at the coffee shop, those guys you saw, they were my dad's bodyguards. I messaged Dad that I wanted to come clean, and he came down here immediately to talk me out of it. And that's all. I wasn't getting kidnapped. But yeah, you're right. I am a big fat liar.
But Nico, why did you lie?
Because I was stupid and spoiled and wanted popularity. And then I got addicted to it. But over time, it can become a huge burden living a lie. You feel like you've lost yourself. And then I met you, and you're the most original person I've ever seen. You inspired me to be more myself. And I should have never asked you to change for Dylan.
Yeah, I'm an inspirational person. People tell me that all the time. In fact, when I was a kid...
I'm still talking?
Sorry, go on. Wait, I'm feeling a little itchy. Can you please scratch my back for me while you talk?
What? Fine. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that I like you, Zoe. I did almost from the start, but you always had your heart set on Dylan, so I stayed quiet. And now I think it's too late.
What's late? Oh, you mean your confession? You know why I keep a half-eaten banana in my pocket, Nico? It's because I'm always prepared for the worst. And also because I'm always hungry. Anyway, the point is, I like you too, Nico. And I wish you would have told me the truth. But it's not always easy, and I get that. I think you were really brave to do it publicly. I mean, your career's tanked, but it was an admirable thing to do.
So, you're saying you forgive me?
Well, depends on how good of a kisser you are.
Let's find out, shall we?
Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm about to tell you how I met the love of my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. If there's one thing you have to know about me, it's that I wasn't an ordinary little girl. Being raised by a single father who was an ex-army officer does that to you. I had rules, discipline, and responsibility drilled into me since I was very young. And growing up, I found other kids my age really immature. I don't know why he'd break up with me. I wore the clothes he liked, woke up at 5 every morning to do my hair because he liked them curly, and pretended to love watching wrestling. Excuse me, but I need to get that muffin. Can't you see that I'm crying? My boyfriend just broke up with me. Aw, I'm so sorry. You know, it reminds me of the time my dad took me for this obstacle course, and I twisted my ankle so badly, the doctors told me I'd never be able to walk again. But I didn't lose hope, and here I am. How is that the same thing? It's not, because that was an actual problem, but yours is just a bunch of high school nonsense. Now move your butt, please. Needless to say, I didn't have a lot of friends, and I didn't care either. My life was all sorted out. Graduate school, get into a good college, work, and retire. But then I turned 18 and met Arthur. He was a transfer student from Greece, and boy was he dreamy. The first time I met him was in gym class. We were playing catch, and I was so lost in looking at him. I totally missed the ball, and it hit me right in the face. I fell on my butt, and Arthur came running.
Are you okay? You're bleeding.
It's nothing. I'm used to much worse. On second thoughts, I might need a doctor. Arthur smiled and carried me to the nurse's office. The entire time I was there, he sat next to me, and later he dropped me home. We became friends after that, and slowly I fell for him. He was smart, mature, and sweet. If there was one guy I wanted to date, it was him. So I decided to ask him out, except I didn't know how. So I turned to MSA for help, and it did not disappoint. Rule number 1, never let your crush know you're interested in him. Avoid eye contact and do not speak at all. The next day, when Arthur waved at me in the hallway, I wrinkled my nose and turned away. He sat next to me in class, but I didn't pay any attention. But then in the cafeteria, he caught up with me.
Are you avoiding me?
Me? Avoiding you? Oh, don't be silly. I was just really busy thinking about global warming and how it's impacting the fish population. Oh, that reminds me. I have to water my fish. My plants. I'll see you around. And I just ran before I embarrassed myself further. After that epic failure, I turned to step number 2. Dress up nice and behave like a total diva. I went shopping, picked up a bunch of dresses, and the next morning, it took me 2 hours to get ready. I thought I looked great, except the moment I entered, everyone started pointing at me and laughing. Oh my god, why is she dressed like a peacock? What is that on her face? Did someone finally punch her for being a know-it-all? I was so embarrassed. I immediately turned around and ran for the bleachers. I was still sulking when Arthur walked up to me.
If you rub your lips anymore, they're gonna fall off.
This lipstick won't come off. Ugh, it's so annoying.
Let me help you. Also, I'm not saying you don't look good with makeup, but you actually look way prettier without it.
Really? Does that mean you'll go out with me?
Are you serious? I wanted to ask you out for the longest time, but everyone in school told me you're a cold-hearted witch. Cold-hearted girl who hates people.
That's not true. I hate dumb people. There's a difference. So, you and I, dinner tomorrow?
I'd love to.
My first date with Arthur was perfect, and he told me that his parents were divorced like mine, and he lived with his mom and 9-year-old brother Charlie. We started dating soon after, and spent all our time together. People in school were also nicer to me since I was Arthur's girlfriend, and even Dad liked him a lot. Life was just better with him in it, until things started getting weird. Some days he would come to school looking like a half-dead zombie, and other days he would skip school altogether. His grades were slipping, we were barely seeing each other, and I knew something was wrong. So one day when he canceled our date, I went to his place with his favorite ice cream. But when I knocked on the door, some kid opened up. Hi, you must be Charlie. Is your brother around? Is that ice cream? Give me it. Hey, that's not very nice. Say, ma'am, could I please have that tub of ice cream? Repeat after me. Sure. Ma'am, give me the ice cream or I'll kick you. And Charlie kicked me on my shin, snatched the tub, and ran away. As I yelled out in pain, Arthur came running downstairs.
Alicia, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
When would I tell you? You hardly talk to me these days.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just that,
Mom's getting married again. The guy doesn't want Charlie in his life, and Mom loves her stupid boyfriend so much that she decided to move out, leaving me in charge.
Why wouldn't you tell me that before?
Because it's embarrassing, and I didn't want to drag you in my mess.
I'm already a part of your mess, and we'll get through it together. Okay, I know that was a bit cheesy, but Arthur looked like he was gonna break in a million pieces, and I really wanted to help him. Besides, how bad could a 9-year-old be? Turns out a lot, because Charlie was a total devil. He would cry over the smallest things, throw tantrums if he didn't get his way, and would constantly butt into my dates with Arthur. We hardly spent any time alone. I was pretty sure he just hated me. Like one time, I was waiting for Arthur in his living room, and Charlie kept giving me death stares. Something on my face?
I was just trying to figure out how someone can look like a horse and a camel at the same time.
That's kind of mean, Charlie.
And you're kind of ugly. Anyway, have fun on the date. It won't last long.
And 10 minutes into the date, Arthur got a call from the babysitter that Charlie had locked himself in the washroom and we had to run back. Then another time, it was Dad's birthday and I had planned a really cool surprise for him. I'd invited all his old friends from the army. Arthur helped me deck up the place and I was arranging the cake when Charlie walked up to me.
Oh, wow. This cake looks yummy. Give me a piece.
Only after my dad cuts it.
But I'm hungry now.
Then eat something else. There's a whole pizza on the counter.
Are you stupid? I said I want the cake.
Charlie tried to get the cake, but I got in his way. He shoved me away, and I accidentally knocked into the cake, which crashed to the floor.
Whoopsie. Guess no one gets to eat it.
What happened? I heard some noise.
Your brother ruined my surprise.
I just asked her to give me some cake.
And I asked you to wait.
Relax, Alicia. We'll get a new cake. I'm sure your dad won't know.
That's not the point, Arthur. Your brother is a spoiled brat. He needs some discipline. You put that kid on a leash, or I swear I will.
He's my brother, not some dog I can put a leash on. I know he made a mistake, but he's just a kid. You know what? We'll just leave. We wouldn't want to ruin your evening any more than we have.
Perfect. Arthur took Charlie's hand and they left. I wanted to stop them, but I was too mad. Later that night, when I calmed down, I realized I might have been too rude and called Arthur up, but he didn't answer. He didn't even show up to school the next day, and neither did Charlie. So I went to his place to talk to him and saw Charlie crying on the porch. What's wrong?
Arthur wasn't here when I woke up this morning, and I don't know where he went.
Did you call him?
He left his phone behind.
Then why didn't you answer when I called? Anyway, don't worry. We'll find him. But till then, you're coming home with me.
No, I don't like you.
You don't have to like me, but I'm not leaving you alone till Arthur gets back.
So annoying.
We waited the whole day for Arthur to show up or get in touch, but he didn't. By nightfall, I decided to sleep in the lounge and offered Charlie my room. If you need anything. The next morning, Arthur was still a no-show. I couldn't reach his mom either, and then remembered he told me she was out of the country on her honeymoon. Next, I asked his friends and colleagues, but none of them knew where he was. Eventually, I contacted the police, but even a week later, they had no news of him, and I was worried sick. What could have possibly happened to him? Meanwhile, Charlie refused to go to school or shower. He mostly kept himself locked in my room and reacted rudely to any nice gesture I made. I was losing my mind. So I turned to Dad for help, and he promised he'd get a word out to his colleagues in the army to track Arthur down. I still don't know what to do with Charlie. He shuts me down every time I try to talk to him.
He's been through a lot, Alicia. What he needs is some distraction to keep his mind off things. After your mom left, you were all over the place. That's why I built such a strict routine for you, so you wouldn't have time to think about her. Maybe you should do something similar.
I decided to give Dad's advice a shot, and the next morning, I walked to Charlie's room and woke him up. Get up. We're going out.
Is Arthur back?
No.
Then let me sleep and go away.
Nope. You're getting up right now. Charlie resisted, but I dragged him out of bed, and somehow we made it to the bus stop. He kept cursing me the whole way, but I didn't care. And minutes later, we were at our destination, the paintball arena.
I'm not going in there.
Why? Too chicken to lose?
As if you're on.
Charlie and I had a great time at the paintball game, and it was the first time I actually heard him laugh. Afterwards, we went to a trampoline park and jumped our hearts out. By the end, he was so tired he could barely walk, so I called a cab and took him to my favorite burger joint, but he just stood at the entrance and stared. What, you don't like burgers?
No, it's just that this was my favorite place to come with my mom. Every weekend, we'd come here and play our favorite songs on the jukebox machine. And now, she doesn't even call me, and Arthur's left me too.
Arthur will be back in no time, I promise you. He loves you a lot, Charlie, and no matter what, we'll always be here for you.
You too?
Yes, me too. Charlie cried and hugged me tight. For the first time, I saw him as a heartbroken broken kid who just wanted his family back. Since then, Charlie warmed up to me. We'd have breakfast together, and he would always make my bed when I got home from school. He was a lot calmer and hardly threw a tantrum. I couldn't wait for Arthur to come back and see how much progress Charlie had made, but we still had no leads on him. I wanted to be strong, but with each passing day, my hopes of ever seeing him again were getting dimmer, and it broke my heart. Finally, one night, I broke down in front of Dad. I don't think Arthur's coming back, Dad. It's been weeks, and no one knows where he is. If he was in town, we would have found him by now. And Charlie, he's lost his mom and might lose his brother too. What can I even say to him? What? I turned around and saw Charlie standing at the door. You've been telling me all along the police will find him. You said you were sure. No, I'm sure he's fine, Charlie. I was just... Stop lying! Why do all grown-ups lie so much? I hate you! All of you! And Charlie just ran out of the house. Dad said he'd go after him, and as I was sitting in the kitchen in despair, the phone suddenly rang. It was the police, saying they'd found Arthur in a hospital close to town. I rushed to the location and texted Dad on the way. The doctors at the hospital told me that Arthur was brought in a few days back by the forest rangers. Apparently, he went on a hike and got injured, and since then, he'd been in a coma. I was sitting next to him when Charlie walked in with Dad. How is he? He hit his head, but he's out of danger. Doctors say there's a very good chance he'll be just fine. Charlie, promise me, no matter what happens, you and I will never fight again. I promise. I will never scream again, and I will always be a good brother. He will wake up, right?
What do you think?
I zoomed past other cars, my foot hitting the accelerator at every turn, as my friend Vanessa screamed for her life. Just then, I saw this police car tailing us and pulled to the side. Just do as I say, okay?
Like I have a choice.
Shut it. Oh, hey, officer. Was I going too fast?
May I see your license, please?
Oh, sure, Officer Cutie.
It's Curie.
Oopsie, my bad. You know, I had this dream last night that I was stopped by a policeman, and we went to this cute place by the ocean and shared a cold latte, since it's so hot these days. I mean, talk about global warming. You think it's getting hot in here? I think it is. What do you think, Vanessa?
I think you should shut up.
I think so too. Now please step out of the car.
Really? None of my flirting worked, huh? Then I guess I have no choice but to do this. And I stepped on the gas and sped the car away. Hi, everyone. I'm Sage, and I'm about to tell you how I messed up my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. I lived with my single mother and my twin sister Zoe in a small apartment in downtown New York. We didn't know anything about Dad, except that he was a loser who turned his back on Mom and left her totally heartbroken.
One day you're going to come back crawling and begging for forgiveness, and I will spit on your face and make you cry. Mark my words!
That never happened. And Mom never found her true love again. That didn't stop her from trying, though. She worked as a receptionist at this fancy resort outside town, where she met tons of new people. Every month, she would date some new guy who would break her heart, and she'd become a sobbing mess. Like this one time, when Zoe and I were 10, Mom started dating this Italian guy who left her because her pasta was too salty.
It's garbage.
At 13, there was a biker guy who thought it was a cool idea to teach Mom how to ride a bike. Needless to say, Mom fell, broke her arm, and couldn't work for weeks. And then, a year later, Mom met this Indian guy who even moved in with us.
Take a deep breath in. Now exhale. Now inhale. Now inhale and exhale at the same time.
It's 5 a.m, dude. Can we speed this up?
Yoga is all about patience. The more you practice it, the better you get. Now, let's try again.
Ugh, so annoying. But Mom thought he was perfect and sold off her jewelry to invest in his stupid yoga retreat. But he just pocketed all the money and disappeared without a trace.
How could I be so stupid? We were planning to set up this cute bakery next to the yoga retreat. He'd teach yoga and I'd bake cookies.
You know yoga's a form of exercise, right? Cookies are kind of counterproductive.
Ugh, why are you like that?
Like what? Smart and practical?
No, mean and heartless. Can't you see Mom's in pain?
Maybe I was a bit heartless. Growing up poor makes you accept reality in a harsh way. But with Zoe, it was different. She was Delulu. Thanks to Mom and her awful choice in men, she grew up thinking that the only way to have a good life was to get your hooks into someone rich and successful.
I was reading this fashion blog and they said if I sleep with a clothespin on my nose, I'll get the perfect upturned nose like most rich people have.
That's the stupidest thing I've heard. Your nose is just fine.
Can't hurt to make it better. And what do you know about fashion and skincare?
She even tried poking her cheeks with pencils so she'd get dimples. When that failed, she turned to stupid home remedies.
It's just getting worse before it gets better, right?
What do I know about fashion and skincare? So, yeah, Zoe and I were poles apart, and Mom was always weird. And things just got worse when we turned 18. Mom met some guy at her resort, fell in love, and a week later they got married and moved to Spain. She promised to stay in touch, but all we got were a few bucks and occasional phone calls. With bills piling up, Zoe and I had to pick up housekeeping jobs at the resort. The pay wasn't great, but it was enough to cover school. We even got a room to stay in, which was a huge downgrade from our apartment. Okay, we need to make this work. Zoe, you take the broom and I'll dust the shelves.
I just got a manicure done, so count me out.
Where did you get the money? Wait, have you been using my savings?
Yeah, but think of it as an investment in our future. See, what if tomorrow I run into some rich bachelor who asks me out, then falls madly in love with me, and we get married? And when we move to our fancy new house, I'll even set up a place for you in the garage, where you can stay with your girlfriend and cats.
What girlfriend?
Your girlfriend, silly. You don't need to stay in the closet forever. It's 2024.
I'm not gay, Zoe. I just don't have time for stupid boys. Now help me, or I'll make you sleep on the floor. The next few days were tough. I woke up extra early, worked my shift, went to school, came back, worked again, and passed out. But Zoe barely showed up at work and was more busy flirting with some guy or the other. And then, on the night of our graduation party, Zoe and I were getting ready when I spotted this huge diamond ring on her finger. Where did you get this from?
I bought it?
By selling your kidneys?
Ugh, stop yelling. Okay, fine. I found this lying by the sink in a room I was cleaning today, so I borrowed it for the party tonight. And don't worry, the guest isn't going to be back before tomorrow morning, so I have plenty of time to put it back.
And what if they come back early, realize their $1 million rock is missing, and they trace it right to you?
Why would they assume it's me?
Because you're a maid, and the maid is always the thief. Who else would go in the room?
Oh my God, you're right. How did I not think about that? Oh, they'll catch me and throw me in jail. I'm too pretty to go to jail. Plus, no rich guy will marry an ex-convict. My life will be over before it even begins.
Just shut up for 2 minutes. Zoe told me the room number, and I double-checked at the reception, and thankfully, the guest was still out. This was the perfect chance to put the ring back. So I tiptoed my way across the hall, popped out the master key, and was about to open the door, when suddenly, my eyes fell on the most perfect guy ever. His beautiful black hair matched his perfectly fitting tuxedo, and he radiated elegance and confidence with his walk. I was sure he was an important guest, but then he stopped right next to me.
Almost didn't expect you to be ready on time.
You're talking to me?
Do you see anyone else around? Let's leave, shall we?
Leave for...
Our date? I'm Carter. Our dad set us up. Vanessa, I thought you had seen my picture. I wanted to see yours, but you're not on social media, and your dad said you hate getting photographed. But I have your room number, 709, so it's gotta be you. Unless you lurk around other people's rooms for some reason.
No! Why would I do that? Of course it's me. I am she, Vanessa. And yes, of course, I've seen your picture, but you have one of those faces that isn't very memorable. A complete lie.
Okay, we have a reservation at the pier. I don't want to lose the table. So let's go?
I smiled weakly as Carter led me to his chauffeur-driven car. Had I just panicked and ended up on someone else's blind date? At one of the fanciest French restaurants in town? I quickly texted Zoe to go to the graduation party without me as we were led to our table. I was overwhelmed by the freaking number of forks on the table, and I couldn't understand anything on the menu. I just let Carter order for me, and we made awkward small talk and then fell silent. Good Lord, I'd never imagined a date with a gorgeous guy could be this painful.
So, Vanessa's a lovely name.
Yeah, I guess. I've never met a Vanessa. Except myself. I'm actually named after Venice. Do you like Venice?
It's nice, yes, but I like staying more. I travel a lot, actually. It's my way of taking a break.
Break from what?
You know, endless meetings, parties, interviews where I get asked a lot of dumb questions like what do I eat in a day, how much do I work out, how many girlfriends do I have, etc., etc. And I have to answer all that to keep up a certain image, of course. But this life can be very exhausting. You know what I mean?
Frankly, no. You sound like you don't appreciate how lucky you are.
What do you mean?
I mean, look at that waiter, for example. He works his butt off every day trying to make just enough for his rent. You think his life is easy? But he still smiles and serves you. Isn't that exhausting?
Maybe, but that's what he gets paid for. It's his job.
So he's not allowed to be tired because he works for a wage? But you, riding around in chauffeur-driven cars, living in fancy houses, dining in the best restaurants, you can be tired because you have to attend a few meetings and answer a few questions. Don't you think that's a bit hypocritical?
I hadn't really thought about that.
Then maybe you should. Anyway, I gotta go.
But you haven't even touched your food.
I'm not hungry anymore. And I just left without another word and hailed a cab back to the resort. When I got there, I realized that I still had the ring on me. So I decided to give my luck a second chance and tiptoed my way to Vanessa's room, carefully avoiding all the cameras. I swiped the key, gently turned the knob, and walked in, when suddenly someone jumped on me and pinned me to the ground.
Who are you? And why did you just sneak into my room? And why are you wearing my ring? Speak up!
I will, if you just get off me. Thankfully, Vanessa agreed to listen, and I spilled everything about the ring, Carter, and the blind date. I thought she'd call security immediately, but instead she burst out laughing.
Do you have any idea how much I tried to get out of that date? Phew, you did me a huge favor.
Does that mean you won't be pressing charges?
That depends. You see, I moved to France with my grandma at 5 because my dad wanted to marry a kid-hating bimbo. But now she's left him, so he wants me to come back home. Problem is, I don't want to. I have my whole life in France, including my boyfriend Jean-Pierre. And Dad hates him. He wants me to date Carter or he'll cut me off. And since Carter thinks you're Vanessa, you'll just have to date him in my place.
Wow, you rich folks are complicated. And I can't do that because it's stupid and I'm pretty sure that guy hates me.
Really? Then why did he send me a text asking to meet him again? Listen, just make this Carter guy go away.
What if I say no?
Then your sister will rot in jail and you will lose this job.
But what about my work?
I'll pay you. Does $500,000 sound good?
Sounds great. Vanessa and I shook on it, and that night I couldn't sleep a wink thinking about how this money could change everything for me and Zoe. But I was pretty nervous about fooling some rich, powerful guy. I wanted to share my doubts with Zoe, but I knew she was a tattletale, so I kept quiet. And the next morning, Vanessa woke me up at 6 and told me that Carter was on his way to take me to a derby match. Is there a reason why I'm dressed like Mary Poppins' cousin? I get that you want him to hate me, but this dress makes me hate me.
The idea is to make you look undateable, and this dress is perfect for that. Now remember, make this the worst day of Carter's life. He should be calling my dad and telling him that I'm a monster. Now go make me proud.
I left the hotel and greeted Carter at the gate, half expecting him to say something about my dress, but he just smiled and complimented me. Was he blind?
Sorry, I think we got off on the wrong foot last night.
Can we do this in the car, please? The heat is making me dizzy.
Sure,
For the rest of the ride, Carter kept trying to talk to me, but I just pretended to be busy on my phone. Soon after, we reached the derby stands and were about to take our seats when I put my plan into motion. Carter, can you get me something to drink? I'm parched.
But the race is about to start.
You're right. I'll just go and get it myself.
No, wait. I'll get it.
Oh, thanks. Carter pushed through the crowd and came back with a massive cup of soda. I took one look at it and screamed, "It has no ice! I want ice!" Carter rushed through the crowd again and came back sweating with a new cup of soda. Thanks. Oh no.
What now?
This isn't diet. I can't drink regular soda. It makes me feel bloated and gassy. Get me a new one. Pretty please. Carter shot me an irritated look before running back into the crowd, and by the time he got back, the race was over. I did feel a bit guilty, but then I thought about how he must have made his servants run around 1,000,000 times, so he probably deserved a little payback. What an exciting game. Too bad you missed it.
Yeah, too bad.
Are you mad at me? You are, aren't you? I made you miss the game. You must really hate me now. It's cool if you don't want to see me again.
Nonsense. I love to see you again.
Why? I mean, wow. I must have really left an impression. Carter inched closer, and I literally stopped breathing. I thought he was going to kiss me, but then he just opened the car door and asked the driver to drop me at the resort.
I'll pick you up tomorrow, princess. Don't miss me too much.
You bet. What the heck was that? Over the next few days, I did everything to make Carter go away, but nothing worked. I threw tantrums over the smallest things, and he patiently calmed me down. I made him wait for hours while I got dressed and didn't even apologize when I showed up. And he just smiled and complimented me. On Vanessa's instructions, I even took him to an amusement park and then faked a hurt ankle so he'd have to carry me around. When he sat me down to rest, I screamed in his ear to get me something to eat. He was at the stall when I pulled out my phone and texted Vanessa. The plan's not working. I've tried everything. The fake ankle, making him carry me. I even pulled his hair a little when I was on his back. He's not budging. Just as I hit send, I looked down and froze. I'd accidentally texted Carter instead of Vanessa. My heart raced as I scanned the crowd and spotted him walking towards me. He handed me the food and took out his phone, but I grabbed it before he saw anything. You're not allowed to see your phone till you feed me.
It'll only be a minute. I think it's from my dad.
You're always on your phone. You never pay any attention to me. I'm hurt, and all you care about is reading a stupid text from your dad. And with that, I threw his phone into a nearby fountain.
Vanessa? Are you insane? What if he has something important to say?
Guess I'll have to wait. Now wipe that frown and feed me.
Eat it yourself. You're impossible, and I'm out of here.
And he just turned around and left. I thought I'd managed to finally get rid of him when I reached the resort and saw him waiting outside with a bunch of roses. I didn't want any attention from the staff, so I dragged him to the side. What are you doing?
I am so sorry, Vanessa. I was way out of line today for yelling at you like that. Please forgive me.
Haven't you had enough? I mean, I'll think about it. Can you leave now?
I'm not leaving till you forgive me.
Fine. I forgive you.
You mean it?
You want me to get it tattooed?
Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Great. And I ran inside before anyone spotted me. I had to do something before this guy drove me insane. So I asked Vanessa for help, and we sat down and stalked Carter online everywhere. One of his Instagram posts said that he hated water. So the next day when I met him, I pitched the idea of scuba diving.
Scuba diving? Why would you want to do that?
Because it's fun. Imagine the two of us, hand in hand, exploring the depths of the ocean. So romantic.
How about we explore the depths of my swimming pool instead? We can still hold hands, and it's a lot more convenient.
It's funny how you're talking, but all I can hear are chicken sounds. Carter's a chicken.
I'm not a chicken.
Then prove it. Carter reluctantly agreed, but the next day when we were out on the water, he said he just couldn't do it. As we stood there with me trying to persuade him, the boat suddenly lurched forward and we both fell into the water. See? It's not so deep and scary, is it? Just then, I noticed that Carter wasn't swimming. He seemed to be struggling to stay afloat. and then he started sinking. I quickly swam to him and helped him back onto the boat, but he'd passed out. I shook him, gave him CPR, and was about to give him mouth to mouth when he opened his eyes and coughed up water. Oh my God, you're okay.
Wait, were you about to kiss me? I can like that down.
This isn't funny.
Tell me about it. I'm the one who nearly drowned.
You didn't tell me you don't know how to swim.
I know how to swim. I just panicked because we're in the middle of the ocean. I told you I couldn't do it.
I'm so sorry, Carter.
You should be. Now, where were we? Yeah, I had my eyes closed and you're about to kiss me?
Shut up. Once we were back on the main shore, we went to a cute diner and ordered burgers. Carter spotted a jukebox and played some of his favorite songs, but when I played mine, he fell silent. You don't like this song?
No, I love it. It reminds me of my mom. She used to hum this to me whenever I was feeling low. I know I never say this, but I really miss her.
I miss my mom too. Guess we're not that different, huh?
You're way better than I'll ever be.
Carter pulled me close, and as we swayed to the music, I realized he'd never looked so perfect. Under that spoiled exterior was a boy who missed his mom, and all he needed was someone to talk to. I wanted to be that person for him, but I also knew it wasn't going to last forever. So I just melted into his arms and decided not to think about it. That was until I reached my room and reality slapped me in the face.
Care to explain why you have such an expensive dress in your closet?
It's not mine. I borrowed it from someone at work.
Uh-huh. Then why'd you hide it in your secret spot in the closet?
You went through my secret spot? That's abominable.
Who uses words like that? Also, I don't know what it means. And you've been acting really weird these days. Just last week I saw you sneaking into the room late at night. Where were you?
I went out for a walk, Mom. Now, if you're done interrogating me, I've had a very long day. Obviously, that didn't stop Zoe from snooping around, and with time, she only got more suspicious. I had to put an end to everything soon, so I thought I'd go and talk to Vanessa. But her boyfriend was visiting, and she was always busy with him. And I decided to wait. But then one day during a date, Carter told me he wanted me to meet his dad. Why? I mean, don't you think we're moving too fast? We barely know each other.
I don't know about you, but I think I know you pretty well.
Really? Like what?
Like I know you're pretty, you have the most gorgeous smile in the world, and that you play with your hair when you're nervous. And when you're thinking too hard, you make a weird face. Something like this?
Stop it.
Listen, please just come. It'll mean the world to me. Oh, and I have something for you. This necklace belonged to my mom, and it'll look beautiful on you.
I don't think I can take this.
I insist.
Carter gently put the necklace around my neck, and I felt a million butterflies in my stomach. The entire ride home, I couldn't stop thinking about how I was deceiving him. I gulped down my tears as I kissed him goodnight, and then I barged into Vanessa's room. Carter wants me to meet his dad.
And?
What do you mean? His dad will spot my lie in a second.
No, he won't. I've never met him. And even if I did, rich people have the memory of a goldfish. There's no chance he'd remember me.
That's not the point. If Carter wants me to meet his dad, that means he's serious about me. It'll crush his heart when he finds out I lied.
And why do you care about his heart? Listen, Carter clearly doesn't want to break up with you, but if his dad doesn't like you, he might convince him to dump you. All you have to do is make a horrible impression on the dad. I'm sure you can handle it.
Handle it? I could barely walk in the ridiculous dress Vanessa picked out. I tripped getting out of the car on my way to Carter's mansion. Finally, I saw him waving at the front door, and I felt a bit relieved. But then his dad joined us, and he stared at me with an icy stare.
Dad, this is...
Vanessa, I know. You don't look anything like your pictures.
Yeah, I'm not very photogenic. By the way, it's so good to meet you, sir. And what a wonderful house you have. These paintings and sculptures are really one of a kind. What an exquisite collection. And then I leaned onto one of the statues, and it started wobbling. The next thing I knew, it toppled over and shattered to pieces. As I backed off in horror, I accidentally bumped into a waiter carrying a tray of shrimp and landed right on my butt. Every eye in the room turned to me, and I quickly got up and bolted to the washroom. As I was cleaning up, a pretty girl walked in. It was Sophie, Carter's ex. I recognized her from my online stalking sessions.
That was one heck of an entrance. I'm Sophie, by the way. Carter must have mentioned me.
Actually, no, he didn't. Can I help you with something?
Just wanted to see Carter's new catch. And also, there's something you should know.
As Sophie talked, my heart sank, knowing that I'd probably made the biggest mistake of my life. I could barely process what she'd told me, and I ran off from the party without telling Carter. By the time I got home, I was so exhausted from all the overthinking, I immediately passed out. When I woke up the next morning, my phone was buzzing and Zoe wasn't around. I found out why immediately. The police were calling to tell me Zoe had been arrested for stealing. I took a cab to the police station, and on the way, I called Vanessa to tell her what had happened, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I even tried the phone in her hotel room, but she didn't answer that either. I rushed into the police station, only to find Carter talking to the police, with Zoe standing next to him.
Oh, thank God. I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Now, before these people lie to you, let me just tell you that whatever I did it for Mom.
Who's Mom?
Our mom, you moron. Mom called me yesterday and told me that she wants to come visit us, but she has no money for the tickets. I thought I'd pawn your stupid necklace off to help her out a bit. But that pawn shop guy informed this rich guy's family that someone was trying to sell an heirloom with their family crest. And they dragged me here for no fault of mine.
No fault. That necklace belongs to my mom, and I gave it to Vanessa.
Who the heck is Vanessa?
She is Vanessa, my girlfriend.
No, she's Sage, my sister.
What is she talking about, Vanessa?
It's Sage. S-A-G-E. Dude, you're cute, but you really have your wires messed up.
Shut up, Zoe! Carter, I lied to you. My name is Sage, and I am Zoe's sister. Carter looked shocked as I told him everything about the ring and how Vanessa had asked me to take her place.
So you lied to me all this while?
I wanted to tell you the truth, but I just couldn't.
Why not? If you needed money, you could just ask me.
Yeah, right. Like you'd even look twice at me if you knew I was poor. And you really have money to hand out? Because I found out you've only been dating Vanessa for her fortune. No wonder you kept putting up with me no matter how much I tested you.
Were you?
Don't bother, Carter. Sophie told me everything.
Carter's only after your money. He screwed up a big business deal, and now his dad's forcing him to marry an heiress to save their business. They need your dad to invest and bail them out.
How do you know that?
My dad told me. He's business partners with Carter's father. Trust me, I have no interest in Carter. I'm just helping a girl out here.
And you're just going to believe her, without giving me a chance to explain myself?
Well, is she lying?
No, but...
Then there's nothing left to say. Look, Carter, we both lied and we're both wrong. The only difference is that I lied for my family and you lied out of greed. And I agree that there were moments where I got carried away. But now I'm back to reality. I'm pretty sure you don't care about me much. But if you do, even a little, please drop the charges against my sister. She's the only family I've got. I must have struck a chord with Carter because he took back his complaint and Zoe was released soon after. But the news of her arrest reached the resort manager and we were both fired on the spot, which was fine. I was done with that place anyway. Zoe and I moved to a small apartment and decided to start our life from scratch. We found jobs at cafes and this time, Zoe stuck to her promise to work hard. She seemed to be actually sorry for all the trouble she'd caused me. And while it was difficult to not think about Carter, I had to push him out of my mind and move on with my life. Then, a week later, I was leaving for work when I found Vanessa standing at my door. What are you doing here?
The night you were at Carter's place, my dad showed up and told me he didn't want me to see Carter anymore. He didn't give me a reason, except that he didn't trust Carter's dad and that he was okay with my relationship with Jean-Pierre and just wanted me to come home.
That's a relief. Congratulations. Anything else?
Here's your $500,000. I'm a woman of my word.
I didn't exactly do the job, and I don't want money for tricking someone.
It didn't bother you before. I guess you must have fallen in love with Carter.
No, that's not it.
Well, that's too bad, 'cause Carter's in love with you. He called me to yell at me for making him fall in love with the wrong person and how he can't get over you.
He doesn't love me. He was just after your fortune. That's why he put up with me for so long.
Something tells me you haven't seen the news recently. Carter officially resigned from his dad's company. I think his dad forced him to be with me just for money, and he was under a lot of pressure, so he agreed, but it looks like he doesn't care that much about money now. Oh, he also announced he's taking care of the student loans of waiters working in 20 restaurants in this town. I don't know what that's about.
I don't believe it. Vanessa showed me the news article, and I was shocked. Oh God, Carter really loves me? I have to tell him how I feel too.
But he's moving to his mom's place in London in like 3 hours.
Then we have to be quick. You have a car?
Duh. You think I walked here? Of course I have a car. But it's a little slow.
Seriously? I can crawl faster than this car.
Told you he's slow. I don't care, 'cause I'm mostly on my phone, and you know how rich people are? Always fashionably late. Just sit back and relax. Enjoy the drive.
Enjoy my butt. I asked the driver to stop and step aside while I took the wheels and hit the accelerator. I zoomed past the cars, got tailed by the police, but somehow made it to the airport just in time. I jumped out of the car and dashed towards the gates, still hearing the police sirens behind me.
Go! I'll take care of this.
I rushed through the airport, screaming Carter's name. All I could think of was not being able to talk to him and tell him how much I liked him. And my heart sank when I checked the departure charts and saw that the London flight had already departed. Hi. I met Vanessa. I can't believe you gave up everything and you're poor now.
Well, I'm still not poor. Let's just say I have to share my helicopter with other people.
And where are we going?
Wherever you say.
People call me the queen of entertainment, a famous pop icon, a musical superstar. You can take your pick. As for me, I like to be called the Queen of Hearts. Hi, I'm Ariana Grande. I was born in 1993 in Florida to overachiever parents who were super successful in their careers. Right since I was a toddler, I loved to sing. Mom would sing me lullabies and I'd sing along with her. You have a beautiful voice, my baby. Just like an angel. I'm not so sure. I didn't get selected for the school choir. Don't let that dishearten you, sweetheart, and have confidence in your talent. I'm sure you're meant for greater things. Although I loved singing, I was also fascinated by theater and acting. I performed on stage for the first time when I was 8 in a musical named Annie. Are you nervous, Ari? No, not at all. In fact, I can't wait to set the stage on fire. And I did just that. That musical was a great success, and it marked the beginning of my musical theater journey. After that, I performed in so many other local productions like Beauty and the Beast and The Wizard of Oz. Life was going smoothly, but then my parents got separated. I felt devastated for a while. But thank God I had my pet dogs to keep me going through that tough phase. Just so you know, I have 10 rescue pups. One of them is named Sirius Black. Yeah, I'm quite obsessed with Harry Potter. But then, aren't we all? So by the time I turned 14, I decided I'd acted enough and now wanted to make a career in singing. I packed my bags and moved to Los Angeles to meet my managers. Guys, I think I want to make an R&B album.
That's a hell of a goal, but who do you think's gonna buy a 14-year-old's R&B album?
Well, that kind of made sense. So I went back to Florida and decided to focus on theater for the time being. Then when I was 15, I got chosen from among thousands of girls to play one of the main characters in a Broadway musical called 13, for which I later bagged a prestigious award. By this time, I had moved to New York, so I was missing school a lot. Mom, I want to continue performing, but what about studies? I want to finish high school at least. Don't worry, sweetheart. Your school has agreed to send study materials so you don't miss out on your studies. That was pretty cool. I was studying and focusing on my career, even though I was miles away from home. Then in 2009, I bagged the role of an adorable goofball named Cat Valentine in the famous Nickelodeon TV show named Victorious. Since the show was set in a performing arts school, it gave me an opportunity to showcase my acting as well as my singing abilities on a national platform. Thanks to the show, I was suddenly a teen idol.
So, Ariana, what's next? Are you looking at a career in Hollywood?
To be honest, acting is fun, but music has always been first and foremost with me. I was determined to give singing a shot, so I kept uploading my videos on YouTube where I sang covers of songs by Adele, Mariah Carey, and Whitney Houston. Meanwhile, the second season of Victorious premiered in 2011 to 6.2 million viewers, becoming the highest rated episode of the show. Victorious ran for 3 seasons until it was finally wrapped up in 2013. Then one day, I got the most unexpected call.
Hello, Ariana. I'm Monte Lipman, CEO of Republic Records. I saw your YouTube videos and I want to sign you up for the label. Are you interested?
Yeah, of course. I'd love that. I put down my phone and did a little happy dance. My music career was finally taking off. The next 3 years, I focused completely on my vocals and singing and collaborated with many contemporary artists. The result was my first album, Yours Truly, that debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200 albums chart, and it sold 138,000 copies in its first week. After that, there was no looking back for me. Today, I've sold over 85 million records worldwide, broke 27 Guinness World Records as a singer, bagged 2 Grammys, and was listed among the 100 most influential persons in the world by Time magazine. So friends, I hope my story inspires you to never give up on your dreams, since miracles do happen. Just believe in yourself, because if you don't, who else will? Hi, I'm Sunny, and I have a curse to live with. I'm too nice, and I can't say no. Whenever I try, I'm hit by a tsunami of guilt. I feel nauseous, my butt starts sweating, and I have to fix the situation. I just can't stand someone being displeased with me. I know what you're thinking. She's a people pleaser, a pushover. And of course, you're right, but it took me some time to realize that. But before I continue, like and subscribe. Sorry, it's not an order, it's just a request. Please, I never disobeyed my mother. I always shared my lunch at school. I always gave up the swing at the park, and I could never turn down a poor person's request. Like this one time in 10th grade, I was running back home after school when the homeless guy around the corner asked me for a favor.
Hey, Sunny, could you hold this shovel for a few minutes? It's really heavy, and I need to run to the soup kitchen before it closes.
Sure, no problem. I kept standing there for 2 hours, and he didn't return. Finally, I left the shovel in the homeless guy's corner with an apology note, but later that night, the police turned up at my door to arrest me. Apparently, they'd found my fingerprints all over a murder weapon, a frickin' shovel. It took a while to get my name cleared. Or this one time, I had to go to the bathroom in the mall when I accidentally went into the disabled people stall. When I came out, I was met by a furious woman in a wheelchair. I've been holding my pee for 10 minutes. People like you are what's wrong with society. What? Oh no, this was a mistake. I'm so sorry. I followed her all over the mall, begging for forgiveness, till she called security and told them I was harassing her. Well, naturally, I followed her home and started showing up at her door every day. Her servants wouldn't let me in, so one day, I broke into her house through a window. Please, please, just say you'll forgive me. I can't live like this anymore. She filed a restraining order that day. I still pay for a plane to go over her house every week and skywrite my apology. In addition to being nice, I'm also a teen model. I know, I'm breaking stereotypes. I've been on the cover of a dozen fashion magazines, and I've walked on many big runways. My career was amazing, till my mom convinced me to fire my agent and hire her instead. Trust me, honey, I'll make you a star. That's nice, Mom, but you have no experience. What does that matter? I'm your mother, and no one will ever have your interests at heart like I do. I was in labor with you for the worst 23 minutes of my life, remember? Right, of course. You can be my agent. I already knew it was a horrible idea. Mom hated people and rubbed everyone the wrong way. She screamed at the photographers and made a makeup artist cry. She even yelled at a famous designer and started mopping the floor with his dress to show him what she really thought of it. Soon, Mom started complaining about our small house in our dingy neighborhood and started making trouble with the loud, ugly neighbors. Her words, not mine. So, I bought a chic new apartment in a posh area. But then, Mom started complaining about her privacy. Sunny, you really are getting in the way. My new boyfriend and I need our space. But you're standing in my room. Maybe you should move. Yeah, I know. It didn't make any sense. I bought the place. I was bringing in the money. I shouldn't be the one to move out. But as always, I gave in. After buying the apartment, money was a bit tight. Luckily, I found a room in a beautiful beach house that I had to share with 3 other models, Sasha, Tracy, and Mika. And I soon discovered that living with models, the drama was always out of control. I mean, what would you expect from girls who eat a cube of cheese, 1 grape, and 2 almonds a day? They're always hangry. That's my seat, you stupid cow. Is your name written on this seat? OMG, are you wearing my shirt? Is your name written on the shirt? Show me where it is. Can you idiots shut up? If I don't get enough sleep, I look like a raccoon, and then I'll bite like one too. I had to break up almost a dozen cat fights. One day, I cooked us all dinner so we could try to get to know each other. Sasha dreamed of being a pop star. Tracy loved to work out, and Mika was insanely pretty and loved rubbing that in everyone's face. I asked Sasha to sing us one of her songs, and I'd never heard something so horrible in my life. Of course, I still clapped for her, but Mika and Tracy fell off their seats laughing. What's so funny? You sound like a constipated pig. I'd rather put my head up a cow's butt than listen to you. Yeah, stick to modeling. As long as you can. I mean, you're already showing signs of aging. Sasha got so mad that she threw her plate of pasta at Tracy. Tracy ducked and the food landed on Mika's dress, and they started shouting and pulling at each other's hair. I tried to break up the fight, but I slipped on some sauce and fell. Then someone tossed a hair extension onto the stove, and the kitchen caught fire. When the landlord found out, he was furious and banned us from the kitchen. I put up an ad online for a chef, and a ridiculously good-looking candidate named Lance showed up the next day. So Lance, you can cook, huh?
Yeah, that's why I applied for the job.
Lance, your cologne is to die for.
I'm not wearing any cologne.
Lance, did you just fix our sink? You're such a genius.
It wasn't broken, you just left the faucet on.
Your biceps look like boulders. Can I touch them?
I'd prefer it if you didn't.
Lance was an amazing chef, a handyman, and even a gardener. One day, all of us were drooling at his abs as he pulled out weeds, when suddenly, some crazy paparazzi climbed over our garden wall. Lance ran towards them like Tom Cruise, broke their cameras, kicked their butts, and sent them running. Oh my God. I can't take it anymore. I have to ask him out. No, he's mine. What? I saw him first. I don't think he's interested in dating any of us.
Shut up. Who asked you?
The girls cornered Lance in the hallway to get his attention. Sasha sang Lance an awful love song. Tracy did a cheerleading routine. Then Mika walked up in a bathing suit. Hey, Lance, you want to go for a swim?
No thanks. I gotta get back to work.
But the girls' constant flirting and fawning over Lance got so out of hand that he couldn't do his job properly since he was always trying to hide from them. One of the toilets got clogged, the shower stopped working, and the front yard was starting to look like a jungle. I can't live like this! How are we supposed to share one bathroom? I haven't taken a shower in 2 days. I proposed a solution. Okay then, from here on out, Lance is off limits. No one is dating Lance. They reluctantly agreed, and we made a pact. We all left Lance alone, and soon the house started getting back to normal. A couple of months later, I threw a party and invited a bunch of rich models. Sasha, Tracy, and Mika seemed to forget about their crush on Lance in about 2 minutes. Just then, the doorbell rang and Mom walked in.
Hey, honey, did you miss me? Clearly not, or you would have sent me a proper invite.
Mom, actually, yes, you're right. I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're here now.
Just for 10 minutes. I don't want to overstay where I'm not wanted. I just need to borrow a couple of dresses from you and about, $20,000.
But I let you borrow $10,000 last week.
Don't be cheap, honey. It's unattractive. Don't you want Mommy to buy something nice for her birthday?
Your birthday isn't for another 11 months. But Mom was being pushy, and I knew she'd make a scene. So I gave her my credit card and told her to return it in 2 weeks. Just then, I noticed Lance shaking his head at me, and then he walked away. After the party, the house was a mess, so I asked the girls to help me clean up. Sorry, I have plans with my new boyfriend. I'm allergic to dirt. I twisted my ankle. I'm gonna rest. Okay, no problem. Sleep tight. I was up well into the night still cleaning when Lance joined me and started to help. Why are you still here? You don't need to do this.
I stayed back in case you girls needed me. I don't mind.
As we were cleaning, I kept catching him looking at me strangely. Okay, I can't take it any longer. Why are you staring at me like I have 2 heads?
You're not like the others. You're a misfit.
Well, that's rude.
No, it's a good thing. You're beautiful, but not self-absorbed. You're smart, and you seem like a really kind person.
You think I'm beautiful?
That's all you got from what I said?
Lance gave me that strange look and went back to work. You're doing that thing with your face again. Did I do something to make you mad? Are you disappointed?
Why do you care what I think?
I don't know why, I just do. It's how I'm built.
Want some advice? Just stop caring what others think and stop letting people push you around and use you. You deserve better.
Excuse me? I am not so naive that...
Really? Then how come you're the only one who's cleaning up after the party? And has your mom ever returned the money she keeps borrowing?
That's none of your business. Okay, that was kinda rude. I'm sorry.
Why are you always sorry? Also, would you like to go out with me sometime?
What? After you just insulted me? No. I mean, I'm sorry to crush your feelings, and it feels nice to be asked out by someone like you, but no, sorry. I spent the rest of the night replaying my conversation with Lance, feeling angry. But as I cooled off, I couldn't help thinking that maybe he was right. I did a lot for Mom and the girls, and I couldn't remember the last time they did anything nice for me. The next day, I was watching my favorite MSA videos on the TV when the girls walked in and Tracy just snatched the remote from me and changed the channel. I want to watch a movie. Sunny, please sit on the other sofa. No, Sunny, don't sit anywhere. You've got to drive me to the nail salon. Sunny, all my clothes are wrinkled. Iron them when you're back. Lance was right. I was a pushover, and I didn't like it. No! What do you mean, no? I won't take you to the beauty salon. I won't iron your clothes, and I was watching TV. All you do is use me, and you don't respect me, and that's not cool. Oh, also, I'm gonna go out with Lance, and you all have boyfriends, so I don't care if you're mad. I am breaking the pact. They were shocked, and so was I. I'd never yelled at anyone in my life, and it felt good. Later that day, the girls apologized for treating me badly and promised not to take advantage of me anymore. They even gave me their blessing to date Lance. And of course, I forgave them. Lance and I started dating soon, and we had such a good time together. He helped me stand up for myself more often and gain confidence. I even booked some modeling gigs without involving Mom, and I was doing great. One evening, Mom invited me to dinner at a fancy restaurant, and I decided to introduce Lance to her there.
Break up with him, honey. That boy's a waste of time. I'm sitting right here.
Mom, Lance is a nice guy, and he makes me happy.
He's a loser. By the way, Lance, are you going to finish that cheesecake? Before I forget, Sonny, I need to borrow your credit card again to book a flight to Hawaii. So just give it to me after you've paid for this meal, okay?
I felt a wave of rage sweep through me. No!
What's that sound you just made? I've never heard it from your mouth before.
Hear it now, loud and clear. No, 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 and sayonara. Oh, one last thing. You're fired. I snapped my credit card in half, grabbed Lance's hand, and stormed out of there. I'm sorry about my mom. She shouldn't have treated you that way.
Don't worry about it. I'm so proud of you for standing up to her.
Lance was such a supportive boyfriend, but Mom got more conniving by the minute. She started sending me dozens of texts begging me for money, and it got harder to ignore her each day. One night, Lance caught me sneaking out of the house.
Where are you going?
For a jog.
At midnight?
Fine, I admit it. I can't help myself. It's a curse. I know my mom's using me, but I can't sleep at night since I refused her money. There's no hope for me. I'm doomed. Leave now and save yourself. I started crying like a baby, and Lance pulled me into a hug.
Maybe you should try giving money to a good cause, Sonny, to people who really need your help.
I thought that was a great idea. The next day, Lance introduced me to his cousin Nancy, who owned a nonprofit to feed hungry kids. I was so excited to help that I wrote Nancy a big fat check.
Sonny, that's a lot of money. Maybe you should think about this.
No, I insist. A couple of weeks later, I donated double the amount, and the month after, I tripled it. It felt amazing! But one morning, Lance didn't show up to work and didn't answer any of my calls either. When 2 days passed by, I started getting really worried and filed a missing person report. I even called up Nancy, but her phone was off too. And then I found pictures of Lance and Nancy on social media living their best life on some beach. Lance wasn't even his real name. Their whole charity was a big scam. And duh, Nancy wasn't his cousin. I was so devastated I couldn't get out of bed, take a shower, or comb my hair for days. What is up with you, girl? You smell like a gym sock soaked in spoiled milk. Is there something living in your hair? I burst into tears and told them everything. I knew Lance was trouble with his perfect eyes and hair. He was way too good to be true. Of course he was evil. We'll make him pay. First, we went to the police, who put out a warrant for the pair's arrest, but they were smart and couldn't easily be found. Next, the girls and I went online and told our followers about Nancy and Lance's scam and asked for help to find them. Within minutes, we got a dozen leads. Nancy and Lance were arrested at an airport trying to leave the country. Sasha threw a party at the house to celebrate, but for some reason, I still wasn't happy. I took a walk to get some air, and I saw these kids waiting in line outside a soup kitchen. Suddenly, It turned on a light bulb in my head. Before I knew it was a fraud, it had made me really happy thinking my money was going to needy kids. I could start my own charity. Being nice didn't have to be my weakness. It could be my superpower. And now, 5 years later, I'm running soup kitchens all over the country. My model friends volunteer sometimes too. How about I perform for these kids after they've all eaten? No. You two are just jealous. You like my music, right, Sonny? Sasha, I love you, but I really, really, really hate your music. Sorry, I'm not that nice anymore.
Hi, I'm Mona. I'm one of the smartest girls you'll ever meet. Please like and subscribe. I was 5 years old when I was playing hide and seek with the neighbor's kids, and I got stung by some bees. My skin immediately started to swell, and moments later, I fainted. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. Your daughter has anaphylaxis, which is an extreme allergic reaction to bee stings, but that may not be all she's allergic to. You'll have to monitor her closely. After that, Mom was terrified, and she wouldn't let me play outside. She also decided to homeschool me. During our lessons together, she always told me I was a genius. I still felt sad about not going to a real school, till she told me the big secret. School's gonna take away your genius and make you dumb like the other kids, because that's what the government wants. I wasn't sure why the government wanted that, but I didn't want it happening to me. While Mom was away working, I started making videos on YouTube to stay busy, and soon had some subscribers.
Hello guys, it's your stay-at-home genius. Today, let's talk about the amazing periodic table. Who knew there were so many elements?
Sometimes the comments on my video were quite mean. Literally, every 11-year-old knows about the periodic table. Do us a favor and go to school. When I told Mom about the comments, she always said those kids were just jealous. Once when I was 14, I saw a really pretty bird on my window frame, and I tried to touch it, but I ended up falling out the window into a bush. Oh my God, I was outside! Just as I was about to run back in, my arms and face started to itch like crazy. I called out to Mom, who rushed me to the hospital. After the medicine, I was half asleep when I heard the doctor and Mom talking.
Your daughter's reaction happened because she's been indoors so much. Her immune system didn't develop properly. You have to let her join a school.
But what about her condition?
I've told you before, that's not how this works.
What? The doctor told you to put me in school before, Mom?
Honey, I did it to protect you. All these doctors, what do they really know?
I was so upset. All these years, I'd been living like Rapunzel when I didn't need to. On the drive home, she continued to rant about the government. Mom, just stop it with your lies already. And guess what? I'm going to school. For days, Mom tried to apologize, but I completely ignored her. Then she gave up and put me in school. On my first day, I struggled to hide my excitement. Just as I was about to jump out of the car, Mom stopped me.
You have every right to be angry, but you still have to be careful. Please, you need to wear this.
It was a box of masks. Ugh, I didn't want to be some masked weirdo on my first day, but I also didn't want to get some bad reaction again. So I put one on. When I walked into my class, the teacher hadn't arrived yet, and I had the perfect opportunity to introduce myself. I climbed onto one of the tables. Greetings, my fellow classmates. I'm Mona, but some of you may know me as the stay-at-home genius. They all stopped talking. Great, I had their attention. As I start this new journey with you, I hope that you do not feel intimidated by my intelligence, and I look forward to helping you all.
Shut up, weirdo.
The entire class burst into laughter. Everyone was still snickering when the teacher walked in. They were all jerks, but I was going to show them.
Who can tell me how many planets we have in the solar system?
Me, sir. 9.
8, actually. Pluto isn't a planet anymore.
What? Since when? Since forever, Miss Genius. And I soon discovered the strangest thing. I seemed like I was behind in every subject. I was dumb. At the end of the day, one of the teachers called me aside. We've observed that sometimes homeschooled students struggle to keep up. You may need to be placed in another class more suitable for your abilities. But this is the class I should be in. Yes, but you have to take a performance test at the end of the semester so we can be confident you can cope. She handed me some study materials and I headed home. I couldn't get over the fact that my whole life had been a lie. I'm not really a genius, am I? Oh, baby, you'll always be my little genius. You've ruined my life, Mom! I stormed off to my room and cried myself to sleep. The next day at school, I was heading towards the library when I felt something hit me with force, and I fell down. I saw a boy named Ken from my class on a skateboard. Are you crazy? Who uses a skateboard in the hallway?
Oh, look, it's the genius. If you hadn't stayed home your whole life, you'd know that all the cool people skate in the hallways.
I just ignored him, but from that day on, Ken started joining me at lunch without an invitation. He was a mess who spent half his time in detention, but he was kind of funny, and I didn't mind not eating alone. The next few days, I spent every spare moment in the library preparing for the test, but I just felt lost. One day, I got so frustrated over some math equations that I started to cry. I was going to be sent to a class with kids half my age. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder and I jumped.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Is everything okay?
Seeing this handsome stranger being nice to me made me cry all over again. I can't seem to figure any of these out. I'm so stupid.
Hey, don't worry. I'll help you.
His name was Brad and he was a senior. He became my guardian angel as he helped me study every day. And I just couldn't help having a crush on him. But Brad had some strange rules. We could only talk or meet after school, and at other times, he'd act like I didn't even exist. One day, we ended up studying till quite late, and the school was empty as we were leaving. Suddenly, he took my hand, and my heart skipped a beat. But then, I pulled away. Why do you act like you don't know me in school, Brad? Are you ashamed of being seen with me?
It's not like that, Mona. My friends, they're not the nicest people. They don't even know you right now, but if I introduced you to them, I'm afraid they'd be rather mean to you. They usually are to anyone who's a bit different.
You mean odd? Weird?
Different. And I like that about you.
Suddenly, he pulled me close and said he wanted to see the face behind the mask.
Wow, you're even prettier than I imagined.
He kissed me softly on the lips, and it was wonderful. One afternoon, I was sitting alone and watching Brad with his friends when Ken joined me.
If you stare hard enough, you'll probably dig a hole in his back.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you insist. You want to hang out later?
Nah, I'll pass. Maybe some other time. I had decided just then that I was tired of only watching Brad. I had to show him that I was cool enough to hang out at his table. The next morning, I woke up super early to do my makeup. And when Mom dropped me off at school, I took off my mask. Mom had lied about a lot of things, so who said I really needed the mask? And I could feel all eyes on me as I walked in. Even Brad kept staring at me during recess, and he was so lost that he accidentally spilled juice on himself. Could this day get any better?
Well, well, who do we have here?
Mona, 2.0.
Interesting. She's pretty.
That day, Ken and I didn't eat alone. Other people joined our table and everyone seemed keen to talk to me. And the best part was, my allergies weren't acting up. Just then, a girl offered me some chips. And a moment later, my worst nightmare came true. I could feel my throat closing up. I felt the entire school watching me as I fell to the ground. I could hear panicked voices all around me. But just then, someone jabbed me with my EpiPen. Ken had taken it from my bag and saved me. He helped me up and I immediately felt better. Till I noticed Brad. He hadn't even moved from his spot. What the heck? I felt really disappointed, so I returned to school with my mask the next day. I couldn't make Brad care about me, and hiding behind the mask just felt more comfortable now. But later that day, Brad bailed on me for our lesson at the library, and I felt really mad. I stormed into the gym where he was playing basketball, and I didn't care that people were watching. You just sat there and watched me struggle to breathe yesterday and did nothing.
Do I even know you?
Stop pretending, Brad. You've been my friend for months. More than that. You even kissed me the other day.
What? Me kiss you? In your dreams, loser. Why would I kiss you when I have the prettiest girlfriend ever?
Girlfriend? It finally made sense. He was always hiding because he didn't want to be seen by his girlfriend. I was so upset and slapped him real hard. You are a terrible person. But the next day, Everyone was calling me a crazy liar. I was really beginning to hate high school, and I just wanted to go back to my old homeschooled life. I thought Mom would be delighted to hear, but to my surprise, she refused. Listen, Mona, when I was younger, I lost my best friend to a condition like yours, which made me so scared when you got it. I thought hiding you away was going to protect you, but I was wrong. Running from your problems never solves them. You're so selfish, Mom. You just make me do whatever you want, when you want. Sometimes I think I hate you. I took the picture of us on the fireplace and flung it at the wall. Mom yelled at me after that, but I just stormed off to my room. And I refused to go to school the next day. But later, as I was watching MSA videos in bed, someone tapped on my window. It was Ken. Get off your butt, princess. I'm here to quiz you. What do you mean? You're not going to hide out here. You're going to take that test. And you're going to stay in my class. Because I find it really hard to make friends. You got that? Ken really was an amazing friend. And I thought about what Mom said too. Why should I quit school? I was going to show everyone I deserved to be there. At school, I didn't really care about the stares and whispers anymore, but I still couldn't stop feeling stupid about Brad. Why did he do that to me? One day I walked into the science lab and found him there, and I just couldn't stop myself from confronting him. And he laughed. Look, I was just bored. None of the girls pay attention to me because I've been with the same girlfriend forever. But you didn't know, and I thought I'd have some fun with that. We still can, you know. I wouldn't mind kissing you again. Just then his girlfriend entered and gave him a tight slap. Soon the entire school knew his girlfriend had dumped his butt for being a jerk. I was totally focused on my tests now, and studying with Ken became a routine. One day when he was over, I asked him, "What would you do if you had the chance to be anything?" "Join the Riker skateboard competition. I don't care if I win. I just want to be there. It's so cool." "Then go for it." My dad won't let me. He says it's a pathetic waste of time. The day of the test finally came, and after completing it, I nervously watched as the teacher graded it. "Wow, this is impressive, Mona. Congratulations. You passed." I gave the teacher a big hug and ran to find Ken. I had a special thank you gift for him, but when I found him, the principal was yelling at him in the hallway. "Your continued disregard for the rules has brought nothing but disgrace to me." "Yeah, no kidding, Dad." "Dad?" I followed him outside and found him sitting under a tree. "So, the principal is your dad?" "Yep, and you just saw for yourself what a disappointment I am to him." "Listen, I gotta tell you something. Don't be mad, but I applied to the Rikers competition on your behalf. I sent them that crazy stunt video you have on Facebook, and they want you to participate. You've been watching out for me since I got here, Ken. Let me help you talk to your dad. Can we try, please?" I could see tears in his eyes as I spoke, and then suddenly, he held my face and kissed me. I felt a million butterflies erupt in my tummy. That day when I got home, I found Mom sitting in the kitchen, and I hugged her from behind. "I owe you an apology, Mom. I was a jerk. Thank you for not letting me quit. I'm just trying to make things right, honey. You're on the right track."
You could say that I was born with a brush and an eyeshadow palette in my hand. I was always obsessed with makeup, and I even sneaked into my mom and dad's room at night to practice on them. A little pink eyeshadow, some red lipstick, and glitter. Perfect. Hi guys, I'm Regina from Seattle, Washington. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I had a happy family. My dad was in the Army and was as big as a bear and as strong as a lion. When I was little, I used to daydream about all the exciting missions he went on.
Daddy is defeating tigers today. He's building a hospital for children in Africa.
Despite how proud I was of my dad, I couldn't help but miss him. Luckily, my mom was amazing too. She worked at a cosmetics store, so she was like my personal shopping assistant and taught me everything about fashion and makeup. But everything changed when I turned 7. Mom fell madly in love with an accountant, and Dad let her go.
Will Mom ever come back? I don't like to see her only through video calls.
My baby girl, I know you're sad. But see, your mom is happy and will be happy too. I'll get a desk job and I'll take care of you from now on.
But even though Dad was so sweet, he was an Army man and he didn't know any better. So he would wake me up at 5 every morning with a trumpet to go for a run. He could only cook beans and sausage. And when it came to my hair,
the brush is stuck. Ouch! Let's watch a tutorial, okay?
before I end up completely bald. After a good dose of online tutorials and MSA videos later, Dad finally evolved into a normal parent.
Here's your packed lunch and your PE bag. Ready for school?
Thank you, Daddy. You're the best.
Except when it came to boys. When I was in middle school, one of my classmates gave me a chocolate heart for Valentine's Day, and I showed it to him.
Dad, look! A boy asked me out.
My dad snatched the chocolate and ate it in one enormous bite.
No boyfriend until you turn 21. You'll have time once you're grown up, but right now, you need to focus on your studies.
Okay, Dad. And the day after, the boy who had given me the gift transferred to another school. What if Dad scared him off? I felt furious about Dad and told Mom everything when she video called me. But suddenly, she hung up, and I realized it was because of her new husband, who didn't really like her talking to me. And gradually, she ended up only calling on birthdays and Christmas. I learned to live with it and got busy watching makeup tutorials and trying makeovers. But then, in my junior year, I met Simon, and he was so perfect. It was no wonder I forgot everything else, even my passion. I'm sure Dad'll change his mind when he sees him. Hey, Dad, I'm bringing a friend for lunch today, okay?
Sure, bring her over.
It's a boy. I expected Dad to explode, but he said nothing. Ooh, did he change his mind? But I was wrong. So wrong. When we got back from school, Dad opened the door without a smile and stared at Simon before turning back towards the kitchen. Your dad's kinda scary. Him? No, he's sweet, fluffy. I dragged Simon into the kitchen. See? He made fried chicken. He likes you. Sit down, sit down. But after he'd filled our plates, Dad grabbed a piece of chicken tight and, looking Simon in the eyes, he snapped it in half. Simon literally squeaked and shot to his feet. I suddenly remembered I have to water my fish. I mean, iron my plant. Bye. After that, Simon dumped me, and everyone started whispering that my dad was a crazy, dangerous dude. I thought all the guys would stay away from me now, but I was stunned when they all asked me out to prove they were daring and not scared. Ha! See, Dad? Your strategy backfired. It felt like being on The Bachelorette, with everyone trying to win my heart. Too short, too tall. Lame joke. Smells bad. Ew. Yeah, you'll do. But like a dragon guarding a princess, my dad made them all run away. That was until the next year when James transferred to our school. As soon as he walked in, I knew he was the one. Tall, with abs like a washboard, and hair that looked straight out of a conditioner commercial. He was the captain of all the school teams, top of the class, and richer than Elon Musk. Well, a little poorer than Elon Musk. Oh boy, is it even legal to be this hot? I was pretty, but for someone in James's league, I had to up my game. The next day, I woke up at 3 a.m., and after literally hours of careful styling, I was ready. That day at lunch break, I gathered my courage and went straight to sit beside James. Hi, I'm Regina.
And I'm amazed. Haven't I seen you on TikTok? You look like a celebrity.
Then he kissed my hand like a gentleman. Play it cool. Breathe. James asked me out a few weeks later, so I brought him home. There's no point in dating him if he can't get past Dad. Just so you know, my dad can be a bit hyperprotective.
Don't worry, he can't resist me.
Dad pulled the same tough guy routine, but James was unflappable. When Dad told James to carry super heavy stuff, James did it whistling. Then they got into an eye-staring contest, and James didn't back down. Okay, I'm going to bed. Have fun, you two. Eventually, Dad ran out of ideas. Now that he's survived my dad's trials, we can start dating for real. We had so much fun, but then James started to get a little bit too enthusiastic. Every time we were alone, he tried to kiss me, and I wasn't ready. But I didn't know how to tell him, so every time he got closer, I dodged. During the movie, I spilled soda on myself. Oh, I'm so clumsy. In the library, I sneezed. Oh, allergies. Walking home, oh look, a penny. Ouch. Oh no, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. What is wrong with you?
He'll understand. Tell him. Can we take things a bit slower?
What?
I like you, but maybe we should get to know each other better.
You know what? I only dated you because everyone said your dad was too scary, but he's not all that.
You're breaking up with me?
It's more like we never even dated since you don't want to kiss me. What a loser.
As James left, I felt my heart break in two. That night, I was too ashamed to tell my dad what had happened with James, and I didn't want him to tell me I told you so. But at dinner, I couldn't hold it in anymore, and I started crying into my soup. Dad got up and hugged me until I stopped. You were right, Dad. I'm sorry I didn't listen.
Baby girl, I don't care about being right. I just don't want to see you hurt. Remember, you don't need anyone. You're a smart girl, and I know you can succeed. But don't forget yourself. Didn't you love makeup? You haven't given me a makeover in years.
Oh, Dad, you're the best. And then I vowed to myself, no more boys. From that day on, I only focused on my life and school. I made friends with a few awesome girls, and I started to go back to my passion, which was makeup and fashion. Once, when our teacher invited the whole class to her wedding, my friend couldn't believe I didn't hire a professional stylist. Your makeup is flawless. Maybe you could give me a little touch-up? Of course. Let me ask my dad to bring my beauty case. When my other classmates saw my friend's new look, they all wanted a makeover too, including my teacher. After that moment, word went around that I would give the best makeovers, and I became the school's unofficial fashion guru. Girls and boys lined up after class to talk to me. Have you tried an autumn palette? Ironic bow ties are for clowns only. You cut these bangs by yourself, didn't you? I liked how makeup positively affected my friend's self-esteem, and I spent all my pocket money on it. I wielded my brush like a Japanese samurai's sword. But then one day, a girl came to me with a problem I couldn't solve. I want to go blonde, but the bleach ruins my hair. Is there an alternative? After Googling for a day, I realized that the only way to go blonde was to damage the hair. But what if I can find an alternative solution? Imagine how many people I could help. And so I went down the rabbit hole of research. And when I thought I had found a solution, I got permission from my teacher to use the chemistry lab, even though chemistry was the only class I had failed. Okay, hair sample, check. Dye sample, check. Now, if I put this here, and then a drip of that there, OMG, it's on fire. My hair sample is on fire. A boy in the lab came to help me. Oh, thank you. You saved me. I'm
Regina, the girl who has a scary dad. I'm Tyrell, and I'd love to know why you were setting fire to my lab.
Your lab?
Let's say I'm the resident chemistry nerd.
I looked at him. Pimples, thick glasses, bad haircut, and oh my God, are those khaki pants? Gosh, this guy really needs a makeover. But I wasn't in the business of giving unrequested advice, so I told Terrell about my research instead. He gave me suggestions, and I realized that my love for all things beautiful was totally rooted in chemistry. Who knew science could be so glamorous? But no matter how much I wanted to learn, I kept messing up with chemicals.
How did you do that?
Instead of getting mad, he helped me fix it. In exchange for all his help, I offered to tutor him in English. Spanish was his first language, so he needed it. And I invited him to my house to do homework. Don't worry, Dad, he's just a friend.
He's still a boy. Door open at all times.
Yeah. Like I could fall for a guy like Terrell. He's not my type. I needed to test all my beauty products, and since Terrell was always around, I convinced him to be my guinea pig. One facial cleanser and haircut at a time, Tyrell turned into a hottie. You can't help yourself from turning frogs into princes, eh? But he's so cute now. No, don't think like that. You said no more boys. The more I tried to stop developing a crush on Tyrell, the more I realized how cool he was, until he walked into the lab with a gorgeous girl at his side. Oh no, he has a girlfriend? Why does this feel so horrible? Hi?
Hey, Regina, this is my older sister, and she's an angel investor for women's startups. I told her about your ideas, and she'd like to invest in them.
I was so relieved to hear that she wasn't his girlfriend that it took me a moment to register the rest of the sentence. An investor?
You deserve a lot of success.
But you helped me out a lot.
It's hard to say no to a beautiful and smart girl like you.
Tyrell blushed to the tip of his ears, and I couldn't resist. So I kissed him, and he kissed me back.
I thought I was just a friend.
You can be my friend and my boyfriend.
Really? But your dad.
I'll talk to him. Tyrell was nothing like the boys I had been with before, and I hoped that he could see it too. But when I explained, he refused.
If he really likes you that much, he can wait a few years.
No, that's not fair.
It doesn't have to be fair. Now, didn't I promise to take you to the mall?
If you think you'll mollify me with some shopping, you're mistaken. Dad really seemed determined to make me forget, and he said yes to everything I wanted. But I had other plans. I texted Tyrell to meet us in the garage where we had parked. If I can't convince him by myself, maybe Tyrell will. But when we were in the elevator to get to the car, it suddenly stopped, and the lights went off. I switched on the torch on my phone and pressed all the buttons, but nothing changed. It looks like we'll be stuck here for a bit. Dad didn't reply. He was staring at the floor. Dad? He doesn't look so good.
I'm sorry, baby girl. Dark, small spaces bring back bad memories. My chest. I feel like I can't breathe.
I looked at my dad, stunned. I always thought he was invincible, but the truth was, he was just human. I pressed the emergency button, but nothing happened. Dad started breathing very fast. He's having a panic attack, and there's no signal in here. Sit down, put your head between your knees, and think about nice things.
I miss your mom most of the time.
I sat beside my dad and wrapped my arms around him. I miss her too, but we are happy together, and you've been an amazing dad. I'm so proud of you.
And I am of you too.
I kept talking to my dad until he was a little bit calmer, and then the doors to the elevator opened. It was Tyrell and the firemen, and they were getting us out. My hero!
I'm glad you're okay. I got worried when you weren't answering the phone. I realized the elevator was stuck, and I called the emergency service. That was very clever of you. I think your daughter is amazing. I came here to convince you to let me date her, but I know how much she cares about you. And if it's really important, I'll wait for her for a few years. But just maybe, please don't let me wait forever.
Dad looked at me, and I could see something changing in his eyes.
You have shown me that strength is not always in the muscles. Some old memories brought me to my knees, but you kept your cool and helped me through it. So yeah, I think you're strong enough to take care of yourself. And I like this guy.
Oh, thank you, Dad.
But if you hurt her, I'll crush you. Like a can. That is very clear, sir.
Luckily for me, Dad didn't have to crush anyone because Tyrell was the perfect boyfriend who grew up into a perfect man. With his help, I developed a makeup line that became a global sensation, and Tyrell became my head of research. Knowing I was in good hands, Dad retired early and started traveling the world, challenging himself to explore the darkest caves. And in one of those caves, he met a spry, adventurous widow whom he married the next year. See, Dad, true love always finds a way. Hi, my name is Rose. When I was 10, I found out that the woman I called Mom was actually my aunt. My biological mother had given me to her as an act of charity, since my aunt couldn't have children and my mom already had 3. Ever since then, I haven't stopped wondering, was I an act of kindness or just an act of neglect? People always said I had a unique look, olive skin, this odd shade of green eyes. I started wearing glasses at 6, so maybe that ruined the effect. Doesn't matter. Let me just tell you up front. My life wasn't some wild adventure. Just me, drifting through school with a weirdly decent sense of humor, and a family situation no one could explain in one sentence. Now, my dad, God bless his midlife crisis, decided he wanted to be the next Steve Irwin. Not in a cute, let's volunteer at the zoo kind of way, but full-blown obsessed. Animal documentaries, snake facts at dinner, backyard traps to train my instincts. By the time I was 7, I could name more venomous reptiles than I could types of candy, which honestly explains a lot. So when Christmas rolled around, I didn't ask for Barbies or ponies or whatever other kids were crying about. I had one very specific, very non-negotiable wish. A snake. A real one. A snake? Absolutely not.
But not just any snake. He's educational.
So is watching a nature show. Why don't you print out a picture and hang it on your wall?
His name is Venno. I already made a tank out of the rice cooker box.
I'm not feeding it. I'm not touching it. And if it escapes, you're sleeping outside. I was that weird kid in school, obsessed with snakes, reptiles, and obscure animal facts. So no, I didn't have many friends. And honestly, I was fine with that. Apparently, not everyone else was.
So, as you both know, Rose is different, and I think we should work together to help her make some friends.
Well, you're saying it like there's something wrong with my daughter. Maybe all her classmates are just weird and stupid, and she doesn't want to be their friend.
Honey.
Mrs. McGill, I understand your frustration, but your daughter brought a snake to school, and she threw it at another student. Do you understand how dangerous that is?
She threw it at Jessica, the little bully brat you should have suspended years ago? But no, let's go after the quiet, weird kid who minds her business and likes snakes. Look, I get what you're saying. I do. But this is our daughter. She'll stay like this until she grows out of it, hopefully. So please, don't call us in for these Dr. Phil meetings again. Come on, honey. That night, I did the only logical thing a lonely, misunderstood 11-year-old could do. I sneaked out to get a tattoo of Venno. But the guy at the shop called my parents before the needle even touched my skin. And yes, I got an earful the entire way home. Things stayed the same until I turned 17. And then, everything changed. I stumbled across this online ad for something called the Reptile Lovers Retreat. It was this once-a-year, deep in the jungle kind of event, a snake nerd paradise where people from all over the world camped out and swapped stories about their pet snakes and lizards. Next thing I knew, I was on a private jet for the first time in my life. Turns out, the whole retreat was organized by Matthew, a teenage billionaire with a thing for snakes, drama, and 5-star everything. He was the kind of guy who could throw a party mid-air like it was just another Saturday, and somehow make everyone feel like they belonged there.
Nice tattoo.
Thanks, bro. Got it last week. Finally. Been trying to get it for years.
You look familiar. Have we met before?
Oh, come on. Are guys still using that line? Is that, still a thing?
What? You've been eyeing me since the party started.
Well, yeah. You looked familiar.
Haha, see? Classic move. Old but gold.
Babe, what's so funny?
Jessica? What the heck are you doing here?
Existing? I'm here on a trip with my boyfriend. I'm not some weirdo snake girl who flies across the world just to hang out with reptiles.
Take it easy, babe. Anyway, nice to meet you.
Sir.
Roser?
She means loser. But yeah, that's me. I barely had time to process what was happening before the world tilted sideways. Literally. We were falling. Fast. Then crash. Everything went black. Where am I? The world around me was buzzing, but somehow we all survived. We were bruised, shaken, and freaked out for sure, but no one was seriously hurt. Just a lot of stunned faces and a growing sense that we were officially in the middle of nowhere. My vision was a blur without my glasses, but I tried to keep my head in the game.
Come on! Where's the signal?
I don't think there's any service out here.
What do you mean no service, you stupid losers? How are we supposed to?
All right. First things first. We need water. I'll look for a stream or anything nearby. Just stay here, don't panic, and for the love of snakes, don't wander off. We need to keep track of everyone and conserve energy until we know what we're dealing with.
I'll come with you.
Babe, it's so humid out here.
You mean dangerous, yeah?
Fine. I'll come with you. No way I'm letting you wander off alone with that ogre.
I rolled my eyes, and the three of us started walking. My eyes started itching, and Matthew told me they looked red. For hours, Jessica kept making snide comments whenever she could squeeze them in, but I was too focused to give her the reaction she wanted.
It's so humid. I swear I just felt a bug crawl into my shoe.
Welcome to the wilderness, babe.
Why are you even on this trip, Matthew? You look like someone who's never even been outside a spa.
Excuse you? I'm very outdoorsy. My family made me do survival camps every summer. Learn grit. Apparently being born rich means you have to earn your personality.
Hey, Rose, remember in 5th grade when you brought that snake to school? You were running to the bathroom and it got out of your bag and you turned around to grab it, then peed your pants?
I'm sure that didn't happen. Come on, Jess.
Yes, it did. I remember because it was my 12th birthday that day.
Wait, Why were you 12 in 5th grade? Were you held back? I saw your passport. You're older than us.
She wasn't held back. Some people just start school later than others.
Why are you defending her?
Because she's a helpless little weirdo who will jump at any chance to be my friend. And fine, yes, I was held back. There, I said it. What now? You gonna break up with me?
No, babe, I was just...
Save it. I'd rather walk alone and get eaten by a wolf than spend another second with you and that snake perv. Whoa!
Just then, Jessica fell into a trap. A rope whipped around her ankle and yanked her up, leaving her dangling upside down midair.
Help! Help! What are you two idiots doing? Oh, sorry, babe. Not you. Her!
Say sorry to Rose first.
Matthew, listen. The fact that there's a trap here suggests there might be hunters nearby. Maybe we finally found someone. Wait, I hear footsteps.
I'll be with you, Rose, after Jessica apologizes. Come on, Jess.
I heard the footsteps getting closer, fast, so I climbed up a fallen tree trunk, crawled along the branch hanging above Jessica, and started cutting the rope, barehanded, then with my teeth.
Matthew, behind you!
I looked up. A group of people stood there, dressed in what looked like traditional tribal gear. They were watching us. Their leader, a tall, stone-faced man, stepped forward. Everyone went silent. I awkwardly bit the rope one last time, and Jessica fell head first onto the ground with a thud.
Ouch! And who are these people? Are they gonna save us or eat us for dinner?
They didn't speak any English, and while Matthew tried to communicate with them, I noticed their leader staring at me. Then he took a step closer, and just like that, the whole group went still.
Soboki Nina Ayame.
He's looking at my snake tattoo. Then he turned to his people and said something in a language I didn't recognize. Suddenly, they bowed to me, like full-on prostrated. The leader gave a signal. 2 of them came over, lifted me onto their shoulders, and started chanting something as they carried me away. Matthew and Jessica followed in shocked silence. What are they saying?
Shikboko mayonkos lucky fee.
I think he said, I like the cut of your jib, kid. You got guts.
We were taken to the center of the tribe, where dozens of teepees circled around in open space. The leader climbed onto a rock and gave what felt like a heartwarming speech. I mean, it sounded heartwarming. Then again, I had no idea what he was actually saying. Once again, the entire tribe bowed down. A few of them stepped forward carrying a wooden chair, decorated with ribbons and colorful fabrics. They set it down, motioned for me to sit, and then lifted it up, carrying me like I was royalty.
Why are they treating her like she's their god?
They do think she's their god, Jessie. All hail our goddess Rose.
I looked down at all these people, delighted to have me, at Matthew's proud smile and Jessica's jealous glare. And for the first time, I didn't see myself as an act of kindness or neglect or charity. I saw myself as a gift to humanity, or maybe a god. For starters, they placed me in a decorated teepee with round-the-clock security and women assigned to care for me. They bathed me in milk, washed my hair with oils that smelled like heaven, and fed me their best food. Every evening before sunset, they paraded me through the village on my chair and set me down at the center, where people lined up to kiss my hand and touch my feet, hoping for my blessings. Matthew and Jessica were given a separate teepee, way out on the edge of the tribe. I didn't speak to them for days. I only saw them from afar, where Jessica looked visibly annoyed. I knew they wanted to be saved, to go home, to call someone, but I figured that could wait. Besides, it's not like I could communicate with the tribe very clearly anyway. The tribe leader had a habit of presenting people to me during these blessing sessions, one person each day, so I could examine them and decide if they were worthy or pure. Naturally, I said yes to everyone. Who was I to judge? But one day, he brought me a young man, maybe in his early 20s. As he got closer, I caught a whiff of something unpleasant. Let's just say he didn't wipe well. I winced. Just for a second. It wasn't dramatic, Just a face. The leader's eyes widened immediately. He turned to his men and made a gesture, sharp and fast. Before I could say anything, they rushed in, grabbed the guy, and started dragging him away. He burst into tears, trying to crawl back, begging, looking right at me. He reached for my feet and cried harder. I stood up, trying to stop them. I stepped forward, blocking his path, trying to say something, anything. But the leader suddenly turned toward me and placed his hand on my shoulder. His eyes were cold, wide, steady. I froze and just stood there, watching them drag the crying men out of the clearing. And there was nothing I could do. For the next few days, I pretended to be sick so I wouldn't have to leave my bed. I just wanted to avoid those blessing sessions altogether. There was this girl, Huna. I eventually learned her name. She was assigned to be my personal assistant, but really, she was more like a babysitter. She barely left my side, day and night. Over time, I managed to learn a few words from her and teach her a few English ones too. Of course, I had to keep up the I'm sick act the whole time. You've been staring at the necklace for a while now, Huna. Do you like it? I wish I could give it to you. It's from my mom. My biological mom, actually. She gave it to me when I was 6, and even though I was too young to understand it back then, I remember thinking it was strange that my aunt would give me something so expensive. Oh, sorry, that's confusing. She was my aunt back then. When I turned 10, I found out she was actually my biological mother. She'd given me to her sister, my aunt, because she was poor and already had 3 kids, and her sister couldn't have any. I was angry and confused that day, but somehow I ended up pulling this necklace out of the drawer and putting it on. And ever since then, I haven't taken it off. Una didn't respond. She just kept staring at the necklace. Sorry, girl, I can't give you this one. But here, take this bracelet. It's from Target, but it's cute. I'll give you the other bracelet if you like and subscribe and interact with this video so more people can see it and I become more famous. Huna gave me a side eye, but took the bracelet anyway. Just then, the leader barged in. He looked furious. Without saying a word, he grabbed Huna and pulled her to her feet. He started scolding her and pointing at me. My guess was that he figured out I was faking being sick and that Huna was covering for me. He tried to drag her out. I panicked. I didn't want her to get in trouble, especially not for me. I jumped up to stop him. The moment he saw me on my feet, his eyes widened. He shouted even louder at Huna. And I don't know what came over me, but I slapped him. He froze, stunned. For a few seconds, no one moved. Then he just turned around and walked out. Huna, I'll give you the necklace, but you've got to help me with something. Eventually, I managed to explain, at least partly, that I needed her to sneak Matthew and Jessica over to me. She looked hesitant, but after I gave her the necklace and pleaded for what felt like hours, she finally reluctantly agreed. That night, just before dawn, she stuffed them into the giant bags they usually use to carry firewood and placed the cart near my teepee's entrance. Matthew and Jessica snuck in quietly.
You better get us out of here before I kick your butt, you little miserable smackhead.
I wouldn't use miserable here, Jess. In case you haven't noticed, she's literally a god here.
She's still a stupid loser to me, and don't you ever defend her again. You did it before, and you're doing it now. I'm warning you, Matthew.
What are you gonna do, Jessica? We're stuck in the middle of some weird cult tribe, and this is what you're focused on? Belittling Rose? What has she ever actually done to you?
It's okay, Matthew. Thanks, but let's just focus. We need to figure out how we're getting out of here.
Oh, now you care about us? Do you have any idea what we've been through? We wake up at dawn, get sent to the mountains to hunt, whatever that means, and then we're out in the fields all afternoon. All we get to eat is plain rice and dry corn, while you're here eating fish and meat and bathing in milk like some freaking goddess. You're letting this whole thing get to your head, maybe because deep down you know how worthless and dirty you are. Just a smug little snake-loving mutt.
Jessica, enough! Cut it out, all right?
Huna sensed something was wrong. She stepped in, trying to gesture for Jessica to calm down.
Oh, what do you want now? Instead of standing there like some useless statue, why don't you go fetch us something decent to eat, huh? Food, stomach, hunger, food. You hear that?
She shoved Huna toward the entrance. Matthew rushed to stop her.
I'm tired. I want to go home. I miss my bed so bad.
It's okay. Calm down. Rose will help us figure this out.
She's an idiot. She never does anything right. She killed my brother. Yeah, she did. You didn't know that, huh? We were best friends, Rose, for 10 years. And then that night, you showed up crying, pouring rain, screaming about your mom, aunt, whatever. My brother, he came running down to check what was going on, and he tripped over you. Yeah, she was lying on the floor crying because she's that dramatic. He just had surgery, okay? He wasn't supposed to fall. Now he's in a coma. And every time I see you smiling and pretending like it didn't happen, I see him lying there. You didn't just ruin our friendship, you ruined everything.
Jess, that's not fair. You can't blame her for that. I'm sure Rose is sorry.
God knows how sorry I am. I think about it every single night. I've said I'm sorry more times than I can count.
Yeah? Look how sorry you are. Getting pampered like royalty while we rot out there. You and your crocodile tears. I'll never forgive you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was crying hard. That incident never left me. It came right after I found out about my mom and aunt. And then Jessica completely cut me off. She hated me. Made sure everyone else did too. That's when I started isolating. When I got more into snakes. They didn't judge. I took a shaky step forward, trying to reach out, maybe just to plead. But Jessica looked at me with pure disgust. Then she spat on me.
Don't you dare touch me, you pathetic little freak!
She stormed off. Matthew tried to shout after her, but she was already gone. He followed a second later. I stood there, wiped her spit off my cheek, and blinked my last tear away. The next day, during the blessing ceremony, the leader brought forward a few villagers like usual, but I didn't even look at them. I shook my head. He stopped, looking confused. I scanned the crowd. Then slowly, I raised my hand and pointed at Jessica. The crowd turned to look at her. Jessica didn't move. Her eyes locked on mine, wide and panicked. Her face went pale.
You wouldn't dare, Rose.
The leader ordered his men to bring her forward. She didn't resist. She walked with them, calm, composed, almost proud. When she got closer, she looked straight into my eyes, cold, like she was daring me.
What are you going to do, Rose?
So now I'm just Rose? Not a pathetic loser anymore? She didn't say a word, just stared. But her eyes were saying, do the right thing. I looked at the leader and gave the signal to take her away.
No, please, stop! Rose, tell them to stop!
He tried to run toward us, but a few of the men held him back as Jessica walked away silently, without a fight, never once looking back. That night, I sat in my teepee with the worst headache of my life. My eyes were burning. I'd already kicked Huna out because I needed a break. Some rest without someone hovering around me like I was prey. Just then, Huna tiptoed back in, dragging Matthew by the ear. Matthew, why were you outside walking around my teepee? Do you know how dangerous that is?
Good evening, Rose.
Couldn't have a bad one if I tried.
I needed to talk to you, and I didn't know how. Ow! Seriously, tell her to let go of my ear.
If you're here to talk about Jessica, save it. She got what she deserved. I've been silent enough.
I get your pain, I really do, but she's been through a lot too. I mean, I wanted to break up with her, but ow! What is her hand made of, metal?
It's okay, Huna. You can let go of his ear now.
I was gonna break up with her before the trip, but her dad asked me to wait. He's a friend of my dad's. Said she wasn't doing well, that this trip might help. Her therapist thought nature would fix things, I guess. She's all he's got. I just wanted to get her back safe. All of us.
Boo and who.
Come on, Rose, show empathy.
Her going through stuff doesn't mean everyone else has to suffer for it. Her therapist should have taught her not to be a jerk, not to go out and connect with the trees. Now, if you don't mind, it's time for my nap. Huna pushed him toward the exit.
Wait, Huna, right? Here, I picked this flower for you. Thought it looked cool. I've never seen anything like it.
Huna clutched her chest, visibly touched, then promptly threw the flower away. Shokuri! It's poisonous, you idiot. Now get out. Huna gave him one last glare and dragged him out. That night, we had one of the biggest ceremonies yet. A celebration marking the night of arrival. A sacred tradition passed through generations, where they believed a god would descend from the sky to guide them. Apparently, I was that god. At one point, I noticed a kid staring at me with hatred. It was the first time I'd seen that kind of look directed at me here. Huna caught the tension. From what I could gather, the man they dragged away during the last blessing was his father. I was so tired of people blaming me for things that were completely out of my control. I mean, I was sorry it happened, but it wasn't my fault. Not really. So I stuck my tongue out at the kid. He hid behind his mom. A few moments later, the men came to carry my chair for some ritual. They lifted me high into the center of the gathering. Some people cheered, others bowed, and as I sat above them all, I felt it. No matter what I did, they would keep worshiping me. Even that boy from earlier had been pushed forward by his mom to join the celebration. Funny how I was someone's discarded kid. Now I'm someone's god. I still don't know which one hurts more. The boy stared straight at me. Then he pointed behind him. I followed the direction he pointed, half expecting nothing. But then, completely unrelated, I saw a glow. The glow was faint at first, but it quickly grew into visible flames, rising higher and spreading fast through the dark. I raised my hand and pointed, and the music slowly faded as people turned to look. Then came the gasps, and the shouting followed soon after. Panic broke out, and someone rushed to carry me away to safety. The next morning, smoke still hung in the air. Half the village was reduced to skeletons of ash and cinder. And yet, no one cried. Instead, they moved with an eerie calm, lining up in silence, carrying the last of their grain, jewelry, hand-carved trinkets, all for me, for their goddess. Children clutched burned dolls. Old women limped barefoot across blackened earth, as if none of it mattered. As long as I was safe, they would have done anything I asked. Anything. And for a second, I didn't hate that. That scared me more than the fire. How can I be a goddess if I can't even help them? I'm just an idiot, like Jessica always says. I attract chaos everywhere I go. The leader had dragged me away the moment he saw the flames. While others burned, he made sure I was untouched and adored. Now he stood beside me, perfectly clean, arms folded, like nothing had happened. Why isn't anyone upset? Just then, the leader spotted a woman near the back of the line, clutching something under her clothing. His face darkened. He barked something in his language and pointed at her. She froze, then slowly stepped forward, shaking. From beneath her clothing, she pulled out a small bundle of dried herbs and placed it at my feet. Her child clung to her side, coughing quietly. No, keep it. It's yours. You need it for your child. I tried to hand it back, but the leader yanked it from my hands and gave it to his men. He pointed at my hair, then nodded approvingly, muttering something about the herbs, as if they were meant for me, as if some miracle hair treatment was more important than a sick child. What is wrong with you? These people lost everything, and all you care about is them giving me things? What am I going to do with all this stuff? What kind of leader are you? Just then, I spotted Jessica in the crowd and ran to her. Are you okay?
Why do you care? If you must know, I was assigned to clean the poop hole. Guess the fire saved me. Never thought fire could be a blessing, but here we are.
We need to find a way off this island, Rose.
I know, but we can't just leave them like this. We have to help them.
Well, gee, isn't that wonderful? Help yourself first, Rose.
Before I could respond, the leader started shouting orders, telling the villagers to rebuild. No rest, no mourning, just obedience. First we were asking how we'd survive the jungle. Now I'm wondering how we survive him. His men approached me again. I knew what that meant. Back to the teepee. Back to playing goddess. I didn't resist. I just walked silently, trying to figure out how the heck we were going to get out of here. That night, I sat in my teepee, waiting for Huna to sneak in Matthew and Jessica. But just then, I heard voices outside. I peeked through the fabric and saw the leader and several villagers gathered, tense and angry. In the center was Huna. The leader was holding my mom's necklace. They must have found out she had it and assumed she stole it. But why wouldn't they ask me first? Why jump to punishment? That was it. I stormed out and pushed through the crowd. I grabbed the leader by the horned band on his head and stared down at him. Everyone, he's not pure. I don't give him my blessing. Take him away. Why are you looking at me like that? I said, take him. But no one moved. They all looked down. And then, quietly, so did he, his chin dipping just slightly, like he'd expected this, like he knew they would choose him over me, even now. So who do you fear now, God or man? I walked over to Huna and helped her to her feet, and for a second, everyone just watched, waiting for me to lead, to fix it. The weight of it hit me all at once, and it made me realize something. Maybe my biological mom didn't give me away because she didn't love me. Maybe she was just overwhelmed, trying to survive with more than she could carry. I used to hate her for that. But now, faced with such a big responsibility to help Huna and the others, I finally understood how overwhelming it could be. And I was going to make a different choice. I wasn't walking away. Inside, Matthew and Jessica were already waiting.
Hey, Huna. Looking lovely today. Anyway, Rose, we found a boat on the shore. It looks solid, newly built. Since everyone's busy rebuilding the village, we figured we could take it. Tonight, get ready.
And leave everyone? With that jerk still in charge?
You didn't seem to mind when he was pampering you.
Yeah, and you're really making it hard for me to regret punishing you. She rolled her eyes. Anyway, you guys can go. Try to get help. Sounds like I'm the only one who can stop that man from hurting more people. I'm their god, remember? I'm safe. Just then, Huna reached over and squeezed my hand. Father, leader. Wait, he's your father? Wow, this man just keeps giving. Huna gestured for us to wait and slipped outside. 5 minutes later, she returned with folded clothes, disguises. We changed quickly and followed her out. We walked through the woods in silence for about 20 minutes.
Remind me again, why are we following this primitive girl deep into the jungle? What if she's leading us to be sacrificed? Let's go back, guys. I mean, this place is messed up enough, even for you, Rose.
They think I'm something sacred, like a spirit their ancestors waited for. The tattoo, the crash, the timing, it all fits some old legend, I guess.
Yeah, plus those weird red-green eyes and your olive skin. I mean, you're also like goddess-level beautiful. Whoa, look at that!
We had arrived. In front of us was a hidden stash. Crates of food, piles of fruit, and even gold. Not a few coins, but full chunks and trinkets. All hoarded by the leader, probably taken from the people or gathered during raids. I wasn't even sure if he knew what gold was, or just kept it because it looked shiny.
We need to leave tonight. If we make it to the mainland, maybe we can bring help, especially if we tell them about this. Smart thinking showing us this spot, Huna.
Huna blushed, Smiling shyly, Jessica rolled her eyes and ran toward the pile, stuffing gold into her pockets.
If I'm gonna die in the ocean, I might as well die rich.
I'm staying. I'll help these people. Or die trying. Just then, I spotted something. Movement. A snake slithering behind Jessica. I lunged, grabbed it, and flung it into the woods. It was right behind you. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thanks, Rose.
I gave her a small, tired nod.
Come on, let's move. We've got some escaping to do.
Why are you so excited about this? You do realize it's not one of your yacht trips, right?
Yeah, and I was sent to jungle camps before I even learned how to shave. My dad called it
character building.
Character and mosquito bites.
We get it. You're rich but humble. Very Disney Prince of you. The three of us laughed, and we kept walking toward the shore. Are you guys sure about this?
More than ever. And I want to say something. I think I'm sorry for blaming you all these years. Look at me now, facing death and holding on to the thing that kept me bitter.
Great speech. Now let's move on, babe.
Don't babe me. I know you've been planning to leave me since forever. Just waited because you felt sorry for me. Pray I don't kill you on the way. Or maybe I will. Therapy is all about release, right?
Hey, Huna, take care, all right?
And then, to everyone's surprise, Huna hugged him.
What was that?
Seriously, what was that?
What can I say? Everyone loves me, tribal or not.
The next morning, I didn't wait for anyone to carry me out. I stepped out of my teepee on my own, hair tied up, eyes tired, but clear. The sky was still gray with ash, but the smell of smoke had dulled overnight. All around me, people were back to working, repairing what they could with what little they had. They didn't look up when I passed. No one bowed. Maybe they were tired of pretending. Maybe I was too. I walked up to the group building a new shelter frame and rolled up my sleeves. Where do I start? Before anyone could answer, the leader stormed over, his expression tight.
Tako mohana, biki hana so.
He pointed toward my teepee. It was clear. He wanted me to go back, to sit on my chair, to play the part again. No, I'm not going back. He stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. You want a goddess? Fine. But what good is a goddess who sits around while her people rebuild the world? I'm not above them. I'm one of them. And if I stay, I help. He didn't answer, just stared for a long time. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away. That was the last time he tried to stop me. Over the next few days, I did everything I could. I carried water buckets on my back, helped tie wooden beams with vine rope, sat with the old women, and learned how they cooked with next to nothing. Huna showed me how to sharpen sticks into tools, and even taught me the word for thank you in their language. I said it a lot. Some of the villagers still looked at me with confusion, others with quiet surprise. But a few started nodding back, offering me fruit, smiling, just a little. It was a slow shift, but it was real. This is how freedom is made. Working together, sharing what we have. Don't you want to live in a place where we smile at each other as we pass, instead of hurrying away worried you might be punished? Where you get to choose your leaders, not fear them? I took Huna's hand and spun her around into a playful dance. She laughed, shy at first, then let herself enjoy it. Freedom doesn't mean chaos. It means you get to choose when to work, what to believe, who to follow. You don't have to give your food or your herbs or your memories to a god just to feel safe. You're already worthy. You're already free. You just forgot how to be. And then, on the 5th morning, I heard the sound. A low hum at first, then louder, unmistakable. A helicopter. I dropped the woven basket I was holding and ran. Others followed behind me, some hopeful, some scared. We burst out of the trees just in time to see it land in the open field beyond the village. Doors swung open. Medic stepped out first. Then 2 people ran past them. My dad and my mom. And behind him, Her. My biological mother. I froze. She ran to me first, arms wide, eyes brimming.
Rose. Oh my God, Rose!
I let her hold me. She was shaking. I didn't know what to say, so I said nothing. I just let her cry into my shoulder. Eventually, the rescue crew tried to approach the villagers. They offered help, food, clean water. Some of the villagers nodded politely, but backed away. Others disappeared into the trees. They didn't want saving, not from strangers. I didn't blame them. Before we left, the leader and Huna approached me one last time. I stepped forward and hugged her tightly, burying my face in her shoulder. Come with me. You don't have to stay here. You can go to school, dance when you feel like it, be away from him, be free. But she gently pulled away and gave me a small, sad smile before stepping back beside her father. I wanted to scream at her, tell her to run while she could, but I didn't, because deep down, I knew what it felt like to still need the person who failed you. I reached back into my bag and took out my mother's necklace. I pressed it into Huna's hand and closed her fingers around it. She blinked at me, stunned. It's yours now. The leader held something out, a single, rough chunk of gold. I stared at it for a long moment, then slipped it into my bag. I'd never say where it came from. Some things deserve to stay buried, but some people, even the broken ones, deserve the right to choose what freedom means to them.
Man, I'd kill to live this life. Freedom at its finest.
And I opened the door to find the most gorgeous boy ever standing outside.
Hello, I'm Eric. You got some of your mail? I came to return it.
I just stared at him, dumbstruck, feeling acutely aware of how terrible I looked. Just then, Meredith pushed me out of the way.
Hey, thanks. You're such a lifesaver. Haven't seen you around before.
I just moved into the house across the street.
The big white one with the quadruplets?
Yeah, they're my brothers.
What? No, they can't be related to you. They're very unattractive.
Meredith, can't you ever sugarcoat anything?
I am sugarcoating. Did I call them ugly ogres?
I am so sorry.
It's okay. People have this reaction often. I'll see you girls around.
He flashed his beautiful smile at us and then left.
Wow, Eric stole his brother's luck, the schoolboy's luck, the neighborhood boy's luck, and his mother's and his father's luck, and the whole town's.
I agree. He's beautiful. I hope he's smart and funny and kind too. I'm sure he is. I'd never believed in love at first sight till I met Eric. Okay, maybe love is an exaggeration, but I was crushing on him hard. Freddie, how does this purple dress look on me?
Claire, what the? You can't just come in without knocking? What if I wasn't wearing a towel?
Well, you are, so unclench your butt. Now, what do you think about the dress?
Hey, Freddie, I want your opinion on this red dress. Oh, hi, Claire. I didn't know you were here.
Have some respect for my privacy.
What are you talking about? Actually, I don't care. Now tell me, I look hot, right? Of course I look hot. I could wear a potato sack and I'd look hot. I can do hot in my sleep.
What's the dress for?
The party at Eric's place? What, did you think you're the only one who got invited?
The red's a bit much for a casual housewarming party, no?
Yeah, you're right. It's more of a second date dress. Thanks, I'll look for something else. And your dress looks lovely.
I am not your sister, and you can't treat me like this. I am a man.
Okay, thanks for the news flash. Come on, Claire, let's go before Freddie has a heart attack.
The party was coming up soon, but I knew there would be many guests, and I wouldn't really get a chance to talk to Eric then. So I decided to drop by to borrow some sugar one evening. But my heart sank when I spotted Meredith and Eric in the kitchen, and they were kissing. I couldn't believe that witch. It was so obvious I was crushing on Eric, wasn't it?
Can you give me some mashed potatoes, Claire?
I lifted a spoonful and threw it straight at her face.
Claire! What the heck?
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't want them on your face? You should have been clearer then.
You got a problem with me?
What a genius. Since you're so smart, I'm sure you already knew I liked Eric, but you went after him anyway. Yeah, I saw you two kissing.
Oh my God, what? You like Eric? I had no idea. You should have been clearer too.
Cut it out, okay? You knew.
Did not.
Okay, so now that you know, will you stop seeing him?
No, duh.
Are you really into him?
Not really. I barely know him, but he's cute and rich and he likes me. You did see that he was kissing me back, right?
I flung another dollop of mashed potato straight in her eye and stormed off. Fine, that jerk could have Eric. I wasn't even gonna go to the party now. But on the night of the party, when I heard music floating from across the street, I couldn't help myself. Eric had just known Meredith for 2 days. This battle wasn't over yet. I knew I looked smoking hot as I marched up to Eric and Meredith in her stupid red dress. She looked furious to see me before she turned sickly sweet.
Oh, hi. I thought you were unwell and not coming, honey. How are you doing now, honey?
I'm good, honey. How are you, honey?
I'm great, honey. Do you like my honey, honey?
What honey? Honey?
The honey, honey.
I see no honey. Honey?
What's happening here?
Don't worry about it. Let's go get some honey, honey.
We don't have any honey, Meredith.
Honey! You ruined it. You should have ended the sentence with honey.
Don't mind her, Eric. You already know she's rude. And she has a vile temper. She once tried stealing money from an old lady and kicked her hard when she resisted.
Oh, so that's how it's gonna be, huh? Eric, did you know that Claire is so dumb? I told her when we were kids that if she ate bluebells, her eyes would turn blue like mine. She ate a bunch and then pooped her pants in school.
Didn't Meredith tell you she used to fart in the neighbor's jacuzzi just because they said they liked me more than her? It went on for a month.
Oh, how about the time you dropped Mom's toothbrush in the toilet and just put it right back? Imagine someone being so awful to their own mother.
Meredith has a boyfriend who works in a mental institution, and he steals the patient's clothes from there for her. Imagine doing that to sick people.
Claire keeps acting like she doesn't know her best friend is in love with her, and she keeps using him for his money.
What? Are you talking about Fred? I've never used him, and he's not in love with me.
Oh, please. A blind person can see Freddie's been in love with you since day one.
Shut up.
You shut up.
How about you shut the heck up?
Not till you shut up first.
I pushed Meredith out of my way, but I ended up pushing a little too hard, and she crashed straight into the punch bowl. She got up and charged me, and we landed straight on the food table. As Eric was trying to pull us apart, Freddie suddenly ran in.
Claire, Meredith, stop! Your mom, she isn't okay. You gotta come now.
We ran outside to see Mom unconscious and being wheeled into an ambulance. Since Freddie's dad was a neurosurgeon, he took Mom's case and ran tests for weeks to discover that she had some inflammation in her brain for unknown reasons, which had sent her into a coma. Freddie's dad decided to enter her name in a clinical trial for rare brain diseases since she met all the criteria. But what's it going to cost us?
We take one pro bono case for the trial, but there will still be other hospital expenses. And you girls will have to figure out something soon. Do you have any relatives?
We had to contact our grandparents, but to our surprise, Mom didn't even have their numbers saved in her phone. All we had was a framed picture with their names signed at the back. Freddie offered to hire a private investigator, and within a week, he said they'd been found and were flying over to see us. But I couldn't help noticing as they got out of the cab that they didn't look rich at all.
Those paupers are our grandparents?
They're definitely the people from the picture.
Why do Grandma's shoes look like something out of a museum? And Grandpa's coat is missing 3 buttons.
The old lady hobbled towards us and hugged us tight.
Oh, girls, it's so good to see you. We had no idea we had granddaughters till yesterday.
You look nothing like our son, though.
Your son? No, we're your daughter's kids.
Oh, honey, we don't have a daughter. The private investigator who tracked us down did say our daughter was looking for us, but we just assumed that was our son who ran away from home 18 years ago. He was always saying he'd change into a woman one day.
What? Our mom used to be a man?
No, this is crazy. Look at this picture. Does this woman look anything like your son?
Our son is ugly, and I remember this woman. Alfred, you remember this beautiful lady came to stay at our motel many years ago? She disappeared suddenly one night, and the next day some mafia men turned up looking for her.
Ah, yes. Those men kept turning up for weeks. They seemed like bad news. I'm happy to hear the lady is okay.
So, you're not her parents? Then why does she have this picture of you guys?
She took it from the motel. I don't know why. I'm so tired, dear. Can I rest for a little while?
No, if you're not our rich grandparents, you gotta go. Taxi!
Meredith sent them packing immediately, and we just stood staring at each other.
When was Mom in a motel? And why were there bad men after her?
She told us all our lives these random people are our grandparents. What else has she been lying about? Apparently, a lot of things. When we checked out if she had any health insurance, she couldn't be found in the system. I went to the diner where she'd been working for years to see if the manager could help, only to find out that no one there had ever seen her. We had no clue where she'd been going all this time while she was pretending to work, or where she got her salary from. Meredith and I tore up Mom's room looking for more clues. We didn't find anything in the closets or under the bed, but I pulled the rug away and came across a loose floorboard. We pried it open to find a laptop and so many fake IDs and passports, all belonging to Mom. Oh my God.
Mom? As a French redhead?
Her hair is black here, and she's Swedish. We opened the laptop, but we couldn't get past the security code. We asked Freddie to come over and told him everything. And when he went over the laptop, he let out a low whistle.
Whoa, this is heavy encryption and insane firewalls. Is your mom from the CIA or something? Have you ever seen her using this laptop?
Yeah, I have once, but she told me she borrowed it from a friend to watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Who is this woman?
We really had no idea, except that her hair dye started fading soon, and we discovered she was a natural blonde. We still desperately needed the money and contemplated selling the house, but we couldn't even find any documents for it. For the first time in my life, I felt overwhelmed and completely out of ideas. Then one night, as Meredith and I were sitting on the porch, Freddie joined us, looking grim.
I need to tell you guys something about the clinical trial. There's only a 50% chance that your mom will get the drug that could make her well.
What do you mean? Doesn't everyone get the drug?
No, half the patients get a placebo drug. Oh God, I did something really wrong. I checked the files of everyone on the clinical trial, and your mom has been assigned the placebo drug. She's not going to get the treatment.
So that's it? We're just gonna sit back and watch, knowing there's no chance of her getting better? Make your dad give her the drug!
I can't. Dad would lose his medical license if anyone thought he interfered with the trial.
Then why did you even tell us, Freddie?
Freddie looked at me silently. He told us because he and his dad can't do anything, but we can.
Whatever you plan, I can't be part of it, but you have to do it soon. The trial starts next week.
Thank you, Freddie. You don't know what this means to us.
Of course. I'd do anything for you, Claire.
For the first time, I saw what had maybe been so obvious all along. Freddie was in love with me, and I was about to use it to my advantage. Hi, I'm Luna. I'm 16, and while most people see me as just another shy girl, my life is anything but ordinary. I keep to myself, lost in books and daydreams, trying to navigate a world that doesn't quite seem to fit me. But my life is a delicate balance of hiding and longing, and a secret I guard with everything I have. My family and I recently moved to a small town called Whispering Pines, nestled in a deep forest. My mom, Celine, said it was for a fresh start, but I knew better. She was always anxious, her eyes darting around as if expecting something to jump out at her. She constantly reminded me to stay hidden and keep your secret. Okay, back to my secret. Each night, as the moon rose, I slipped into the woods and transformed into a unicorn. It's a magnificent form with a shimmering white coat and a horn that glowed like moonlight. In the forest, under the cover of night, I was free, a creature of magic, running wild and unbound. But by day, I was Luna, the girl who avoided mirrors and hid under a hood. I was isolated, not quite fitting in with any group at school. I didn't seek out friends or companionship because getting close to anyone could have put me in danger. So I remained on the fringes, living a double life that was both exhilarating and exhausting. Then there was Jasper. He's an artist with a sketchbook perpetually in hand, always drawing and observing. There was
something different about him. His eyes seemed to see beyond the surface, and he had been curiously watching me ever since I arrived. His presence was a mix of intrigue and unease for me. One day, after school, cornered me by my locker.
Hey, Luna, I've noticed you always wear that hood. Is there a reason?
I shrugged, attempting to sound nonchalant. Just like it, keeps me warm. He raised an eyebrow, unconvinced.
There's something more, isn't there? You're always hiding.
I laughed nervously, trying to deflect. What about you? Always drawing? Jasper flipped open his sketchbook to reveal a detailed drawing of a unicorn. My heart skipped a beat.
The other night, while I was walking through the woods, I found these strange tracks in the snow. So I did a little research, and maybe, just maybe, there are unicorns out there.
I tried to maintain a casual demeanor, though anxiety bubbled beneath the surface. Unicorns aren't real, Jasper. He looked at me, his eyes sparkled with curiosity.
What if they are? What if there's something magical out there that we don't know about?
I forced a smile, feeling a sense of dread. Maybe. But I wouldn't worry about it. Despite my attempts to dissuade him, Jasper's curiosity didn't wane. He continued to question me, probing with a mix of genuine interest and persistence. His questions, though innocent, hit too close to the truth and made me uncomfortable. The next day, while I was walking to the local bookshop to get a new journal, I saw 3 men and 2 women exiting a large black SUV, all wearing the same black suit and tie. As I stayed hidden in the shadows, I got close enough to hear them speaking to Whispering Pines local sheriff, Marty Luca. They told him they belonged to a government agency of environmental researchers, but their high-tech gadgets and probing questions suggested otherwise. It was clear that they were searching for something, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it might be me. Later that night, I told my mom about the mysterious group of strangers that had arrived. Immediately, my mom's anxiety reached new heights. I watched as she ran to the closet and pulled down an old photo album from behind a row of hat boxes. She flittered the pages until she stopped at an old newspaper clipping with a photo of the same people I saw earlier that day.
Luna, we have to be extra careful now. The OSS is here, and they're not what they seem.
I looked at her, confused. What do you mean? Who is the OSS? She gripped my shoulders, her voice trembling.
Office of Supernatural Sightings. They're looking for magical creatures. If they find out what you are, they'll capture you and use you for their own purposes. You must stay hidden.
But I need to go out at night. It's the only time I truly feel alive. My mom's eyes filled with tears.
I know, sweetheart, but it's too dangerous. Please, promise me you'll be careful.
I nodded, but in my heart, I knew it was a promise I may not be able to keep. The allure of the forest and the freedom it represented was too strong. That night, I snuck out as usual, but the OSS's presence was palpable. Their advanced sensors and patrols made it clear they were on the lookout for something. My heart raced as I navigated the forest. I was careful to stay out of sight, but in my panic, I accidentally left behind a few strands of my magical mane caught on a branch. The next day, Jasper found the strands while sketching in the woods. He was intrigued, examining them closely. Later, he approached me in the school hallway, holding the strands out with a mixture of curiosity and excitement.
Luna, look what I found!
He held them up to the light. They sparkled with cosmic energy.
They're different, almost magical.
I tried to dismiss his concerns with a laugh, but Jasper's gaze was unwavering. Magic? Are you sure? He nodded, his eyes serious. Then he looked deeply into my eyes, like he could see right through me.
There's something about you, Luna, and you've been acting so strange lately.
I felt a rush of anxiety. I don't know what you're talking about. Jasper's frustration was evident.
Come on, Luna, I'm not trying to pry. I just want to understand. Is there something you're hiding?
I hesitated, torn between fear and the desire to confide in someone who seemed to care. But the moment was interrupted as my mom approached and pulled me away from Jasper. What's wrong?
The OSS is intensifying their search. They set up traps in the forest. They're using tracking technology, and they're questioning the townspeople.
My mom's fear became even more apparent, urging us to leave town immediately.
Luna, it's getting too dangerous. We need to leave before it's too late.
I crossed my arms in defiance. I'm not leaving. I've been running all my life. I want to stay. Mom looked over my shoulder at Jasper.
You can't risk everything over a boy. You don't understand how serious this is, Luna.
I do understand. And
Jasper is my friend. I trust him. My mom scoffed and walked away, clearly frustrated. I approached Jasper and took a deep breath, my heart pounding in my chest as I looked into his eyes. Jasper, there's something I've been hiding from you. Something I thought you could never understand. My hands twisted nervously. I took Jasper into an empty classroom so we could talk in private. I'm not like everyone else. I'm a unicorn. As the words left my lips, a soft, ethereal glow surrounded me, and a single shimmering horn slowly appeared on my forehead, illuminating the night with a radiant, magical light. I watched his face, waiting for his reaction, fearing he would turn away, but hoping beyond hope that he would stay. Jasper's face softened, and a smile slowly spread across his lips. He reached out and gently touched the glowing horn, his fingers trembling with awe.
I always knew there was something magical about you. Thank you for trusting me enough to share this.
He let out a soft laugh, his eyes bright.
You're beautiful, Luna. All of you.
In the following days, Jasper and I spent countless hours together, working on a plan to outsmart the OSS. His artistic talents became crucial. We created detailed maps and tracks to mislead them, and in the hours we spent together, the bond between us grew stronger. Jasper's presence was a source of comfort. For the first time, I felt that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who truly understood and cared for me. One afternoon, Jasper voiced a troubling thought.
What if they catch you, despite our efforts? What if they find out everything?
I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. They want to control me, to use me for their own gain. But having you help me is everything. I've never had someone stand by me like this before. Jasper reached out and gently touched my arm.
I won't let them catch you. I'll do everything I can to keep you safe.
His words brought me a sense of relief and hope, but also a growing fear. The OSS's search was becoming more relentless, and time was running out. The night of the final confrontation arrived. The OSS's search had become more intense, with advanced tracking technology and sophisticated traps. My mom was even more frantic, and her anxiety made it difficult for her to focus. Jasper arrived with a determined expression.
We have one last chance. If we can make them believe the unicorn has left town, they'll stop searching.
We worked tirelessly through the night, setting up a series of diversions and false evidence. Jasper used his artistic skills to create elaborate fake tracks, leading the OSS in circles. I used my unicorn magic to add an extra layer of deception, making it appear as though I had been everywhere at once. The process was exhausting. We were both drained, but driven by hope and the desire to protect my secret. As dawn approached, the OSS's frustration was evident. They started to back up, convinced they were following a false trail. Jasper turned to me, his eyes filled with concern.
Are you okay?
I nodded as tears welled up in my eyes. I'm just grateful. Thank you, Jasper, for everything. He smiled, though there was a hint of sadness in his eyes.
I'd do it again, in a heartbeat. You deserve to be free.
As the OSS retreated, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in a long time. The weight of my secret was lighter, and I was comforted by the knowledge that I wasn't alone. Jasper had been a beacon of hope in my darkest moments. With the OSS gone, my mom's fear slowly subsided, though the threat of their return lingered in the air. As the weeks passed, the town returned to a semblance of normalcy. I continued my life as Luna during the day, but the nights were still mine. Jasper and I maintained our secret meetings, and our friendship grew deeper with each passing day. He became a confidant, someone who understood both my human and unicorn sides. Then, one evening, as we walked through the forest together, Jasper turned to me.
Luna, what do you want for the future?
I thought for a moment, the weight of my dual existence heavy on my shoulders. I want to find a place where I can be both Luna and the unicorn, a place where I don't have to hide. Jasper smiled, his eyes shining with determination.
We'll find it together.
We continued our walk in companionable silence as the moon cast a gentle glow on the path ahead. There was still uncertainty, but there was also hope. Jasper's presence was a reminder that I wasn't alone, that there was someone who cared about me and believed in my future. In the days that followed, Jasper and I continued to navigate the challenges of keeping my secret while building a life in a small town. We shared our dreams, fears, and hopes, and our friendship deepened. Jasper's sketches were a chronicle of our journey, capturing the magic and struggles of our shared experiences. One night, as we sat together by a small stream in the forest, Jasper asked,
Luna, what's the most important thing you've learned through all of this?
I reflected on the journey, the challenges, and the moments of connection. I've learned that even in the darkest times, there's always a light. It might come from unexpected places, like a friend who believes in you, and sometimes the magic we seek is within ourselves. Jasper nodded, his gaze thoughtful.
I think you're right, and I believe that with your strength and our friendship, we can face whatever comes our way.
We sat together in the moonlight, the
stream's gentle murmur, a soothing backdrop to our conversation. The future remained uncertain, but with Jasper by my side, I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead.
Hello, my name is Charlie. I'm a famous filmmaker and director. But you know me already, don't you? Oh, well, it hasn't always been like this anyway. So sit down, grab some popcorn, and let me tell you my story. But before we start, please hit the like button and subscribe. This is me, Charlie. And this is my best friend, Rose. Me and Rose grew up together since we were only babies. We played together, we went to school together, we did everything together. We were like autumn and colds, unavoidable. Like rain and thunder, indivisible. Rose was the sister I never had. I was to her the brother she never... Well, you got the point. She was blonde while I was black. She was shy while I was sunny. She had a big brain while I had a big butt. We fit perfectly together. Most of all, we had one dream in common. One day, we would become filmmakers and make movies about witches. Yes, that was our dream at the time, our common goal in life. And we were all ready to get it realized. But what a tragic fate awaited us. Well, I'm being a bit overly dramatic here, but please, let me explain. It was our last year in high school and a few weeks before Halloween. I was reaching my classroom like every morning when Rose came running toward me. Charlie! Charlie! Rose, what? Charlie! Rose! Charlie! Rose! Charlie! Barely breathing, Rose managed to announce to me that the school had opened a cinematographic contest where the winners would be enrolled in the best movie school in the country. We started screaming. At that point, me and Rose already had tins of scripts ready. We simply chose one and brought it in the next morning to our art professor to have it approved. But instead, there stood Mona, high like a giraffe, dressed like a rock star, and loud like a tempest. Who is Mona, you ask? She's the daughter of a famous celebrity couple, a movie producer dad, and a 5-star actress mom. She had the best connections, the best grades, and the best face. A cloud of desperation came upon us when we saw her just talking to the teacher, explaining her project for her script. We felt lost. When our turn came, I spoke for both of us because Rose was too shy to speak, and the sight of Mona shook her too much. Hey, Charlie. Nice job there. What? What? Mona was approaching me, willing to talk. Had I stumbled, hit my head, and fallen into a dream without noticing? Sorry, I couldn't help but listen to your script while you were explaining. It seems like some hot stuff there. Did you come up with it all by yourself? Well, me and Rose, yes. It seems you have a promising future in the business, baby. Would you mind joining me tonight at my party? There will be producers, movie stars, and many important people. I couldn't believe it was happening. It was too much for me, and all at once. Of course. Me and Rose will be there for sure. Rose? I'm sorry. I don't want someone who is barely able to speak in public to be associated with me. You are invited. See you later, baby. She left like the tornado she was, leaving both me and Rose speechless. I tried to console my best friend, convincing her this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could help us both. Rose nodded her head, but her look told me something else. I pretended not to see it and went straight to the party. This was an occasion I just simply couldn't afford to lose. Mona's house was not exactly a house. It was a castle, a gigantic manor with a park, 4 towers, and 2 pools. All over the place, men in elegant suits and shiny-looking women talked to each other cheerfully.
Oh dear, you've arrived.
Sir, lady, nice to meet you. I'm so glad you invited me. That man and woman were Mona's parents. They look amazing together. A perfect couple in a perfect house. Everything was perfect in Mona's life. Shiny and bright, like herself. Please, enough with the pleasantries. You're part of the family now. Mona told us all about the project you're working on together. The project? Of course. I told Mom and Dad we are working on an amazing movie. We will win the contest for sure. I didn't know what to say. I was totally caught unprepared. So I just smiled and said nothing. Mona's parents left us soon, and I immediately reached after her. Mona, what did you tell them? Well, that we worked together. Isn't that true? But I already work with Rose. Didn't you know that? She's my best friend. I can't just leave her like this. Mona just smiled and washed the problem away with a swing of her hand. You create too many problems, baby. Can't you just work with us both? Come on, let's have fun. I'm ashamed to admit, but the truth is that I forgot Rose for some time, and quite easily. I just loved to be asked about my history and my interests by all these interesting people there. The future was winking at me and I just couldn't resist. Then I saw him. How to describe the finch that came to perch on my branch? He was like a god in a garden on Olympus. He was like a breeze on a hot summer day. He was like well, that horse was hot, girls. You can bet about it. That angel had dark eyes like enchantment and such a fine, elegant beard. I was totally captured. He must have noticed my dumb expression because he started smiling at me as if trying to help me retrieve some of my dignity. Too late. And Charlie, let me introduce you to my brother Tom.
So you are the famous Charlie. A handsome lady, that's for sure. Nice to meet you.
Is he really going to kiss my hand? Is he really? Oh, God, I'm fainting. Am I famous? How?
Of course. Mona has talked about you all afternoon. Mona, can I steal this lady from you for some time?
Do as you please, brother, but be a good boy.
I always am. Mona, don't scare our host like this.
The walk with Tom around the garden felt like a dream. He was not only handsome in sight, but also elegant, charming, and kind. His fierce appearance was balanced by such a quiet temper that it made him look like the perfect man in every single way imaginable. Hours passed in a flash, like seconds. Come back soon, baby. We're here for you anytime you want. Couldn't wait to be invited again. The image of Tom was still in my eyes when I woke up, and even if I don't remember it with certainty, I can bet I dreamed about him. How did it go? Rose's soft voice reached me as if coming from far, far away when she met me in the corridors at school. I felt happy to see her, but not so happy as I should have been. I think she noticed, but I kept it a secret. I explained to her all that happened the night before and promised to meet her within a few days in order to complete our script. The plot was there, but so much work had yet to be done. Fine then. See you soon. See ya. Those were busy times for me. In the daytime, I met Mona to work on our script for the contest. At night, I often saw Tom. Mona's script was completely different from mine. Her subject was Barbie. Barbie! Can you believe it? What's wrong with that? Barbie was a paradigm of freedom for girls, don't you know? Mona's fantasy was wild. She had a lot of ideas, but none of them were connected to each other. Her thoughts were as chaotic and impulsive as she was. Without me, she would have been lost. But what about Rose? Without me, she would have been lost too. She was smart and nerdy, but she didn't have the creativity I had. Rose had always been my best friend and sister, and even if Mona's spell and Tom's charm were still upon me like magic crows, I started to feel bad about how easily I abandoned my lifelong friend in order to get a quick ticket to success. The moment of the contest was approximating, and I had to speak with Mona about this. I would have helped her with her project, but I had to participate in a team with Rose, and if Mona didn't want Rose, I would leave the Barbies in order to go back to the witches. I found the courage and spoke to Mona. Roar! Can you imagine a dragon's reaction to someone trying to steal his gold from under his throne? The same was Mona's reaction to my words, if not worse. Out of my house! Never come back again! I will eat you! Do you think I'm being overly dramatic again? You weren't there, my friend. I think I barely saved my own life. I'm lucky to be here to tell the story. Yet I felt happy after arriving home. I felt I had done the right thing. Now there was only Tom to speak to. Even if I liked him, our time had to wait until after the contest was finished. I couldn't subtract any more energy from Rose and our witchy project. I mean, there can be only one Dua Lipa in the world, right? Enough with Barbie.
Hey, Angel.
Tom's words were honey poured all over me. I melted. But hey, not this time. I had serious work to do. Listen, Tom, there's something we must talk about.
Something like what? Did I do something wrong?
No, it's not about you. It's about Mona.
My sister, huh? She always was more like a Shrek than a Barbie.
She's not that bad, but I can't be her teammate for the contest. Rose is my teammate. You and Mona are wonderful. You live in an amazing house. Your life is perfect, but Tom's eyes went big and sad at those words of mine. Maybe it was the wrong thing to say, but how could I know? From what I had seen up to that moment, their lives were like pink molasses. Disgustingly sugary.
Do you really think our life is wonderful, honey? You know so little about us.
What do you mean? While walking, Tom told me how he and Mona had lived since they were children, how harsh their parents had been on them since their youngest age.
They do that for us. They push us towards obtaining the best grades and the best results in every field. But you know, sometimes the best is not the best. Sometimes you would just like to live a normal life.
This is why Mona loves Barbie so much, maybe?
It's a way for her to remain a child.
Tom's eyes were not lying. I took his hand and kept it between mine for some time.
Still, a wrong behavior remains a wrong behavior. Mona will have to grow up sooner or later. You were a strong girl and made the right choice today. I'm proud of you, Charlie.
At that point, I was melting again. The perfect features of Tom's figure were silhouetted against the moon, like a character from some gothic tale. I felt Tom's body pressing against mine while he brought my head gently against his chest. He's going to kiss me finally. He's going to kiss me. Instead, he simply kept my head there for some time, caressing my neck. No more. Nothing more. WTH?
Listen, Charlie, there's something I must say to you, too.
Was eager to listen to his confession, but my phone rang at that exact moment. Rose! I totally forgot about our appointment. Rose would be furious. She was. For several days. Every attempt of mine to make peace with her went in vain. The contest was lost at that point. There was no chance to win against Mona and her Barbie-stuffed stuff. The days up to the contest flew by fast and dull. We knew we had lost. Now, you really can't imagine my surprise when Rose and I found that on the notice board of the school, there was a list of the winning projects. And the first one was about witches. As authors, it had 3 names, Rose, Charlie, and Mona. A coincidence? Of course not. It was our project. We won, but we didn't submit it, of course. So who did? The question puzzled us for some time until we received a phone call from a strangely masked voice. Oh dear. She tried hard to excuse herself for her behavior in the most recent times. Her voice didn't disclose her origin, but it wasn't too much of a guess. Mona. We found out with certainty later, when the 3 of us, plus Tom, met together at the back of the school to talk about the matter. Mona looked like a baby. She cried all the time and told us she felt guilty for how she treated Rose after Tom had talked to her. To get her excused, instead of her script, Mona submitted a copy of ours, proposing it as if it had been worked upon by the 3 of us. Of course it won. It was written by me after all. But this wasn't the only news of the day. Tom, don't you have something you want to say?
Yes, well, Charlie, I have a confession to make.
Oh, yes, finally! The bomb was going to explode. The moment I expected for days and days finally arrived. After such a tragic story, I was going to have my sweet piece of cake after all. Yes, Tom, tell me, please.
I have a crush on Rose.
Oh, Tom, yes, a crush on... Wait, what?
I really didn't know how to say it, but now I can't keep it a secret anymore. I like you, Rose. Would you like to go out on a date with me sometime?
I couldn't believe it. Rose went red like a tomato, and I was shocked. Mona was laughing hard, and her joy expanded contagiously. So this was the secret? I should have felt offended, but the occasion was so joyful that I felt too happy for Rose to be concerned about myself. All's well that ends well? Mona and I went on in life, becoming best friends, and we went to college together. You know, sometimes things take such an unpredictable turn that the only thing to do is sit back, relax, and watch the events unfold as if they were a movie. And isn't life a long, tear-jerking, and magical movie itself? Oh, God. I can't believe what an incredible artist I am. Really.
Little Natalie's tummy couldn't stop growling. She had been hungry the whole afternoon, but it was evening now and her mom wasn't home yet.
Those rich people should stop making my mom work so much. I wish we'd never moved from France. Mom didn't have to work so hard there like she does here.
As she walked outside, she heard loud music coming from the biggest mansion in the whole countryside from afar. Her tummy told her to go there, and she found out there was a large party happening in the garden. Natalie started drooling when she saw the huge feast. She tried to sneak in, but a group of women blocked her. Where do you think you're going, little girl?
I'm hungry. Can I have some meat, please? And a glass of juice, too?
Just look at her dirty clothes and hands. Disgusting. You're not welcome here, child. Be off with you. Natalie was so mad at their meanness. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed a young boy around her age hiding in the bushes, and he looked furious. He was staring at a maid who was being scolded by the lady of the mansion, Mrs. Harrison. How can you serve these fruits in a stupid basket? We have an expensive tray for this. Another mistake, and you're fired. Mr. Harrison was trying to calm his wife down when their daughter Harper, who was the same age as Natalie, was making things worse.
I don't have the mood to eat those fruits anymore, Mom. That woman ruined my night.
Natalie felt so bad for the humiliated maid. She joined the boy in the bushes.
I hate these people. Me too. And that's my mom they're yelling at. They don't deserve all this delicious food. I have to teach them a lesson. Wait, are you going to do something bad? Mom said you shouldn't do bad things no matter what.
But he just ignored her and dragged a bag of manure lying close by. Then he started climbing a tree that overlooked the garden. But moments later, the branch under him cracked, and he went tumbling down straight onto the food table, spreading cow poop everywhere. Everyone screamed, and Mrs. Harrison looked ready to explode. She yelled for security, and Natalie thought she had to do something to save her friend. And with that, she ran towards the nearest barn, rode on a young horse, and made it run around the garden, completely ruining the party. You little rascals! Natalie grabbed the boy's hand, and they fled the scene. I can't believe you just did that! You're so cool! Natalie's tummy suddenly let out another growl. He chuckled and took out an apple from his pocket.
For you! Make it 2, 'cause I saved your butt. I'll get you another one soon, promise. What's your name? Natalie. And you? Caleb. Nice to meet you, Natalie. Can we be friends? Okay.
And since then, Caleb and Natalie became best friends. Growing up, they shared their love for food and their hate for rich and mean people, especially for people like the Harrisons. Caleb was 11 years old when his mom met a guy, Mr. Cross, a gardener for the Harrisons. His mom said that from now on, Mr. Cross would be taking care of them.
Hello, Caleb. Your mom told me you like apples. And reading?
Not long after, Mr. Cross and Caleb's mom got married, and he became the hero in Caleb's eyes. He was so amazed by his stepdad, how smart and strong he was, and how good he was to both him and his mom. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Dad.
I'm sure you'll be better than me and every wealthy man in this land, my child.
He would help Caleb understand his math homework, give him tips on how to build a dove house, and he also gave him really good life lessons. My dad told me something. I want to share it with you too, 'cause you're my best friend. Really? Tell me. He said, sometimes we need to stand up for ourselves and fight back, whatever it takes. Yes, we fight back the right way. Mom said we shouldn't do bad things no matter what. I know, you told me. But is it bad to defend ourselves? Do we just let other people do bad things to us and say nothing? You always speak about how unfair the system is in this town for poor people. Yeah, I do think that. Like, if someone hurts you, I'll hurt them too. Natalie was surprised by how firmly Caleb said it. Suddenly, as she changed her position, she lost her balance and fell. Caleb laughed and helped her up.
Now, I don't know how to hurt the fence or the ground, but...
Caleb then kicked the fence and stomped his foot on the ground. Natalie found it funny. She liked the thought of Caleb as her protector and felt really lucky to have a best friend like him. And over the years, she grew to like him as much more, but she was too scared to admit it, too scared to ruin their friendship. One day in high school, she decided to cook his favorite food and surprise him at lunch, but her heart ached with jealousy when she saw him laughing with some girls in the canteen. She was leaving when Caleb called her name and walked up to her.
Is that for me?
Before she could reply, the girls jumped in and glared at Natalie.
Why are you friends with that dumbhead, Caleb? Same question. Handsome boys like you should hang out with pretty girls like us.
Suddenly, Caleb wrapped his arm around Natalie's shoulder. My girlfriend is not a dumbhead. She's the smartest, coolest, and most beautiful girl I've ever known. So please, stop talking rubbish about her. Girlfriend? As the humiliated girls left, Natalie turned to him. Why did you tell them that nonsense? Those girls are going to hate me forever.
Are you mad?
Yes, I'm mad because you lied. We're not dating. We're just friends.
Fine, I'm sorry. But what if I wanted to be more than that?
What do you mean?
Can I hold your hand?
No.
I love you, Natalie.
I've loved you since we were kids. Do you love me too? Caleb's sincere gaze made her melt. Yes, I think I feel the same way. Caleb started to lean in closer, and when their lips finally touched, she felt like she was on cloud 9. After that, the best friends became lovers, and Natalie was really happy with Caleb as his girlfriend. But over time, things started to get complicated. His mom fell really sick, and his stepdad's earnings weren't enough for her medicines. So Caleb was forced to take more part-time jobs around the farm. He hardly had any time to spend with Natalie anymore. Meanwhile, that night at the Harrisons, the family was having their usual dinner. Mr. Harrison was talking about the progress of their business, while Mrs. Harrison was being pushy towards their son to date someone. I don't understand the rush. I'm so young, I'll have plenty of time later on. You have plenty of time now. I don't, Mom. I'd rather focus on school than date. Love is nothing but a stupid distraction. All work and no play makes people really dull, darling. Remember Sheila? Benjamin's daughter. I think she's a nice girl. Mom, I don't like her. She's weirdly obsessed with me. Duke, she cares about you. Ah, let him be for now. Don't push him so hard. He'll eventually find someone. But Sheila might not be around till he decides he's ready. And I think she would be so good for him. She's a smart young woman. They're perfect for each other. I have no interest in wasting my time on girls right now.
Oh, brother, how about boys? Do you want to share something?
Shut up, Harper. Well, Sheila and her parents are visiting us soon, and you will spend time with her so you can get to know each other. Who knows? Maybe it will end in a wedding. Hearing that, Duke suddenly felt the urge to lie. I'm sorry, Mom, but I already have a girlfriend. What? I said, I'm not dating Sheila because I already have a girlfriend.
Since when do you have a girlfriend?
Since 6 months ago, but we kept it a secret. I don't want people in my business. Duke left the table and decided to take a walk in the gardens to cool off. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him and turned around to see it was just Mr. Cross. Oh, sorry, Master Duke. I didn't mean to disturb your walk. You look a little upset. I'm not. It's really nothing. Just sometimes parents can be too much. Do you have kids, Mr. Cross? A son, the same age as you. Maybe I'll introduce you sometime. Duke was feeling too preoccupied, so he just smiled at their gardener and walked off. That weekend, Natalie's mom caught a serious flu, so later that day she went to town with Caleb to buy some medicine. While they were in the pharmacy, his stepdad called him. I need to stop by a dad's friend's place to pick up a package. Wait for me in the town square. I'll be right back. Natalie bought the medicines and sat on a bench in the town square. Her favorite thing in that old place was the old horse statue in the center. They're such gorgeous and magical creatures. Just then, she noticed that its red eye patch was lying on the ground. She picked it up, and as she placed it back on, the statue suddenly wobbled. She tried to make it steady, but it just suddenly toppled to one side and broke into pieces. Holy mighty horsey! Natalie stared at the sight in complete shock. The townspeople quickly gathered around, and they went berserk. How could you be so reckless and ruin the pride of our town?
Isn't it bad enough that we have to live with a foreigner who badmouths our town and its systems? And now you've ruined our cultural legacy!
Some of them even started crying, and Natalie felt panic. She tried to contact Caleb, but her phone's battery was actually dead.
I swear, I didn't do anything. It was already unsteady. Please, forgive me.
But the townspeople were blazing mad. Soon the police came, and as they were questioning her, everyone suddenly became silent as they made the way for someone. Natalie lifted her head and met someone's eyes. Duke, the oldest child of the Harrisons. What's going on here?
This girl just caused serious damage to a public property, and we need her to come with us to the station.
Duke just nodded at them, and soon, Natalie found herself sitting in a police station. Please, officer, just let me go home first. My mom is sick, and she must be really worried. But the officer just ignored her. A few minutes later, Duke came out of the main office.
You're free to go. I've taken care of everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
I paid $50,000 for the fine and damages, so you won't go to prison.
What? Why are you doing this? You don't even know me.
Because I need you.
What? What do you mean? Duke then dragged her outside the station to talk.
Listen, I need you to work for me as my fake girlfriend for a month, and I'm going to pay you for it.
I'm sorry, but can you repeat what you just said? I'm not sure if I heard it right.
I think you did. You don't look like you have any hearing problems.
Is that how you joke? Because it's super lame. Even hyenas won't laugh at it.
Do I look like a clown to you?
How can you offer me a ridiculous job when you don't even know if I have a boyfriend or not? Look, I don't care whether you're single or whatever. I'm not interested. I just need you to pretend to be my girlfriend and convince everyone that we're in love, especially my family. But why would you need a fake girlfriend anyway? You can just have a real one. Just choose any girl but me. You rich people are used to getting whatever you want anyway. I asked you to be my fake girlfriend, not to become an interviewer. In private, we'll be practically strangers minding each other's business. I can prepare a contract tomorrow. What makes you think I'll accept your offer? I don't want this weird job. Don't worry, I'll think about another way of repaying you. There is no other way. Accept my job, or return my money immediately. It should be the exact amount that I spent to save your sorry little butt. Natalie wanted to yell at him for blackmailing her, but she knew she couldn't pay him back. Let me think about it. I don't have much time. I'll give you a day. Let's meet at the cafe tomorrow, same time as this. Before Natalie could say anything more, he turned around and left. When she got home, she found Caleb's messages saying that he'd be staying at his stepdad's friend's house for the night. Natalie really needed to talk to him, but she was also worried about how he would react. She also didn't want to tell her mom about this yet and stress her out. So later that night, she went to her favorite spot on the farm to think it over alone. Suddenly, Caleb appeared beside her. Hey, what are you doing here? Wait, Nat, are you crying? Tell me what's wrong. She didn't have a choice but to tell him everything. Are you serious? You shouldn't have let him help you. He took care of it himself, and I could never pay $50,000 on my own. But of all the girls, why does he want you? This is stupid. I thought Harper was evil. I didn't expect that her brother would be worse. Look, if he didn't help me, I'd be cold and miserable in jail right now. But he obviously helped you just to force you into this stupid job. What am I gonna do? He left me with no choice. Seeing my girlfriend dating another guy is torture, Nat. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not. Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks. Okay, fine. I won't do it. I'll have to think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears poured, Caleb sighed and sat down. Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it? Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk, ever. Okay, I'll agree to it, but on one condition. What is it?
So, have any cute guys caught your eye yet?
Well, there's this one guy.
Girl, we need to hunt him down.
It's just a harmless little crush. And who knows, he might be taken already. Just please, don't do anything stupid.
Oh, don't worry about it. I got you.
I should have at least gotten his name. And he's way out of my league.
Nah, I think he's from here. I can literally sense it.
It's time to go.
I was standing in the grocery section examining an apple when my eyes shifted to a man nervously eyeing the cereal boxes. I casually dropped a sack of flour into my shopping cart, then hid behind a rack and scanned the man's face on my watch. Suspect identified: Tobias Steele, known for industrial espionage and diamond heists. Approach with caution. Slowly, I moved my cart closer to Tobias. Hey, could you pass me 10 boxes of Fruit Loops, please? I'm too short. Don't you just love Fruit Loops? They're the best.
I don't like anything sweet.
Everyone likes Fruit Loops, dude. That's just criminal. Tobias looked at me nervously, then suddenly started running in the opposite direction. I flung the sack of flour at his head and he fell. Then I pinned him to the ground.
Who are you?
Your worst nightmare. Hi, my name is Jane, and I'm a secret agent with the CIA. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up with my scientist dad and identical twin sister Camilla. Mom left us when we were babies, and Dad was always busy in his science lab in our basement, so we weren't too close. Having a twin sister wasn't the greatest thing either, because Camilla and I had nothing in common. She was much more girly and a social butterfly, and we never got along even as kids. We further drifted apart in middle school when she made friends with the school bully Kira, and I got into boxing. Soon, I was acing every competition in town. I was good. So good that at 15, the CIA secretly approached me and recruited me. 3 years later, I'm their smartest agent ever. Of course, my family didn't know. They thought I was a weird, introverted tomboy with a thing for flannel shirts and books. After pinning down another criminal, I was sitting in the school cafeteria when suddenly Kira started sniffing me. Ew, you smell like trash. When was the last time you washed your hair? Or shaved your armpits? About the same time you two said something worth paying attention to? Oh wait, that was never. OMG, shut up. Ryan just walked in. Kira, quick, how am I looking? Fix my lip gloss, will you? Camilla was a popular girl, but Ryan was the star of the school. Football team captain, really handsome, totally dumb. You know the list. Camilla started walking in Ryan's direction, smiling and waving at him, but he just smiled and looked away. Ouch, that was painful. Anyway, just get my milkshake, Cammy, and stop wasting time on these dumb boys. You look desperate. Kira walked away, and Camilla was leaving too, but I stopped her. Why do you do everything she says? She's not the boss of you. And you are? Just keep your nose in your books and out of my business. Got it? Loud and clear. Just then, my phone started buzzing like crazy. My secret phone. And I knew it was time for another mission. This time, it was about someone named Belinda Holland, who was running a secret lab on her private island. My mission was to locate that lab, gather intel, and report back. And Belinda's son, Ryan, happened to be the same guy Camilla was head over heels for. For the next few days, I noted every little detail about Ryan. When he practiced football, what he had for breakfast, even the girls he flirted with, just to find that one golden opportunity to strike up a conversation with him, and then get closer. But every time I tried to make a move, something or someone would interrupt us. I was starting to think luck wasn't on my side when one night I caught Camilla sneaking out. Ow, ow, ow! My arm! You're freaking strong for a girl! Gee, thank you. Where are you going in the middle of the night? To a party, obviously. Ryan's mom has this cool resort on a private island, and he's taking me and Kira there tonight. It's kind of a big deal because no one's ever been on it before, and I really want to go. You know how much I like him. Private island. Bingo! It had to be the same island where the lab was located. I mean, how many islands can one person own? I know it's MSA, but let's be realistic, guys. I just had to get to this party. Fine, but are you sure you want to wear that? That dress looks a bit dated. You think? Wait, what do you know about fashion? I know what suits my sister, and this isn't working. Tell you what, you change and I will hold the door for you. Camilla looked at me suspiciously, but then left to change. Once she was inside the washroom, I quickly closed the door and locked it. Dad wasn't going to hear her anytime soon in his basement. I'm sorry, I'll explain everything later. I fixed my hair, did some makeup, and when I was done, I looked exactly like Camilla. Yeah, we were identical, but this was the first time I actually saw it. I took a cab to the dock and got there just in time. I was just getting my bag out when this guy tapped on my shoulder.
Are you excited? I've never been to one of Ryan's exclusive parties before. Does this mean I'm famous now? I'm Patrick, by the way, Ryan's cousin.
I'm Cam. Before I could introduce myself, the boy screamed and then jumped on me.
It's a frog. Oh no, it senses my fear. Please save me. I've never even had a girlfriend or a kiss. Will you kiss me? Please. It's my last wish before I die. Or no, wait. Kiss the frog and maybe it'll turn into a prince or something.
What? It doesn't work like that. And it's gone, so you can get down. You're awfully heavy.
Patrick let me go, and soon after, we boarded the sailboat along with Kira and Ryan and headed for the island. As soon as we got there, I started scanning the place, but it just looked like a regular beach. And I noticed that we had no signals on our phones.
I know you guys are wondering where we are, but trust me, this will be the best experience of your life. I just have a feeling.
Before Ryan could finish, a huge coconut fell on his head and knocked him out.
Is he dead?
It's a coconut, Kira, not a meteor. He'll be fine. Only he wasn't. We waited for Ryan to wake up on his own. Since it was too dark and none of us knew the way to the resort except Ryan, we decided to camp on the beach. And the next morning, I woke up to Ryan screaming his lungs out.
Oh my god, what am I doing here? Who are you? And why are you sunbathing next to me?
Ha ha, very funny. Stop the games and let's go to this resort. I really need to pee.
What? I don't know you, okay? Or do I? My head is hurting. God.
Ryan, what year is it?
2015.
That's when I realized that the coconut probably hit him too hard and Ryan was suffering from amnesia. I quickly woke up the rest and we decided to go back to the city to get Ryan checked. But when we turned around to leave, we saw the boat had drifted into the ocean because Patrick forgot to anchor it properly. You've got to be kidding me.
I was still recovering from the whole frog thing.
Are we gonna die here? Wait, did you guys kidnap me? I might not remember everything, but I know for a fact that I'm rich. Oh, I know what we can do to save our lives. My aunt taught me this ritual. Suddenly, Kira got down on her knees and started chanting something. Oh, my lord, Kumbaya, please save us. Don't let us get eaten by dolphins. As a sacrifice, I'm giving up my vintage Chanel sunglasses. Please accept this. Hoo la la la, hoo la la la, hoo. Kira, can you please not act like an idiot for once and let me focus? What's gotten into you, Camilla? You're not usually this snarky, and I was just helping. It's not like I forgot to anchor the boat.
I said I was still hung up on the frog.
Can someone please tell me what's happening? Shut up, all of you! Focus. We have two choices. Either we stay here crying about a boat, or we walk till we find the resort. Everyone calmed down and decided to go with the second option, which was to find the resort. But the heat was killing us, and we couldn't spot anything for hours. To top it all, Kira was an absolute brat and kept asking me to piggyback her. When I refused, she threw a fit, and one of the boys had to step in. It wasn't until sunset that we came across a big building that looked really creepy. Thankfully, it wasn't so bad on the inside, and we slept like babies. But in the middle of the night, I woke up to a faint humming sound. I was sure it was coming from somewhere in the room and carefully scanned every corner trying to find the origin of the sound when I saw a tall figure standing at the end of the hall. Who's there? No answer. I can hurt you really, really bad. I know kickboxing and kung fu. Still no answer, and the sound kept growing louder as I got closer. It was too dark. I couldn't see the face and was sweating bricks when suddenly Patrick jumped out of the shadows wearing headphones.
Ah, what are you doing?
What are you doing? And why were you making that sound?
I was just singing. It helps calm me down. You should try it.
I relaxed a bit, and both Patrick and I sat down. As we got talking, I asked him more about Ryan and Belinda. He was Ryan's cousin, after all.
I've never really met Ryan before. I was here on vacation, and when he heard I was in town, he invited me to this party. My mom hates his family because she thinks Ryan's mom is kinda snooty.
Rich and pretty people are often snooty.
Well, I guess that means you're not rich then. But you are pretty. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say you looked poor. I meant, watch out!
Just then, Patrick pulled me in as a lizard fell from the ceiling. We were so close, I could practically feel him breathing on my face. He wasn't so bad to look at, actually. Ew, no, Jane, snap out of it.
That was a close call.
It's a lizard. Also, you're kind of strangling me.
Sorry.
Patrick and I left for bed soon after, and the next morning, I woke up extra early to check the places for clues when I noticed that Ryan was missing. I searched for him everywhere in the house, but he was nowhere to be seen. So I rushed outside and walked around till I spotted Ryan standing under a coconut tree. What are you doing?
I figured if I stand here long enough, a coconut might fall on my head again and I might get my memory back.
I don't think that's how it works, Ryan. Let's go back. We started walking back when I noticed a weird-looking bird following us. I grabbed it to take a closer look when I saw a small camera under its tail. Holy cow, this was a surveillance bird. Just then, the bird started flapping its wings like crazy, making loud beeping sounds, and within seconds, a black van arrived and 2 guards came running in our direction.
You're outnumbered, sweetheart. Surrender peacefully, and we might go easy on you.
Please, I've fought tougher men than you before breakfast. Let's dance. I launched into some of my best boxing moves, knocking one of the guards to the ground, but the other guard pulled me into a tight grip. I tried to fight my way, but he was too strong, and the next thing I knew, he pushed me into the back of a van with a really weird smell, and soon everything went dark. When I woke up, I was in a big room with my hands tied to a pole, and Ryan was sitting across from me playing video games.
Oh hey, you're up, finally. Care for some candy?
No, you idiot, untie me.
Oh yeah, sorry. I've been a little in and out with my memory since Mom got me here this morning. There, all done.
As Ryan untied me, I quickly got up to run, but just as I turned around, a woman walked in, and I immediately recognized her from the photos. Belinda Holland. She saw my hands untied and screamed at Ryan. What have you done, you moron? Guards, catch her! I bolted towards the door and managed to escape the room, but just as I turned the corner, I saw the guards running towards me blocking the exit. Come on, Jane. You were trained for this. Knock him down. I took a defensive stance and was ready to attack when suddenly the window next to me shattered and Patrick jumped in. What are you doing here?
Saving your butt, of course.
Where's Kira?
You didn't think I'd bring her on a rescue mission.
Good call. Also, that glass could have hurt me, hero.
Oh, yeah. Didn't think that through.
Dude, look out! Guard incoming, 9 o'clock. But Patrick failed to react in time and the guard pinned him to the ground. But I kicked the guard in the face.
Next time, just say duck or dodge or something. I'm bad with directions.
Got it. We started throwing punches and kicks left and right, and we were surprisingly well synchronized. I didn't know Patrick could fight like that, and he looked so hot doing it. After knocking the guards down, Patrick and I ran like crazy up some stairs. We must have climbed over 7 floors before stopping in front of a door with a passcode. Maybe it's Ryan's birthday. It's his mom's place after all. Patrick started punching numbers like crazy.
Okay, it didn't work. Maybe it's his parents' anniversary, could be his jersey number or locker combination, his blood report number.
Are you in love with Ryan or something? How do you know so much about him?
Because I did my homework. Special Agent Patrick Yapper, NSA.
You're an agent? So am I. CIA. So you're not Ryan's cousin?
I am, but I'm also an agent. It was my mission to stay close to the family and get information about some secret lab. And can you stop talking? I'm trying to concentrate.
Yeah, sure. Dude, you're like the clumsiest agent ever.
That was just my cover. I'm not that clumsy, okay?
Sure, whatever you say. How did you find me?
I heard some loud beeping sounds, ran out, saw you get abducted, and followed you here. Also, I maneuvered through a laser maze, fought almost 1,000 guards, and came here to save you.
That sounds like an exaggeration. But wait, you came here to save me and not for the mission? Why?
What do you mean, why? Because God, I can hear footsteps. I have to break this door down. Brace yourself.
Before I could react, Patrick took a deep breath and charged at the door, but it was made of metal and he stumbled backwards right into my arms. There now. All good, princess.
Happens to the best of us.
I looked around and saw a fire extinguisher, which I used to smash open the lock. When the door flew open, we saw something that blew our minds. There was a huge machine in the middle of the room that looked like some kind of weapon. We were inspecting it when Belinda walked in with her guards and Kira.
What are you doing here? I told you to stay back in the room.
I couldn't stay back when the love of my life was taken away from me. Camilla, I love you. If we survive this, I'd love to take you out sometime. What? I thought it was obvious. I have always loved you. I was just jealous that you liked that idiot Ryan. No offense, ma'am. None taken. Let's get to the point. You will not be leaving till your dad comes here and gives me the key chemical I need to finish my master project. What chemical? And what's my dad got to do with any of this? Belinda went on to tell me how my dad was actually working for the government and he was the only person who could make the chemical she needed. That's why I asked Ryan to invite you here, so I could use you as bait and get your dad to help me. But unfortunately, my son's an idiot and lost his memory. Also, I didn't know you were an agent, so that kind of messed up my plan. A little tip, cooperate, and I might be lenient with you. I have a little tip for you too, ma'am. Don't watch the mouth, watch the hands. With that, I landed a solid blow right on Belinda's face, sending her stumbling backwards. In the meantime, Patrick picked up the weapon and hung it over the railing.
One move, and I swear this thing will go over the edge.
Patrick, your family, son.
Family, my butt. You didn't even know I existed till I showed up at your door. Tell your guards to drop their weapons and release Kira. Now.
Belinda reluctantly signaled her guards, and when they'd put their weapons down, I took the phone from one of the guards and alerted my team. Within minutes, reinforcements arrived via helicopters and arrested Belinda, seized the lab, and safeguarded the weapon. Ryan, too, was taken in for questioning. When everything was wrapped, Patrick, Kira, and I went back to the mainland, where I saw Dad and Camilla waiting for me. I rushed to them immediately. Why didn't you ever tell me you worked for the government, Dad?
You never told me you were a spy either. That's just how things are. But Janie, I am so proud of you.
Thanks, Dad. Wait, you're not Camilla? No, I am. Before I could react, Camilla started hitting me like crazy. Who does that to their own sister? You locked me and you took my phone? You know I can't live without my phone. Ow! I'm sorry, but it was important. Ow! I swear to God, if you put yourself in danger again, I will kill you. Are you crying? Aw, I'm glad you're here. By the time I was done meeting with my family and briefing the team on what happened, I noticed that Patrick was gone. I couldn't even thank him properly. And worse, tell him that I might have a little crush on him. A few weeks passed after the operation, and I was informed that Belinda had finally confessed that she was working for an enemy organization. Ryan was sent to his dad in Germany, and I never heard from him again. Kira finally asked Camilla out, but unfortunately, Camilla didn't feel the same way about her, and they mutually decided to take a break from their friendship. Meanwhile, I tried to use all my sources to find out where Patrick was, but it was like he disappeared into thin air. Then one day, I was in a coffee shop when I heard a huge crash. Ow, my head. Patrick, what are you doing here? What happened to your clothes? I got lost, then took a little detour and fell into a puddle. Then 2 minutes later, I walked into a flower shop to get you some flowers, but ended up tripping over something there too. But I know you like to come here often, so I thought of giving it a shot and voila. How did you know I came here? Have you been stalking me? You make it sound like stalking's a bad thing. Stalking just means caring enough to find out things about people that they don't want to tell you themselves. Look, I like you, Jane, and I know I'm kind of clumsy and stupid, and I say all the wrong things, but I was hoping I could get to know you better. But Kira asked you out and... Hold on a second. Kira likes my sister, Camilla. I'm very much into boys, especially clumsy ones. Really? Yes, but you can't disappear like that again. Noted. Now, can I kiss you spy style? Patrick took me by the waist and leaned in to kiss me, but ended up losing his balance and we both crashed into a table. Why am I not surprised? Hey guys, how's it going? Okay, you're probably wondering why I only have one half of an eyebrow. It's just that I was waxing my eyebrows and I had a little accident. But no biggie, your girl's gonna pencil them in just as soon as I find my brow pencil.
Ruby, you're gonna be late for school again.
What am I supposed to use? Lipstick?
Ugh. Oh, magic marker. Guys, please don't give me that judgy look. I can't go to school without eyebrows. Oh, wait, sorry. I meant to introduce myself. I'm Ruby, and I live in Montana with my parents as an only child. Before I continue, would y'all mind hitting that like and subscribe button? Sorry, my director will fire me if I don't tell you guys that. Anyway, I live with my parents, but I'm not really close to them, and I don't relate to them either. It's not that mom and dad are bad parents, it's just that they're possibly the most boring people on the planet. Oh, let's face it, you won't ever be a normal, responsible adult, you silly thing. You probably wouldn't even notice if your own head fell off.
Whoa, rude. Also, I'm only 13, Mom. I don't want to think about marriage.
But Mom disagreed. In fact, she wanted to get me engaged right now. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating. She just wanted me to meet my potential fiancé, hoping he'd fall in love with me and propose after high school. So in 8th grade, she introduced me to her friend's son, Grayson, who was a couple of years older than me, and a triple package. Handsome, smart, and planning on starting his own company one day. So, Gremlin, Grayson.
Totally. So, your biceps, they're huge.
I've never seen biceps that big before. Not that they look bad. They look very, very fine. Sorry, did that sound creepy? I swear, I'm not a creep. Please kill me.
Oh, I can't kill you.
Sorry, I really can't go to jail for murder right now. At least not until the new Wednesday series gets canceled. Anyway, this has been a lovely meeting, Mr. Healthy-looking biceps. Keep up the good work. Boy, that was awkward. I guess Grayson won't be my future husband after all. But secretly, I did really want a boyfriend. So that summer before 9th grade, I decided to give myself a makeover. A new skincare routine, a healthier diet, and a better wardrobe. Though, when I was shopping at the mall for my wardrobe, things got a little crazy. While I was picking out dresses, I also decided to get some new bras. But just as I was walking into the changing room, I ran into my crush. His name was Colin, and I hadn't seen him all summer. He looked a million times more handsome.
Hey, dude. Fancy seeing you here.
These aren't mine. They're for my mom.
Your mom likes bras with unicorns on them?
No. I mean, what's wrong with unicorns? Do you have a problem with them? Because that's just racist.
I ran off before Colin could answer. That didn't exactly go well. And when I got home, things just got worse. I found out Mom's friend's son Grayson was gonna start volunteering for her company. Remember that handsome snob with the enormous biceps? He wasn't exactly thrilled that we'd be seeing each other all the time at the house and at social gatherings. As if I was excited about it. Ignore stupid handsome Grayson. Back to my glow-up makeover. Not to brag, but I looked like a knockout the first week of 9th grade, and everyone showered me with compliments, including Mom and Dad.
Finally, you cleaned yourself up a little. Look, sweetie, our ugly duckling has turned into a swan.
Mom!
She looked beautiful before, and she looks beautiful now. I don't get what the big deal is. She just caked on 10 layers of makeup to make herself look like a Barbie doll and put on flashy clothes.
I just rolled my eyes hearing that. Of course the jerk had nothing nice to say about me. Well, his opinion didn't matter, because the following week at school, guess who finally noticed me? My longtime crush, Colin. Even after our embarrassing unicorn bra encounter, he asked me out to a movie, and a couple weeks later, we started dating. Talk about the perfect start to a girl's teenagehood and high school career. Colin writes me good morning texts and takes Instagram selfies with me. I remember the olden days when I was a sad, lonely girl, but now my life is perfect. On the night before winter break, Colin took me to an exclusive cool kids party. But just as I was getting ready to leave, I saw Grayson waiting for me outside. What the frick was he doing here? And how did he even know where I was?
Your parents asked me to come check on you and then drive you home. You're at a midnight party with your boyfriend, Ruby. Someone needs to supervise you.
Who do you think you are? My dad? You can do whatever you want, but I don't need any supervision. I meant to do that. Anyway, I'm gonna go kiss my boyfriend now, so bye!
I just hope he's available to kiss you. I saw him looking pretty happy talking to some other girl a few minutes ago.
Yeah, because it's a crime to talk to other girls when you have a girlfriend. Grayson, get a life. He was really starting to get on my nerves, so to stick it to him, I took the bus home, and he had to drive all the way back to his house for nothing. It served him right for being such a control freak. Unfortunately, though, I couldn't see Colin after the party because he was going on vacation. I knew he'd be busy, but a week went by, and he didn't call or text at all. Okay, no reason to panic. Couples need space. I totally get it. I had other stuff going on in my life. I went to a yoga class, read books, painted my nails. Finally, when we got back to school, I searched everywhere for Colin. I didn't have much luck until I wandered into the school garden to find him kissing another girl. Ahem!
Oh, Ruby. Sorry, I meant to tell you. I'm getting back with my ex-girlfriend. We've sort of been on a break, which is why I asked you out, because I was still getting over this precious girl.
So I was just your rebound? You are such a jerk. How could you use someone like that?
I'm sorry. You're really great and all, but I just wasn't feeling those magical sparks between us, you know?
I just smacked him across the face and told him we were done. And then to really stick it to him, I texted Colin, "We're done," 3 more times over text message. The truth was, though, I felt really depressed about my breakup. I mean, yeah, I was mad at Colin for what he did, but I was more mad at myself for believing he'd actually cared about me. I distracted myself the next few days by hanging out at the pet shelter and keeping the kittens company. It was exactly the heartbreak therapy I needed. I was even starting to feel better until Dad called me, begging me to come home and help him prepare for a fancy work dinner. But when I arrived at the house, Grayson was already in the kitchen with his sleeves rolled up. Ugh, I just knew my parents had told him about my breakup, and he was waiting to rub it in my face.
I asked Grayson over to help us cook since your mom isn't home yet. Yeah, and also, because your dad told me you don't know how to cook. Did you seriously start a fire trying to deep fry ice cream?
First of all, the fried ice cream disaster wasn't my fault. I just happened to forget to watch the tutorial first. And second, I've had a really hard couple of days, and I don't have the energy to handle you right now. So just go away and don't talk to me for the rest of the night. But you can hang out in my room if you want and use my computer if you're bored. May I recommend MSA videos? Watch them on YouTube, though, not TikTok, because TikTok's bad for your attention span. But anyway, see ya. Unfortunately, Dad didn't let me get rid of the idiot that easily. And as expected, Grayson took full advantage of getting to boss me around and talk to me like I was an idiot.
Go salt the water. Don't put sugar, put salt. You're not allowed to touch the knife. I don't trust you around a knife.
I felt just about ready to punch him until Grayson came up behind me and guided my hands in rolling the dough with his big, strong arms. It even made my heart rate go fast. I guess it was a good form of cardio exercise.
Nice job. You know, you actually don't suck at this.
Mom was quite late, but when she finally came, she was with her boss, and his arm was around her. What was that about? Then at the dinner table, Mom and Dad's boss made an announcement treatment.
Excuse me, may I have everyone's attention? I would like to introduce my new co-owner of the company. Audrey, darling, congratulations. That also brings me to my other news. The two of us have decided to restart our business in Australia, and we'll be moving there in a month. What do you mean? We're gonna be moving in a month?
No, I'll be moving. Actually, I'm divorcing you. I'm just not happy with our life here, and I need a change. I hope you'll understand. My heart stopped as I saw Dad's stunned face and all the guests staring at us. Many of them were strangers I barely knew. The whole thing was just this surreal, unexpected mess. And fast forward 2 months later, Mom was gone, Dad was a wreck, and I was still numb with shock. I didn't exactly have time to cry and grieve, though, because I had to take over the house since Dad wouldn't leave his bedroom. 3 guesses how that went. Yeah, I broke our dishwasher, also our oven, and killed all our houseplants because I forgot to water them. Not that I was surprised. It was like Mom said, I was just too dumb to ever be able to take care of myself, let alone Dad too. One day, I just couldn't take the stress anymore and literally fell asleep on the kitchen floor. When I opened my eyes, Grayson was staring down at me, and for some reason, it made me feel relieved.
Ruby, are you okay?
No, I'm not.
You know, you don't have to do this all by yourself. I can help you. I'm here for you.
I don't want your help. You don't have to suddenly be nice to me now just because you feel sorry for me. I know you hate me.
Who said I hated you? I don't hate you at all. All those times I insulted you, I was just teasing. But I'm sorry. I guess I just don't know how to act around a girl I think is cute.
Wait, Grayson thought I was cute? No, that wasn't possible. Perfect, handsome, and smart guys like him don't think girls like me were cute. Well, okay, with my glow up, I'm a little bit cute, like Ariana Grande, K-pop cute, but my cuteness was all I had going for me. I didn't have any other good qualities. So yeah, I didn't believe Grayson's words for a second. But for some reason, he stuck around for several days after that and basically forced me to rest and take care of myself. One night, I was even having cramps and he made me tea. Thanks for all this. I really appreciate it. Just, one follow-up question. You said I was cute the other day, right?
Yeah, what about it?
What do you see in me, man? I mean, I know I kinda got pretty after my makeover.
Again, with you and your dumb makeover that I never even cared for. Ruby, you're funny, you're charming, you're interesting, and hands down, the kindest person I've ever met. Why isn't that enough for you? How come you don't believe in yourself?
Grayson's words really caught me off guard. I didn't really have an answer for him. Well, actually, I kinda did. The truth is, it's hard to have confidence in yourself when you're always bumping into walls, losing your stuff, and eating soap. Okay, calm down. I've only eaten soap once, and it was an accident. Basically, I was in some fancy hotel, and they had some tiny soap bars in the bathroom that looked like candy, so I ate one. I don't actually eat soap on a daily basis, but you get my point, right? Animator, show the reference scene of 14-year-old me making myself over that summer. Remember when I felt super confident after my major glow-up? Yeah, that wasn't real confidence. Real confidence isn't based on stuff like outside beauty and high IQ. Real confidence comes from loving yourself no matter what. So I guess now it's time for makeover number 2, feeling good on the inside. And a few months later, I did start to feel a lot better. And apparently, confidence is a lot more attractive than looks anyway, because one morning, freaking Colin showed up at my doorstep begging me to take him back.
Which do you want? A bouquet of roses or lilies? Or would you prefer chocolates? A life-size teddy bear? What do you want from me?
I'd like for you to get off my porch. Also, I don't like either of these bouquets. I'm just not feeling a magical spark. I was about to throw the flowers in the loser's face when suddenly Grayson showed up behind me because he was already over at my house. We'd gotten super close over the last few months, and between you and me, I've developed major feelings for him. I guess that explains why I was happy when he sprung onto Colin and tackled him to the ground. The boys were like animals, full on rolling into the bushes, and I certainly didn't mind watching the spectacle. Come on, ladies, admit it. Who doesn't love it when boys fight over you? Finally, though, Colin ended up leaving, and Grayson pulled me into a very pleasant hug.
So, when do we get to have our first kiss?
Maybe we can have a beach date tonight? Because I really don't want to kiss you next to loud traffic. Animator! Hey, me again. Can Grayson and I maybe have a nicer setting for our first kiss? Yeah, keep going. This is supposed to be my romantic moment, dude. Oh, yeah, I like the sunset. Perfect. Thanks. Anyway, I hope y'all enjoyed hearing my insane drama. If you want more stories in this style, make sure to comment below. Ruby, our craziest MSA character.
Okay, listen. Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
I didn't come to this school for academics. I came for the food.
The texture. Oh, the crunch. The glaze. The magic. Ah!
There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking!
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you.
They're reopening the Culinary Society for freshmen, and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, you're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue. What was he doing here? Don't tell me. He also cooks? Broody boy has kitchen skills?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
We only passed because of you. We almost failed because of me.
You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice?
Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity.
Welcome to the life at MSU, where the story's changing and the lead is you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of the story. Turning our scars into stars and our grit into glow.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh, spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love?
Just as I got up, I found myself facing Eric. What are you doing here? Isn't the meeting going on?
Nope, that's just what I told you. I sent everyone home and was now waiting for you to steal the painting and run away with it.
What?
After the painting was stolen from the museum, the FBI contacted me to help them catch the guy they suspected was after it. Does the name Pierre Soufflé ring a bell?
Nope, never heard of him. What a dumb name.
They told me he would probably strike again. I really didn't suspect you until one of my brothers said something about you looking like a girl we once met in Connecticut, who had a twin. I just couldn't shake that off, and wondered if you were hiding something. I had the FBI look into you, and most of your information checked out, but then they told me that they'd seen a suspected art thief and a girl your age leave your apartment a few times.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Tonight was a trap? How could you trick me?
Hello? Should I get a mirror for you? You've been tricking me from the very start.
That's different.
Only if different means exactly the same.
You'd really send me to jail?
You'd really walk away with that painting?
Eric, I have to do this. I don't have a choice. It's to protect everyone I love from Pierre.
And I'm guessing that list doesn't include me, does it?
As we stared breathlessly at each other, suddenly Pierre's van stopped beside us.
Good Lord, get a room!
And before I knew it, his men had grabbed both me and Eric and put some rags on our faces, and I instantly drifted into unconsciousness. When we came about, Eric and I found ourselves tied to chairs on some boat.
Ah, the sleeping beauties are awake just in time for me to say goodbye.
You're not getting away with this.
Oh, yes, I am. It's not like you were smart enough to call the police to your house when you caught Claire. Yeah, that's her real name.
You didn't call the police? What was your plan then?
My guess is he was just going to take the painting from you and give you a chance to run away. I think he even gave his own security men the night off.
Why would you do that, Eric?
Because he wasn't going to send the girl he loves to prison. Duh.
Eric sat there poker-faced as I glanced at him. Pierre, you got what you wanted. Now keep your end of the deal. Pay up and let us go.
Your sister double-crossed me first, which landed you in this mess, remember? I think I'll do the same.
Why is there water coming in the boat?
Oh, that's because it's got oils everywhere. It's going to sink soon. You two should make up and forgive each other because life's too short to be angry. I mean, literally, your life is really short. I'd say about another 30 minutes. Adieu, so long, farewell.
And with that, Pierre and his goons left.
There has to be some way out. Don't you know how to get out of such situations after all your years as a criminal?
I'm a con woman. I don't know how to trick my way out of these ropes.
Great! Then I'll just die here with you of all people.
Who would you rather die with? Maybe that really pretty, extra smiley waitress at the restaurant you love so much?
You know what? Let's just not talk.
Fine by me. We sat silently for a few minutes as the water kept seeping in.
I've never had boba tea.
What?
You know, a few years ago when everyone really got into boba tea, and I never had boba tea. I always thought I had time to drink boba tea, and now I'll never drink boba tea.
It's nothing special. You didn't miss much.
You really mean it?
Nah, it's amazing. Who is stopping you from trying boba tea?
No one? Oh, you're the worst. Let's go back to not talking.
As we sat there in silence again, I slipped my fingers through Eric's. Eric, I'm so sorry for getting you into this. I really wish I'd never crossed your path. He pushed my hand away.
For the first time today, I agree with you.
Just then, the door burst open, and Meredith came running in. Thank God, Em. I knew you'd come for me.
You could have told me too. I would have panicked less.
Hi, Eric. Remember me? We kissed once. We'll talk more later. Gotta go now.
Meredith cut through our ropes quickly, and we splashed through the water, climbed onto the paddle boat outside, and rowed back to shore.
I had a feeling Pierre was up to no good. I followed his van to Eric's house and saw him take you two and bring you here. I had to wait for him to leave before I could rescue you, and that jerk left without giving us a dime.
We have to get that painting back. He can't get away with it.
What is so special about that stupid painting? Why is it for $10 million?
Apparently, it's worth much more. My grandmother bought it at some auction a few years ago, but I don't think she ever knew its real worth. The FBI told me that painting has hidden codes all over it. Sensitive government secrets and coordinates of underground facilities, and Pierre wants to sell those secrets to the highest bidder.
Jeez. Trust stupid men to make everything so complicated. Who put codes in a painting? Who wants them now? What is wrong with everybody? All I ever wanted from life was to go to Bora Bora, and now we have no money.
If you girls know anything about where he's going, help me catch him. I'll tell the FBI you were helping me all along, and you'll go scot-free.
Free but poor?
Should I offer you a reward for helping me get back a painting you stole from me?
That would be polite, yeah.
Meredith, do you have any idea where Pierre's going?
Yeah. I've bugged everything that man owns. His phone, his coat, his shoes, that painting. I know where he's going. Oh, by the way, Mom wants us to come home. She says she has something important to tell us. And yeah, her memory is back, and she's very angry we made her marry Arthur. What? More about that later.
Eric immediately got in touch with his FBI contacts, who picked us up from our spot and followed Meredith's trackers on Pierre. He was headed for a train at the Grand Central Station, and seconds before he was about to get onto his ride, he was surrounded by officers.
Don't manhandle me, you orangutans! My outfit costs more than your yearly salary! I rue the day I ever laid eyes on you two! I'll make sure I take you down with me!
I'm taking all your coats, Pierre. They fit me perfectly, you tiny mafia boss.
Get used to an orange jumpsuit, because you'll be wearing that for a long time. As the FBI officers took him away, I turned to Eric with a worried face. He'll give them information against us.
You've helped recover a really important painting and capture a criminal the FBI has been trying to nail for ages. I promise, I won't let you get into any trouble.
Thank you. We stood there in awkward silence.
Okay, this is super uncomfortable. Do you guys need privacy to talk or something? I'll grab us some hot dogs. Do you want relish or mustard or...
No, actually, I think we're done here. I have to go. Good luck and goodbye, Claire.
Goodbye, Eric. Meredith and I took the next flight to Connecticut to see Mom back at her old house, and I was really happy to see her with her memory back. And then, Mom shocked us with her whole story.
Many years ago, I was a government scientist in Russia, working on top secret technology, and our team later wanted to sell it to an enemy country. I refused to do that, and destroyed the technology, and after that I had to go on the run, because I knew those traitors would come after me. I had a boyfriend, and he recently found out I was pregnant, so I never told him about you girls and just escaped. I settled in America, and took on the identity of a helpless mom living in the suburbs. Before I left Russia, I set up this laptop as a way to communicate with my father, who sent me a little money every few months to get by. I was even afraid of working in any place for too long, as being part of any system by which I could be tracked down.
Whoa! Mom, that's insane and so cool!
I'm sorry we never had much, but I was glad you grew up independent and resourceful. Then I finally recovered my memory a week ago. I was able to access the laptop and get in touch with my father. He hadn't heard from me in so long. He thought I wasn't even alive anymore. He told me that the traitors working on the project are all behind bars now. It's safe for me to go home.
So we're going to Russia? Man, it's so cold there. I always wanted to go to...
Bora Bora, I know. That's all you said growing up. We'll visit Russia to see my family. And then we'll go anywhere you girls want.
Mom, we're kinda poor, especially since you've left Arthur too.
Oh, but my family isn't poor at all. I come from old money. We've been rich forever.
There is a God out there. Thank you. Claire, we're finally going to Bora Bora.
Yeah, it's everything we ever wanted. I tried to be as excited about the trip as Mom and Meredith, but my heart felt heavy. I wish things had ended with Eric on a better note. On the bright side, I got to meet Freddie, and I was so pleased when he introduced me to his lovely girlfriend. I'm so happy for you, Freddie, and I don't know if I can ever thank you for everything. You're amazing.
I know. Just don't forget about me and come to visit, okay?
On the day of our flight to Russia, we just reached the airport when Mom and Meredith turned to me with strange smiles on their faces. What's going on?
Here's your ticket.
That's a ticket for New York. Why, are we going there?
No, Mom and I are going to Russia, then Bora Bora. You're going to New York.
What? Why would I do that?
Come on, Claire. You've been so mopey lately. I can't stand your face anymore. Just go talk to Eric, okay? You're in love with him. And even though he's way out of your league, he loves you too. And that's something you shouldn't give up on so easily.
Pretty sure he hates me now.
Claire, go meet him once. You'll regret not trying. And in case it doesn't work out, you know where to find us, love.
Go get him, loser.
Mom and Meredith hugged me, and I felt tears flowing down my face fast as I turned away. Suddenly, I got the wind knocked out of me as Meredith gave me a bear hug.
I can't say this with you looking at me directly, so don't turn around, okay? I love you more than anyone in the world, sis. You're my BFF and my soulmate and my better half, so you better not stay away too long because of some stupid boy.
No one's ever coming between us, Em. I love you too, and I'll see you soon. As I walked out onto the New York airport, I was feeling so nervous about visiting Eric that I accidentally bumped into a man's luggage cart and went down with the suitcases.
Are you blind? You blind idiot?
It was an accident, sir. You don't have to be so rude.
You don't have to be so blind, you blind idiot.
You're so obnoxious. I grabbed the bagel the man was holding, threw it on the floor, and started jumping on it. As I continued jumping and he kept yelling, I suddenly found Eric by my side.
I'm sorry, sir. She hasn't taken her meds today. So sorry. Jeez, what's with your temper?
He started it, and what are you doing here?
You texted me that you were coming and wanted me to pick you up. You said it was an emergency? Oh, I'm guessing that was Meredith.
Yep, but I did come to New York just to see you, Eric. So I might as well say my piece now, which I've been rehearsing on the plane, and I've forgotten every single word. Dang it. Okay, I'll just spit it out. Look, I'm really sorry about the tricking and the lying and stealing and hitting your brother and endangering your life. The one thing that wasn't part of this assignment was falling for you, but I just couldn't help it right from the start. In fact, you made me fall for you years ago, and I often wondered what had happened to you. I really wish we'd met again under different circumstances, and I know I don't deserve another chance, but here I am, asking for one anyway.
Well, they say third time's the charm.
They do say that, whoever they are. Just as Eric pulled me closer, we suddenly found ourselves surrounded by federal agents. Did you set me up?
I swear I didn't.
Ma'am, there's no need to panic. We got notified about your arrival in New York when you checked in for your flight. We've also apprehended your sister before she could leave for Russia. We've been looking for you girls for a long time, actually, but you always managed to get away. Now we have a deal for you. Come work for us and help us nail some con artists, and you'll have a clean slate.
Are you offering me a job?
Yes, and a really well-paying one. The only catch is that you two will have to serve 6 months jail time first. We have to do that as a formality.
No, officer, there has to be another way.
Eric, wait, it's okay. I think I need to do this actually. Maybe we got away for too long without any consequences. If this gives me a chance to start over fresh, I'm willing to do it.
What about Meredith?
Oh, she's gonna be pissed, but she'll do it for me. So, will you come see me in prison?
It's a date.
How many weeks has it been here already?
It's just been 2 days.
Oh, God. I was so close to Bora Bora. And you're so ugly and orange. How am I supposed to look at you for 6 months?
I think you're actually happy we're getting to spend more time together. You know, since I'm your BFF and soulmate and better half. That was so cheesy. Ow! Hi, my name is Alice, and I'm from Rochester, New York. Please like and subscribe. You know how people say that when you meet the love of your life, time stands still and your heart skips a beat? Well, my dad had his own version of it.
Love feels like a bunch of fireworks exploding inside your heart.
That sounds dangerous.
Oh, honey, it's the most beautiful feeling in the world.
Dad always tells me about when he met Mom. He was playing on the subway, and when she stepped in, he felt fireworks go off inside of him. And that was it.
My life changed forever.
Our life changed forever. My mom was a big shot lawyer, and my dad worked as a music teacher at my own school. I inherited my dad's love for music, but wasn't into singing, so I used Mom's lawyer skills on them and convinced them to buy me a drum kit. My life was simply wonderful, but everything changed when I was 12. Mom got stuck on one big case and was working crazy hours, so there was no time for anything else. Not even for me. For months, I kept bugging her to notice me, but the answer was always the same. Not now. I can't, Alice. Of course, this also led to fights between my parents. They used to argue in the kitchen at night when they thought I was asleep. Finally, one night, she just left. There were no explanations, no clues, no goodbye letter, nothing. It was a rough time, but my dad and I always stayed together. As time went by, we both started feeling a little bit better. Despite everything, I never stopped believing in true love, and I eagerly awaited the sensation my father had described so many times. When I turned 16, I witnessed the fireworks of love up close. I was at home cooking an egg when these bratty kids kept ringing our doorbell and running away. My blood was boiling, so I decided to teach them a lesson at the next bell. I flung open the door and spattered the egg right onto them. To my surprise, it was Luke, one of my dad's guitar students. He was one of the most popular, truly dreamy, funny, and kind guy in our school. Oh no. This egg. Lucky you. You just won a tuition discount from Dad. I quickly made this up, but he kept staring at me in complete awe. Then it happened. It struck him like lightning, just like my dad described. The whole fireworks and electricity package.
Hi, Alice. I love you.
But here's the twist. I didn't feel the same way. However, from that moment on, Luke embarked on a mission to win my heart, while I tried to refuse his advances without hurting him.
Flowers for you, beaut.
Bees. It has bees.
I baked brownies for you.
Thanks, but I prefer vegetables. He invited me to the amusement park, but I pretended to be dizzy when he was going to kiss me on the Ferris wheel. And then he also asked my father for my hand.
So, what do you think?
Tell him that he has to provide 4 sheep, 5 cows, and 1 unicorn in exchange. Yet Luke never gave up. And finally, he went all in. He performed for me on my balcony, singing the very same song my dad used to woo my mom back in the day. And I swear I could see Dad helping him the whole time. Then he asked the big question.
Do you want to be my girlfriend?
Luke, I like you, but
I'll take that. It's a love story, baby. Just say yes.
I know what you might be thinking. How could you not love Luke back? He sounds like the perfect guy. And you'd be right. He was everything I could have wished for, and more. He even quoted Taylor Swift for me. I decided I should give him a chance. Maybe the fireworks would appear slowly for me. Okay, let's do it. After a few months, things were going great. He was a great boyfriend, and I cared for him. One day, as we hiked up a hill, my foot clumsily met a cluster of rocks. I was about to fall when Luke grabbed my hand and held me.
Are you all right?
I nodded. The sunlight hit him just right, and he looked just beautiful. He leaned in, and he rewarded my safety with a kiss. It was a scene right out of a movie. Come on, guys. You see? I tried, but I just couldn't help feeling nothing. By the time we reached the top of the hill, I decided to end things. Luke deserved someone who could truly love him. After a brief pause, I managed to muster the strength to share my feelings. However, as I looked at him, tears were welling up in his eyes.
Alice, there's something I have to tell you.
Yes, Luke?
I'm thrilled. that we're together. I've been looking for the perfect partner for what feels like forever.
Tears began to fall down his cheeks, and I hugged Luke tightly. How could I break his heart after that? I just couldn't. I needed a new plan, a way to end things without hurting him. Just then, I got an idea. I needed to find my boyfriend a new girlfriend. Yet, it was easier said than done. Finding the perfect girl for Luke was certainly a tough mission. I introduced him to Sarah in a bowling alley, but it turned out she was only interested in using Luke to make her ex-boyfriend jealous. On trivia night, Claire and Luke had a heated argument about the best pizza toppings. They didn't get along after that. Lastly, how can I forget about Julie? When I introduced her to Luke at a party, it was pretty clear that she was more interested in me than in him, much to Luke's amusement. Of course, he knew nothing of my plan. I introduced so many girls to him, pretending they were my friends, but none of them sparked even the slightest explosion. Luke only seemed to have eyes for me. Darn him! After a few weeks of failures, I was about to give up hope. But then, right in my dad's class, the solution seemed to fall from the sky, almost literally.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student from South Korea. This is Moon.
That new girl seemed quiet, but she was a total stunner.
We have a little welcome tradition here. You've got to sing us your favorite song while standing upside down.
What? You could actually see Moon's soul leaving her body.
Kidding. But come on, it'll be a blast. So, which song are we going with?
For a brief moment, Moon seemed to be torn between making a mad dash for the exit, pretending to faint, or fighting my dad to ignore his request. Love Story by Taylor Swift. Bingo! That was the girl who was gonna sweep my boyfriend off his feet. I couldn't have been more thrilled. Above all, she had a beautiful voice. She was perfect for Luke. As soon as the class ended, I walked up to Moon. Hi, I'm Alice. That was amazing. Thank you. I just hope I don't have to do that to introduce myself in math class. Don't worry about it. The gym teacher might make you do some push-ups in front of the whole school, but apart from that, well, that's it. I'm going back to South Korea. She even had a great sense of humor. By the way, the music teacher who just made you sing in front of everyone is my dad. But don't hold that against me. I won't. He seems cool. He is, in his own unique way. Surprisingly, considering that if my plan worked, Moon would steal my boyfriend from me, the two of us immediately hit it off. I was happy to make a new friend, but the most important thing was that I had an inkling right from the start that she and Luke were a match made in heaven. I had to rush to my plan. By the way, I'm in a band. Ever considered becoming a rock star? A rock star? Sure, but only if we get to wear sunglasses indoors. Of course. You can't make great music if you don't look cool. With my master plan in motion, I organized a rehearsal in my garage for that same night. As usual, Luke and I began a friendly battle over which song to play next. But just as the tension was mounting, Moon made her grand entrance. Hi there. When Luke turned to meet her gaze, something magical unfolded between them. Their fireworks were so intense that for a moment, I thought the neighbors were bombing my house.
Hi, I'm Alice's Luke.
Nice to meet you, Alice. Luke. I'm Moon.
That's a beautiful name.
Moon turned red as a tomato.
I mean, it's cute. I mean, it's not, horrible name.
They were so awkward and cute that they looked like two penguins trying to dance. The first part of my plan was complete. Over the next few weeks, I did everything to bring my new friend and boyfriend even closer. I planned this adorable picnic for the three of us, but then I faked a stomach pain, so they both got time together.
Alice, are you okay?
Oh no, not again. What's wrong, Alice? It's my, pigmatitis.
Okay, let's go see the doctor.
Clearly, my plan failed. Next time, I took them to the movies to watch an old, sappy romantic film. Where's Alice?
She told me she wasn't coming because she hates Sandra Bullock.
She hates Sandy B? Is that even possible?
Right? I said exactly the same thing.
They watched the movie together. All the while, I was lurking secretly in the background. In a particularly romantic scene, their shoulders leaned against each other. They locked eyes, and their lips came closer. It seemed that it was the moment, but...
Want some more popcorn?
Yeah, sure. So close. By the way, I, of course, don't hate Sandra Bullock. Slowly, I was running out of ideas and excuses. I even signed us up for a romantic bread baking class, only to remember right beforehand that I was gluten intolerant. Silly me.
Since when?
It's very recent. I don't want to talk about it. We can make gluten-free bread. It's not the same. Go on without me. Tragically, I had to keep up that lie and not eat a sandwich in front of them for way too long. Oh, the lengths I went to. But despite all my efforts, nothing was happening. They clearly had feelings for each other, but neither was making the first move. I was determined to give it but one final shot. So I orchestrated an irresistibly romantic date at Rochester High Falls, Luke's cherished spot. I prepared the scene, and it looked spectacular. I stood there, admiring my masterpiece. This must have been how Billie Eilish felt when she composed Bad Guy. My plan wasn't complete without the final touch. 2 mysterious and alluring letters, one for Luke and one for Moon. That evening, they both arrived thinking the other had organized the date. I should have respected their privacy and left, but I sneaked a peek at the date and sat in a nearby grove with popcorn and soda. It seemed like they were still too shy to make the big move. Just as I was about to fall asleep, Moon slowly moved nearer to Luke's lips. The excitement was so intense that I could feel it moving through my body, particularly in my ankle. In my ankle? I looked at my leg and saw a raccoon clinging to my ankle. Freaked out, I totally lost it. I sprang from the bushes just in time to disrupt their big moment.
Alice, what are you doing here?
Oh, hi! Just taking a walk.
Around the falls? Alone? At night?
Well, you know what they say, when nature calls. Don't judge me. That's the best I could come up with. Alice, this isn't what it seems.
We were just...
Their embarrassment and guilt were clear.
I'm sorry.
They clearly felt terrible, and I felt even worse. It was entirely my fault. It was time to tell the truth. You don't have to feel guilty. I orchestrated the entire thing.
What?
You? Yeah. I couldn't help but notice the magic connection between you two. This is my strange way of giving you my wholehearted blessing. Well, at least I told them part of the truth. For a brief moment, Luke and Moon exchanged puzzled glances, and Luke turned to give me an earful. However, after what felt like an eternity, they both enveloped me in a hug simultaneously.
Alice, I can't believe you'd do something like this. You could have just spoken to me. And I'm sorry. I tried to fight these feelings.
No need to apologize. The heart wants what the heart wants. Are you sure you're okay with this? Absolutely. You two are meant for each other. I'll step aside and let you enjoy the rest of your date. I walked away swiftly, but before I got too far, I turned back to see them finally sharing their first kiss. Well, you could have at least waited for me to leave. Just kidding. Carry on. This may appear like the happily ever after ending, doesn't it? But believe me, there are still some more fireworks to discover. My grand plan had succeeded. Moon was perfect for Luke, and they were really happy. However, sometime later, I started to feel increasingly sad. While I was genuinely thrilled for them, a feeling of loneliness began to take over me. Eventually, I decided to share with my dad my deepest fear. Dad, what if I never experienced those fireworks?
Alice, just like music, love has its own tempo. It won't come if you're expecting it. But trust me, sooner or later, your moment will come.
But what if I end up with a broken heart, like you when Mom left us?
That can happen. Love is not perfect. But believe me, it's still worth it.
After that, I decided to give the whole love thing a rest. I just focused on school, my friends, and of course, music. For several months, everything went smoothly. Surprisingly, my dad was right about love. My moment was bound to come just when I least expected it.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student, this time from Italy. This is Camillo.
And that was it. Boom, boom, boom. Just like my dad had predicted, my moment to feel the fireworks had arrived, and it came on strong when Camillo strolled into the classroom. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. And to be fair, no one else in the class could either. He was so irresistible, incredibly handsome, cool, stylishly dressed, and smart. My dad tried to get him to sing a song to introduce himself, but Camillo instead recited a poem in Italian. I didn't understand anything. I was too captivated by him.
Ah, right. It's a very lovely and romantic poem. Not really. It's about what hell is like.
Marry me. I knew I had to beat out tons of other girls to win his heart, but if there was one thing I was truly confident about, it was my matchmaking skills. Game on. During lunch, I went up to him. He was sitting by himself, with all the girls gazing at him from afar, too mesmerized to strike up a conversation. But I wasn't like the other girls. Hi there. What's cooking, good looking? Not my best pickup line, I know.
Hi, you.
Alice.
Oh, right, Alicia.
Already? My name, or a variation of it, coming out of his mouth made me shiver. What are you reading?
Robert Frost.
Oh, he's the one who invented frosting? Because if so, I want to congratulate him.
No, he was one of America's most renowned poets.
I felt like my confidence had crumbled like a house of cards. I guess I'm more of a takeout menu reader. Camillo shot me this weird smile and went back to his book. I left feeling defeated and humiliated, all while the surrounding girls erupted into laughter. Still, Still, I wasn't going to give up so easily. You guys know I can be very stubborn. Over the next few days, I did everything I could to get Camilo's attention and interest. So, you're a photographer?
Yeah.
Me too. I love selfies. And when I thought I couldn't get any lower, Camilo, I wrote you a poem.
Okay.
Twinkle, twinkle in your eyes, like the stars in moonlit skies. In your arms, I feel so right, like a star that's shining bright. He rested his hand on my shoulder with second-hand embarrassment.
That was very sweet.
What was I thinking? Are we going or not? The most stunning gothic girl was walking towards Camilo.
Sure thing, Bella.
They just walked away while my hope lay shattered on the floor. After the humiliation of a lifetime, I crawled home and locked myself in my own room for days. Is this karma for not loving Luke back? Unwelcome love is horrible. Why didn't anyone tell me? I decided to never leave my room again. But Luke and Moon swooped in to save the day. Alice, what are you doing?
We were worried about you. You haven't been to school for days.
And I'm not going back. I'm officially a hermit now.
Come on, Alice. You can't give up so easily.
What else can I do? He's too cool and smart for me. And he clearly has a thing for goth girls. Well, maybe that can be arranged. Moon showed me the flyer for a costume party happening the next day at school. Maybe this wasn't quite over yet. The following day, I visited Moon's house for the first time for a unique makeover session. She was determined to transform me. And after an intense half hour of makeup and dressing, I emerged as a whole new person. Camilo will be head over heels for you. After a while, I headed downstairs to her kitchen to grab a glass of water. Moon's house was massive and a bit eerie, with dim lighting and an unsettling silence. As I turned the corner, I bumped into a tall, mysterious guy. I let out a scream of surprise. Who are you? I'm Alice, Moon's friend. I glared at him. He was wearing a suit, like a gangster from a lousy movie.
I'm Quan, Moon's big brother.
Oh, right.
Why are you dressed like that?
We're going to a costume party.
A costume party? So childish.
You're like just a year older than us. Besides, you look like you're dressed up too.
Whatever, just watch where you're going, kid.
Kid? Just then, Moon showed up, probably after hearing my screams. When I turned to face him, Quan had already disappeared down the dark hall. What? Why are you smiling? You know, your brother is a real piece of work. Aha. Moon acted weird. I think that runs in their family. Shortly after, we left for their party. Luke, dressed as a mad scientist, welcomed us.
Alice, you look like you just stepped right out of a dark and mysterious fairy tale. Great job, baby.
Thanks, baby. Alice, Camilo's there. Go do your thing, girl. Thank you, guys. I took a deep breath and walked towards Camilo, who was dancing with his friend. Of course, he was too cool to wear a costume. With a boost of confidence from my outfit, I saluted them. Hello, my fellow creatures of the night.
Alice, what are you wearing?
Tonight, I embrace the shadows. I'm a goth. Being a goth is not a costume, you phony. It's a lifestyle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean, of course you didn't. You are just a little suburban princess who gets whatever she wants, playing dress up. And the way Camilo looked at me, that hurt more than any malicious comment. Once again, I was humiliated. For the rest of the party, I hid in the halls of the school. How could I be so stupid?
Should I respond?
I looked up and saw Quan. What are you even doing here? I thought you were too fierce for a costume party.
I am. I'm just here to pick up Moon.
I just got her text. She already left with Luke.
Oh, okay.
Quan leaned his back against the lockers.
Rough night?
That's an understatement.
So, do you want me to take you home, or would you rather stay here crying?
What? These are not tears.
Don't try to tell me you got something in your eye. Come on, let's go.
I was shocked. He was rude, definitely, but not that bad. Quan held out his hand for me to stand up. As I was getting up, our eyes met. Time stood still. Electricity. And yeah, it happened again. Boom, boom, boom.
What? Did you hit your head or something?
No, it's just that, I don't know. Forget about it. I'm fine.
If you say so.
As Quan drove me home, I kept looking at him out of the corner of my eye the whole trip. I was spellbound. I tried to strike up a conversation with Quan, but he didn't pay much attention to me. So, tell me about yourself.
Pass.
Come on. What do you like?
Silence.
Clearly, Quan was not very interested in getting to know me. Soon after, he dropped me home. I couldn't believe it. After years of dreaming about those fireworks feelings, I finally got them. Twice in 1 week. Plot twist, both guys are just not that into me. This was obviously karma. It was Cupid's way of getting back at me. Destiny laughing in my face. Or maybe it was just my teenage hormones. I hate my life. But what I didn't know was that Moon hadn't left the party when Quan arrived. In fact, she was in the bathroom and saw and heard my entire conversation with her brother. either. Although Kwan didn't notice my fireworks explosion, Moon did, and decided it was her turn to play Cupid. Moon started finding excuses and forcing situations for Kwan and me to spend time together. She would invite me to her house, but when I arrived, she wasn't there. Is Moon home?
For the 4th time this week, she's not.
Despite how Kwan acted like he didn't care, Moon was determined to make it happen. She even locked us in an escape room. I guess we're gonna have to solve this to get out. This could take a while.
The key is under that armchair.
Oh, right. Then, Moon planned a movie date with Kwan and me, and then left us. Yeah, she used my own little scheme against me. We got into the wrong screening room and ended up watching a children's movie. This is so boring. Wait, are you crying?
No, I'm not. You're crying.
OMG, you are!
Shut up. It's just a beautiful tale of friendship between a duck and a shark.
After that, he started talking to me, and slowly, I understood that his whole bad boy facade was simply a shield Kwan put up when he moved here to cope with this unknown and new place. He actually could be really kind and sweet. One day, Moon set up a sort of double date with me and Luke and dragged Kwan quite literally into a bowling alley. The evening turned out to be an absolute blast. We enjoyed some good food, sent those bowling pins flying, and shared laughs like there was no tomorrow. Kwan even dropped his tough guy persona and had an amazing time. I felt that slowly, we two were growing closer.
Great strike, Alice.
Thanks. I learned from the best.
I didn't know I was the best.
Who says I was talking about you? The only problem was that Luke found out what Moon was doing, and he wasn't too happy about it and cornered me.
Alice, Kwan's not right for you. He once told me,
if you hurt my sister, I'll turn your hair pink.
And he walks around in sunglasses indoors, too. And don't even get me started on his weird spoons collection. Did you see the massive plastic to fancy spoons display in his room? I'm just worried you'll end up hurt.
But I wasn't very convinced. And then the next day, as we were preparing for our band rehearsal, Luke arrived with a surprise visitor.
Camillo came to rehearsal, if you girls don't mind.
If looks could kill, Luke would be dead now. Oh, that's why you said not to bring Kwan.
We'll talk later, baby. I tell you, man, we have the best drummer in town.
So, he has decided to play matchmaker too.
Go on, then.
During our practice, I was super nervous, way more than usual. But then Camilo did some really nice things that made me feel a lot better. I think I did pretty good in the end.
That was great, Alice. I didn't know you were so talented.
Thanks. That made me melt, literally, right there on the spot. For the next few weeks, I was caught in a love triangle with Kwan and Camilo, and tangled in a dispute between friends. I felt bad, but chose to go with the flow, hoping to solve the puzzle of my heart. But things turned into some kind of competition between them, and in order to win, they went big. Luke orchestrated a fantastic carnival date for Camilo and me. Amidst the chaos, we laughed, won games, and feasted on cotton candy. I even won him a huge stuffed animal.
Thanks! Elephants are my favorite animal.
I'm more of a grizzly bear girl, but elephants are pretty cool. Then, Camilo and I rode on an intense roller coaster in an odd moment of calm. Before the car sped off again, Camilo pulled out his camera and took a picture of me. What are you doing?
I want to capture this moment forever.
That was one of the most magical and romantic nights of my life. For her part, Moon convinced Kwan to take me to his favorite spot, a haven he had never taken anyone to before. It was a dark and murky place. Kwan led the way, nodding to some guys. All eyes were on me, so I tried my hardest to copy his attitude. Needless to say, I failed. Kwan, we are too young to be here.
Relax. What is life without a little risk?
Right, but maybe this is a little too dangerous. Okay, I admit it. I was scared. But you would be too if you saw those people there. It looked like the whole cast of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Don't worry, Alice. I know the owner and most of the guys. They are cool.
Kwan took my hand, and not only did I feel safer, but I was also ecstatic. The rest of the night turned out to be surprisingly amazing. Everybody was fun and welcoming. Kwan revealed his secret technique to cheat in poker, and an energetic punk band put on a spectacular show. Hours later, we watched the sunrise on the hood of his car at the highest point of the city. Hey, okay, I hear you all yelling, pick a lane, girl. But come on, deciding between Camilo and Kwan is like choosing between chocolate and vanilla when you love both. It's driving me nuts too. It was impossible. Like Camilo wrote and recited to me in an open reading the most beautiful poem I had ever heard. But then Kwan got us the chance to play our first gig in the same place he took me. Clueless of what to do, I turned to the greatest source of wisdom I knew, my dad. Okay, yes, I was truly desperate. Dad, is it possible to be in love with two people at the same time? My dad took a deep breath before answering.
Alice, time has taught me not to put any limits on love. Love can be many different things. It constantly mutates, so maybe it is possible.
And What should I do? I can't date two people at the same time.
No, you have to be mature and thoughtful. Take care of your feelings, but also those of others.
But I don't know how to decide this.
If you are stuck in this situation, you might not be ready for love. Maybe the best thing to do now is to focus on yourself.
And it wasn't very helpful. Maybe my dad wasn't the fountain of wisdom I thought he was. Before you guys go off in the comments, I know this is like the best kind of problem any girl my age could have. For days, I ignored both Camilo and Quan, but finally, the day of the concert arrived. Surprisingly, I was pretty calm. Well, that was until I saw both Quan and Camilo in the audience. At that moment, all my fears surfaced and I completely panicked. I couldn't face it and locked myself in the dressing room's bathroom.
Alice, what are you doing?
We have to go on stage in 5 minutes. I can't do it. This is all too much pressure. After failing to convince me to go out, Moon and Luke took it out on each other. Why did you invite Camilo? This was Quan's moment. He got us the gig.
And Camilo can't be here? He's really supportive of the band, too.
Why are you doing this? What do you have against my brother?
He thinks he's a Yakuza or something like that.
And my brother is a great guy.
But he's not good enough for Alice.
And Camilo is? He's so pretentious. I was listening to their fight behind the bathroom door. It was like I had traveled back in time and they were my parents. I had to put an end to all this chaos. I gathered my strength and opened the door. Stop! This ends now. You can't be fighting over my love life. That doesn't make any sense.
But...
No buts. We were just trying to help you, like you helped us. I know, but it just doesn't feel right. I was wrong. Love should be spontaneous and free, not something we try to control and mold to fit our convenience. It's my life and I can make my choices. You're right.
We're sorry. I'm sorry, Moony Toony.
I am too, Lukey Doovie. That's really sweet. But for now, enough with the cheesy stuff. We've got a show to give. The room was silent and expectant when we got on stage. The air was tense, but we were ready. Hello, we are Cupid and his broken arrows. Are you ready to rock?
Let's do this!
1, 2, 3, 4. The show was incredible. To be up on stage playing our music was a life-changing moment. There, I felt everything. Electricity, adrenaline, nervousness, and fireworks. And I can proudly say that it was the first of many shows. As for the guys, I decided to follow the advice of my father, who, as always, was right. I wasn't ready for love, and I didn't want to risk hurting them. I took them aside individually and told them the truth. Luckily, they both understood, or at least I think they did. I decided that I should focus on my first love, music, and that would pay off big time.
Cupid! 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 Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Well, it's a good thing you are, because this is Cupid and his broken arrows!
Oh, hi guys. Yeah, as you can see, a lot has happened since the last time we chatted. Where were we? Oh yes, after our first show at that shabby place, Luke, Moon, and I promised to do everything we could to get to the top of the music world. First, we decided to go on tour. We rented an old van and set off on the road to our dreams. Well, at first, it was looking more like a nightmare than a dream. Not exactly the Four Seasons. Tell me there's no cockroaches. I can't sleep here if there are cockroaches. Of course not, Moon. Maybe just some 8-legged roommates, but I'm sure they're very friendly.
The top bed's mine!
Those first few weeks were challenging and scary, but Luke, Moon, and I stuck closer than ever. Sometimes literally. Relax, guys. Nothing bad ever happens to teenagers in horror movies, right? Initially, our gigs were confined to really small and quiet venues. Good night. We are Cupid and his broken arrows. Yeah, there were literally more crickets than people, but slowly, people caught wind of our shows. Our songs started popping up everywhere, and we gathered a group of loyal fans. It wasn't an overnight thing, but somehow we became kind of famous. However, the sudden fame had its downsides. The biggest downside of them all was him. That's Trevor, our manager. He discovered us when we were playing in a tiny, sleazy venue in Los Angeles.
Hello, kids. I'm gonna make you stars.
Talking about terror? Oh, I mean Trevor? See? It's like his name was meant for a crooked manager role. I'm just spitting straight facts here, guys.
Where do you dream of playing? Just name it. In the forum?
That's a little too ambitious.
I'll make it happen. Sky's the limit for us.
Despite Moon and Luke's excitement, something didn't smell right to me, so I decided to keep an eye on Trevor. Follow that car! I always wanted to say that. I tailed him to the forum offices. Oh, tailed is what spies say when they follow someone. Too many spy novels, I guess. So, Trevor got out of his car, but returned as if he'd forgotten something. What could it be, you might ask? His briefcase? His parking permit? Maybe his wallet? Well, not exactly. A gun? Who brings a gun to a business meeting? It's like bringing a gun to a business business meeting. I figured he was a little shady, but he was actually dangerous. After a while, he walked out of the meeting with a big smile and put his gun back in his suit. Oh my God! That night, after Trevor gave us the news that he got us a slot at the forum, I revealed what my fierce investigation had unmasked. It's over, Trevor. I saw your gun and how you used it to get us this concert. We can't be involved in something as dark as that.
Oh, you mean this?
Trevor pulled out his gun and pointed it directly at me. My life flashed before my eyes. Moon, Luke, and I screamed in terror as he pulled the trigger. To find out what happened next, join part 4 of this story. Now relax, I'm just kidding. Trevor fired, but all that came out of the gun was water. Phew, that was a close call. Well, maybe not really. Are you crazy? Why are you carrying this with you?
For protection, in case, a small cat attacks me.
And why did you use it in the meeting?
Oh, that! Those guys never water their plants. They were so dry, poor things.
Maybe I had misjudged him.
Still, if you don't want to be involved in something as dark as me, I understand. Maybe it's for the best.
No, Trevor, please don't take this personally. Alice is just like that.
Excuse me? Yes, we really want to work with you.
Great then. Are you in, Alice?
Outvoted, I had no choice but to accept Trevor. His impact was soon felt. He devised everything for us, from trying on silly, smelly costumes, which I'm sure he had stolen from the thrift store to keep the extra money for himself, to making us do some bizarre and really embarrassing publicity stunts. Yet, while I hated to admit it, he did take us to the next level. He even got us a record deal. Maybe he isn't all that bad. He certainly wasn't the worst thing that came with fame. Paparazzi were a real headache.
Hey, Alice, aren't you dating someone? People want to know about your love life.
Oh, it's a full-blown love triangle. Me, my couch, and my Apple. iPhone. Seriously? Can it get any cringier? Well, I know what you must be thinking. What about Juan and Camilo? You guys are so predictable. Okay, after I told him I was not ready for love, our paths simply parted. Camilo moved to the big city to try his luck as a poet, and Juan went back to South Korea. I had accepted that love wasn't my thing, and I was fine with that. Really, I was. But it seems that not everybody was.
Alice, people are interested in you and your love life. We must give them something.
And before I could say anything, Trevor launched his enormous Find Alice a Boyfriend operation. When he was choosing from the pictures, from his looks, you'd think he was attempting to assemble an atomic bomb. I wish you people would stop meddling in my love life. You're one to talk.
Fair point.
Must I suffer all my life for that one time I played Cupid? Besides, you two are practically soulmates. I only intervened in the name of true love.
Maybe Trevor will find you your soulmate.
If he does, he deserves a Nobel Prize in matchmaking. Haha, very funny.
Bingo! We found our man. Get ready, Alice.
Trevor orchestrated a date with one of the buzziest actors in town. Naturally, he gave the paparazzi a heads up, turning the dinner into a spectacle that rivaled the Super Bowl coverage. I won't deny that he was good looking. The man could make any Greek god jealous, but he seemed to be already in a committed and very toxic relationship with his phone. It was like they were stuck in a never-ending staring contest. If a UFO landed on the table, he'd probably just assume it was dessert. So, tell me something about yourself.
I have 5 million followers.
Wow, I'd be concerned if that many people were following me. That's next level stalking.
Huh?
Alice, when's the wedding?
This was beyond ridiculous. I needed a bulletproof escape plan. Something as sophisticated and brilliant as my mastermind can scheme. Hey, isn't that one of the Kardashians?
A Kardashian? Where?
I took advantage of the commotion to sneak out, but just as I was about to fulfill my genius escape, I bumped into a waiter sending his tray flying in the air. It landed on the head of my date. Oh my God, I'm so... Camilo? Is that you?
Alicia, hi. What are you doing here?
I was super surprised to see Camilo, but I had to move fast. I'm actually in the midst of an escape. Care to help me?
Absolutely.
Camilo wheeled over a waiter's cart covered with a tablecloth.
Your chariot awaits, Your Majesty.
I hopped in the cart, and Camilo carried me unnoticed out of the restaurant. After we were in the clear, we two went for a walk.
By the way, I must confess, I'm a massive fan.
Oh, thank you so much.
People don't believe me when I tell them we used to date.
Do you tell people that?
Well, I know we didn't exactly date, but I don't know, maybe I'm just expressing my wishes out loud.
Are you flirting with me right now?
I am. Who knows when I'll cross paths again with another star, especially with one as strikingly beautiful as you.
He was going all in. I tried to play it cool. That's smooth, but I'm not gonna fall for it that easily. I did. I'm not the same girl I was a couple of years ago. I was. Besides, I know you have a way with words. He did.
You know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
Of course. My inner fireworks were about to start a pyrotechnic show that could rival New Year's Eve. I know, guys. I'm too weak. The rest of the night, we walked around the city just talking. It was pretty magical. The next day, Trevor woke me up.
Alice, who the hell is this?
Trevor pointed out a couple of pictures of Camillo and me walking through the city last night. Damn paparazzi. They got me again. Just an old friend.
TV and social media are going nuts over these photos. Just read these headlines. Drummer ditches movie star for poet waiter. This is genius. I am a genius.
I was about to remind him that it wasn't his idea when he went off on a long rant about how Camillo and I needed to start dating for the sake of the band. Well, I hated Trevor butting into my life like that. Dating Camillo didn't seem like a bad idea at all. For the sake of the band, of course. Over the next few weeks, Camillo and I became a thing, and Trevor's scheme worked like a charm. Strangely, every little thing we did became big news that the whole country should know. Look where we are now. Camillo's really turned things around for us. Yeah, but Camillo's writing is taking off too. It's a whole thing, though it felt strange to me. But we were too caught up in enjoying all the attention to bother about it.
Guys, you guys are breaking the internet right now. Any advice for your followers? Just be great. Be as incredible as we are.
We know that's a pretty high bar. Yeah, I know. I wanted to pinch myself too. But dealing with fame was hard. Everyone wanted a piece of you. And soon, all this glitz and glamour also got between Moon, Luke, and me.
You're late again.
Sorry, loves. We play in Rochester in a few days. We need to rehearse. I'm here, aren't I? Try to relax a little bit, kid. Kid? We've done hundreds of shows. It's a walk in the park. It isn't just another show. It's our first home show since we left. Quan is even coming back from Korea with his new girlfriend for this. It has to be perfect. The mention of Quan and a girlfriend struck a chord with me. He had a girlfriend now? Who was she? Why didn't Moon tell me this earlier? Why wasn't he thinking of me? I was beyond angry. What the hell, Moon? Why are you throwing Quan and his girlfriend in my face?
She was not throwing...
This is clearly not about the show. Of course it is. What else would it be about? This is about you two being jealous of me and Camillo. This is about you not bearing to be under my shadow. Oh my god, you're completely delusional. Oh yeah? You two are completely... I couldn't think of a good enough adjective, so I simply stormed out. What I didn't realize was that Trevor was standing on the side, just watching the drama unfold.
Don't stress. You don't need anyone. I think you could even go solo.
What?
I mean, everybody knows you're the heart of the band. You're gonna do great things by yourself. I just know it.
Oh, shut up. I knew Trevor was trying to manipulate me, but he wasn't all wrong. The band thing was not working. We were always fighting, and I had Camillo. What was the point of continuing? Okay, let's do it. We decided it was best to keep it a secret until after the show in Rochester, which would be our last. I had fears, doubts, and a lot of anxiety, but Camillo managed to calm me down.
I'll be right there at your side.
Finally, the day of the show had arrived. My relationship with Luke and Moon was more strained than ever. To avoid them, I went to the side of the stage. The arena was packed. Everybody we knew was there. Luke's family, Moon's dad, even the goth girl was present. Wait, where's Dad? I tried to locate my father in the VIP and the crowd, but it was like finding Waldo. When even Camillo, who was supposed to bring Dad, didn't answer my calls, I started freaking out. Something felt really off. Soon after, Camillo called me from the hospital and told me there had been an accident. What? How?
I was late. Then I saw your dad's accident on the way, so I followed him to the hospital. But your dad is fine. He's resting now.
Why did nobody call me?
They said they called his emergency contact.
I'm on my way. I ran to the dressing room to grab my things. Guys, I have to go. My dad is in the hospital.
Your dad?
What happened? I explained everything, and despite our fight, Moon and Luke hugged me tightly.
Alice, I'll drive you.
Due to my shock, I hadn't noticed that Quan was there. He looked even more attractive than before. Quan, Snap out of it, girl. Let's go.
Whoa, Alice, stop. The show's about to start.
She needs to be at the hospital.
Family comes first, always. As she said that, I felt horrible. They were my family, and I was backstabbing them.
I don't care about your family. This is the most important show ever. We're gonna tape it for a movie. It's the farewell concert. Do you know how much money we're gonna lose?
After saying it, Trevor closed his mouth so tightly that his lips seemed to have magnets on them. Farewell concert?
Oh, it's not a big deal. Breakups sell well, and we'll have 3 products instead of 1.
Both Luke and Moon looked at me. If looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under right now. Dad, oh my god, are you okay? What happened?
Oh, it's just a silly accident, but I'm okay.
I'm coming to see you.
What? All those people are there to see you. You're gonna play and rock that gig.
But...
No buts, Missy. Afterward, you can come see me. Not like I'm going anywhere. Rock it for your old man.
Okay, Dad. I love you.
You heard Dad, kids. Let's do it. It's showtime.
We went on stage, and the tension was crazy. I could feel Luke and Moon's hateful glares. It was as if Cyclops from the X-Men was looking at me without his glasses. The show was about to start, but I refused to be like those old dinosaur rock bands where everyone hated each other. So I did something I never did. I stepped up to the microphone. No, don't freak out. I'm not gonna sing. Hi, Rochester. I want to dedicate this show to my family. To my dad, who needs to stop riding his bike at night, and to my siblings, Luke and Moon. No one has taught me as much about love and friendship as you two have. I love you, and I'm sorry, guys. Luke and Moon smiled at me. Now that we got that out of the way, it's time to rock. Then the show finally started, and it was simply incredible. Luke, Moon, and I played like it was the first time in my garage. The show was, without a shadow of a doubt, our best. After that, we three reconciled in a big embrace. While they were still angry, at least now it didn't look like they were going to scheme to murder me. Shortly after, Trevor joined us. Oh, Trevor, just the man we were looking for.
What?
Should we share the honors, guys? At the count of 3. 3, 2, 1.
You are fired, kid.
Trevor tried to manipulate and scare us with threats, but when we were together, that didn't work. That's why he wanted to split the band. He knew he could control us if we were divided.
You're making a huge mistake. This is not over.
Can you close the door on your way out? Thanks. We went to see my dad, and apart from a few scratches and a large cast on his leg, he was fine. You'd think I now had everything, and you'd be right. I had my band and friends back, my dad was okay, and I had my boyfriend. It was finally time for my lived happily ever after moment. Well, that lasted for about 2 seconds. Literally. Someone suddenly burst into the hospital room. Babe, are you all right? Mom? Babe? What are you doing? Alice. Well, I guess now I know who his emergency contact was. My mom looked at me smiling, but when she saw Camillo, her face completely transformed. Alice, get away from him. I was beyond confused. I looked at Camillo. His face revealed that he had something to confess. I imagine your faces right now are exactly like mine at that moment. Once again, fate had a curveball for me. But this is running too long. I know no one likes cliffhangers, but you know what they say? Nothing worthy is ever easy.